God Level Farm Chapter 364 to Chapter 406. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei stopped, turned around, and asked with a smile, Mr. Li, what's the matter? Xiaoxia, I want to take Lingyun back to Wui Mountain in the next 2 days, Li Jifu said. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, Mr. Li, your condition hasn't stabilized yet. You need to continue receiving my traditional Chinese medicine treatment. I'm afraid it's not a good time to go back. Li Jifu said bleakly, Xiaoxia, it doesn't matter whether I'm cured or not. I think it's better to go back to Wui Mountain. Xiao Ruofei hadn't told Li Jifu about the treatment. He just prepared a dose of traditional Chinese medicine for him on time every day. In order to avoid shocking the world, Xiao Ruofei didn't add too much flower petal solution every day. Therefore, Li Jifu's body was recovering at a relatively slow speed, but he didn't feel it. Xiao Ruofei didn't tell Li Jifu that he was confident in curing his cancer. On the one hand, he had some selfish motives. He knew that Li Jifu would definitely teach Yi Linyun everything he knew. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei also considered that even if he said it, Li Jifu would most likely think that he was comforting him and wouldn't believe him. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that Li Jifu would suddenly ask to go back after staying for less than half a month. He also didn't expect this. Mr. Li, are you not used to living here? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and asked. No, Xiaoxia, don't misunderstand. Li Jifu said, I feel that since I'm infected with this disease, there's no point in staying in Sanshan. When people get old, they still want to return to their roots. I don't want to die in a foreign land. Li Jifu paused for a moment and glanced at Yi Linyun, who was cleaning up the dishes. He said, in addition, I also consider that Lingyun has been learning from me for a while and his comprehension is not bad, so I plan to bring him back to Wui Mountain. It's not a good idea to practice with leaves every day here. Moreover, the next few key processes will require some special equipment. It's more convenient to go back. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that Li Jifu was preparing to pass on all his skills to Yi Linyun. This was a good thing. He pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Li, since you said so, I can't persuade you anymore. There's no problem with Lingyun. I'll make the decision for him. I'll feel more at ease with him by your side. Thank you, Xiaoxia. Strictly speaking, Yi Linyun was still Xiao Ruofei's employee. Li Jifu also knew that Yi Linyun had always been obedient to Xiao Ruofei. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't agreed and he wanted to take Yi Linyun back to Wui Mountain, the rascal might have really refused. I should be the one saying thank you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, We are very grateful that you're willing to pass on your lifelong knowledge to Lingyun. Li Jifu waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about this. Lingyun is a smart and hardworking child. I believe that he will pass on my tea-making skills. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, He definitely will. Then Xiao Ruofei said, Mr. Li, you'd better tell Master Song that you're leaving. Don't worry. I'll tell Master Song. He won't make it difficult for you. Li Jifu smiled and said. Thank you, Mr. Li, Xiao Ruofei said. In addition, I'll decoct Chinese medicine for 3 days tonight. In the future, I'll send someone to Wui Mountain every 3 days to deliver the medicine to you. You must take it on time every day. Even if Chinese medicine was stored in cold storage, it was best not to exceed 3 days. Otherwise, the medicinal properties might change. Since Li Jifu insisted on going back, Xiao Ruofei could only use this stupid method. Fortunately, Sanshan City was not far from Wui Mountain. It was about 2 hours each way. Now that Hong Tao and Lei Hu were on the farm, it was not too troublesome to send someone to deliver the medicine every 3 days. Li Jifu smiled and said, Xiaoxia, I don't think that's necessary. It's too much trouble for you. And you know, my illness. Mr. Li, this is my only request. If you can't do it, I definitely can't let you leave. Xiao Ruofei said seriously, and you don't have to be too pessimistic. Although your illness is a little tricky, it's far from hopeless. I still have a certain degree of confidence in treating colon cancer with Chinese medicine. Li Jifu felt that Xiao Ruofei was just comforting him. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and said, Okay, Xiaoxia, I promise you. I'll ask Lingyun to supervise you to take the medicine every day. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said half-jokingly, "You can't go against me." Li Jifu laughed and said, "I'll definitely follow your instructions." Xiao Ruofei nodded and then waved to Yi Lingyun. He said to him, "Lingyun, hand over the work at hand to Lei Hu tomorrow and then accompany Mr. Li back to Wui Mountain." Yi Lingyun said, "Brother Xia, what will happen to the farm if I leave?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded him, "Do you really think that the earth won't rotate without you? Don't worry about the farm. I only have 2 tasks for you. The first is to take good care of Mr. Li and supervise him to take the medicine on time every day. The second is to learn from Mr. Li. You're not allowed to go back until Mr. Li says that you can finish your apprenticeship. Do you understand?" "Oh. I understand." Yi Lingyun was obviously not in a good mood. Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, "Why are you so weak? Can you finish the tasks I gave you?" This was the most common sentence pattern used by the chief when he was in the army. Yi Lingyun almost reflexively straightened his chest and said loudly, "Yes." "Very good." Xiao Ruofei patted Yi Lingyun's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Pack your things tonight and hand over the work tomorrow morning. When you're not at the farm, Lei Hu will be in charge of the security. Tell him what you need to tell him and then go back with Mr. Li with peace of mind. Do you understand?" "Understood." Yi Lingyun no longer hesitated and said with his chest out. "Love go little say W." Chu Xiao Ruofei then said goodbye to Li Jifu and went straight upstairs to his room. That night, Xiao Ruofei decocted the herbs in the ring 2 space and sealed them in 9 vacuum-sealed bags. He then went downstairs and put them in the refrigerator in the kitchen. This time, Xiao Ruofei increased the amount of Lingxin flower petal solution appropriately. He estimated that according to this ratio, the cancer cells in Li Jifu's body would be cleared in about 10 days to half a month. That night, Master Song personally called Xiao Ruofei. He called Xiao Ruofei immediately after receiving Li Jifu's call. This showed how much Master Song cared about Li Jifu. On the phone, Xiao Ruofei reported Li Jifu's condition to Master Song in detail and said that he would continue to follow up. Every 3 days, he would send someone to Wui Mountain to deliver the medicine. Moreover, Yi Lingyun would stay by Li Jifu's side and take care of him. If there were any changes in Li Jifu's condition, he would immediately send Li Jifu back to the 3 mountains. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's call, Master Song was slightly relieved. Especially when Xiao Ruofei said that Li Jifu's condition was steadily recovering, Master Song was even more relieved. He thanked Xiao Ruofei several times for his hard work. The next morning, Li Jifu left Taoyuan farm with Yi Lingyun, who had just handed over the completed work. Xiao Ruofei asked Hong Tao to drive his Night 15 and send the 2 of them directly to Wui Mountain. The main reason for using this eye-catching monster SUV was that it was much more comfortable than a pickup truck. After all, Li Jifu was an old man. Comfort was still a consideration for long-distance travel. In addition, the Night 15 had an onboard refrigerator that could store the medicine that Xiao Ruofei had prepared in advance. People from the military had no resistance against a flashy off-road vehicle like the Night 15. Hong Tao and the others had been drooling over this car for a long time. Hence, when Xiao Ruofei assigned Hong Tao to drive Li Jifu and Yi Lingyun, Hong Tao was so happy that he jumped up. Lei Hu and the others were also quite envious as they watched from the side. Xiao Ruofei was also looking forward to Yi Lingyun's trip. He knew that when Yi Lingyun returned to the 3 mountains, his farm would have one more tea master. At that time, the mother tree that he planted in Taoyuan farm might even be able to start harvesting De Hong Pao. When the time came, he would let Yi Lingyun make the best De Hong Pao tea. Whether it was for himself or as a gift, it would be excellent. After sending Li Jifu and Yi Lingyun off, Xiao Ruofei's life returned to normal. Without the 2 of them, the villa was even quieter. Soon, 10 days had passed. The weather in the 3 mountains had gradually become warmer. During these days, the cherry saplings that Xiao Ruofei bought online from Shandong were also transported to Taoyuan farm through the logistics company. He organized Chao Taishu and the others to plant all the cherry trees in the back mountain orchard. Of course, he didn't forget to secretly take 2 or 3 of them and plant them in his Ring 2 space. Chao Taishu was also quite puzzled by Xiao Ruofei's introduction of these saplings that were only suitable for planting in the north. However, he had a kind of blind faith in Xiao Ruofei, so he didn't have any doubts. In any case, he would do whatever his boss told him to do. When no one was around, Xiao Ruofei went to the water tower and added a lot of spirit heart flower petal solution. The orchard was equipped with an automatic irrigation system. After watering the cherry saplings, the saplings that had lost a lot of water due to the long-distance transportation suddenly became lively and swayed gently in the breeze. This also made Chao Taishu and the others click their tongues in amazement. Not only did the other half of the lychee trees survive, but their growth speed was also faster than the normal ones. Chao Taishu and the others all said that by the looks of it, they would definitely be able to bear fruit in the summer of the year after next. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he secretly laughed in his heart. He knew that it wouldn't take 3 years. These saplings would be able to enjoy the nourishment of the spirit heart flower petal solution every few days. Even if they didn't bear fruit this summer, they would definitely be able to do so by next summer. However, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. In any case, Chao Taishu and the others would naturally know by then. Currently, in the entire Taoyuan farm, the 8 greenhouses that were 100 meters long and 10 meters wide were mostly planted with Taoyuan vegetables. Moreover, these vegetables were also planted in batches according to their type and growth cycle. It was guaranteed that there would be enough supply for the several partner companies every day. If the greenhouses were operated at full capacity, the supply would increase by a lot. However, this amount was estimated to be enough for the few partners. If he wanted to further expand his influence, Xiao Ruofei could only continue to expand the scale and build more greenhouses. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to do so for the time being. If he wanted to make a name for himself, the current scale was enough. Currently, the orchard was also filled with fruit trees. Only the fish pond outside was still empty. Chao Taishu had looked for Xiao Ruofei several times about this matter. He felt that it was a pity for such a good fish pond to be empty. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't think so. Xiao Ruofei had been thinking about how to use this fish pond these days, but he didn't have a good idea. He felt that rather than raising those commonly used edible fish, it would be better to leave it empty. It wouldn't be too late to think about it when he found a suitable project. This was because grass carp, silver carp, and carp could be sold several times the market price even if they were sold under the Taoyuan company's brand. Xiao Ruofei didn't think that the profit was much. Moreover, these commonly used edible fish wouldn't be of much help in expanding the Taoyuan company's brand. After all, his fish pond was only so big. Even if he expanded it a little, it would be impossible to raise them on a large scale. Therefore, before he found a suitable project, Xiao Ruofei would rather leave the fish pond empty. The space was also thriving. In the original space, the Dendrobium candidum was almost ready to be picked. Ginseng, Phoebe chinensis, red dragon cub, and so on were also growing very well. In the new space, the hornets had grown a lot. Xiao Ruofei was delighted to find that the scale of the hornet colony seemed to have expanded. With the enhancement of his spiritual force, he could now easily control nearly 300 hornets. Little Black and the others were nourished by the rich spiritual qi every day, so they grew very fast. Every one of them was fat and strong. Xiao Ruofei was preparing to take them out to the outside world after a while. With them enlightening, the safety of the peach blossom farm would be guaranteed. In the past 10 days, Xiao Ruofei didn't forget to boil the quenching body soup and the spirit nourishing soup. During this period, he took the quenching body soup 3 times. Although the effect wasn't as obvious as the previous 2 times, he still made great progress every time he took it. He was now practicing the second set of movements of the Golden Man, and he could already persist for about 10 minutes. Practicing non-stop every day, Xiao Ruofei's physical fitness improved a lot in the direction of wearing his underwear outside. He didn't practice any lightness skills at all, but he actually had a feeling of being as light as a swallow. As for his strength, it also increased a lot. Now Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to experiment in the space, but he secretly tried it in the back of the mountain. When he punched a rock, it actually left a deep imprint, and his hand was completely fine. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also took the spirit nourishing soup once. Similarly, the spirit nourishing soup was the same as the quenching body soup. Although it could be taken for a long time, the effect was certainly not as good as the first and second time. But even so, after Xiao Ruofei took it, he still successfully restored the contents of the 3rd page of the booklet. However, to Xiao Ruofei's slight disappointment, the contents this time couldn't fit in a single page. The contents of the third page were estimated to be less than half, and he couldn't understand why. Maybe he would have to restore the fourth or even the fifth page to be complete. However, according to the contents of the third page, Xiao Ruofei also felt that the spirit puppet recorded here should not be simple. Just the materials recorded on the third page were needed to refine it, and many of them were unheard of by Xiao Ruofei. He had a feeling of impatience, but with his current mental power, it was somewhat beyond his ability to restore the fourth page, so he could only continue to wait patiently. On this day, Xiao Ruofei drove a pickup truck to the city with some Taoyuan vegetables and a few spatial grass carps. Lin Xiao was going to take the college entrance examination this year. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Huzi's mother would be reluctant to spend money, so every once in a while, he would send some vegetables, fruits, and fish produced in the space. The space's agricultural products were rich in nutrients, and it was the most suitable for Lin Xiao to take the college entrance examination. Xiao Ruofei put the things in his hand back into the car and took out his phone. It was a call from Lu Yu. "Miss Lu, what can I do for you?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "Don't tell me you want the jade skin ointment again?" "Let me tell you, my jade skin ointment is very effective. You don't need to use it every day." "Xiao Ruofei, I have something to ask you for a favor," Lu Yu said directly. She didn't pay attention to Xiao Ruofei's joke and sounded a little down. "As long as you don't want my jade skin ointment, everything else is fine," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Tell me, what is it? Can we talk when we meet?" Lu Yu said, "Do you have time at noon? Let's go out for a meal." Xiao Ruofei hesitated. It was almost lunchtime and Lin Xiao was about to finish school. Every time he brought Taoyuan vegetables to Huzi's mother's house, he would stay to help clean the house and have a meal with the mother and daughter. However, Xiao Ruofei could feel that Lu Yu was a little helpless now. He rarely heard Lu Yu speak in such a weak tone. He couldn't bear to reject her. After pondering for a while, Xiao Ruofei said, "Okay, I'll see you in half an hour. You choose the place." "Okay. I'll send the location to you later," Lu Yu said quickly. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he carried the things to Huzi's mother's house. After chatting with her for a while, he said that he had other things to do at noon and left before Lin Xiao finished school. If this girl came back, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be able to get away easily. Lu Yu had already shared the location with Xiao Ruofei through WeChat, so after Xiao Ruofei went downstairs, he drove the pickup truck straight to the destination. The place Xiao Ruofei booked was an elegant restaurant in the ZL district. It was about 7 or 8 minutes away from the Forestry Bureau's residence. Soon, Xiao Ruofei arrived at the restaurant named Impression Jiangnan. After parking the car in the parking lot, Xiao Ruofei walked into the restaurant and took out his mobile phone to call Lu Yu. "I'm here," Xiao Ruofei said. "Where are you?" As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he saw Lu Yu stand up from a booth not far away, holding a mobile phone in one hand and waving at him with the other. Xiao Ruofei smiled and put away his phone. Then, he walked toward Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei casually sat down in the seat opposite Lu Yu. He picked up the lemonade in front of him and took a big gulp. Then he smiled and asked, "Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? What's the matter?" Lu Yu's eyes flickered. She didn't look at Xiao Ruofei. She just pushed the menu to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Take a look at what you want to eat first." "Oh. The food here is not cheap." Xiao Ruofei glanced at the menu and said, "Let me say this first. I left in a hurry today and forgot to bring my wallet." Lu Yu couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Order whatever you want. It's my treat today." Xiao Ruofei laughed. Of course, he was joking. With his current wealth, it was impossible for him to not be able to afford a restaurant that was 10 times more expensive. In fact, he saw that Lu Yu was a little depressed and wanted to adjust the atmosphere. He picked up the menu and ordered 2 or 3 dishes. Then, he asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I've already ordered," Lu Yu said. Xiao Ruofei nodded and handed the menu to the waiter next to him. He said, "That's all for now. I'll add more if it's not enough." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter took the menu and said respectfully, After the waiter left, Xiao Ruofei picked up the cup and took a sip of water. Then, he asked, "What do you need help with? Can you tell me now?" Lu Yu hesitated for a moment. She gritted her teeth and said, "Be my boyfriend." Xiao Ruofei hadn't swallowed the mouthful of water in his mouth. When he heard that, he spat it all out. Fortunately, he just looked down at his phone, so the saliva was sprayed on the table. Otherwise, it would have been sprayed all over Lu Yu's face. I'm sorry. Xiao Ruofei said as he took out a tissue from the tissue box and wiped the table. What did you just say? Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Yu strangely and said, "Is there something wrong with my ears?" Lu Yu's pretty face was slightly red. At the same time, she was a little angry. She thought to herself, "Am I so unattractive to you? Why are you so scared?" Lu Yu's expression became a little cold. She said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not asking you to be my boyfriend. I want you to help me put on a show. I'm in some trouble and I'm afraid I can't get rid of it. So, I want to ask you for a favor." Xiao Ruofei seemed to understand. He said with a wry smile, "If I understand correctly, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend, right? It can't be that dramatic, right?" Lu Yu didn't say anything. She just looked at Xiao Ruofei quietly. Xiao Ruofei's expression became more bitter. Needless to say, he must have guessed right. It was that dramatic. After calming down, Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "Tell me the situation in detail." Lu Yu's expression flickered. She lowered her head and said softly, "There is a man who is pursuing me. It's not convenient for me to reject him. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend and make him give up." "Is it really that simple?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a slight frown. Lu Yu's silver teeth gently bit her lower lip. She nodded and said, "It's that simple. Xiao Ruofei, I don't have any friends of the opposite sex. I can only ask you for help. You must help me." Xiao Ruofei pondered. He felt that the matter wasn't as simple as Lu Yu said. Who was Lu Yu? She didn't like him. Why couldn't she reject him? Xiao Ruofei sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. At this moment, his phone flashed and he received a WeChat notification. Xiao Ruofei picked up his phone and opened WeChat to take a look. The WeChat message was sent by Song Rui. The content was, "Brother, I asked the girl out today to make things clear. I'm about to enter the door now. Haha, after thinking about it, your idea is more reliable." After reading Song Rui's WeChat message, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had an idea. He stared straight at Lu Yu's face. All his doubts seemed to have been answered. Song Rui had said a few days ago that his family had arranged a marriage for him. Today, Lu Yu had said that she had a suitor that she couldn't refuse directly. Tian Huilan and family Song had a very close relationship. They were staunch political allies. The answer was obvious. Lu Yu was a little scared by Xiao Ruofei's stare. She asked unnaturally, "Why are you looking at me?" Xiao Ruofei's expression gradually became cold. He asked faintly, "Lu Yu, the suitor you're talking about is Song Rui, right?" Lu Yu's expression suddenly changed. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain to Xiao Ruofei, but Xiao Ruofei had already stood up. His tone became cold. "Do I look like a silly boy who can be used at will?" Lu Yu's face was a little pale. She said weakly, "Xiao Ruofei, I didn't." Xiao Ruofei wasn't interested in listening to her explanation at all. He walked directly to the door. As soon as he reached the door, Xiao Ruofei saw Song Rui coming in. Song Rui opened his mouth in surprise when he saw Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei was about to pass by him, he grabbed Xiao Ruofei and shouted, "Ruofei, why are you here? Did you receive my WeChat message?" Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "Oh, I just happened to be eating here." "Did you make an appointment with that woman in this restaurant? Then go in quickly." After that, Xiao Ruofei stepped out. Song Rui shouted behind him, "Hey! Ruofei, don't go." Song Rui shouted a few times, but Xiao Ruofei didn't look back. He just waved his hand to Song Rui with his back to him. Then he made a gesture to make a phone call and continued to walk outside. Why is this guy acting so strange today? Song Rui said to himself. He didn't think too much about it. He just shook his head and walked into the restaurant. Song Rui found Lu Yu's booth. He saw Lu Yu sitting there in a daze. She was indifferent to his arrival, and her eyes were a little red. Lu Yu, are you okay? Song Rui asked. Only then did Lu Yu raise her head. When she saw that it was Song Rui, she frowned slightly and said lightly, Mr. Song, I'm sorry. I suddenly have something to do. I have to go first. After that, Lu Yu stood up. Song Rui quickly said, wait. Lu Yu, I asked you out today because I have a few words to say to you. It won't take up too much of your time. Lu Yu frowned, and there was a trace of disgust in her eyes. However, she still sat down and said coldly, then you say it. To make a long story short, I really have something urgent. Lu Yu's attitude was very cold, but Song Rui didn't take it to heart. On the contrary, he was secretly happy. He could see that Lu Yu had no interest in him at all. In this case, the following words were easy to say. Song Rui didn't beat around the bush. He said directly, in fact, I just want to make it clear to you. Although the elders of both sides have the intention of marriage, I don't have that kind of feeling for you. You also know that a melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. If we force ourselves to be together, both sides can't be happy, so, Lu Yu's expression had been very indifferent at first, but the more she listened, the more surprised she became. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. Her red lips opened slightly and said, you mean, I think you definitely don't want to get married to someone you don't know at all. Song Rui said, so we are on the same side in this matter. I will try my best to fight against my family. I hope you will do the same. This way, the chances of the elders of the family changing their minds will be greater. Lu Yu immediately nodded and said, agreed. When Song Rui heard these two words, he suddenly felt relaxed and blurted out, that's great. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Rui seemed to feel that something was wrong. He quickly said, Lu Yu, I'm not saying that you're not good. The main thing is, Lu Yu waved her hand and said, you don't have to explain. I understand. What you said just now was actually what I wanted to say to you. Since we coincide, that's for the best. Mr. Song, I really have something urgent to do. After that, Lu Yu stood up and walked out. After taking 2 steps, she turned back and said, by the way, please help me pay the bill later. After that, Lu Yu took out her wallet and took out 200 yuan bills. Song Rui quickly said, no. I'll pay the bill directly. Lu Yu shook her head, put the money directly on the table, and then quickly left the restaurant. Song Rui had a dumbfounded look and muttered to himself, why is each and every one so strange today? As he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but fall on the cup in front of him. It was half full. Obviously, someone had just sat here and chatted with Lu Yu for a while before leaving. What the hell is going on? Song Rui scratched his head and said to himself. After Lu Yu walked out of the restaurant quickly, she immediately looked around, but she didn't see Xiao Ruofei. She sighed faintly and felt a little lost. The cold look in Xiao Ruofei's eyes before she left was like a needle piercing her heart. Standing on the street where cars flowed like water, the warm spring sun shone on her body, but Lu Yu did not feel any warmth at all. She felt like she had lost something very important. She wanted to find it, but it had disappeared without a trace. Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck out of the city. At this time, his heart was still full of anger. Lu Yu used to have the temperament of an unruly princess. When she was with him, there would always be some arguments. However, Xiao Ruofei did not care much about it. In his eyes, Lu Yu was a spoiled child. Actually, her heart was not bad. But this time, Lu Yu went a little overboard, which made Xiao Ruofei very angry. Lu Yu knew that he knew Song Rui and the family Song people. Xiao Ruofei still remembered that a few days ago, Lu Yu came to Taoyuan farm to get the Yuji ointment. On the phone, she heard that Mrs. Song and Song Rui were guests on the farm. Then, she didn't enter the door, but asked Xiao Ruofei to give the Yuji ointment. Now that he thought about it, the marriage had already been decided at that time. The two of them must have met. In such a situation, Lu Yu actually hid the truth and asked him to be her shield. This was a little too much. Xiao Ruofei himself was a person with no status or background. He knew those high-ranking officials and rich people by chance. His foundation was very shallow. Moreover, Lu Yu didn't know beforehand that Song Rui was also very opposed to this marriage. She even thought that Song Rui asked her out today to pursue her further. In this case, Lu Yu should have thought of the consequences of asking Xiao Ruofei to be her shield. The best-case scenario was that Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui brothers would turn against each other. The worst-case scenario was that Xiao Ruofei might offend the family Song, a rich family, and Tian Huilan, a member of the Southeast Province's Standing Committee. No matter which side it was, to Xiao Ruofei, they were both irresistible giants. It was no exaggeration to say that Xiao Ruofei's thriving career might suffer a devastating blow overnight, unless he completely gave up the domestic market and went overseas. Although Xiao Ruofei knew that all this might not happen, from Lu Yu's point of view, it was impossible to predict this. However, she still called Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, it was already the appointed time with Song Rui, but she still didn't tell Xiao Ruofei everything. This made Xiao Ruofei feel that he was deceived. In addition, he was very clear about Song Rui's thoughts. He was also very clear that Lu Yu didn't need any shield, so he got up and left the restaurant without hesitation. The car sped around the city on the expressway, with loud rock music playing in the car. Xiao Ruofei stepped on the accelerator with an ugly face. Only the crazy speed could vent his dissatisfaction at this time. After Lu Yu left the Impression Jiangnan restaurant, she didn't go back to school. Instead, she drove aimlessly around the city. Unknowingly, she drove to the Min River. After parking the car, she went to the Min River embankment and sat there, staring at the surging river in a daze. Unknowingly, Lu Yu sat there for the whole afternoon. For the whole afternoon, her mind was in a mess. The scenes of her time with Xiao Ruofei flashed through her mind like a movie. Unknowingly, her eyes became wet. The Midnight Fantasy Bar was located on the north bank of Min River. Next to it was the riverbank that was filled with tourists. It was not far from the old dock of Min River. It was originally an old warehouse. After the old dock was retired from the stage of history, the warehouse lost its original function. It was rented and transformed into the current bar. The bar was designed in a rough industrial style, and the original appearance of the entire building was almost completely preserved. The mottled concrete floor was nearly pitted, the red brick walls were marked by time, the mottled walls were peeling off, and the barbed wire fence was no longer in order. The outer wall of the bar was covered with unruly graffiti. After being blocked by the thick soundproof door, the loud music inside seemed a little dull. Lu Yu stepped on the soft beach and walked to the entrance of the Midnight Fantasy Bar. After pushing the door open, the originally distant music seemed to be magnified by 10 times. The violent sound made Lu Yu frown slightly. She did not like such a lively and noisy place. However, she was in a rather low mood today. She only hesitated for a moment before walking into the bar. Waiters carrying trays walked through the crowd. The DJ shouted at the top of his lungs. The people in the bar waved their arms and wantonly twisted their bodies to the music. Under the swaying of the spotlights, this place formed a sharp contrast with the leisure and tranquility outside. It was like a grotesque and variegated world. Lu Yu walked through the crowd and came to the bar counter. She found an empty high stool and sat down. "Miss, what would you like to drink?" the bartender asked with a smile. "Alcohol," Lu Yu said concisely. The bartender was slightly stunned. Of course, she came to the bar to drink. However, there were hundreds of types of alcohol here. What did she want to drink? Beautiful ladies would always be treated well. The bartender did not become impatient because of this. The smile on his face was still very warm. He asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Anything. Anything that can get drunk is fine," Lu Yu said faintly. A strange look flashed in the bartender's eyes. He nodded silently and then busied himself behind the bar counter. Soon, the bartender pushed a glass of alcohol in front of Lu Yu and said, "Bacardi white rum. Please enjoy." Lu Yu nodded silently and took a look at the wine glass. This glass of alcohol looked like plain water. It was colorless and transparent. There were a few ice cubes floating on top. She brought it to her nose and sniffed. A strong smell of alcohol assaulted her nose, making her feel a little dizzy. It was hard liquor. Lu Yu nodded and took a big gulp of wine. The fiery wine had a pungent smell, like a ball of fire burning in the mouth. After swallowing this mouthful of wine, the burning sensation began to spread along the esophagus, all the way to the stomach. It was Lu Yu's first time drinking such strong alcohol. She immediately coughed violently, and tears quickly filled her eyes. However, she revealed a faint smile. After drinking the wine, the slight dizziness made her feel relaxed, as if all her troubles were slowly leaving her. Lu Yu reached out and took out a tissue to wipe her mouth. She picked up the wine glass and took another sip. This time, she didn't take a big gulp, and she was already mentally prepared. Her performance was much better than the first time. Not only did she not cough, but she also showed a look of enjoyment. She seemed to have experienced the beauty of this strong liquor. Lu Yu held the cup and drank mouthful by mouthful. Soon, the cup of wine was empty. Her eyes became a little blurred. Under the influence of alcohol, 2 red clouds rose on her delicate face, making her look even more charming. Lu Yu slammed the empty cup on the bar and shouted, "Another cup." "Please wait a moment," the bartender said. He was already used to such drinkers. Working in this kind of place, he could meet such single female customers every day to drown their sorrows. However, today's one was a little too beautiful. He couldn't help but feel a little pity. Because he had already seen several tables of guests glancing at Lu Yu. Those were the bar's regulars, and they were also experienced in seducing women. Some of them could meet different women here almost every day. The beautiful girl in front of him was obviously not a bar regular. If she met those men, she would definitely be eaten up tonight. He just didn't know which lucky guy would benefit. As the bartender thought about it, his hands didn't stop. Soon, he pushed a glass of rum in front of Lu Yu. Although he could foresee what kind of situation Lu Yu might encounter, the bartender couldn't remind her because he knew that it would be useless. Moreover, if he wanted to continue working here, he should know when to speak and when to shut up. Lu Yu picked up a new glass of wine. Several people at the table next to her exchanged glances. Then, one of the men in an expensive casual suit stood up and walked towards Lu Yu with a glass of wine. The man in the white suit was not bad looking. Coupled with his branded clothes, he looked quite elegant. He sat down on the high stool beside Lu Yu and leaned on the bar counter with one hand. His body turned to Lu Yu with a smile on his face that he thought was charming. He raised his glass to Lu Yu. "Miss, how lonely it is to drink alone. Why don't we have a chat?" the man in the white suit said. Lu Yu didn't even lift her eyelids. Her eyes were completely focused on the glass in her hand. She picked up the glass and took another sip of rum. The man in the white suit was tactfully rebuffed, but he wasn't discouraged. The smile on his face became even brighter. He said, "Miss, get lost." Lu Yu spat out a word coldly. The man in the white suit was stunned for a moment. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he hid it very well. He just smiled and shrugged, then left Lu Yu's side. When he returned to his seat, he looked at Lu Yu in front of the bar while talking to his companions. At this time, his eyes revealed undisguised desire. Lu Yu was simply too beautiful. She was like a shining star in this bar. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of such a beauty so easily. Several people who thought they were elegant went up to talk to her. Without exception, they were all rejected. These people didn't leave after being rejected. They just returned to their seats and observed silently. They were waiting for an opportunity. They were waiting for Lu Yu to get drunk. In fact, these experienced men were very clear that in Lu Yu's current situation, she didn't need anyone to persuade her to drink. She would soon get drunk. Then their opportunity would come. The problem was that there were too many wolves and too little meat. It wasn't clear who would win in the end. The regulars of these bars even began to secretly observe their respective opponents, hoping to seize the opportunity first. At this time, in a corner of the bar, a big man with a fierce face took out his mobile phone and made a phone call. "Master Luo, there is a good thing on the first floor. You will definitely be interested," the big man whispered while holding his mobile phone. After saying a few more words, he used his mobile phone to send a photo. On the second floor of the bar, this place was not open to the public, but there was a very luxuriously decorated private room. A man in his 30s was sitting on an expensive leather sofa. On both sides of him were scantily clad girls. The man's big hands were wantonly kneading the girl's clothes. The girls were smiling charmingly while feeding the man a peeled and pitless lychee. There were 4 big men in black standing in the private room. In the private room that was not very bright, they all wore black sunglasses. Each of them had a cold expression and stood upright. They turned a blind eye to the scene in front of them. This man was called Fang Luo. He used less than 10 years to go from a street gangster to owning more than a dozen bars and nightclubs. He also had a group of good-at-fighting underlings. Fang Luo climbed up step by step from the bottom of society. There were many times when he almost died on the streets. Now the name Master Luo was well known in the underworld. He relied on ruthlessness all the way. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, but he was also ruthless to himself. It was the kind of ruthlessness that was in his bones. Fang Luo was born to be a desperado. 5 years ago, he was once surrounded by more than 50 people in a dark alley, but he relied on a machete to kill the enemies until they were scared out of their wits. That battle also thoroughly established his position. At that time, he was stabbed more than 30 times. The tendons in his arms were almost cut off. However, the other party did not have it easy either. More than 10 people were seriously injured. 3 of them were wheelchair-bound for the rest of their lives. Fang Luo relied on this ruthlessness to climb up step by step from a street gangster to where he was today. His past experience of poverty made Fang Luo pay special attention to the enjoyment of life. There was never a lack of women in his bed. Today, Fang Luo brought a few bodyguards to his own midnight fantasy bar. Originally, he was just there to have some fun. He did not expect to have an unexpected reward. One of the underlings downstairs who was looking for fun found a top-grade beauty. Fang Luo's phone vibrated. He took his rough big hand out from under the skirt of the girl beside him. He picked up the phone and glanced at it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Whether it was the lighting or the composition of the picture, it could be called amateur of amateur. However, that graceful figure and that breathtakingly exquisite side profile made Fang Luo's male hormones restless. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. He raised his chin. A big man in black immediately came to his side. He slightly lowered his body and said, "Master Luo, what are your orders?" "Go down and find Ali," Fang Luo said faintly. Then, he showed the picture on his phone to the big man in black. He then said, "I want this woman to appear in my bed tonight." "Yes." The big man in black respectfully replied. Then, he turned around and quickly left the private room. The girl beside Fang Luo also saw the picture. She coquettishly hooked her arms around Fang Luo's neck and said coquettishly, "Master Luo, you have another beauty. Do you not want me anymore? I also want to appear in your bed." After saying that, she giggled. Fang Luo's expression didn't change. His big hand reached into the girl's clothes and forcefully kneaded it. He said faintly, "My bed is very big. 8 or 10 people can lie down in it." However, speaking of this, a sharp light flashed in Fang Luo's eyes. He slapped her as fast as lightning and said coldly, "Since when is it your turn to talk about my business?" The girl's teeth were loosened from Fang Luo's slap. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. However, she didn't dare to make a sound. Her whole body couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes were filled with extreme fear. The other girl was so scared that she kept quiet out of fear. She didn't even dare to breathe. Fang Luo reached out his hand and gently stroked the girl's face. He asked softly, "Does it hurt?" The girl was so scared that she couldn't say a word. Her body couldn't help but tremble. There was a pleading look in her eyes. "Are you scared?" A smile appeared on Fang Luo's face as he asked calmly. The girl nodded. Then, she quickly shook her head. There was no color in her face. Fang Luo reached out and gently patted the girl's face twice. He said faintly, "Don't be afraid. I've always been very gentle to women, Luo. Master Luo. Spare my life." The girl could finally speak. She begged bitterly. "I already said that I'm very gentle to women. Why would I want your life?" Fang Luo said with a smile on his face. "Today, I'm going to be the groom again. For the sake of my bride, you two can scram." The 2 girls felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly said, "Yes." Thank you, Master Luo. Thank you, Master Luo. After saying that, the two of them scrambled out of the private room. A cruel light flashed in Fang Luo's eyes. He ordered faintly, get someone to send the two of them to the Black Rock nightclub. If they aren't sold for 1 million, let them stay there. Yes, Master Luo. A big man in black immediately responded. Then, he went to arrange it. The Black Rock nightclub was a nightclub under Fang Luo's name. He said that he wanted to send the two girls there. Naturally, it wasn't as simple as being ordinary hostesses. There was a membership club in the Black Rock nightclub. It provided services for members with special hobbies. For the two girls, that club was no different from hell. The big man in black was used to Fang Luo's mood swings. They would only strictly carry out Fang Luo's orders. The two girls didn't expect that. Their unintentional teasing would bring such a disaster to themselves. On the first floor, the big man who called Fang Luo just now stood up and walked in the direction of Luyu. Many people in the bar noticed this scene. These experienced men, including the man in white suit, all sighed in their hearts. They had wasted their efforts tonight. They definitely didn't have a chance. People who often came here to spend money knew that the big man was the manager of this bar. Moreover, the people behind him were people they couldn't afford to offend. Since the big man made a move, this woman must have been fancied by Master Luo, who made people tremble in fear. If Master Luo fancied a woman, they wouldn't dare to have any ideas even if they had more courage. One after another, people began to leave. They were all people who had hit on Luyu before. These people were worried that Master Luo would harm them. They all left the bar as if they were fleeing. At this moment, there were already 3 empty glasses in front of Luyu. She was holding the 4th glass and slowly drinking it. She felt that the noisy world in front of her didn't seem so annoying anymore. Under the influence of alcohol, the world in her eyes became a little blurred and dreamy. The lingering troubles also disappeared without a trace at this moment. She had already adapted to the strength of the rum and the frequency of drinking was getting faster and faster. At this moment, a rough voice sounded, "Miss, our boss would like to treat you to a drink." Luyu didn't even turn her head and said coldly, "Get lost." She couldn't remember how many people had come up to hit on her tonight. When dealing with these people, without exception, she said 2 words, "Get lost." A group of people came up to hit on her and then retreated. Luyu was already used to the atmosphere in the bar. However, this person was different from the previous ones. After being scolded by Luyu, not only did he not leave, but he took a step closer and said, "Miss, you better listen to me. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Luyu suddenly realized a trace of danger. She turned her head and saw the burly man beside her staring at her with burning eyes. He didn't hide his strength at all. Moreover, the few customers around her, including the bartender at the bar, were nowhere to be seen. It was as if a vacuum had formed around her. Luyu's drunkenness dissipated by half. She said coldly to the burly man, "Get lost. Otherwise, I'll call the police. It seems like Miss has chosen to drink a forfeit." The burly man curled his lips and revealed a sarcastic smile. Then, he stepped forward and grabbed Luyu's wrist. Luyu's face revealed a trace of panic. When people were panicking, they would subconsciously react. Luyu's subconscious reaction was to pull hard and then kick fiercely. Luyu herself didn't realize that the speed and strength of her kick were stronger than before. In fact, the medicine that Xia Ruofei prescribed for her to treat her period pain previously contained some ingredients of the spirit heart flowers petals. These spirit heart flowers petals not only cured the dysmenorrhea, but also improved her physical fitness to a certain extent. Although this improvement was not very obvious, Luyu was able to erupt with much more power than usual in such a tense situation. The burly man was obviously caught off guard. He didn't expect Luyu's kick to be so fast. He couldn't dodge in time. Furthermore, Luyu was wearing leather boots today. The sharp and hard boots kicked the man's crotch, which was the weakest part of a man's body. The man immediately screamed and let go of Luyu's wrist. He covered his lower body and arched his body like a prawn. Luyu hurriedly took the opportunity to grab her handbag and flee. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she discovered that several burly men were surrounding her from the door. that path had been blocked. Lu Yu hurriedly turned around and rushed into a room in a panic. She then locked the door tightly. Ah! F***ck, Lu Yu heard a few screams and suddenly turned around. Only then did she find that she had rushed into the men's bathroom. Several men who were relieving themselves were startled by this beauty who suddenly broke in. Their hands trembled and they peed all over their pants. Lu Yu also screamed and turned her back with a red face. However, she didn't dare to go out. There were noisy footsteps outside, and soon someone began to hit the door outside. Lu Yu ignored the embarrassed man in the bathroom and quickly took out her mobile phone from her handbag. At such a critical moment, the first figure that came to her mind was not her mother, Tian Huilan, who was a provincial minister, but Xiao Ruofei. Lu Yu didn't hesitate to find Xiao Ruofei's number and dialed it. At this time, the bathroom door was banged. Lu Yu held the door tightly and shouted in her heart, "Pick up the phone, pick up the phone." However, the phone rang again and again, but there was no response. Lu Yu's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. A bitter expression appeared on her face. It seems that he's really angry with me. He won't even answer my call. There was a no answer prompt from the phone. Lu Yu slowly felt a trace of despair. The force of the outside hitting the door was getting stronger and stronger. She was almost unable to hold it. Lu Yu gritted her teeth and used all her strength to hold the door. She opened WeChat and sent a message to Xiao Ruofei with trembling hands. "Midnight Dream Bar, help me." As soon as Lu Yu sent this message, she felt a huge force coming. She couldn't hold it anymore. She was pushed forward a few steps and fell to the ground. The bathroom door was also directly knocked open. 7 or 8 men in black rushed in. The burly man who first went to find Lu Yu was also among them. He looked at Lu Yu with a ferocious face and shouted, "Little bitch. How dare you kick me?" After that, he walked to Lu Yu in a strange posture. It was obvious that the kick just now was not light. He had not fully recovered yet. Lu Yu gritted her teeth and looked at the burly man with hatred. "How dare you stare at me? I'll kill you." The burly man raised his hand and slapped Lu Yu's face. This was a strike filled with hatred. If it hit, Lu Yu's face would definitely swell. However, before the slap hit Lu Yu, it was blocked by a hand. A burly man in black said coldly, "Ali, this is the woman that Master Luo likes. You beat her black and blue. How can Master Luo use her tonight?" The burly man couldn't help but tremble. He quickly said, "I'm sorry, Brother Hu. I was wrong." Brother Hu gently let go of Ali's hand. He squatted down in front of Lu Yu and said, "Miss, our boss just wants to make friends with you. You don't have to be so nervous." Lu Yu snorted. She turned her face away and didn't say anything. She had heard what Brother Hu said just now. Naturally, she wouldn't be so naive to think that he really just wanted to make friends with her. Brother Hu looked at Lu Yu coldly. He then stood up and said, "Take this miss upstairs." "Yes, Brother Hu." Several burly men immediately came forward. They lifted Lu Yu up and dragged her out of the bathroom. Lu Yu struggled with all her might and shouted, "Help! Help!" The men in the bathroom were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. They watched Lu Yu being taken away. No one dared to come forward to help. No matter how Lu Yu struggled, it was impossible for her to be a match for these burly men. She was quickly dragged out of the bathroom by them. Taoyuan Farm, Villa. Xiao Ruofei's room was quiet. The spiritual map scroll was quietly placed on his bed. The phone on the bedside table vibrated for a while before it fell silent again. Xiao Ruofei was playing with little Hay and the others in the new space. He felt very stuffy today, as if there was a knot in his heart that couldn't be released. Therefore, after a quick dinner, he entered the new space. He wanted to relax in the Ring 2 space, which was rich in spiritual energy. However, Xiao Ruofei was still a little uneasy. As an elite in the special forces, his sixth sense seemed to be stronger than ordinary people's. He always felt that something was going to happen. Soon, Xiao Ruofei decided not to stay in the space. With a thought, he returned to the outside world. After putting the spiritual map scroll into his body, Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself, "What's going on today?" As he spoke, he picked up the phone on the bedside table. Generally, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't bring his phone in when he entered the space. There was no signal even if he brought it in. Therefore, after he left the space, he would habitually check if there were any missed calls or messages. After the phone screen lit up, Xiao Ruofei saw a missed call from Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei frowned. He thought that Lu Yu wanted to explain to him what happened today, but to be honest, he didn't want to listen to Lu Yu's explanation at all. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't return her call. Xiao Ruofei casually closed the missed call notification. Just as he was about to put away his phone, he saw a red one on the WeChat icon, indicating that there was a new unread message. Xiao Ruofei opened WeChat again. This unread message was from Lu Yu. After Xiao Ruofei opened the message, his face couldn't help but change slightly. When he thought of the missed call, Xiao Ruofei's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He grabbed his jacket, opened the door, and rushed downstairs. Soon, the Night 15 let out a loud roar and rushed out of the villa, heading towards the outside of the farm. Hong Tao, who was on duty at the gate, heard the sound of a car and opened the gate. He immediately recognized the sound of the Night XV's engine and knew that Xiao Ruofei was going out. As soon as the gate opened, Hong Tao saw a flash of black lightning. When he came back to his senses, the Night 15 had already rushed out of the farm. There was a curve not far ahead. Hong Tao even saw the Night XV's somewhat cumbersome body do a drift amidst the sharp screeching sound of the tires. It lightly brushed past the curve and disappeared from Hong Tao's sight. "Brother Xia, where are you going in such a hurry?" Hong Tao mumbled to himself as he closed the gate of the farm. On the highway around the city, Xiao Ruofei stepped on the gas pedal and drove the Night 15 forward. At the same time, he quickly searched for Fantasy Bar on the car's GPS and set the navigation route. His brain was also spinning rapidly. When he saw the message, it was 2 minutes after the message was sent. From here to Xianxia City, it would take about half an hour to get to Fantasy Bar according to the GPS. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't care about the traffic rules at all. With the special driving speed, he should be able to get there in 15 to 20 minutes. Xiao Ruofei didn't even dare to imagine what would happen in such a long time. He was a little anxious at the moment. Xiao Ruofei knew that Lu Yu probably went to the bar to get drunk because of what happened today. Although Xiao Ruofei was very angry with Lu Yu for what she did today, if something really happened to her, Xiao Ruofei would still feel very guilty. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Lu Yu was lying. With Miss Lu's princess-like temper, it was really possible that she used fake news to deceive Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei definitely didn't dare to take the risk. The only thing he could do now was to rush to the bar that Lu Yu mentioned as soon as possible. Fortunately, in the entire Xianxia City, there was only one bar called Fantasy Bar. It was located by the Beijiang River and there shouldn't be any traffic jams along the way from the Third Ring Road. Xiao Ruofei's face was pale as he sped all the way. The speed limit cameras along the way flashed all the way. After entering the city, Xiao Ruofei even ran several red lights in a row. There were a few times when he almost collided with other cars. He relied on his excellent driving skills and outstanding reflexes to dodge them. However, he reckoned that after this, his driving license points wouldn't be enough to cover the deduction. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei jumped out of the car and ran to the door of the bar without even locking the door. Pushing open the heavy door, a burst of noisy music came, as if the whole earth was shaking. Xiao Ruofei frowned, his sharp eyes quickly swept across the room, and then went straight to the bar. Outside the bar, a few big men scattered in 2s and 3s saw the murderous Xiao Ruofei rushing in. They looked at each other, quickly gathered, and followed him into the bar. Xiao Ruofei rushed directly to the bar, knocking away several drunkards on the way, causing a burst of curses. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't care at all. When he came to the bar, he grabbed the bartender's collar and asked, "Where is Lu Yu?" The bartender was pulled by a huge force, and his body leaned forward involuntarily. He felt that he was almost out of breath. A trace of panic flashed through his eyes, and the figure of the beautiful girl who had been drinking here just now suddenly appeared in his mind. "Sir, what did you say? I don't understand." The bartender stammered. Xiao Ruofei said coldly, "A very beautiful girl." She was drinking here 20 minutes ago. Where is she now? The bartender forced a smile and said, Sir, who are you talking about? Our ladies here are all very beautiful. Xiao Ruofei snorted coldly. He grabbed the bartender's collar with his left hand, and took out his mobile phone with his right hand. Soon, he found a photo of Lu Yu, which was taken at the flower exhibition a few days ago. Xiao Ruofei put the mobile phone in front of the bartender and said, Look carefully. Don't tell me you haven't seen her. The bartender recognized Lu Yu at a glance, and his heart sank slightly. Sure enough, the girl's friend had found him. However, thinking of Feng Luo's cruel means, the bartender didn't dare to say anything. He quickly said, Sir, I really haven't seen this girl. There are so many people coming and going in the bar. It's impossible for me to remember the appearance of every customer. Xiao Ruofei had already captured the panic in the bartender's eyes when he saw Lu Yu's photo. He was more certain that Lu Yu really appeared in this bar, and something must have happened later. He was even more anxious. This happened 20 minutes ago. For a girl, being held hostage for 20 minutes was enough for anything to happen. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei exerted strength in his hand and lifted the bartender up. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't look back, he had already heard a gust of wind. Xiao Ruofei let go, and the bartender rolled back into the bar. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei lowered his body and accurately dodged a punch from behind. Xiao Ruofei didn't even turn his head. He took advantage of the situation and delivered a side kick, accurately hitting the abdomen of a burly man behind him. The 180-pound burly man was sent flying by Xiao Ruofei's kick. He landed heavily on a table behind him, breaking it into pieces. Love Go Xiaosei could there were also screams coming from the bar. At this time, Xiao Ruofei turned his head and saw 5 or 6 big men surrounding him with fierce eyes. Obviously, these were the people who guarded the bar. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ruofei clenched his hands and rushed up. Now, every second was very precious, and he didn't want to waste it on these people. Under the strange lights of the bar, Xiao Ruofei's figure was like a ghost. After rushing into the middle of the 5 or 6 big men, there was a dull thud. No one saw Xiao Ruofei's movements clearly. At most, in 5 seconds, these people all fell to the ground and lost their ability to fight. Xiao Ruofei turned around and saw that the bartender had already disappeared to who knows where. However, he didn't care. These people who guarded the bar must know more. Xiao Ruofei stepped on the face of the nearest big man, put the phone in front of him, and asked, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Tell me where this girl is now. The big man gritted his teeth and glared at Xiao Ruofei, then tried to turn his face away. Xiao Ruofei's eyes flashed and he stomped down heavily. The big man screamed miserably. His face was badly mutilated, and his cheekbones and nose were all broken. Soon, the big man fainted from the pain. Xiao Ruofei's face didn't change at all. He continued to walk to the second big man. The big man was scared out of his wits when he saw the scene just now. He tried to move back, but he had been hit in the abdomen by Xiao Ruofei and had basically lost his ability to move. Xiao Ruofei came in front of him in 2 steps. Just like before, he stepped on the big man's face and showed him the photo on the phone. Xiao Ruofei said, 3 seconds. Tell me where she is. I don't know, a cruel light flashed in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Just as he was about to do the same thing, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He turned slightly, and the corner of his eyes saw a black shadow rushing toward him. In a flash, Xiao Ruofei raised his hand to block it. It was a high stool in front of the bar, but its speed and strength were good. After Xiao Ruofei blocked it, he felt a slight pain in his arm. The high stool was also directly hit by him, and it hit a ball-shaped spotlight on the dance floor of the bar. With a bang, the spotlight directly emitted sparks and smoke, and then fell heavily in the middle of the dance floor. At this time, the music in the bar had stopped, but the people who came to the bar generally liked to watch the fun, so many people didn't leave. 2 unlucky people were hit in the head by the spotlight and fell to the ground with bleeding heads. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. There were also screams in the bar. Only then did everyone realize the danger and fled. After Xiao Ruofei sent the high stool flying, he slowly turned around and saw a cold-faced big man in a black suit moving his wrist and fingers while steadily walking toward him. The few big men who fell to the ground quickly shouted, "Brother Tiger, help!" Xiao Ruofei left the wailing big men and walked toward Brother Tiger in a black suit. Both of them stared at each other like lightning, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was as if there was an invisible chill between the two, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped a lot. When the two were 4 or 5 meters apart, Brother Tiger began to speed up, and at the same time clenched his fists. Xiao Ruofei clearly saw that there were a few cold points on his fists. This Brother Tiger was obviously wearing brass knuckles. Brother Tiger's momentum was already rising, but Xiao Ruofei still maintained a constant speed, and there was no change in his expression. The 4 or 5 meters distance was closed in an instant. Brother Tiger's eyes flashed a cold light, and without hesitation, he threw a right hook toward Xiao Ruofei. The fist brought the sound of the wind, and the speed was extremely fast. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to react at all. Xiao Ruofei acted as if he didn't see it, and still didn't dodge. Brother Tiger seemed to have seen the scene of the fist hitting Xiao Ruofei's cheek, and the flesh and blood splashing. But just as his fist was about to touch Xiao Ruofei's skin, Xiao Ruofei mysteriously disappeared. Brother Tiger's face changed dramatically, and at the same time, a feeling of extreme danger rose in his heart. He could be considered to have experienced hundreds of battles, so he subconsciously dodged. However, in the eyes of Xiao Ruofei, who had been strengthened by the body-tempering soup several times, his movements were as slow as a snail. Xiao Ruofei's fist ruthlessly smashed into Brother Tiger's ribs without any fancy moves, and only a cracking sound was heard. His ribs were directly broken. Then Xiao Ruofei stepped in front of Brother Tiger, and in a very short period of time, he consecutively threw a dozen or 20 punches, and every punch was aimed at Brother Tiger's chest and abdomen. The big men lying on the ground couldn't see Xiao Ruofei's movements clearly. They only felt that Xiao Ruofei's hands seemed to have created illusions, and the continuous dull punching sounds were heard. Then they saw Brother Tiger didn't even make a sound, and directly fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. The whole process didn't take more than 3 seconds, and Xiao Ruofei's dodging, counterattacking, and continuous punching were all done in one breath. Those big men looked as if they had seen a ghost, and they even forgot about the pain on their bodies, and everyone couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Is he still human? The same thought popped into their minds at the same time. Brother Tiger was Master Luo's #1 fighter, and also their company's gold medal fighter. He had participated in underground fighting competitions and defeated many world-class masters. They had never seen Brother Tiger lose in a fight, let alone being completely crushed without any suspense. Xiao Ruofei's breathing was as steady as usual, and his expression didn't change at all, as if he had just done something insignificant. He coldly looked at Brother Tiger, who was lying on the ground unconscious, and then without hesitation lifted his foot and fiercely stomped down. With a "kacha" sound, Brother Tiger's right wrist was directly crushed by Xiao Ruofei, and the intense pain woke him up from his coma, and he let out a muffled groan. But Brother Tiger was still a man, and under this kind of piercing pain, he didn't scream. He only tightly clenched his teeth, and his forehead was quickly covered in large beads of sweat. Xiao Ruofei squatted down, calmly lit up the phone screen, and showed the photo in front of Brother Tiger, and lightly asked, "Tell me where she is." This Brother Tiger's status was obviously higher than those big men, so Xiao Ruofei directly went to him. Brother Tiger sneered, and angrily glared at Xiao Ruofei. His mouth was tightly shut, and it was obvious that he didn't want to open his mouth. Xiao Ruofei had already expected this, and his expression didn't change at all. With a flip of his hand, a sharp military dagger magically appeared in his hand. Then without hesitation, Xiao Ruofei swung his hand down, and the gleaming dagger cut off Brother Tiger's left thumb like cutting through tofu. Ah! Brother Tiger let out a blood-curdling scream, and his whole body crazily struggled, but Xiao Ruofei's knee pressed down on his body, and he couldn't break free at all. Xiao Ruofei lightly said, "My patience is very limited, and I definitely won't ask a second time. From now on, every 5 seconds, I will cut off one of your fingers, and after 1 minute, if you still don't open your mouth, not only will you lose all your fingers, but you will also have to say goodbye to your family jewels forever." If you still refuse to open your mouth after becoming a eunuch, the next thing to say goodbye to you will be your eyeballs, and the countdown will begin. Huzi trembled and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" I have never seen that person before. Xiao Ruofei calmly looked at Brother Tiger, and his expression didn't change at all. He paused for a moment, and then lightly said, "Time's up." After that, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate at all, and with a light wave of the dagger in his hand, Brother Tiger's left index finger was directly cut off. Ah! Ah! The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and Brother Tiger was in so much pain that his whole body trembled, and he couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Ruofei didn't have any reaction to this, and didn't even blink his eyes. He still calmly looked at Brother Tiger, and his expression didn't change at all. You devil. Kill me. Kill me if you have the guts. Brother Tiger hysterically screamed. Time's up. Xiao Ruofei still only said 3 words, and then very steadily swung his hand down, and Brother Tiger's left middle finger was cut off. Ah! You son of a bitch, kill me if you have the guts. If you don't, then you're my grandson. Brother Tiger clenched his teeth and shouted, and his expression was as mournful as a devil's. He knew that he was already crippled, and his heart was already disheartened, but that kind of heart-wrenching pain was simply unbearable. The pain traveled from his nerve endings to his brain, and made him wish he was dead. Xiao Ruofei lightly said, "If you're a man, then I've decided to leave a few of your fingers behind, so that you can take care of yourself in the future." Brother Tiger breathed heavily, and stared at Xiao Ruofei. In his eyes, Xiao Ruofei's delicate face was even more terrifying than a devil's, and especially Xiao Ruofei's extremely calm tone, and even in the face of such a bloody scene, there wasn't the slightest bit of change in his expression, which made Brother Tiger feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. The other big men were already scared to the point of peeing, and all of them kept quiet out of fear, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "You would be so kind?" Brother Tiger stared into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and said. "I've said before, my patience is limited." Xiao Ruofei lightly said, "Since I've left a few of your fingers behind, then I'll give you 5 more seconds. If you still can't tell me her whereabouts, then I'll..." At this point, the dagger in Xiao Ruofei's hand began to slowly move down Brother Tiger's lower abdomen, and finally stopped at the position between his legs, and said, "Do you understand now? Time starts now." "No. Don't. Don't." Brother Tiger once again began to futilely struggle. Xiao Ruofei's expression was cold, and said, 5, 4, 3, stop. I'll talk. I'll talk." Brother Tiger, under great fear, finally broke down, and cried out. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. On the 2nd floor. The second room on the left is Master Luo's exclusive lounge. That girl is inside. Brother Tiger said quickly. Love go little Seiku. His mental defense had been completely destroyed by Xiao Ruofei. Now the only thought in his mind was to get as far away from this devil as possible. As soon as Brother Tiger finished speaking, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, Xiao Ruofei disappeared in front of him. The next moment, Xiao Ruofei's figure appeared at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Brother Tiger gasped for breath and looked at Xiao Ruofei's ghost-like back. His eyes showed boundless fear. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. He was afraid that Master Luo would not be able to get away with this ruthless person. Brother Tiger's only hope now was that Master Luo did not have time to do anything to that girl. Otherwise, he could not imagine how he would face Xiao Ruofei's anger. Rewind time to 20 minutes ago. Lu Yu was forcefully taken to Feng Luo's private lounge on the 2nd floor by Brother Hu. Along the way, Lu Yu struggled with all her might, but it was all in vain. She was just a weak woman. How could she be a match for a few big men? Brother Tiger, what do we do now? Asked a big man. Brother Tiger pointed to a bottle of wine on the bedside table and said, serve this lady and drink it up. Understood. The big man walked over with a grim smile and opened the bottle. The rest of the men grabbed Lu Yu's arms tightly. No matter how hard Lu Yu struggled, it was useless. Let go of me, you bastards, Lu Yu struggled and shouted, but it was all in vain. Soon, the big man began to pour wine into Lu Yu's mouth. Lu Yu desperately shook her head to avoid it, but the big man directly inserted the mouth of the bottle into her mouth and began to pour the wine. Lu Yu choked and coughed violently. A lot of wine flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The smell of wine permeated the room, but most of the wine was forced into her stomach. Lu Yu had already drunk a lot of strong rum. With so much foreign wine mixed in, she soon felt dizzy. After the alcohol went to her head, her strength to struggle disappeared. Her whole body slowly fell on the bed. Xiaoruofei, save me. Lu Yu, who had lost the ability to move, murmured as her towering chest heaved up and down. Brother Tiger signaled several big men to place Lu Yu on the bed. At this moment, the burly man who was pouring wine for Lu Yu looked at the curvy Lu Yu on the bed. Then, he moved closer to Brother Hu and said with a smile, "Brother Hu, do you want me to give this girl some drugs to liven things up? This way Master Luo will have more fun." A few of his lackeys beside him also revealed lewd smiles of tacit understanding. Tonight's beauty was of the highest quality. Although these people could only look and not touch her, their hearts were restless. They also imagined that after Feng Luo used her, he would reward them to their brothers. Even if Feng Luo used her, they still coveted her. Brother Tiger coldly looked at the big man and asked, "How long have you been with Master Luo?" The big man was stunned and said weakly, 3 years, you've been with Master Luo for 3 years. Haven't you learned the basic rules?" Brother Tiger coldly said, "Do you know the consequences of acting on your own?" The big man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. His face turned pale and he quickly said, "Brother Tiger. I know I'm wrong." Brother Tiger coldly snorted and said lightly, "Don't do it again." Yes. Brother Tiger glanced at Lu Yu on the bed. Lu Yu was already heavily drunk. She was twisting her body on the bed. Her curvaceous body was extremely alluring. However, Brother Tiger's eyes were as cold as ever. There was not the slightest ripple. Brother Tiger said, "Leave one person outside the door. Unless there's an emergency, no one is allowed to come in." "Yes, Brother Tiger." Everyone responded loudly. Brother Tiger left the room and went straight to the big private room next to it. In the private room, Feng Luo was holding a glass of red wine and leisurely sipping it. Beside him were 2 gorgeously dressed girls. They clung to him like water snakes. A few big men in black were like iron towers guarding the door. Brother Tiger walked in front of Feng Luo and bowed slightly. He bent down and whispered in Feng Luo's ear, "Master Luo, everything is arranged." Feng Luo's fierce triangular eyes suddenly lit up. He patted Brother Tiger's shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Ah Hu, you've worked hard." After he finished speaking, Feng Luo stood up and walked out of the private room in large strides, abandoning the 2 girls as if they were old shoes. Although he only saw a side profile picture, Feng Luo's heart was already itching. He felt that the evil fire in his lower abdomen was ready to move. He couldn't wait to go back to the room and enjoy that exquisite beauty. Feng Luo had just taken 2 steps when a cell phone rang. He immediately frowned. This was his private cell phone. Not many people knew this number. The person who could make this call must be someone close to him. Feng Luo motioned to Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger immediately strode to the side of the tea table and picked up the phone. He glanced at the caller ID and his expression suddenly froze. He took the phone and walked quickly to Feng Luo. He whispered, "Master Luo, it's young Master Liang." Feng Luo heard it and immediately took the phone. Brother Tiger waved his hand and quickly left the private room with his man in black and the 2 girls. Feng Luo was able to get to where he was now. Other than his ruthlessness, it was also inseparable from the support of his benefactor. Otherwise, a gangster like him who only knew how to fight would have died countless times. And Feng Luo's benefactor was this mysterious young Master Liang. Therefore, Feng Luo didn't dare to neglect young Master Liang's call. Even if he was lustful, he didn't dare to refuse this call. To put it bluntly, even if his father was dead and he was about to go to the funeral, he still had to answer the call first. Brother Tiger waited outside the door for more than 10 minutes before he saw Feng Luo walk out with a happy expression. He must have had a good chat with young Master Liang. But as for what benefits young Master Liang had given him, Brother Tiger, as a subordinate, couldn't guess. Brother Tiger was able to gain Feng Luo's trust. Other than his superb skills, his loyalty and duty were also extremely important. He didn't say anything more. He made an inviting gesture to Feng Luo and then led him to the room next door. Feng Luo's eyes showed undisguised desire. After opening the door, he turned back and said, "Even if the sky falls, don't disturb me." "Yes, Master Luo." Feng Luo walked into the room while Brother Tiger and the others stood guard outside. This bedroom was specially soundproofed. Even if the walls were to be smashed, the outside wouldn't be able to hear anything. After all, Feng Luo often brought women here to spend the night. He also didn't have the hobby of live streaming the process of him playing with women to his subordinates. Brother Tiger only stood outside for 2 or 3 minutes when the sounds of fighting came from the first floor. Moreover, the screams of the henchmen were heart-wrenching. Brother Tiger ordered a few subordinates to guard the door and then went downstairs to investigate. He used to be the king of underground fighting. In Xianxia City, he had never met a worthy opponent. He didn't expect that after going downstairs, he would be severely injured by Xiao Ruofei. After that, he was directly crippled by Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei rushed up to the second floor, there were 5 men in black suits guarding the door of Feng Luo's bedroom. When they saw Xiao Ruofei, they were stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Without hesitation, they pulled out the machetes hidden at their waists and rushed towards Xiao Ruofei. Even Brother Tiger couldn't handle the enemy. These men in black were naturally very cautious. As soon as they came up, they took out their weapons and ganged up on him. They didn't dare to let their guard down. Xiao Ruofei knew that every second was precious. He didn't waste any time. He exerted force on his feet and his whole body turned into an afterimage as he rushed into the group of men in black. The machetes flashed, but these men in black were horrified to find that they couldn't see Xiao Ruofei's figure at all. Xiao Ruofei's thin body nimbly shuttled through the airtight machetes. Soon, someone felt a pain in his wrist and involuntarily let go of his grip. The machetes fell to the ground. Then, a strong force came from his chest and abdomen. His whole body involuntarily flew up and heavily hit the wall, unconscious. Punches, kicks, knees, elbows. Xiao Ruofei used every part of his body to the extreme. He was originally from the Special Forces and was an expert in grappling and fighting in the army. After being strengthened by the body-tempering soup, whether it was his strength, speed, or reaction time, they had all been reborn. Dealing with these men with machetes was naturally very easy. In just 3 seconds, the machetes fell to the ground. 5 men in black were lying on the ground. None of them made a sound because they had all fainted under Xiao Ruofei's heavy blows. From the moment Xiao Ruofei entered the door to the moment he finished off the guards on the second floor, it had only been 2 or 3 minutes. It could be said that he had exerted his ability to the extreme. Since his retirement, especially after taking the body-tempering soup, Xiao Ruofei had fought with real weapons for the first time. He found that the fighting skills he had learned before were now very handy and smooth. His combat strength had definitely increased by several times. Xiao Ruofei's eyes were filled with killing intent. His whole body exuded a strong murderous aura as he began to walk toward Feng Luo's bedroom. 5 minutes ago. After Feng Luo locked the door, his lustful eyes fell on Lu Yu, who was lying on the bed. Lu Yu's face was flushed. Her mouth unconsciously called out Xiao Ruofei's name. Her body gently twisted, and her tall and curvy figure exuded a fatal temptation. Feng Luo's eyes became a little red, and his breathing began to become heavier. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He chuckled and said, "Beauty, Big Brother is coming to love you." As he walked toward the big bed in the bedroom, he began to take off his clothes. When he took off all the clothes on his upper body and was about to untie his belt, his movements suddenly stopped. Feng Luo's eyes revealed a trace of gentleness, but there was also a trace of madness and even perversion in this gentleness. He slowly revealed a trace of a smile and muttered to himself, "Little beauty, I will definitely give you an unforgettable night. I hope this is your first night. That would be even more perfect." After that, Feng Luo walked to the side, opened a cabinet, and then took out an exquisite leather suitcase from inside. He pressed the buckle and opened the lid of the suitcase with a click. Then, he slowly took out things from the suitcase. Whips, handcuffs, candles, there were more than a dozen things. Fang Luo placed them neatly on the side, then stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. His fiery eyes turned to Luyu on the bed and he said to himself, "Baby, which one do you want to enjoy first?" His fingers slowly slid over these things, and the expression on his face became more and more crazy. Finally, his fingers stopped at the pair of handcuffs. These were genuine alloy handcuffs, not the kind of props used in Japanese action movies. Fang Luo walked to the bed with the handcuffs and grabbed Luyu's hands. Kacha, kacha. Luyu's hands were handcuffed to the special metal frame at the head of the big bed. Luyu gently twisted her body, almost without any strength to resist. This scene fell into Fang Luo's eyes, and he couldn't help but breathe heavily. Then, Fang Luo walked over to pick up the whip, and a trace of cruelty and madness appeared on his face. He came to the bed and grabbed Luyu's lapel with his big hands. Bang, a loud noise was heard, and the specially made thick door in the bedroom flew up directly, and heavily smashed on the thick carpet, making a dull sound. Fang Luo was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Without any hesitation, he bounced up and pounced towards the bedside table. Fang Luo had arranged some life-saving measures in the places he frequented. In this bedside table, there was an exquisite and small pistol. Fang Luo's first reaction was that an enemy had come to his door. He had been in the underworld for more than 10 years, and it could be said that he had countless enemies. Although he was now a famous boss, he would encounter several attacks every year. It was just that with the protection of Brother Tiger and other subordinates, he would be scared but not in danger every time. He was originally at the bedside, less than a meter away from the bedside table, and his reaction was very fast. Almost as soon as he heard the sound of the door being kicked open, he immediately rushed over. The whole process took at most 1 or 2 seconds. Fang Luo pulled open the bedside table with one hand, and his other hand had already grabbed the pistol that was always on the safety. Just as he was about to turn around and shoot with a crazy look on his face, suddenly after a whistling sound, he felt a sharp pain, and couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. The next moment, Fang Luo was shocked to find that his hand holding the gun was firmly nailed to the bedside table drawer by a shining military dagger. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Although this young man looked gentle and cultured, like a young student who had just walked out of school, the strong murderous aura emanating from his body made even a ruthless person like Fang Luo's heart tremble slightly. Love go little say W, Fang Luo had killed someone, and he had lived a bloody life for more than 10 years. He was very sensitive to this kind of murderous aura. There was a trace of panic in his eyes. Such a strong murderous aura. How many people had this person killed? After Xiao Ruofei entered the room, he didn't even look at Fang Luo. His gaze fell directly on Luyu, who was handcuffed to the bed. Although Luyu was delirious and her clothes were a little messy, they were still intact. Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved. It seemed that he wasn't too late. He walked to the bed in a few steps, grabbed the alloy handcuffs with both hands, and pulled them apart. With a crack, the strong alloy chain broke like a plastic toy. Fang Luo's eyelids twitched. He looked at Xiao Ruofei's broad back, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the handle of the gun with his other hand. Go to hell! Fang Luo shouted crazily. However, just as he raised the gun, Xiao Ruofei seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. With a clean roundhouse kick, he accurately kicked the wrist of Fang Luo's hand that was holding the gun. The small silver pistol was kicked away by Xiao Ruofei, and Fang Luo's wrist quickly swelled up. Xiao Ruofei slowly turned around. There was no emotion in his eyes as he stared coldly at Fang Luo, who had a crazy look on his face. Fang Luo panted heavily. Without hesitation, he used his injured hand to grab the military dagger that was nailed to his left palm. He gritted his teeth and pulled the dagger out. The intense pain made Fang Luo groan. However, he was indeed a ruthless person. He looked at the dagger that was still dripping blood, and the corner of his mouth curled into a hysterical smile. Fang Luo jumped up, and the dagger in his hand flashed with a dazzling cold light as he swung it towards Xiao Ruofei's throat. The corners of Xiao Ruofei's mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Facing the menacing Fang Luo, he did not even move. It was only when the dagger was within reach that he raised his hand. Xiao Ruofei's movements seemed slow, but he moved first. And Xiao Ruofei. Feng Luo was like a madman. He waved his hand that was pierced by the dagger and swung it towards Xiao Ruofei. Feng Luo had a kind of ruthlessness that came from his bones. However, this kind of ruthlessness was useless in the face of a huge gap in absolute strength. Xiao Ruofei tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the desperate blow. Then, when Feng Luo's center of gravity was unstable, he gently pulled and Feng Luo's whole body involuntarily fell forward. Love go little say W, Chu Xiao Ruofei grabbed Feng Luo's shoulders and without hesitation, he kneed Feng Luo in the chest and abdomen, making a dull sound. Pfft, the impact was so heavy that Feng Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ruofei gently dodged, avoiding the blood that Feng Luo spat out. At the same time, he let go of his hands and Feng Luo immediately fell to the ground. The corner of Xiao Ruofei's mouth twitched. This person looked very strong, but his real combat ability was not even as good as Brother Tiger. He had completely lost his combat ability without any effort. At this time, Feng Luo, who was topless, was leaning against the bedside table. The corners of his mouth and chest were full of shocking bloodstains. One of his palms had been pierced through and was bleeding. The wrist of his other hand had been broken at a strange angle. His whole body was as white as paper, and he was quite dispirited. However, Xiao Ruofei did not have the slightest sympathy. The scene in the room was very clear. If he had not arrived in time, Xiao Ruofei did not even dare to imagine what kind of miserable experience Lu Yu would have had tonight. The whips, candles, and other things on the side also showed that the person in front of him had some perverted hobbies. To Lu Yu, it meant a nightmarish experience. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not have any sympathy for such a scum. His gaze fell on Lu Yu, who was on the bed. At this time, Lu Yu was still in a state of deep drunkenness. There was still a trace of fear and helplessness on her face. Perhaps the movement just now had allowed her to recover a bit of her consciousness. She began to whisper again. Xia Ruofei. Save me. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruofei felt a stabbing pain in his heart for no reason. Lu Yu's helpless look suddenly tugged at his heartstrings. He walked forward and leaned over to Lu Yu's ear and said, I'm here. It's okay. Lu Yu tried hard to open her eyes, but her gaze was still very blurry. However, Xiao Ruofei's voice seemed to have some kind of magical power. She stopped muttering to herself and the expression on her face became more peaceful. She twisted her body slightly and fell asleep again. Xiao Ruofei straightened up and turned to look at Feng Luo, who was like a dead dog. Feng Luo was still gasping for breath. Blood kept flowing from the side of his mouth. Xiao Ruofei's angry knee strike had clearly injured his internal organs. Who are you? Feng Luo asked with difficulty. Xiao Ruofei pointed at Lu Yu on the bed expressionlessly and asked, Do you know who she is? Feng Luo's mouth twitched and a lot of blood flowed out. However, he did not care. He chuckled and said, a woman. And, a top-grade beauty, scum. Xiao Ruofei spat out these two words coldly. Feng Luo began to laugh and became more and more hysterical. As he laughed, he began to cough violently and blood kept coming out of his mouth. Feng Luo said, You don't have to say. I know. You must be this chick's friend. Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Luo quietly and did not say a word. Feng Luo continued, You don't have to look at me like that. I haven't had the chance to touch her yet, so? Xiao Ruofei asked coldly. So? We, actually, don't have an unresolvable hatred. Feng Luo said with difficulty, If you let me go, maybe, we can even, become, friends. You should have heard of the name of Master Luo in South City. It's me. Friends? Xiao Ruofei's mouth revealed a sarcastic smile. Yes. You'll know the benefits of being friends with me in the future. Feng Luo said without a care, I know you're good at fighting, but most of the time, it's useless to be good at fighting. I have a few subordinates who are better at fighting than I am, but I still am their boss? Brother. Don't do things too ruthlessly so that we can meet again in the future. If you go too far today, our Iron Fist Society will definitely make you pay a painful price. As Fang Luo spoke, his breathing became smoother. Although he was still lying on the ground like a dead dog, his tone became more confident. However, when he spoke, the flash of fierceness in his eyes did not escape Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Xiao Ruofei picked his nose and asked, "What if I don't want to?" Fang Luo laughed and said, "Young man, don't be too impulsive. You've already vented your anger. Do you still dare to kill me?" Xiao Ruofei's expressionless face gradually revealed a harmless smile. If someone who knew him saw this scene, they would immediately know that Xiao Ruofei had a strong killing intent in his heart. Fang Luo, however, was completely unaware. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "That's right, a man who understands the situation. I really don't dare to kill you directly." Xiao Ruofei interrupted Fang Luo's words and said calmly, "But," at this point, Xiao Ruofei suddenly lifted his foot without warning and stomped down hard. Kacha, kacha, two terrifying sounds were heard. The defenseless Fang Luo immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Ruofei had just crushed both of his knees to pieces. This time, Xiao Ruofei did not hold back. Fang Luo's fragile kneecaps were completely crushed under his heavy stomp, and both of his legs were bent at a strange angle. Even a ruthless person like Fang Luo could not help but lose his soul when he saw his legs in such a miserable state. The piercing pain almost drove him crazy. When he saw Lu Yu's fragile state, Xiao Ruofei did not intend to let Fang Luo go. Even if he could not kill him directly, he wanted to cripple him and make him suffer hell-like torment. Fang Luo's screams continued for a while, then gradually stopped. He panted heavily, his eyes fixed on Xiao Ruofei. The muscles on his face trembled in pain, but he still squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said, You've got guts. Come on. Come. Come again. It's best. It's best if you kill me." "Ha. Ha ha." Xiao Ruofei said expressionlessly, "As you wish." Then he looked around the room and happened to see the empty bottle of wine on the bedside table. All the wine in it had been poured into Lu Yu's stomach. Xiao Ruofei picked up the wine bottle, grabbed the thinner part of the top, and weighed it in his hand. Then he walked to Fang Luo and squatted down. He slowly pulled over Fang Luo's hand that was pierced by the dagger, then raised the wine bottle and smashed it down. Ah! Fang Luo could not help but let out a tragic scream. Xiao Ruofei didn't even bat an eyelid. 1, 2, 3. Every movement was very precise, and the interval was exactly the same, just like an automatic machine. Soon, all 5 of Fang Luo's fingers were smashed into a bloody mess, and all the bones were broken. His fingers were like pieces of paper, spread out on the ground in a thin layer. Then Xiao Ruofei slowly pulled over Fang Luo's other hand. Normal people would have fainted under this kind of pain, but Fang Luo did not know if it was because of his special constitution, but he was still awake. At this time, he would rather have a weaker ability to bear the pain and faint. This kind of heart-wrenching pain made him want to die immediately. In Fang Luo's eyes, Xiao Ruofei was like a demon, or even more terrifying than a demon. Kill. Kill. Kill me. Kill me. Fang Luo's bloodless lips kept trembling as he spoke. Xiao Ruofei was still expressionless, and slowly raised the wine bottle that was already stained with a lot of blood. 1, 2. In the midst of Fang Luo's heart-wrenching screams, his other hand was also smashed by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei threw away the wine bottle, and picked up the military dagger that had accompanied him for many years from the ground. He slowly wiped the blood on Fang Luo's clothes, then showed a harmless smile and asked, "Now, do you still want to be friends with me? Demon. You demon." Fang Luo said weakly, "If you have the guts. Kill me." Xiao Ruofei moved closer to Fang Luo's ear and said, "I think it's more interesting to make you wish you were dead. Don't you like to play with women? I think this is an illness, so I'll cure you for free today." Fang Luo's face changed dramatically, and he cried out in a trembling voice, What are you doing?" Xiao Ruofei grinned, revealing a cruel smile, and then the military dagger in his hand slowly slid down Fang Luo's chest, past his lower abdomen, and finally stopped between his legs. Xiao Ruofei used a little force, and the military dagger easily cut through Fang Luo's pants. Fang Luo felt the cold blade against his skin, and he couldn't help but shiver. He screamed, "No! No! I beg you, He had already guessed what Xiao Ruofei was going to do, and he was scared out of his wits. This was the first time he had begged for mercy that day. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "I think there must be a lot of girls who have been ruined by you over the years, right? Today, I'll get justice for them." "No. No." Fang Luo screamed crazily. Xiao Ruofei didn't even have the slightest change in his eyes, and with a twist of his wrist, he cut down mercilessly. "Ah! Ah!" Fang Luo screamed hysterically, and finally his head tilted to the side, and he fainted as he wished. Xiao Ruofei carefully wiped the blood off the dagger on Fang Luo's clothes. After putting away the dagger, he stood up, walked directly to the bedside, and picked Lu Yu up. Then, he walked step by step out of the room that was filled with the smell of blood. The men in black at the door were still unconscious, and Xiao Ruofei walked downstairs step by step. The men downstairs who had been knocked down by Xiao Ruofei also heard Fang Luo's screams from the second floor, and they were all scared silent. When Xiao Ruofei came downstairs, they all avoided him. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, and directly grabbed one of the men, and asked him to take him to the surveillance room in the corner of the first floor. The screen in the surveillance room showed the images of all the cameras in the bar, including the camera at the door. These images were all recorded in a loop, and could be stored for at least several days. Xiao Ruofei carried Lu Yu on his shoulder, and then kicked fiercely. The metal case was directly kicked open by Xiao Ruofei, and a burst of sparks flew. The server that stored the video record couldn't be more broken. Xiao Ruofei easily found the storage hard disk in the wreckage of the case. The man had already been driven away by Xiao Ruofei. He directly moved his mind, and all the hard disks were put into the Ring 2 space. Then, he carried Lu Yu out of the surveillance room, and left the bar step by step. As he walked out, in addition to the men who had been injured by him, there were more than a dozen men who were guarding the bar who were not injured, but no one dared to stop him. Wherever he went, those people hurriedly made way for him, and all of them were silent. Xiao Ruofei walked to the door, turned back, and said lightly, "If you don't want your boss to bleed to death, you'd better call 120 now." Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei carried the unconscious Lu Yu to the Night 15 off-road vehicle. Love go little say W. Chu He carried Lu Yu on his shoulder and reached out to open the door of the front passenger seat. He then stuffed Lu Yu into the car and carefully fastened her seatbelt. When Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu sitting in the seat, her body involuntarily tilted to one side. Hence, he placed the back of the front passenger seat so that she could lie down on the seat. Then, Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and took off his jacket to cover Lu Yu. He then closed the door, walked around the front of the car to the driver's seat, and climbed into the car. Xiao Ruofei lit a cigarette and turned to look at Lu Yu. He began to think about what to do with her. However, things had gotten out of hand today, so Xiao Ruofei decided to leave this place first. He started the car and quickly left the Zero Fantasy Bar. When the car drove onto Jiangbin Road, Xiao Ruofei made a decision to bring Lu Yu back to Taoyuan Farm first. His first thought was to send Lu Yu home. However, Lu Yu was now drunk and reeking of alcohol. If Tian Huilan found out about this, he would definitely punish her. Besides, Lu Yu usually lived in the school dormitory. As long as he didn't say anything, Tian Huilan would never find out. Hence, Xiao Ruofei quickly decided to keep this matter a secret for Lu Yu. As for sending her back to the dormitory, Xiao Ruofei quickly rejected the idea. There were many people in the dormitory, and Lu Yu was so drunk. As long as he sent Lu Yu back, the news would probably spread throughout Tri-Mountain University the next day. That would be no different from telling Tian Huilan directly. Of course, Xiao Ruofei could also find a hotel nearby to open a room for Lu Yu. But in this way, Xiao Ruofei was bound to stay in the city to take care of Lu Yu, so he had to book 2 rooms. What's more, he had to take a girl to a room. It would not sound good if word got out. In addition, there must be surveillance cameras everywhere in the hotel. If what happened in the bar today was known by Tian Huilan in the future, the surveillance data would certainly not be hidden from her. Then, even if Xiao Ruofei had a lot of mouths, he would not be able to clear his name. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Ruofei decided to bring Lu Yu back to Peach Blossom Farm directly. Anyway, it was night now. Other than the construction site, there were only Lei Hu and a few security guards. Even Yi Linyun and Li Jifu had gone to Wui Mountain. There was no one else in the villa. He would not cause any gossip if he brought Lu Yu back. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei immediately turned the car around and drove down from Jiangbin Road. After passing through the city, he got onto the highway at the northern intersection of the city and drove straight to Taoyuan Farm. Taoyuan Farm was quiet at night. It was serene and quiet. Xiao Ruofei parked the car in the courtyard of the villa, then turned around and gently touched Lu Yu's shoulder. He tried to call out, "Lu Yu, Lu Yu." Lu Yu did not respond. Xiao Ruofei shook his head with a bitter smile. After getting out of the car, he went around to the passenger's side, opened the door, and unfastened the seat belt for Lu Yu. Without the restraint of the seat belt, Lu Yu's body leaned towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei supported her and carried her on his shoulder. Then, he closed the door and carried her into the villa. Xiao Ruofei carried Lu Yu up to the second floor and opened the door of a room next to his bedroom. This was the second bedroom on the second floor. Usually, Yi Linyun and the others mainly stayed on the first floor. This room had never been used, but the bedsheets and blankets were ready-made. There was also a separate bathroom, but it was slightly smaller than the master bedroom and did not have a large balcony. Xiao Ruofei first placed Lu Yu on the sofa, then opened the cabinet to find the bedsheets and blankets. He quickly made the bed and then carried Lu Yu to the bed. There was a strong smell of alcohol on Lu Yu's body. Xiao Ruofei could not help but secretly shake his head. This girl is too ignorant. She actually dared to drink like this in a chaotic place like a bar. Xiao Ruofei did not know that although Lu Yu had drunk a lot, she was not drunk to this extent. She was like this now because Fang Luo's men had forced her to drink an entire bottle of foreign wine. After lying on the soft bed, Lu Yu subconsciously turned her body sideways and clamped the blanket between her legs to get into a more comfortable position. Now that she was on her side, from her slim waist to her perky buttocks to her slender legs, they formed an extremely seductive curve. This was a seductive posture, and Xiao Ruofei's heart could not help but waver when he saw it. He quickly took a deep breath to calm his mind, then gently pulled the blanket out from under Lu Yu's body and carefully covered her with the blanket. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly murmured, "Xiao Ruofei. I didn't mean to use you. It's just that I have no other choice. Don't ignore me." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He looked up at Lu Yu and found that she had not woken up. Her eyes were still closed, and these words were just her unconscious murmurs. Xiao Ruofei sighed softly and said softly, "I don't blame you. Have a good sleep, and you'll be fine when you wake up tomorrow." This afternoon, Xiao Ruofei was indeed quite angry. He felt that he had been deeply deceived. But now that he thought about it, Lu Yu had been pampered since she was a child, and her family was well off. Perhaps she did not think so deeply and did not know that if he really acted as her shield, he would be in a very bad situation. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei's anger subsided by more than half. In addition, Lu Yu obviously went to the bar to drink because they parted on bad terms at noon. Now that she was so drunk, she was still thinking about this matter. The trace of unhappiness in Xiao Ruofei's heart had long disappeared. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to stand up, Lu Yu on the bed twisted her body again. She had a panicked look on her face and murmured, "Don't come over. Let me go." "No. Xiao Ruofei. Save me. Save me." Xiao Ruofei quickly patted Lu Yu's back through the quilt and kept comforting her in a low voice. After a while, Lu Yu slowly calmed down. Xiao Ruofei sat on the bed and looked at Lu Yu's beautiful face. He had mixed feelings in his heart. It was probably the first time this girl had been so frightened in her life. He did not know if it would leave a psychological shadow. Xiao Ruofei sat for a while. Seeing that Lu Yu had calmed down, he prepared to go back to his room to take a shower. However, at this moment, Lu Yu suddenly coughed again, and it was very bad. Ugh, Lu Yu coughed and suddenly vomited. She was lying on her side, so she vomited all over the bed. The pillows, sheets, and quilt were in a mess. Xiao Ruofei was patting her back to calm her down, so he was caught off guard and got a lot of vomit on his body. A sour smell suddenly filled the room. Who did I offend? This is... Xiao Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head helplessly. He did not care about cleaning up the vomit on his body. He quickly helped Lu Yu up and moved her to the relatively clean side of the bed. He let her lean against the headboard in a semi-reclining position. If she was still lying on her back, the vomit was likely to block her respiratory tract and cause her to suffocate. Then Xiao Ruofei took out a tissue from the tissue box on the bedside table and simply cleaned up the vomit splashed on his body. He ran to the bathroom to get a hot towel and carefully cleaned Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei wiped the vomit on her face and mouth. However, Lu Yu's clothes were also covered with vomit, and they were wet from the inside out. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a little embarrassed. If he let her sleep like this for a night, she was likely to catch a cold and get sick, and it was too disgusting. But if he did not do this, he would have to change her clothes. A man and a woman alone, and Lu Yu was a delicate beauty. Xiao Ruofei was really worried that he could not control himself. Just as Xiao Ruofei was thinking about it, Lu Yu vomited again. Well, there was no need to think about it this time. He definitely had to change her clothes. Because Lu Yu was leaning against the headboard in a semi-reclining position, this time all the vomit was on her own clothes. Xiao Ruofei stood up. Lu Yu was still retching, but it seemed that she had vomited everything that should be vomited. She only vomited a little bit of bitter water. Xiao Ruofei kept cleaning her with a towel. After vomiting, Lu Yu's mind seemed to be a little clearer. She opened her blurred eyes and glanced at Xiao Ruofei. He did not know if she saw clearly, but she quickly closed her eyes again. Seeing that Lu Yu was no longer vomiting, Xiao Ruofei also cleaned up the dirt on her body. So he directly picked up Lu Yu and walked to his bedroom. This room could no longer be slept in. It was a mess and full of the smell of alcohol and sour odor. After coming to his bedroom and putting Lu Yu on the bed, Xiao Ruofei first turned on the heater, and then took out a set of his own thermal autumn clothes from the wardrobe. There were no women's clothes here, so he could only let Lu Yu wear his own clothes. Coming to the bed again, Xiao Ruofei hesitated for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and slowly stretched out his hand. He helped Lu Yu up and then sat behind Lu Yu. Lu Yu leaned on him softly. Her soft body made Xiao Ruofei unable to help but take a few deep breaths before he slowly calmed down. Coat, sweater. After Xiao Ruofei struggled to take off these two things, Lu Yu was only wearing a pink thermal underwear on her upper body. Xiao Ruofei saw that there was a large wet patch on the thermal underwear, and the sour smell was very pungent. He hesitated for a moment, and then reached out his trembling hand to grab the hem of her clothes, and then slowly lifted it up. A soft snow-white waist was first exposed, and then Xiao Ruofei saw a black lace bra. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and then continued to lift it up. After taking Lu Yu's two pink and smooth arms out of the sleeves, Xiao Ruofei continued to take off the thermal underwear. The collar of the long johns was a little small. Xiao Ruofei tried twice, but he didn't succeed. So he could only stretch out one hand from behind to hold Lu Yu's shoulder, and the other hand continued to pull up. The soft and smooth touch made Xiao Ruofei's breathing become heavier. At this time, he naturally didn't care about not looking. It was a little difficult to take off the clothes with his eyes open, and it was naturally even more difficult to close his eyes. From Xiao Ruofei's point of view, two slender black shoulder straps were placed on the snow-white shoulders. Looking forward, he could see the infinitely beautiful peaks were tightly wrapped, and in the middle of the two snow-white hemispheres was a deep ravine. After struggling to take off the thermal underwear, Xiao Ruofei took a look again and found that the black bra was also wet. So he simply didn't stop, and stretched out his hand to the bra button on the back. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei had a certain amount of actual combat experience on Ling Qingxue. He smoothly unbuttoned the bra, and the bra suddenly lost its restraint, and half of it was on Lu Yu's shoulder. This scene of hugging a pipa and half covering one's face was far more tempting than being naked. At this time, he was holding a stunning beauty in his arms, and she didn't have any reaction, so he could do whatever he wanted. In addition, Xiao Ruofei was sitting behind Lu Yu, and her perky buttocks were close to Xiao Ruofei's lower abdomen. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster, and he even couldn't help but have a physiological reaction. Xiao Ruofei quickly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then stretched out his slightly trembling hand to quickly take off the bra and throw it aside. Then he immediately picked up the clean underwear that had been prepared long ago and put it on Lu Yu's head. During this process, he naturally had to keep his eyes open. Although Xiao Ruofei had deliberately controlled himself, he still couldn't avoid seeing things that he shouldn't see. He could only try to control himself and put on the thermal underwear for Lu Yu as quickly as possible. It wasn't until the 2 sleeves were put on, and then the hem of the clothes was put down, hiding the fatal temptation in the clothes, that Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved. He found that in just a minute or two, he was sweating all over. He didn't sweat when he carried Lu Yu up from downstairs just now. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was more tiring than running a 5-kilometer cross-country race. After he changed Lu Yu's clothes, he got out of bed and gently put her down so that she was lying flat. Lu Yu was wearing a pair of jeans, and it was definitely not very comfortable to sleep like this, but the pants weren't dirty. Xiao Ruofei really didn't want to suffer like just now, so he didn't care. He just took off Lu Yu's socks, and then carefully covered her with the quilt. Then Xiao Ruofei took the clothes that he had just changed out of to the bathroom, washed the vomit on them with water, and then threw them all into the washing machine. As for the bedsheets, pillows, and quilts in the other room, Xiao Ruofei directly rolled them up and threw them on the balcony, preparing to throw them out directly tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, and he also went into the bathroom to take off his dirty clothes. He first washed the vomit on them with water, and then threw them into the washing machine. After pouring in detergent, he turned on the switch. Then he went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, Xiao Ruofei saw that the washing machine was still running, so he changed into clean clothes and went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette, thinking about what happened today. Today's incident at the bar was quite big. Although he took all the surveillance data with him when he left, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be found out. He had to prepare for a rainy day. Lu Yu would definitely have a lot of things to do when she woke up tomorrow, and he had broken a lot of red lights in the city today, so those tickets would be troublesome. The more Xiao Ruofei thought about it, the more confused he felt. He simply decided not to think about it, and everything would wait until he woke up tomorrow. At this time, he heard a beeping sound from the washing machine. The clothes just now were done. Xiao Ruofei took the washed clothes to the balcony to dry, and then returned to the room. He thought about it, but he was still a little worried about Lu Yu. In addition, there was a sour smell in the next room, and Xiao Ruofei didn't want to sleep in that kind of environment. So he had an idea, took out a camping sleeping bag from the Ring 2 space, spread it out on the floor, and then got into the sleeping bag. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Little? It provides you with wonderful novels to read. Lu Yu felt like she had a long dream. In the dream, she was being chased by a ferocious-looking monster. She could only keep running, but no matter how hard she ran, the monster would always follow closely behind her. And she seemed to have fallen into a maze. The road under her feet seemed to be exactly the same, and the surrounding scenery had not changed at all. She was exhausted from running and was about to be buried in the bloody mouth of the monster. At this moment, she suddenly felt that there was nothing under her feet and her whole body fell into an endless abyss. Lu Yu suddenly woke up. She first felt a splitting headache. She said in her heart, "Fortunately, it's just a dream. It's terrible. The birds outside the window are chirping. The sky should be bright. I have to get up quickly. There's still Professor Lu's elective class in the morning. Wait. There's not even a tree next to the dormitory. Where did the chirping come from?" At this time, what happened last night poured into her mind like a tide. Lu Yu's face suddenly turned pale, and she sat up from the bed. When she realized that she was lying on a large bed in an unfamiliar room, her expression changed drastically, and she subconsciously lowered her head to take a look. The coat and sweater on her body were gone, only a very large thermal underwear. Lu Yu couldn't help screaming. Xiao Ruofei was sleeping in a daze. Last night, Lu Yu didn't sleep well. From time to time, she would scream in her sleep. He got up several times in the middle of the night. It wasn't until 4 o'clock that he could sleep soundly for a while. But after only 2 or 3 hours of sleep, he was awakened by Lu Yu's scream. Xiao Ruofei sat up, got out of the sleeping bag and ran to the bed. Lu Yu was covering her face with both hands and crying bitterly. She had completely remembered what happened last night. Of course, the memory stopped at being forced to a room on the 2nd floor and drinking a large bottle of wine. She had no impression of what happened after she was completely drunk. Now that she had woken up in an unfamiliar room, and even her clothes had been changed, in Lu Yu's opinion, what had happened last night was self-evident. She had been spoiled since she was a child and had never experienced any hardships or setbacks. She had never thought that one day she would encounter such a tragic nightmare. Her pure body had been defiled by a hooligan. The more she thought about it, the more sorrowful she felt. She could not help but burst into tears. Lu Yu, what's wrong with you? Xiao Ruofei hurried to the bedside and asked with concern. Get lost. Get lost. Lu Yu screamed hysterically and scratched at Xiao Ruofei crazily. When she saw the person in front of her, her hands suddenly froze and her face showed an incredible look. She said, Xiao Ruofei? Why are you here? Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he asked, Don't tell me you want to see those scumbags from last night? Lu Yu shook her head quickly and then asked, What the hell is going on? I want to ask you that. Xiao Ruofei said angrily, Why did a girl like you go to such a place to drink? Don't you know it's dangerous? If I hadn't seen your WeChat message last night, you would have been. At this point, Xiao Ruofei did not continue and glared fiercely at Lu Yu. If it had been in the past, Xiao Ruofei would have spoken to Lu Yu with such an attitude, she would have immediately become angry and argued with Xiao Ruofei. However, Lu Yu was different today. She did not quarrel with Xiao Ruofei. On the contrary, when she saw Xiao Ruofei's angry look, she felt warm in her heart. Love Go Xiao Say W, Chu Lu Yu lowered her head and said softly, I'm sorry. Xiao Ruofei saw that Lu Yu's attitude was so good that he couldn't bear to say anything more to her. After all, she was still in shock after what had happened last night. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lu Yu and asked, Does your head hurt? Lu Yu nodded pitifully and then asked, Where is this? Where else could it be? Taoyuan Farm. Xiao Ruofei said, I carried you back last night. I didn't expect you to be so heavy even though you look so slim. You really can't judge a book by its cover. How could I? Lu Yu quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, I only weigh 100 kilograms. Lu Yu's figure was very tall. She was more than 1.7 meters. Her weight of 50 kilograms was already quite slender. Xiao Ruofei saw that Lu Yu still cared about her weight at this time and couldn't help but laugh. Okay, you rest for a while. I'll make you a bowl of hangover soup. Oh. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lu Yu said softly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and walked out of the door. At this time, Lu Yu suddenly realized something and quickly asked, Xiao Ruofei, what's wrong with my clothes? Xiao Ruofei stopped in his tracks and showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. But when he turned around, the expression on his face had changed into an angry look. He said, You're still talking about it. Do you know that you vomited a lot last night? Originally, I arranged for you to stay in the guest room next door. But as soon as you lay down, you vomited all over the bed. You even vomited on me. Your clothes are all dirty. Lu Yu didn't expect such a situation. She suddenly showed an apologetic look and said, I'm sorry. I don't remember. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand generously and said, Forget it, it's okay. Remember not to drink so much next time. Oh. I know. Lu Yu said. Then she immediately thought of the clothes and asked, Then my clothes? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl is really stubborn, he could only say helplessly, Your clothes are full of vomit. You can't wear them at all. There's no one else in my villa at night, so, Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, Did you help me change? Xiao Ruofei nodded silently and then immediately explained, But I helped you change your clothes behind you. I really didn't mess it up, don't say that. Lu Yu's ears turned red. She quickly said, Go and help me make the hangover soup. Oh. Xiao Ruofei immediately opened the door and left the room as if he was escaping. Lu Yu sat on the bed wearing Xiao Ruofei's thermal underwear. Her face was hot. She lifted the quilt and found that she was still wearing the jeans. She felt a little comforted and thought to herself, Fortunately, I only changed my clothes and didn't change my pants. Thinking of this, Lu Yu couldn't help but cover her face again. It was too much to change her clothes. She obviously felt that she was naked inside. So, even her bra had been taken off by Xiao Ruofei, that guy said he didn't look around. Who knows? Lu Yu thought shyly. At this time, she looked up and saw that her clothes were hanging on the balcony. Love go Xiaoxia kuso he washed my clothes last night. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a little warm in her heart. Then she saw the black lace bra hanging on the hanger. She couldn't help but imagine Xiao Ruofei sitting behind her last night and taking off her clothes one by one. Finally, he even took off her bra. She couldn't help but blush. This time I really have no face to see anyone. Lu Yu wailed in her heart. After a while, there was a soft knock on the door, followed by Xiao Ruofei's voice, Lu Yu, can I come in? Lu Yu subconsciously tightened the quilt and then said, come in. Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open and walked into the room, holding a bowl of hot and sour soup. He didn't know how effective it would be, so he had added some spirit heart flower petal solution to it. When Lu Yu heard Xiao Ruofei's footsteps, she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Xiao Ruofei. Drink it while it's hot. Xiao Ruofei said gently, it should help relieve your hangover headache. Lu Yu nodded and said in a mosquito-like voice, thank you, then she reached out and took the bowl in Xiao Ruofei's hand. During the whole process, she didn't dare to look at Xiao Ruofei, and her face was red and hot. It was also the first time Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu acting like a little wife, and he couldn't help but secretly laugh. However, he naturally knew why Lu Yu was so embarrassed, so he didn't deliberately bring up the topic of changing clothes. After vomiting last night, Lu Yu's stomach was already empty. When she smelled the hot and sour soup, her appetite was aroused. Soon, she finished the whole bowl of soup in big gulps. Not long after she finished drinking the soup, she felt that the symptoms of her headache were greatly relieved. She couldn't help but look up at Xiao Ruofei quickly and gratefully said, thank you. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly, moved a stool to sit by the bed, and then asked, how do you feel now? Much better. Lu Yu bowed her head and said softly, Xiao Ruofei, thank you. You've already said thank you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's just a bowl of hangover soup. You don't have to thank me. I'm not talking about hangover soup. Lu. You looked up at Xiao Ruofei and said seriously, I'm talking about last night. I'm really grateful to you, Xiao Ruofei nodded silently. After a while, he said, don't do this in the future. That kind of bar is not suitable for a girl like you. I know. Lu Yu said softly, I wasn't in a good mood yesterday, so I didn't think too much. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already guessed the reason why Lu Yu went drinking, so he didn't continue the topic. He just said lightly, well, you learn from your mistakes. Next time, you'll be fine. After that, Xiao Ruofei stood up, picked up the empty bowl on the bedside table, and said, you can sleep for a while. I'll go downstairs and cook some porridge for you. You were very drunk last night. It's better for your stomach to eat something light in the morning. After that, Xiao Ruofei stepped out of the door. Lu Yu's pearly white teeth gently bit her cherry lips. She looked up and said, Xiao Ruofei, wait a minute. Xiao Ruofei stopped, turned around, and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Lu Yu blushed and hesitated for a while before saying, I want to explain what happened yesterday. I know that you have a close relationship with Family Song. I also heard from my mother that you cured Master Song's terminal illness. You and Song Rui are very good friends, so I thought that if I asked you to come forward, you could make Song Rui give up on the idea of marriage. I really didn't think that much, and I didn't mean to use you. With Lu Yu's princess temper, even if she was wronged, she wouldn't explain anything to Xiao Ruofei. Yesterday, she sat by the river in a daze all afternoon and didn't take the initiative to look for Xiao Ruofei. However, after the bar incident, her mentality seemed to have changed a lot. After that, Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei nervously. At this time, she had forgotten the awkwardness after Xiao Ruofei changed her underwear. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I know. Then Lu Yu gently bit her lower lip and asked, are you still angry with me? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I was very angry at first, but then I thought about it. With your temper, you shouldn't have considered such a deep problem. It was probably an unintentional mistake. So I'm not so angry anymore. I'm sorry. Lu Yu said softly. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand generously and said, forget it. It's all in the past. I'm not such a petty person. Then Xiao Ruofei asked again, but after you met with Song Rui yesterday, did you find that the problem wasn't as serious as you thought? In fact, you should have told me earlier. Then there wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings. Lu Yu asked in surprise, You already knew about Song Rui. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, he's my good brother. I already knew his thoughts, but what's worse is that Song Rui didn't tell me that the person he wanted to marry was you. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many misunderstandings later. Lu Yu couldn't help but glare at Xiao Ruofei and said angrily, then why didn't you tell me at the restaurant yesterday and just left directly? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you already tricked me. Why should I tell you so much? Besides, Song Rui was already at the door. When you met, you naturally talked about everything. Why should I do something unnecessary? Lu Yu was also speechless for a while. Well, is there anything else? I'm going to cook the porridge. Xiao Ruofei said. Lu Yu still looked angry and ignored Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei laughed, pushed the door open and walked out of the room. After Xiao Ruofei left, Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Her pretty face was red, and she didn't look angry at all. Xiao Ruofei made century egg and lean meat porridge for Lu Yu. Because Yi Lingyun and Li Jifu had gone to Wui Mountain and there was no one else living in the villa, Xiao Ruofei directly brought the pressure cooker into the house. The two of them sat in the bedroom and had breakfast together. After eating, Xiao Ruofei went downstairs to clean up the pots and bowls. He returned to the room and said to Lu Yu, your clothes are still wet. I think you should rest here today. Okay. Lu Yu said immediately. By the way, you stay in the room during the day. Don't go out. Xiao Ruofei said, there are people working downstairs during the day, and there are many workers on the farm. If you go out, I won't be able to explain myself. Lu Yu laughed and said, got it. I won't go anywhere. I'll even eat in the room. Is that okay? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. I'll bring you lunch. As the two of them were talking, Lu Yu's cell phone rang. She took her handbag from the bedside table and looked at her cell phone. She quickly made a silent gesture to Xiao Ruofei and said, it's Yaya. Hello, Yaya. Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei and said with a guilty conscience. Yu, why didn't you go back to the dormitory last night? Jiang Yu asked with concern. Lu Yu blushed slightly and said, oh. I went back to my grandfather's house. I see. Don't you usually go back on the weekend? Why did you suddenly go back yesterday? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Something came up at home, Lu Yu said. By the way, Yaya, help me ask for leave from Professor Lu's elective class this morning. I don't feel well, so I don't want to go. Are you okay? Are you sick? Oh, it's okay. It's just a small cold, Lu Yu said quickly. Yaya, my grandfather is calling me. I can't talk to you anymore. Remember to ask for leave for me. After that, Lu Yu hurriedly hung up the phone. When she looked up, she saw Xiao Ruofei looking at her with a faint smile. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and said, what are you looking at? It's all because of you. How is it related to me? Xiao Ruofei spread his hands and said, is it wrong for me to wash your clothes? If you hadn't left in a huff yesterday, would I have gone to the bar to drink? Lu Yu rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, it's all your fault. Well. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, Miss Lu, your logic is amazing. Lu Yu giggled and rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei. She didn't say anything else. Xiao Ruofei said, then I'll go out first. If you feel bored, you can watch TV or surf the internet. Just call me if you need anything. Got it. After Xiao Ruofei left Lu Yu's room, he went directly to the study. Xiao Ruofei had a laptop in his bedroom. He rarely used the study, but it was equipped with a desktop computer. Xiao Ruofei opened the case of the desktop computer, and then took out the hard drive that he had removed from the 0-degree dream bar last night from the Ring 2 space. He found the spare power cable and data cable in the case, connected the hard drive to the computer, and then turned on the power of the case. After entering the system, Xiao Ruofei quickly checked and found that the hard drive with only one disk symbol had been recognized by the system. It seemed that yesterday's kick did not hurt the hard drive. He immediately opened the hard drive, and there was indeed a backup of the surveillance video. Each camera image was stored in a different folder. Xiao Ruofei rummaged through it and soon found the video files about an hour before and after the time when Liu sent him the WeChat message. Xiao Ruofei opened the player software and began to check these video files. He wanted to know what had happened before he went to the bar yesterday. At the same time, he was going to make a backup of these video files. Last night, he had made a big scene in the bar, and several people were seriously injured. This matter could be big or small, and in the emergency situation yesterday, it was impossible to be perfect, so Xiao Ruofei had to prepare for a rainy day. These video files were the best evidence. To be continued. Xiao Ruofei first opened the surveillance video of the surveillance camera at the entrance of the bar. Soon, he saw Lu Yu's figure on the surveillance screen. Lu Yu was alone. With a trace of hesitation on her face. She hesitated at the entrance of the bar and walked in. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the time displayed on the surveillance screen and quickly found the surveillance video inside the bar. He pulled the progress bar to the corresponding time and saw Lu Yu walking in from the door. Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu sitting in front of the bar, so he found a camera behind the bar among the many surveillance videos. After pulling the corresponding time, he saw Lu Yu on the screen. The position of the camera happened to be facing Lu Yu's position, so he could see her clearly. The surveillance video on the computer was playing, while Xiao Ruofei lit a cigarette and sat in front of the computer watching silently. Xiao Ruofei felt a pang of heartache when he saw Lu Yu asking for strong rum with a bleak expression and then sitting alone in front of the bar to drink. In the video, Lu Yu's expression was wooden as she drank one glass after another. During this time, many people came to talk to her, but they were all rejected by Lu Yu with a cold face. After watching for a while, Xiao Ruofei's eyes narrowed. He saw a big man who was obviously the bar's guard walk behind Lu Yu. Sure enough, a conflict soon broke out. Lu Yu kicked the big man and ran away. Soon, she disappeared from the surveillance range. Xiao Ruofei saw several big men chasing after Lu Yu. Although he already knew that Lu Yu did not suffer any substantial injuries in the end, Xiao Ruofei's face still became very ugly. He soon found Lu Yu's fleeing figure again in the surveillance video in the corridor outside the bathroom door. When he saw Lu Yu hiding in the bathroom and several big men outside kicking the door, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Xiao Ruofei looked at the time and then turned on his phone. This was the time when Lu Yu called him for help but failed. Then, she sent him a WeChat message. Xiao Ruofei could imagine how helpless Lu Yu was at that time. His heartstrings could not help but tremble again. Soon, the burly men broke through the door and left. Then, Lu Yu, who was fiercely resisting, was carried to the second floor by them. Simply lawless. Xiao Ruofei snorted inwardly. Yesterday, Xiao Ruofei had been so ruthless that a few of them would have been permanently disabled. At that time, he had acted in a fit of rage and did not think too much about it. Now that he had seen these videos, Xiao Ruofei felt that he had been too lenient. He should have crippled each and every one of those people. Xiao Ruofei also noticed that Lu Yu had been sober throughout the whole process and had been resisting fiercely. However, when he saw her, she was drunk. He thought of the empty wine bottle he saw in the room last night and understood a little. Naturally, there were no surveillance cameras in that room. However, Xiao Ruofei still watched for a while. After Lu Yu was locked in that room, Fang Luo's figure appeared on the surveillance screen after a full 10 minutes. Xiao Ruofei also felt a burst of relief. If Fang Luo had not delayed for more than 10 minutes, Lu Yu might not have been able to wait for him to save her. She would have been ruined by that bastard. After all, Taoyuan Farm was 20 to 30 kilometers away from the city. Xiao Ruofei could not fly there. Soon, Xiao Ruofei saw himself appear on the screen with a murderous look on his face. At this time, he had already dealt with Brother Tiger and the others on the first floor and was rushing up. Several burly men guarding the door rushed up and were easily defeated by Xiao Ruofei. Then, without hesitation, he kicked the door open and quickly pulled out a military dagger and threw it out. That was the end of the video. Because of the angle, the camera could not see what happened in the room. However, those were all experienced by Xiao Ruofei, so there was no need to watch it again. After Xiao Ruofei finished watching the video, he leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. There was a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt a heavy breathing behind him. He quickly looked back and found that Luyu was standing behind him. Her eyes were staring at the computer screen. Her eyes were full of horror and her body was still trembling. Xiao Ruofei quickly stood up. He had focused all his attention on the surveillance video. In addition, he was in an absolutely safe environment. He did not notice when Luyu came behind him. Now it seemed that Luyu had been here for a while. She should have seen those scenes that had left a huge psychological shadow on her. Xiao Ruofei stepped forward and gently hugged Luyu's shoulder. He said, "Don't be afraid. It's all over now." Luyu nodded heavily. She could not help but lean her face on Xiao Ruofei's broad chest. Tears burst out of her eyes and quickly wet Xiao Ruofei's clothes. Xiao Ruofei hugged Luyu with one hand and patted her back gently with the other. He could not help but comfort her. Luyu was trembling all over. She had just watched the whole process again. Her heart was full of horror and lingering fear. She knew very well that last night could be said to be a matter of life and death. If Xiao Ruofei had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that time, even if her mother was a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee, it would have been useless. Even if the Tian Huilan had thousands of ways to wipe out Feng Luo's entire gang, even if they cut Feng Luo into pieces, the damage would never be repaired. Luyu also saw the scene of Xiao Ruofei rushing up to the second floor, knocking down those big men like chopping vegetables, and then breaking through the door. At that moment, she suddenly felt a huge sense of security. Even when she saw the video, when she saw Xiao Ruofei's figure in the video, she still felt like she had found a safe harbor. She had been pampered and spoiled since childhood. She had never experienced such helplessness or even despair. It was precisely because of this that the sense of security after seeing Xiao Ruofei was precious. Therefore, she also hugged Xiao Ruofei tightly. Xiao Ruofei's body became a little stiff when a charming beauty hugged him like this. She was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and there was a faint fragrance coming from her from time to time. He didn't know where to put his hands. He knew that Luyu's mood was very unstable now, so he didn't dare to push her away rashly. He could only stand there and keep comforting her in a low voice. After a while, Luyu's mood slowly calmed down. Only then did she realize that she had hugged Xiao Ruofei so tightly and buried her head in Xiao Ruofei's broad chest. A strong masculine scent made her body a little limp. Luyu quickly got out of Xiao Ruofei's arms and reached out to wipe her tears. She blushed and said softly, "I'm sorry." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. It's all over now. You don't have to be afraid." "Well." Luyu nodded gently and said, "Thank you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You're welcome. Remember not to go to these places next time. It's really dangerous." "I know." Luyu said cleverly. Since Xiao Ruofei met Luyu, he had never seen her so submissive. He was really not used to it for a while. He sat back down next to the computer, copied the videos he had just picked out into a folder, and then opened a video editing software. Luyu asked curiously, "Xiao Ruofei, what are you doing?" Xiao Ruofei turned to her and said with a smile, "I'm editing these videos. I was a little rough last night. Although I took back the surveillance hard disk, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be photographed. Even if the police come to the door, I have evidence to use." "Ah? Yesterday you?" Luyu asked, "You didn't kill someone, did you?" "No," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Luyu suddenly felt relieved. If Xiao Ruofei was really involved in a murder case, because of her, she would feel even more sorry. Although those scumbags deserved to die, and Xiao Ruofei was also trying to save people, if someone really died, Xiao Ruofei still had to bear some responsibility. Even the Tian Huilan might not be able to protect Xiao Ruofei. Besides, if it wasn't particularly necessary, Luyu definitely didn't want the Tian Huilan to know what happened yesterday. Xiao Ruofei then said, "It's just a few people who were disabled. There should be 3 or 4 who will be disabled. As for the Master Luo who ordered his men to arrest you, he probably won't be able to leave the wheelchair for the rest of his life, and he won't be able to harm other girls anymore." Luyu's face was slightly red when she heard this. She naturally understood what Xiao Ruofei meant. Although Xiao Ruofei was very rough and made her feel a little scared, at the same time, there was a surge of warmth in her heart. Xiao Ruofei didn't speak anymore. He dragged those videos into the video editing software, then began to edit and combine them. Of course, he had also made a backup copy of the original video. Luyu moved a chair and sat beside Xiao Ruofei, quietly watching him work. It was strange to say that after throwing herself into Xiao Ruofei's arms and crying, when she saw these videos now, she didn't feel afraid in her heart. Xiao Ruofei was very focused on operating the computer, and Luyu secretly glanced at Xiao Ruofei from time to time, then quickly turned her gaze back to the computer screen. In the girl's heart, there seemed to be a seed quietly sprouting. Perhaps even Luyu herself didn't notice it. Soon, Xiao Ruofei edited and combined a short video. The whole process of Luyu entering the door to being forced by several big men to the second floor and being locked in the room was clear at a glance. After Xiao Ruofei previewed it in the software and confirmed that there was no problem, he clicked to generate the video. Then he threw the mouse and said with a smile, "Done." It took some time to generate the video. Xiao Ruofei turned to Luyu and said, "Now the workers are at work. Peng Hao is still working on the first floor, so you can only stay upstairs during the day. Otherwise, it will be difficult to avoid misunderstandings if you are seen by others." Luyu nodded and said, "It's okay. Besides, my clothes are not dry. I can't wander around your farm in this." Xiao Ruofei looked at Luyu, who was wearing his large thermal underwear, and couldn't help but laugh. The room was very warm, so Luyu didn't wear a coat. Xiao Ruofei's clothes were very loose on Luyu, and the hem was almost covering her thighs. It was like a small skirt, and it looked loose, which made it look very charming. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Luyu was slightly embarrassed by Xiao Ruofei's gaze and couldn't help but lower her head. When she lowered her head, she happened to see two very obvious bulges on her chest. She suddenly realized that she was naked inside. Her underwear had been changed and washed by Xiao Ruofei last night. Now it was hanging on the balcony to dry. Luyu's face suddenly turned red. She quickly crossed her hands in front of her chest and then glared at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly. Xiao Ruofei originally didn't notice the two bulges on Luyu's chest. Now that Luyu had such a big reaction, he suddenly noticed it and subconsciously looked at it again. Luyu was shy and embarrassed. She shouted coquettishly, "You're still looking." Xiao Ruofei quickly turned his head awkwardly and said, I'm sorry. "I didn't mean it." Then Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "I'll find you a jacket." After that, Xiao Ruofei left the study as if he was escaping. He went to his bedroom and found a sportswear jacket. Then, he went to the study and handed it to Luyu. When Luyu saw Xiao Ruofei come in, she subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. Then, she said with a red face, "Put it on the side." Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, "Then I'll go out first. I have to walk around the orchard and the construction site later. You can do as you please. You can read or play on the computer. Without my permission, they won't come upstairs." "I know," Luyu said with a red face. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly left the study room and walked down the stairs. Luyu was not as unruly as before in front of him. She blushed from time to time. Xiao Ruofei was really not used to it. However, he also found that if Luyu did not make trouble for no reason, her delicate appearance was actually quite likable. Of course, this thought only flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind before it was forcefully driven out. Now that he had Ling Qingxue, he subconsciously felt that he should not think about those things anymore. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ruofei consciously did not go back to the second floor for the whole morning. Instead, he wandered around the greenhouse, the construction site, and the orchard all morning. Even Chao Taishu and the others muttered in their hearts, "Is the boss not very satisfied with everyone's recent work? Usually, it's hard to see the boss. Why did he walk around in circles today?" They were much more active in their work. If they knew the reason why Xiao Ruofei wandered back and forth, they would not know whether to laugh or cry. At noon, Xiao Ruofei made himself a simple lunch. Peng Hao went to the bank in the city near noon. Xiao Ruofei did not need to leave any food for him. He took everything upstairs and had lunch with Luyu. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Night had just fallen and the lights were waning. On the campus of Xianxia University, some students were walking in groups to the internet cafe outside the campus, some were dressed in sportswear and headed to the sports field, and many were hurrying to the self-study classroom with books in their hands. The flashy Night 15 drove through the campus and attracted a lot of attention. Xiao Ruofei deliberately found a secluded place that was relatively far away from Lu Yu's dormitory and parked the car. Lu Yu didn't speak much along the way. She just sat quietly in the passenger seat and stared blankly. It wasn't until the car stopped that she woke up from a dream and said, "Ah. We're here." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Miss Lu, what are you thinking about all the way? It feels like your mind is wandering outside the sky." Lu Yu was a little depressed. She said softly, "Nothing, Xiao Ruofei. Thank you for sending me back. I'm leaving." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Well, go back quickly. Don't let your classmates worry." A look of disappointment flashed across Lu Yu's face. She silently unfastened her seatbelt and opened the door to get out of the car. Just when she had taken 2 steps, she suddenly heard Xiao Ruofei call from behind, "Lu Yu." A trace of joy flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. She quickly turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll keep what happened yesterday a secret for you. But you must remember not to go to such a dangerous place next time." The trace of expectation in Lu Yu's eyes gradually dissipated. She lowered her head and said softly, "I know. Goodbye." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved to Lu Yu. Then he stepped on the accelerator and the Night 15 off-road vehicle drove away from Lu Yu. Lu Yu turned around and looked in the direction Xiao Ruofei left. Only when the taillights of the Night 15 disappeared did she let out a faint sigh and walked towards the dormitory. After Xiao Ruofei left Xianxia University, he didn't go back to Taoyuan Farm. Instead, he asked Ling Qingshui out for a meal. After the meal, they went to the Sanshan Square to watch a movie. After the movie, Xiao Ruofei accompanied Ling Qingshui to go shopping. They were usually busy with their own things, so they didn't have much time to date, so they cherished the time together. Xiao Ruofei also gave Ling Qingshui 3 servings of jade skin ointment. It seemed that he found them in the trunk of the car. In fact, Xiao Ruofei took them out directly from the Ring 2 space when Ling Qingshui's vision was blocked. Then he put them in a paper bag in the trunk. Ling Qingshui was a natural beauty, and her figure was very tall. Even Xiao Ruofei was fascinated by her pair of amazingly long legs. After using the jade skin ointment recently, her skin was even more tender and delicate, making her look even more attractive. Xiao Ruofei almost couldn't control himself. Yesterday, when he saw Xiao Ruofei's youthful and beautiful body, he had been forcibly suppressing it. Today, since they met, Ling Qingshui had been clinging to Xiao Ruofei. Whether it was watching a movie or shopping, she held Xiao Ruofei tightly. Her delicate body was tightly attached to Xiao Ruofei. Naturally, Xiao Ruofei's heart was itching even more. Unfortunately, Ling Xiaotian was also in their Jiangbin villa today. Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't go back with Ling Qingshui to make love with her. Xiao Ruofei wanted to ask Ling Qingshui to go back to Taoyuan Farm with him. Ling Qingshui hesitated for a long time and refused. After all, she was a girl. It was definitely not good for her to not go home at night. Although Ling Xiaotian might not mind, Ling Qingshui was still too shy. Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to send Ling Qingshui home in a very gentlemanly manner. Then, he drove back to Taoyuan Farm alone. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei was very well behaved. He basically stayed in Taoyuan Farm. Of course, he had also been paying attention to the local news. Although the news didn't report the conflict at 0 Degree Dream Bar that night, he didn't let his guard down. These days, he had been living in seclusion and tried his best to avoid showing his face in the city. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was so careful because he had promised Lu Yu to keep it a secret for her. Otherwise, if he had told Tian Huilan directly, not only would he be fine, but Fang Luo and his gang wouldn't be able to escape prison even if they were disabled. They might even be shot. Fang Luo had harmed many girls over the years. If Tian Huilan personally intervened in this matter, then what he had done would definitely be exposed. He would be thoroughly investigated. Even if he had stolen a dog when he was young, he wouldn't be able to hide it from the investigation. However, since he had promised Liu Yu, Xiao Ruofei could only be more careful. He had to wait for the limelight to blow over. After all, if strictly according to the law, even if Xiao Ruofei had a reason to save people, it would be suspected of intentional injury. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Moreover, when Xiao Ruofei had rushed in that day, there were many customers in the bar. Therefore, although Xiao Ruofei lived in seclusion on the farm, trouble still came to him. It had only been 2 days since the incident at 0 Degree Dream Bar. On this day, Xiao Ruofei was strolling in the orchard with Lightning when he received a call from Lei Hu. He said that several police officers had come to the farm to look for him. Xiao Ruofei was also mentally prepared for this, so he immediately turned around and walked down the mountain. When he arrived at the villa, Xiao Ruofei saw a valiant policewoman standing in front of his Night 15 off-road vehicle. Her eyes revealed a very fond look. The policewoman was about 25 or 26 years old. Her well-fitting police uniform outlined her exquisite figure, especially her voluptuous breasts. At first glance, one could tell that they were quite large. The police uniform was stretched tight, and the buttons in front of her chest seemed to be in danger of bursting open at any time. There were 2 policemen next to the policewoman. They were both in their 30s, but they looked more like the policewoman's subordinates. The 2 of them stood at the side, and their expressions were far less relaxed than the policewoman's. Their faces were full of vigilance. Lei Hu also greeted them from the side, but the 3 of them had no intention of talking to Lei Hu. When he saw Xiao Ruofei coming in with Lightning, Lei Hu called out, "Brother Xia." There was a trace of worry in his eyes. These 3 policemen obviously came with bad intentions. He had seen their IDs. They were all from the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Police Detachment. When the Criminal Police Detachment was dispatched, it was definitely not a trivial case. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded at Lei Hu, giving him a comforting look. When the 2 policemen saw Xiao Ruofei, their eyes narrowed at the same time. Then, they quietly moved a few steps towards the door, faintly blocking Xiao Ruofei's escape route. Lei Hu saw this and couldn't help but frown. Xiao Ruofei naturally saw the movements of the 2 policemen, but he had a faint smile on his face. He just pretended not to see it. In fact, if Xiao Ruofei really wanted to leave, let alone 2 policemen, even if there were 10 times more policemen, they still wouldn't be able to stop Xiao Ruofei. But his career was here, and even if these policemen came for the 0 Degree Dream Bar, what happened that night wasn't a big deal. He wasn't going to run away for this. When the big-breasted policewoman heard the sound, she finally retracted her gaze from the Night 15 car and turned to look at Xiao Ruofei. "Police comrade, you're looking for me?" Xiao Ruofei asked faintly. His eyes subconsciously swept over the policewoman's considerable chest. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but have a thought: this policewoman is carrying such a big burden on her body. How can she run when catching a thief? She should be doing internal work in the office. Why did she run off to become a criminal police officer? In fact, Xiao Ruofei couldn't be blamed. It was just that the policewoman's chest was too eye-catching. It was difficult not to attract Xiao Ruofei's attention. The policewoman keenly felt Xiao Ruofei's gaze. Her eyes flashed with a trace of anger. In fact, she herself was very troubled by this. Over the years, she didn't know how many similar gazes she had encountered, and every time it made her feel very embarrassed. The policewoman glared fiercely at Xiao Ruofei and asked stiffly, "You're Xiao Ruofei?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and continued to ask, "Why are you looking for me? Is this car yours?" The policewoman ignored Xiao Ruofei and continued to ask. Xiao Ruofei frowned and said faintly, "Officer, why are you looking for me? Just say it. My time is very precious." The policewoman coldly snorted and said, "Aren't I interrogating you? Is this car yours or not?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in his heart. He said, "Interrogating? What crime have I committed that requires me to be interrogated? Don't you know in your heart?" The policewoman looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Xiao Ruofei's expression turned cold. He said, "I don't want to play riddles with you anymore. Officer, no matter what questions you have to ask me, please show me your ID first. My request isn't too much, is it?" "You." The policewoman glared at Xiao Ruofei and almost lost her temper on the spot. However, when she saw the other two policemen looking in their direction, she suppressed her anger and reached out to take out her police ID from her jacket pocket. Xiao Ruofei clearly saw that when the policewoman took out her ID, the peaks in front of her chest were slightly shaken a few times. He couldn't help but secretly click his tongue in wonder. He didn't expect that her chest was so tight, but it could still fit in a police ID. The policewoman opened her ID and waved it in front of Xiao Ruofei. She said, "We're from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Detachment. We need your assistance in investigating a case." Xiao Ruofei picked his ears and said calmly, "It was too fast. I didn't see it clearly." "What do you mean?" The policewoman stared and asked sternly. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "I didn't see it clearly, so I didn't see it clearly." "You just shook it. Even a god couldn't see it clearly, right? Who knows if your ID card is fake or not? Recently, there have been a lot of liars pretending to be soldiers and policemen. Although our Taoyuan farm is a small business, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be targeted by liars. Xiao Ruofei, pay attention to your attitude. Who are you calling a liar?" The policewoman was so angry that she gritted her teeth and asked. "I'm just saying that there is such a possibility." Xiao Ruofei said innocently, "Officer, your ID is not something that can't be seen. Didn't your superiors teach you to take the initiative to show your ID to the people when performing tasks?" The policewoman's face was livid. She opened her police ID and showed it directly in front of Xiao Ruofei. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, "Look carefully." Xiao Ruofei grinned and suddenly took advantage of her. The policewoman's face changed slightly. The two policemen behind Xiao Ruofei also subconsciously reached for their waists. The policewoman only saw a blur in front of her eyes, and then the police ID in her hand disappeared. She looked again and found that Xiao Ruofei was holding the police ID with a smile. He said while looking at it, "Don't be nervous. I just want to see it more clearly." The policewoman and her two colleagues looked at each other. There was a hint of vigilance in their eyes. Xiao Ruofei's movements just now were so fast that the three of them couldn't see it clearly at all. Especially the policewoman. She didn't have any reaction at all, and the police ID in her hand was already in Xiao Ruofei's hand. What if it wasn't a police ID, but a gun? This person is very dangerous. The policewoman thought in her heart. She quietly took 2 steps back, raised her hand slightly, and slowly approached the holster at her waist. Xiao Ruofei seemed to be very interested in the police ID. He looked at it over and over for a long time. Then, he said with a smile, "Qin Xiaoyu, good name. It's just that such a gentle name seems to be a bit used on you. TSK, you're so young and you're already a deputy captain. Amazing." The police ID showed that the policewoman named Qin Xiaoyu was the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. She was only 25 years old this year. Qin Xiaoyu's face was very ugly. She snorted and asked, "Have you seen enough?" Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and threw the ID to Qin Xiaoyu. He said, "Isn't it just an ID? You won't lose anything if I look at it for a while." This document looks quite authentic." Qin Xiaoyu caught the police ID. When she heard Xiao Ruofei's words, her lungs were about to explode. She shouted, "What do you mean by looks real? We are policemen." Xiao Ruofei shrugged non-committally and said, "Okay, I've seen the ID. Officer Qin, if you have any questions, just ask." Qin Xiaoyu glared at Xiao Ruofei fiercely and took a deep breath to calm her emotions. Then, she asked in a businesslike tone, "Mr. Xiao Ruofei, may I ask where you were on April 18th from 8:00 p.m. to 8:30 p.m? What did you do?" Xiao Ruofei said without thinking, "I was on the farm on the 18th, you're lying." Qin Xiaoyu immediately interrupted Xiao Ruofei and said, "Many surveillance cameras in the city captured you driving this domineering off-road vehicle and running several red lights in a row. Finally, you went in the direction of the 0-degree Dream Bar in Beijiangbin." Qin Xiaoyu had been staring at Xiao Ruofei's eyes when she spoke, especially when she mentioned the 0-degree Dream Bar. She stared at Xiao Ruofei closely. Unfortunately, she didn't see any changes in Xiao Ruofei's expression. Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, "Have I finished speaking?" Officer Qin, it's very impolite of you to rudely interrupt me like this. Do you know that? Xianxia sneered and said, didn't you just say that you were on the farm? Xiao Ruofei said calmly, I said that I was on the farm that day, but I went out to pick up a friend at night. I don't remember the exact time. I don't know if it was the time you said. Qin Xiaoyu cursed in her heart, sly. Throughout the entire process, the other two police officers didn't speak. Qin Xiaoyu should be the one in charge of this case. Although the two police officers were older than Qin Xiaoyu, they were very likely to be her subordinates. In fact, Qin Xiaoyu and the rest didn't have any substantial evidence. After receiving the report that night, they found that all the surveillance footage had been taken away. The gangsters who were beaten up couldn't say anything, and Fang Luo and brother who had been unconscious. However, Qin Xiaoyu immediately noticed that there was something wrong with Xiao Ruofei's off-road vehicle after retrieving the surveillance footage at the intersection. It was rushing in the direction of the 0-degree dream bar like a lunatic. Hence, she brought her two subordinates to investigate. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw the off-road vehicle. Qin Xiaoyu was about to continue asking when her phone rang. She glared at Xiao Ruofei, then took out her phone and said, hello? Is this Qin Xiaoyu? Great, I'll give you a reward later. After Qin Xiaoyu hung up the phone, the way she looked at Xiao Ruofei became a little unfriendly. To be continued. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. When Xiao Ruofei saw Qin Xiaoyu's expression, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that the investigators must have gotten some evidence, and it was very likely that the evidence pointed to him. Love go little say W, Chu. In fact, that was the case. The 0-degree dream bar case was transferred to the criminal police, so it definitely wasn't a small case. Qin Xiaoyu was the leader of the team that arrived at the scene that night. She saw the miserable state of the gangsters, especially brother Hu and Fang Luo. Even though she was used to crime scenes as a police officer, she still felt a chill in her heart. That method was too ruthless, too cruel, especially when they found Fang Luo on the second floor. Qin Xiaoyu almost vomited on the spot. When the other male police officers saw the scene of Fang Luo's penis being cut off, they subconsciously clamped their legs together. Qin Xiaoyu was the person in charge of the case. Her subordinates were divided into several teams to handle the case. She brought two of her subordinates to investigate Xiao Ruofei, who was the suspect of the crime, and many other police officers were doing interviews and investigating. Just now, another group of police officers had news that they had found a few customers who had been at the bar that night. They had taken photos of Xiao Ruofei's murderous aura as he beat up the gangsters. These photos were identified by brother Hu and Fang Luo, who were lying in the hospital on the verge of death, as the culprits that night. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei suddenly became a major suspect. Qin Xiaoyu stared into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and said, Xiao Ruofei, you are suspected of intentional injury. I am now representing the Sanshan City Public Security Bureau to officially summon you. We will make up the relevant documents immediately. Now, please come with us. Brother Xia. Lei Hu looked at Xiao Ruofei nervously. Xiao Ruofei calmly waved at Lei Hu, then said to Qin Xiaoyu, okay, let's go. Qin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then took out the handcuffs from her waist. Xiao Ruofei narrowed his eyes and said, Officer Qin, I've already promised to go back with you. Is it necessary? Also, do you think this thing can restrain me? Cut the crap. Qin Xiaoyu snorted. And said, you are now a suspect, what qualifications do you have to bargain? With that, Qin Xiaoyu walked over with the handcuffs. To be honest, at this time, Qin Xiaoyu was actually very nervous. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. Although Xiao Ruofei only showed a little of his skill, Qin Xiaoyu could see that Xiao Ruofei's skill was definitely better than hers. When the two policemen saw this, they were also very alert. Both of their hands were already holding onto the handles of their guns. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and did not resist. Instead, he stretched out his hands with a relaxed expression. With 2 clicks, bright handcuffs were put on Xiao Ruofei's wrists. Xiao Ruofei nonchalantly raised his hand to take a look. Qin Xiaoyu gently pushed his back and said, let's go. Xiao Ruofei leisurely followed the 2 policemen to their Volkswagen Santana police car. He did not forget to stop and tell Lei Hu to tell him that Peng Hao would be temporarily in charge of the farm's work. Walking to the side of the police car, one of the policemen opened the back door and took the lead to sit in. The other policeman gently pushed Xiao Ruofei, indicating for him to get in the car. At this time, Qin Xiaoyu also opened the door of the front passenger seat and was about to get in. Xiao Ruofei called out, "Officer Qin." Qin Xiaoyu turned around and saw Xiao Ruofei holding the handcuffs in his hands. She smiled and said, "You should keep it well. If you lose this thing, you won't be able to buy it." Qin Xiaoyu was suddenly stunned. She clearly handcuffed Xiao Ruofei's hands just now. She also deliberately tightened the handcuffs, wanting to make Xiao Ruofei suffer a little. She never thought that in such a short distance, Xiao Ruofei would be able to slip his hands out without anyone noticing. Moreover, the three of them did not notice at all. In fact, Xiao Ruofei already knew this kind of small trick when he was in the army. After taking the body tempering soup a few times, Xiao Ruofei's control over his body's muscles and bones had become more proficient. This kind of directly breaking the handcuffs was simply a piece of cake for him. While Qin Xiaoyu was still in a daze, Xiao Ruofei laughed and casually hung the handcuffs on the open door. Then, he got into the police car. Qin Xiaoyu came back to her senses. She couldn't help but glare fiercely at Xiao Ruofei. Then, she picked up the handcuffs with a somewhat dejected face. She didn't mention the matter of handcuffing Xiao Ruofei again. He could break free so easily, wouldn't it be embarrassing to put handcuffs on him again? Hopefully, there won't be any more problems on the road. Qin Xiaoyu said in her heart. The other policeman also had a strange expression. After glancing at Xiao Ruofei, he got into the car. The two policemen sandwiched Xiao Ruofei in the middle. However, they still didn't have any sense of security. Their hearts were hanging on a thread the whole way. After Xiao Ruofei got into the car, he leaned against the back of the seat and closed his eyes. The car drove all the way to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. After entering the highway around the city, Xiao Ruofei even let out a slight snoring sound. The car shook all the way. Xiao Ruofei slept very soundly. After the police car stopped in the courtyard of the criminal police detachment, he was still snoring. Qin Xiaoyu was frightened all the way, afraid that Xiao Ruofei would suddenly make things difficult for her. On the way, Qin Xiaoyu also investigated Xiao Ruofei's file through the internal system. However, she could only find out that Xiao Ruofei had served in a certain army and retired early last year. The details of his service period couldn't be found at all. This made Qin Xiaoyu even more worried. She faintly felt that it wasn't that Xiao Ruofei's file wasn't complete. The reason why she couldn't see it was likely that she didn't have enough authority. His superb skills and mysterious military service experience made Qin Xiaoyu quite vigilant. Her heart was hanging in the air the whole way. So when she saw Xiao Ruofei sleeping soundly, Qin Xiaoyu was also angry. She signaled the policeman beside Xiao Ruofei to get out of the car, then bent down and shouted, "Hey! Get up!" Xiao Ruofei pursed his lips, adjusted his position, and continued to sleep. Qin Xiaoyu was so angry that she reached out and pushed Xiao Ruofei, shouting, "Get up quickly!" She really had never seen a criminal suspect with such a big heart. He was caught in the police car, but he could still sleep. Moreover, he slept all the way and refused to wake up even when they arrived at the Public Security Bureau. This was really strange. Qin Xiaoyu shouted a few times before Xiao Ruofei woke up in a daze. He opened his sleepy eyes, and the first thing he saw was a pair of astonishingly large peaks. The police car was relatively low. Qin Xiaoyu bent down, half of her body was in the car. This posture made her already big twin peaks even more impressive. It was hard for Xiao Ruofei not to notice. Qin Xiaoyu's face was slightly red, and she quickly retracted her body from the car. She straightened her body and shouted, "Where are you looking? Look again and I'll dig your eyeballs out." Xiao Ruofei's face was all smiles, but his eyes swept across Qin Xiaoyu's chest unscrupulously. Then he stretched and said, "We're here. You guys drove pretty fast." Actually, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any improper thoughts about Qin Xiaoyu, but seeing Qin Xiaoyu's angry look, he couldn't help but take a few more glances to tease this young policewoman with a super good figure. "Get out of the car," Qin Xiaoyu said coldly. Xiao Ruofei shrugged his shoulders, and slowly got out of the car. Qin Xiaoyu and the two police officers brought Xiao Ruofei into an interrogation room that had already been prepared. The interrogation room was installed with cameras from many angles. Other than that, the furnishings were very simple. In front was a long desk with 3 seats. One of the seats had a computer monitor in front of it. Opposite the desk was a metal chair fixed to the ground. There was also a circle around the chair. It looked a bit like a small table used by children to eat. There were also 2 thick metal rings on top of it. Obviously, this was for the person being interrogated to sit on. After Xiao Ruofei went in, he consciously walked over and sat on the chair. One of the policemen went forward to lock the buckle, and then took out handcuffs from his waist. He hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Qin Xiaoyu. When they were at Taoyuan Farm, Xiao Ruofei's skill of breaking free from the handcuffs without anyone noticing left a deep impression on him. Now he was a bit hesitant about whether or not to put the handcuffs on Xiao Ruofei, and whether or not there was any meaning in putting them on. Qin Xiaoyu frowned and shook her head slightly. The policeman immediately put away the handcuffs and walked back to sit behind the desk. The other policeman had already turned on the computer, and his hands were on the keyboard. Obviously, he was responsible for taking notes. Qin Xiaoyu, who was sitting in the middle, said with a hint of sarcasm, "The procedure is very familiar. Do you often go to the police station?" "It's okay." Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile, "Officer Qin, what do you want to ask?" "Can you ask now?" Qin Xiaoyu snorted coldly, and asked in a businesslike tone, "Name?" "Xiao Ruofei." "Age?" After a few routine questions, Qin Xiaoyu said coldly, "Xiao Ruofei, tell me in detail the night before yesterday, which is April 18th, between 8:00 p.m. and 8:30 p.m, where did you go, and what did you do?" Qin Xiaoyu paused and added, "We already have clear evidence in our hands. You'd better think carefully before answering. I don't need to repeat the principle of being lenient if you're honest, right?" Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "That night, I was surfing the internet at home on the farm. After receiving a WeChat message from a friend, I went to the 0 Degree Dream bar in Beijiangbin. After picking her up, I went home. If I remember correctly, it should be the time you said. Picking up a friend?" Qin Xiaoyu sneered and said, "Nothing else happened?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The bar owner was too hospitable. He insisted that my friend stay there as a guest, so I had to use some tricks." "Xiao Ruofei, don't be so cheeky. Have a proper attitude. This is the Public Security Bureau." Qin Xiaoyu scolded. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and still looked relaxed. Qin Xiaoyu stared at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "That night, a total of 13 people were injured. 5 of them were seriously injured, 8 of them had minor injuries, and 3 of them would be permanently disabled. 1 of them is still in critical condition. Is this what you mean by tricks?" Xiao Ruofei pursed his lips and said, "Impossible, I know what I'm doing. No one will die." "So, you admit that you were the one who hit them?" Qin Xiaoyu asked. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes, I was the one who hit them." Qin Xiaoyu and the other 2 policemen looked at each other and saw a trace of joy in each other's eyes. This case was too smooth. In less than 3 days, they had already caught the culprit. Qin Xiaoyu said to the policeman on her right, "De Chong, go through the relevant procedures and arrest him." "Okay." De Chong stood up and said, "Police Officer Qin, don't you want to know why I hit them?" Xiao Ruofei's tone turned cold and asked, "You policemen don't know anything about that Master Luo? Don't you know what kind of person that guy is?" Qin Xiaoyu said coldly, "No matter what the reason is, no matter what the victim did before, it's illegal for you to hit them, not to mention that you hit them so seriously." Following that, Qin Xiaoyu continued to speak in a businesslike manner, "Xiao Ruofei, describe in detail how you assaulted someone." Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "Yes, I know that even if that bullshit Master Luo is a scumbag, he's still protected by the law. But do you know, if I didn't rush over in time that night, what kind of tragic experience would my friend have had? She was just going to the bar to spend money, but she was forced into his room by the victim you mentioned, and forced to drink a whole bottle of wine. Maybe it was because he thought of the thrilling experience that day." Xiao Ruofei's emotions became a little agitated. He took a deep breath and then continued, "Do you know, if I was even a minute late, my friend might have been defiled by that scumbag." Why was I so harsh? Because I was racing against time. If I wasn't harsh, how could I get my friend's whereabouts in the first place? Also, did you see the scene that day? That room had all kinds of whips, candles, and collars. It was obviously used for that scumbag's pleasure. Who knows how many victims there were before? Xiao Ruofei continued, have you investigated this? Qin Xiaoyu was also slightly moved. She looked at Xiao Ruofei with a complicated expression and said, we don't understand the situation you're talking about. We'll investigate this. If Fang Luo and the others are suspected of breaking the law, they will also be severely punished by the law after they are discharged from the hospital. I can understand that you were anxious to save your friend, but you shouldn't have beaten people up. You put yourself in danger for those hooligans. It's not worth it. Xiao Ruofei's face showed a faint smile and said, Officer Qin, don't tell me you haven't been a police officer for long? Qin Xiaoyu was stunned. Her attitude had already softened, but after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, she couldn't help but stare at Xiao Ruofei and said, what does this have to do with you? Actually, Xiao Ruofei was right. Although Qin Xiaoyu was the deputy captain, she hadn't been a police officer for long. She had a master's degree in criminal investigation from the Public Security University. Her first post wasn't at the Sanshan Public Security Bureau, but the Ministry of Public Security. In fact, she had only been at the Sanshan Public Security Bureau for 2 months. In other words, Qin Xiaoyu's work experience on the front line was actually very lacking. That was why she reacted so strongly to Xiao Ruofei's words. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I think an old police officer should be able to easily see that for Fang Luo to be so lawless, it's impossible that he doesn't have a protective umbrella. So what law punishment? I don't believe it. Also, I don't hold grudges because I usually take revenge on the spot. Especially for that kind of scumbag, if I don't personally cripple him, how can I take revenge for those victims? How can I take revenge for my friend? You. This is a society ruled by law. Your thinking is very dangerous. Qin Xiaoyu said. Qin Xiaoyu knew that Xiao Ruofei was very strong and was also a retired soldier. If such a person's thinking went to extremes, it would seriously harm society and become an extremely unstable factor, just like a time bomb. That was why she consciously advised him. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He could see that Qin Xiaoyu was a greenhouse flower that grew up in an ivory tower. She had never seen the cruelty of the outside world. Her words and actions revealed a sense of idealism. Qin Xiaoyu saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't listen at all and sighed in her heart. Then she said, about this case, do you have anything else to say? We will record the relevant information for you. Xiao Ruofei said, everything that happened to my friend in the bar was recorded by the bar's surveillance camera. I have already edited the relevant video. I hope it will be helpful for your investigation. Oh? Where is the video? Is the original surveillance data still there? Qin Xiaoyu immediately asked with excitement. Because the policeman didn't handcuff Xiao Ruofei just now, Xiao Ruofei's hands could move freely. He directly put his hands into his trouser pocket. In fact, he wanted to deceive people and take out the USB flash drive with the edited surveillance video from the Ring 2 space. Qin Xiaoyu and the policeman who was responsible for recording were shocked. Qin Xiaoyu shouted, don't move. Slowly take your hands out of your pockets and then raise your hands. Xiao Ruofei's action of taking out his pockets made Qin Xiaoyu suddenly think that Xiao Ruofei was a dangerous person, so she was very nervous. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slowly took his hands out of his pockets and showed the USB flash drive in his palm to Qin Xiaoyu. He said, Police Officer Qin, don't be nervous. I just took out the video USB flash drive. Qin Xiaoyu also felt that her reaction just now was a bit too big and showed a trace of embarrassment. She gestured to the policeman next to her. The policeman immediately took Xiao Ruofei's USB flash drive and inserted it into the computer USB port. He copied the edited video data from Xiao Ruofei to the computer for taking notes. Qin Xiaoyu gestured to the policeman to open the video. When the video started playing, it was the scene of Lu Yu hesitating at the door of the bar and then walking in. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Qin Xiaoyu grabbed the mouse, paused the video, and then leaned close to the screen to watch carefully. The policeman operating the computer tactfully gave up his seat. Qin Xiaoyu's expression was very interesting. After she carefully identified it, she looked up and asked, "Your friend is the girl sitting next to the bar?" Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Officer Qin, you'll know if you continue watching." In fact, Xiao Ruofei saw Qin Xiaoyu's expression just now. He also muttered in his heart, could it be that this big-breasted policewoman recognized Liu? You? It can't be such a coincidence, right? I heard that Liu usually kept a very low profile. Even her classmates in the university didn't know her identity. Qin Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Ruofei with dissatisfaction, then focused her attention on the computer screen. She pressed the spacebar and let the video continue to play. As the video played, Qin Xiaoyu's expression became more and more ugly. Her hand holding the mouse had unconsciously clenched tightly, and her eyes seemed to spit out fire. The video stopped abruptly after Xiao Ruofei knocked down several big men in front of the door on the second floor like cutting melons and vegetables, and kicked open the door. Qin Xiaoyu looked up at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Your friend didn't get hurt, right?" "I got there in time." Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "If I didn't use some means to interrogate on the first floor, and slowly moved with emotion and reason, by the time I found my friend, I'm afraid it would have been too late." Qin Xiaoyu's expression became a little awkward. She knew that Xiao Ruofei was referring to her words just now. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Qin Xiaoyu understood this principle, but after seeing the scene that day, she was indeed frightened by Xiao Ruofei's bloody means. Therefore, her first impression of Xiao Ruofei was that he was fierce and cruel. But when she found out that the girl who was almost ruined by Xiao Ruofei was Liu Yu, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly felt that Xiao Ruofei's means were not cruel at all. The perspective of a person was different, and the standpoint of a problem would also be different. Qin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then stood up and said to the police officer who was making the statement, "I'm going to verify a situation. Call De Chong back first. Don't go through the detention procedures for the time being. Wait for me to come back." "Yes." The policeman quickly responded. Qin Xiaoyu walked out of the interrogation room. "Officer Qin." Xiao Ruofei called out from behind Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu stopped and turned around to look at Xiao Ruofei. She frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Xiao Ruofei looked into Qin Xiaoyu's eyes and said, "My friend, she doesn't want her family to worry about her. I hope Officer Qin can help keep this a secret." Xiao Ruofei had basically confirmed that Qin Xiaoyu must have recognized Liu Yu's identity. As for how Qin Xiaoyu, a deputy captain of the Municipal Criminal Police Bureau, knew that Liu Yu was Tian Huilan's daughter, Xiao Ruofei didn't know. But he knew that when Qin Xiaoyu went out, she was most likely going to report to her superiors. In the end, this matter would be quickly reported to Tian Huilan, which was what Xiao Ruofei didn't want to see. Qin Xiaoyu said lightly, "How to handle the case is our police's business. You are still a criminal suspect. You'd better worry about your own affairs." After that, Qin Xiaoyu left the interrogation room without looking back. Xiao Ruofei was furious. This small chair couldn't trap him, but this was the Public Security Bureau. He couldn't hold Qin Xiaoyu hostage and prevent her from reporting, could he? Even if Xiao Ruofei did so, the matter would definitely be blown up, and Tian Huilan would still get the news. He could only shake his head gloomily and say in his heart, "Liu Yu, it's not that I don't want to keep this a secret for you. Who knew that this policewoman could recognize you at a glance?" After Qin Xiaoyu left, the policeman who was responsible for taking the statement was a little nervous. He kept staring at Xiao Ruofei, fearing that Xiao Ruofei would suddenly hurt someone. He was also at the scene that night, and the tragic scene made him feel a chill in his heart when he thought about it now. When he thought of the god of death who had created that tragic scene in front of him, the policeman felt a burst of fear in his heart. Xiao Ruofei was a little bored and yawned. He stretched and said, "Brother." The policeman was shocked and looked at Xiao Ruofei vigilantly. He asked, "What's the matter?" "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." Xiao Ruofei said with a harmless smile, "Do you have a cigarette with you?" "I just came out in a hurry and forgot to bring a cigarette." The policeman hesitated for a moment, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put it in front of Xiao Ruofei, together with a lighter. Then, he quickly took a few steps back and watched Xiao Ruofei very vigilantly. Xiao Ruofei looked at the policeman, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He took out a cigarette from the pack and lit it up. He took a deep puff and then leaned back in his chair, looking very comfortable. The interrogation room was filled with smoke. Xiao Ruofei and the policeman didn't speak, and the atmosphere was a little cold. Upstairs, in the office of the Criminal Police Detachment, Qin Xiaoyu took the USB and went straight into her office. The working conditions of the Municipal Bureau were good. The 3 leaders of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, 1 chief and 2 deputies, all had their own independent small offices. Qin Xiaoyu turned on the computer monitor and tapped the keyboard a few times to wake up the standby computer. Then, she inserted the USB into the computer's USB port and made a copy of the video that Xiao Ruofei had edited. Then, she picked up the phone on the desk and skillfully dialed a string of numbers. Then, she hung up quickly before the phone was connected. Qin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, and her face showed a trace of guilt. Then, she picked up the phone again and dialed another string of numbers. If Xiao Ruofei was there, he would be shocked, because the number that Qin Xiaoyu dialed was Tian Huilan's private mobile phone number. A small policewoman of the deputy section chief level actually called the standing committee of the provincial party committee and the municipal party secretary directly, and the number she dialed was Tian Huilan's private phone. This Qin Xiaoyu was not an ordinary person. Qin Xiaoyu said to herself, Yu, I really can't handle this matter. I can only report to Auntie Tian. Don't blame me. The phone rang a few times before it was connected. Tian Huilan's voice came from the phone, Xiaoyu. Love go Xiao say W, Chu Qin Xiaoyu immediately called out sweetly, Hello, Auntie Tian. Tian Huilan asked with a smile, Xiaoyu, you actually called me during working hours. Did you get into trouble at work again? Qin Xiaoyu immediately said, Auntie Tian, am I a troublemaker in your eyes? Have you ever been quiet since you were young? Tian Huilan's tone was full of affection. Auntie Tian, I'm very well behaved, okay? Qin Xiaoyu said coquettishly. Who in Beijing doesn't know the daughter of the old Qin family? You're well behaved? Tian Huilan said with a smile, and then asked, What's the matter? Say it quickly. I have a meeting in 15 minutes. Qin Xiaoyu immediately said seriously, Auntie Tian, there's something I need to report to you. Tian Huilan heard Qin Xiaoyu speak in such a formal tone and was stunned for a moment, then asked, Xiaoyu, is it about work? Yes, and no. Qin Xiaoyu said, Auntie Tian, before I report, you have to promise me that you won't be angry. Yo. They were already haggling over the price. And you say you didn't cause any trouble? Tian Huilan said with a smile, Say it. As long as it's not a mistake of principle, I won't be angry with you. Auntie Tian, it's not about me. Qin Xiaoyu said coquettishly. Then she said while operating the computer, Are you in the office now? I'll send you a video. You'll know when you see it. What's the matter? So mysterious. Tian Huilan said. The video was about 500 megabytes long, and it would take some time to upload it to the mailbox. Qin Xiaoyu then said, Auntie, it has something to do with Yu, but you don't have to worry, Yu is fine. Yu? Tian Huilan couldn't help but be shocked when he heard it. He quickly asked, Yu went out to cause trouble? Qin Xiaoyu said, Auntie Tian, this is what happened. We received a report the day before yesterday that there was a fight at the 0 Degree Dream Bar in Beijiangban. I led a team to the scene that night. Qin Xiaoyu reported the whole matter to Tian Huilan in a few simple words, then said, This is what happened. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary fight. In the end, when I saw the surveillance video that the suspect saved, I was also shocked. It turned out that the friend he went to save was actually Yu. Tian Huilan sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out, How could this be? Yu never goes to those messy places. At this moment, a ding sound came from the computer. Qin Xiaoyu said, Auntie Tian, the video has been sent to your mailbox. You'll know when you take a look. Okay, Xiaoyu, thank you. Tian Huilan said. Don't hang up, I'll take a look at the video first. Okay. Tian Huilan quickly downloaded the video and played it on the computer. The video started with Lu Yu lingering at the door of the bar for a moment, then pushed the door open and walked in. Tian Huilan was naturally very familiar with her daughter. She didn't need to identify her as carefully as Qin Xiaoyu. Even if it was just a blurry back view, Tian Huilan could recognize her at a glance. "It's really Yu." Tian Huilan murmured, her eyes full of disbelief. When she saw Lu Yu being chased and intercepted by several big men in the bar and hiding in the men's restroom for a while, she couldn't help but tremble all over. Tian Huilan's husband was also a policeman in his early years. He died in the line of duty when Lu Yu was very young. She and Lu Yu depended on each other for survival. Lu Yu, her daughter, was her greatest spiritual sustenance. Seeing her daughter in the video, Tian Huilan was angry, but more worried. Even if Qin Xiaoyu said that Lu Yu was fine, she still couldn't help but worry. After the video was edited by Xia Ruofei, the waiting time in the middle had been removed. Soon, Xia Ruofei's voice appeared in the camera, and several big men who blocked him were swept away like chickens and pottery dogs. "Little Xia!" Tian Huilan couldn't help but exclaim. She didn't expect that it would be Xia Ruofei who saved Lu Yu at the critical moment. It was strange. She had been worried, but after seeing Xia Ruofei's figure, she quickly calmed down. Maybe Xia Ruofei had created too many miracles in the past 6 months. The video quickly finished playing. Tian Huilan's face was a little pale, and the hand holding the phone was even trembling slightly. This deputy provincial minister also lost her mind when it came to matters related to her daughter. Tian Huilan took a few deep breaths. After calming down, she said, "Xiaoyu, I've finished watching the video." Qin Xiaoyu didn't hang up the phone just now. Hearing this, she tentatively asked, "Auntie Tian, the person who saved Yu. Do you know him?" Tian Huilan said lightly, "Yes, Xiaoyu, little Xia has helped me a lot. This time, he saved Yu, and he taught a group of scumbags who were worse than beasts. This matter ends here. Let him go immediately." Qin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and said, "Oh. Okay." She could predict that Tian Huilan would definitely help Xia Ruofei suppress the matter. After all, Xia Ruofei saved Lu Yu. But she thought that Tian Huilan would use some means to let Xia Ruofei be exempted from punishment. She never expected that Tian Huilan would directly ask her to let him go. Strictly speaking, this was definitely against the principle. Of course, Qin Xiaoyu was just inexperienced at the grassroots level, but she wasn't a political idiot. On the contrary, as the eldest daughter of the Qin family in Beijing, she had been influenced since she was a child. She was much more sensitive in politics than the cadres from ordinary families. So, she only hesitated for a moment and immediately agreed. Tian Huilan then said, "Xiaoyu, I'll call your director Chen and ask him to come to my office. You should also get ready and come with Chen Bo. It's necessary for our city to have a special operation to eliminate the underworld." Tian Huilan's voice was full of killing intent. Although Lu Yu wasn't hurt this time, Fang Luo's lawless behavior had touched Tian Huilan's reverse scale. It was conceivable that in the coming days, the people living in the darkened Sanshan city would welcome an unprecedented blow. And if they knew the truth, they would definitely greet all 18 generations of Fang Luo's ancestors. Qin Xiaoyu's heart trembled, and she quickly said, "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyu quickly walked back to the interrogation room. She looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression, and then said to the policeman, "Open the chair." "Captain Qin." The policeman was hesitant. "Open the chair." Qin Xiaoyu said impatiently. "What are you waiting for?" "Yes." The policeman opened the chair that Xia Ruofei was trapped in, and Qin Xiaoyu said coldly, "You can go now." Xia Ruofei shrugged and walked out without saying anything. After Qin Xiaoyu recognized Lu Yu, Xia Ruofei had already guessed the result, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. The policeman looked at Qin Xiaoyu in disbelief, and then watched Xia Ruofei leave the interrogation room and walk out the door. "Captain Qin, what's going on?" the policeman asked. "Don't ask so much. This matter must be kept absolutely confidential, understand?" Qin Xiaoyu said, "I will personally report to Bureau Chief Chen." "Yes." the policeman said. "Okay, let's call all the brothers back." Qin Xiaoyu said, "Everyone has worked hard these 2 or 3 days. Let's hurry up and rest. Maybe there will be a big task soon, is that so?" The policeman was suddenly excited and quickly asked, "Captain Qin, what is the big task?" Let us know some news first. Xianxia said, you will know when the time comes. In short, take advantage of these 1 or 2 days, everyone should rest. In a few days, we will definitely have to continue fighting. Understood. After Xianxia finished speaking, she left the interrogation room. As soon as she came to the corridor outside, she saw Chenbo, the bureau chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, walking over in a hurry. When Chenbo saw Xianxia, he immediately said, Little Qin, so you are here. Hurry up and follow me. Secretary Tian has an urgent task. Xianxia was well aware and immediately responded, yes. Then, she quickly followed Chenbo. Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. After 2 or 3 months, she finally had a chance to show her skills. Xiaoruofei went straight out of the Municipal Public Security Bureau compound. When he came, he took a police car. Now there was no police car to send him back. So he stood on the roadside in front of the Public Security Bureau, ready to stop a taxi to go back to the farm. At this moment, a BMW Mini rushed to the Public Security Bureau compound at a fast speed. Xiaoruofei didn't even see it clearly. The car swept past him like a gust of wind. However, when the car was about to rush into the gate, it suddenly braked and stopped, then quickly reversed and stopped by the roadside. A beautiful woman opened the door and got out of the car, trotting towards Xiaoruofei. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? It provides you with wonderful novels to read. Lu Yu looked worried. When she saw Xiaoruofei, she quickly asked, Xiaoruofei, I heard that you were arrested by the police. Is it because of what happened a few days ago? Did they make things difficult for you? Lu Yu's questions confused Xiaoruofei. He said with a wry smile, Lu Yu, are you from the CIA or the KGB? You're too well informed. From the time Xiaoruofei got into Xianxia's police car at Taoyuan farm to the time he was released, it had only been an hour. Even Ling Qingxue didn't know about this. Lu Yu had already gotten the news and rushed to the Public Security Bureau in a hurry. Looking at the situation just now, if Xiaoruofei hadn't been released, Lu Yu would have broken into the Public Security Bureau directly. Lu Yu's face was slightly hot and she said, your farm staff told me. Don't ask so much. What's the situation now? Will you be okay? In fact, since she was rescued by Xiaoruofei from the 0-degree dream bar and then spent a night at Taoyuan farm, a figure seemed to have been left in the depths of Lu Yu's heart that had never been touched. These days, Lu Yu didn't eat or drink. She was always absent-minded in class. Xiaoruofei's figure always flashed in her mind from time to time. Lu Yu was very clear about Jiang Yu's feelings for Xiaoruofei, and she also faintly realized that she seemed to have a trace of feelings for Xiaoruofei. Therefore, Lu Yu always felt a little guilty in front of her best friend. Naturally, she wouldn't talk about such troubles with Jiang Yu. She had been keeping it in her heart. Today, she finally couldn't help it. She didn't think about what kind of high-sounding reason to find when she saw Xiaoruofei, so she drove to Taoyuan farm alone. In fact, when Lu Yu was on the road, Xiaoruofei was sitting in the police car and sleeping. However, the round-the-city expressway was one-way closed, so Lu Yu naturally didn't notice that Xiaoruofei was sitting in a police car on the opposite lane. After she arrived at the farm, Lei Hu, who saw Xiaoruofei being handcuffed and taken away, was anxious. He was a retired soldier and didn't know anyone else in Sanshan City. He couldn't think of any way. Lu Yu had been here several times. And Xiaoruofei had specially told him to let Lu Yu's car pass, so Lei Hu knew Lu. When he saw Lu Yu at the door, he immediately told Lu Yu that Xiaoruofei was taken away by the Municipal Criminal Investigation Detachment. In his opinion, it was always good to have one more person to think of a way. Besides, Lu Yu was so young and could drive a BMW Mini that cost hundreds of thousands. Her family should be well off. Maybe she could help Xiaoruofei. When Lu Yu heard that Xiaoruofei was taken away by the police, she immediately thought that it was probably because of the incident in 0-degree dream bar a few days ago. She didn't have time to think about it and immediately rushed to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Fortunately, before she entered the gate of the Public Security Bureau, Lu Yu saw Xiaoruofei. Otherwise, she might really make a scene in the Public Security Bureau. For Xiaoruofei, she didn't care about keeping a low profile, let alone worrying about what happened that day being known by her mother. Seeing Lu Yu's worried look, Xiao Ruofei felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "It should be fine. They just want to know the situation from me." "Really?" Lu Yu didn't believe it. She also watched the surveillance video. Although she didn't see the scene of Xiao Ruofei breaking Feng Luo's fingers one by one and then cutting off his penis, she saw the scene of Xiao Ruofei attacking the big man in the bar. Even the accomplices were so miserable. How could the culprit, Feng Luo, be treated well? Therefore, Lu Yu knew the seriousness of the matter. She really didn't believe Xiao Ruofei's understatement. Xiao Ruofei said, "Well, the police let me go after asking me a few questions, but what?" Lu Yu asked quickly, "Is it possible that they will arrest you in the future?" "That shouldn't be the case." Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, and then showed a trace of apology and said, "Lu Yu, I may not be able to hide what happened that day from Secretary Tian." "Oh, so be it." Lu Yu said faintly, "As long as you are fine." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "I provided the police with a surveillance video of that day, but I didn't expect that policewoman recognized you at a glance. Then she left for a while and came back directly to let me go. I guess this matter should have been reported to Secretary Tian. You have to be mentally prepared." "I know," Lu Yu said softly. Then she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Did you just say a policewoman? Does she have a chest?" A good figure, about 24 or 25 years old." Xiao Ruofei nodded awkwardly and said, "Her name is Qin Xiaoyu, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team." "It's really her." Lu Yu showed a look of sudden realization. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Lu Yu, do you know this policewoman?" Lu Yu nodded and said, "Well, we have known each other for many years." Xiao Ruofei, this is not your fault. Who knew that it would be such a coincidence that Sister Xiaoyu was handling this case? Lu Yu knew very well that Tian Huilan must have known what happened that day. Although Qin Xiaoyu had a close personal relationship with her, she would never and would not dare to help her hide this kind of thing, because it was not a trivial matter. If it was not handled properly, it was very likely to escalate to a problem between the two families. Lu Yu also thought it through. She smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. Xiao Ruofei, I don't have a car. I can give you a ride. You don't have to be so troublesome." Xiao Ruofei said, "It's dozens of kilometers to go back and forth. I can just take a taxi. It's no trouble. Anyway, I don't have class today." Lu Yu said. Xiao Ruofei hesitated and said, "Well," Lu Yu immediately said happily, "Get in the car." The two of them got in the car. Lu Yu started the BMW Mini and drove out of the city. It was very quiet in the car, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lu Yu's temperament was a bit cold, especially when she rarely spent time alone with a boy like this. Although she had been wanting to see Xiao Ruofei these days, when Xiao Ruofei was sitting next to her, she couldn't find any topic to talk about. Moreover, her heart was pounding, and her driving movements became a little stiff. Xiao Ruofei was sitting next to her, which made her a little nervous. Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to break the silence and asked, "Lu Yu, how have you been these 2 days?" Lu Yu blushed for no reason and said with a little guilty conscience, "I'm fine." "Oh. That's good." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I was worried that you would have nightmares after experiencing such a shock." Lu Yu then realized that Xiao Ruofei was asking about this. She felt a little warm in her heart and quickly turned to look at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I slept well and didn't have nightmares." She added in her heart, "It's just that I dream of you every time." Of course, Lu Yu didn't dare to say this out loud. At this time, Lu Yu's mobile phone rang. She slowed down the car and took out her mobile phone to take a quick look. Her face suddenly changed slightly and she said, "It's my mother." Xiao Ruofei said, "You answer it first. Anyway, it's already happened. It's not a good thing to avoid it. At most, you can admit your mistake to her and promise not to do it again." "Okay." With Xiao Ruofei's encouragement, Lu Yu seemed to have a little confidence. She nodded, took out the Bluetooth headset, hung it up, and pressed the answer button. "Mom." Lu Yu cried guiltily. "Lu Yu, where are you?" Tian Huilan asked. Although her tone was very calm, Lu Yu knew her mother very well. Every time Tian Huilan's seemingly calm tone, a storm was brewing. Only when Tian Huilan was really angry to a certain extent would she speak in such a tone. Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei nervously, and then said unexpectedly, I'm driving. Xiao Ruofei is going back to the farm. I'll give him a ride. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and a wry smile appeared on his face. He said in his heart, this girl is too honest. She sold me out with just a few words. After hearing this, Tian Huilan was slightly stunned and said with some surprise, you're with Xiaoxia? Without waiting for Lu Yu to answer, Tian Huilan immediately said, then come to my office with Xiaoxia. I have something to talk to you about. Lu Yu was so scared that her face was a little pale. She had only been to Tian Huilan's office a few times in her life. Even if there was something, Tian Huilan would go home and tell her. This time, she was asked to go directly to the office and take Xiao Ruofei with her. It could be seen that Tian Huilan was really angry. Lu Yu pulled over, then covered the microphone with her hand and whispered to Xiao Ruofei, what should we do? My mom asked us to go to her office together. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, what else can we do? Go. I'm sorry. Lu Yu said weakly. Just now, when Tian Huilan asked her where she was, she didn't know what was wrong with her. She directly said that she was with Xiao Ruofei. Now, not only was she going to be criticized, but she also had to get Xiao Ruofei involved. She felt very guilty now. Tian Huilan on the other end of the phone saw that Lu Yu didn't speak, so he couldn't help but ask, Yu, did you hear that? Oh. I got it. I'll be right there. Lu Yu said quickly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei nervously. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei didn't mean to be angry, she restarted the car and turned around to drive to the municipal party compound. On the way, the two of them were silent for a long time, and then said in unison, in a while, you first. Lu Yu said with some embarrassment. Xiao Ruofei said faintly, it's nothing. I just want to tell you that no matter what Secretary Tian says, you must not talk back to her. No matter how angry she is, it's because she cares about you. I got it. Lu Yu asked timidly, what about you? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Secretary Tian should be looking for me to verify some information. Maybe she'll charge me with the crime of not reporting it? I don't know if she will close down my Taoyuan farm. Lu Yu was shocked and said, no, if my mother dares to take revenge, I will run away from home. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, look at how nervous you are. I'm just joking with you. Your mother is such a big leader. She won't go so far. And what hatred do I have with her? It's not a case of taking revenge, okay? Why are you so bad? Lu Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei. Even Lu Yu herself didn't realize that she could speak with such a coquettish expression, and the other party was a boy. Xiao Ruofei was also a little dazed. Although Lu Yu used to have a cold temperament, she always gave people the impression that she was unruly. This time, when Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu, she would show a little girl's attitude from time to time. In all fairness, Lu Yu's coquettish expression added a lot of color to her. I just saw that you were a little uneasy, so I made a little joke to relieve tension. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I didn't expect you to take it seriously, I'm too lazy to talk to you. The car quickly drove into the municipal party courtyard. Lu Yu's car had a pass, so it was directly let in at the door. The two walked side by side into the municipal party office building. When they took the elevator up, Lu Yu looked at the constantly changing floor number and became more and more nervous. Soon the two came to Tian Huilan's office, where the secretary worked. When Xiaomei saw Lu Yu and Xiao Ruofei together, she was quite surprised. Obviously, Tian Huilan didn't have this arrangement in their schedule. Sister Xiao, is my mother here? Lu Yu asked nervously in a low voice. As the secretary, Xiaomei was naturally familiar with Tian Huilan's family, but in her impression, it seemed to be the first time that Lu Yu had come to Tian Huilan's office. She was absent-minded for a moment, then said, Yu, the secretary is receiving the comrades from the Public Security Bureau. Should I go in and ask the secretary? No. Lu Yu said quickly, we'll wait here for a while. Lu Yu hoped that Tian Huilan would be busy all day, so that she wouldn't have time to reprimand her. Xiaomei nodded with a smile, then smiled at Xiao Ruofei and began to prepare tea for the two. Lu Yu and Xiao Ruofei sat in Xiaomei's office and waited for about 20 minutes before the door of Tian Huilan's office was opened. Chen Bo, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and Qin Xiaoyu came out one after another. When Qin Xiaoyu saw Lu Yu, she was obviously stunned, and a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. After all, she had sold her best friend. Although she had no choice, she still felt very embarrassed in her heart. Yu. Qin Xiaoyu called. Because her boss, Chen Bo, was also there, Qin Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but stopped. Lu Yu smiled naturally at Qin Xiaoyu and called intimately, Sister Xiaoyu, are you here to report on your work? Qin Xiaoyu looked at Lu Yu with a complicated expression, then looked at Xiao Ruofei beside her, and said, Yes, I came with our director to receive the task. Chen Bo also nodded at Xiao Ruofei and Lu Yu kindly. Although Tian Huilan had always been low-key, and he didn't know Lu Yu's identity, he had a deep impression of Xiao Ruofei. Last time at Chongping County's Linhai police station, Tian Huilan, who was still the mayor at that time, personally took him to the police station for Xiao Ruofei. The two sides exchanged a few words in Xiaomei's office. Chen Bo and Qin Xiaoyu were in a hurry to go back to deploy a special operation to eliminate evil, while Lu Yu and Xiao Ruofei were still thinking about meeting Tian Huilan later, so no one was in the mood to chat. Soon, Chen Bo left with Qin Xiaoyu. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tian Huilan was leaning against the chair with her eyes closed. Her hands were gently rubbing her temples, and she looked tired. She opened her eyes when she heard the footsteps. Her eyes skipped Lu Yu and fell on Xiao Ruofei. Tian Huilan showed a kind smile and said, Ruofei is here. Hello, Secretary Tian. Xiao Ruofei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but take another look at Tian Huilan. Although Tian Huilan looked tired, he looked much younger than before. Although Lu Yu also used Yuji ointment, Lu Yu was born beautiful. The key was that she was still so young, so the contrast was not very obvious. So strictly speaking, this was the first time that Xiao Ruofei had seen the magical effect of his Yuji ointment. Tian Huilan smiled and said, Ruofei, the cosmetics you gave me last time were very effective. Thank you. You're welcome. It's just a small token of my appreciation, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Tian Huilan had been talking to Xiao Ruofei, completely treating Lu Yu as heir. Lu Yu felt uncomfortable. She knew that her mother must be very angry this time. She also expected to be scolded by Tian Huilan as soon as she entered the office. But nothing happened. Tian Huilan directly treated her as if she didn't exist. This made Lu Yu even more nervous, because it meant that Tian Huilan's anger was stronger than any other time she had caused trouble in the past. Lu Yu couldn't help but say weakly, Mom. Tian Huilan still asked Xiao Ruofei about the recent situation of the farm with a smile. Xiao Ruofei was embarrassed. He didn't know whether to answer or not to answer. At this moment, Lu Yu raised her voice slightly and shouted, Mom. Tian Huilan glanced at Lu Yu, and the smile on his face disappeared completely. He said lightly, You go out first. I have something to say to Ruofei. Mom. Lu. Yu lowered her head slightly and said, If you're angry, you can scold me. Don't ignore me. I told you to go out first. Didn't you hear me? Tian Huilan's tone was still flat. Oh. Lu Yu replied, feeling wronged. She then glanced at Xiao Ruofei before leaving the office. After Lu Yu went out, Tian Huilan sighed and said, Ruofei, don't just stand there. Come and sit. After that, Tian Huilan pressed the call button on the table and ordered, Xiao Xiao, pour me a cup of tea. Then Tian Huilan stood up and led Xiao Ruofei to the reception area in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the south side of the office. The two of them sat down on the sofa. Xiaomei quickly knocked on the door and walked into the office with a cup of tea. She gently placed the teacup in front of Xiao Ruofei and carefully turned the handle of the cup in the direction of Xiao Ruofei. Then Xiaomei walked to the desk and picked up Tian Huilan's cup. She went to the water dispenser and filled it with water. She also brought it to the reception area and placed it in front of Tian Huilan. After doing all this, Xiaomei quietly left the office and gently closed the door. It was obvious that Xiaomei was becoming more and more adept at this kind of service assurance work. She had also matured a lot in terms of dealing with people and other aspects. She was no longer the young and inexperienced secretary from before. Working next to a big leader, one's personal ability and quality would improve very quickly. After Xiaomei left, Tian Huilan sighed and said, "Ruofei, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, Yu would be in danger." Xiao Ruofei said awkwardly, "Secretary Tian, I didn't report Lu Yu's matter to you in time. This is my fault." Tian Huilan waved his hand and said, "This is a small matter. You saved Yu. I can't thank you enough. How could I blame you? Besides, Yu must have told you not to say this. This child is getting more and more troublesome." Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly. He thought that since Secretary Tian had already made the first impression, he would let Lu Yu take the blame. Anyway, Lu Yu had a lot of debts. Besides, they were mother and daughter, so there wouldn't be any overnight hatred. Tian Huilan said again, although Yu used to be a little unruly, she was generally well behaved. This time, she actually went to a place like a bar, and she was alone. I'm really disappointed. How did she become like this? Was it because I didn't care enough about her? After Tian Huilan found out that Lu Yu had almost had an accident at the bar, she had been reflecting in her office. As her position got higher and higher, her work became busier and busier. Naturally, she had less and less time to accompany her daughter and family. She didn't know if it was because of this that Lu Yu became more rebellious. Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to respond to Tian Huilan's words. However, it was obviously inappropriate to be silent at this time, so Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said carefully, "Secretary Tian, maybe. Lu Yu was just curious. She wanted to try new things. It shouldn't be as serious as you said." Tian Huilan sighed, waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this." Then, she calmed down a little and asked, "Ruofei, it seems that you have a good relationship with Governor Song's child, right?" Xiao Ruofei was shocked. He didn't know why Tian Huilan suddenly asked this question. His mind raced. Could it be that she had noticed something? In all honesty, I didn't do anything in this matter. It was mainly because Song Rui and Lu Yu strongly opposed the marriage. They didn't have any feelings for each other at all. It was all because of you elders, Xiao Ruofei said cautiously, "Secretary Tian, Song Rui and I hit it off. We should be considered good friends." Tian Huilan nodded and said, "Sume and I." Oh, Song Rui's mother and I were college classmates and very good friends. It turned out that Mrs. Song's original name was Wang Sume. She and Tian Huilan had been roommates for 4 years in college. Even Song Rui's father, Song Jingping, had been in the same college as Tian Huilan. However, he was 2 years older than Tian Huilan and Wang Sume, so he could be considered their senior. In fact, Wang Sume's family was quite well off. Although it wasn't as prominent as the family Song family, her father was also a founding general, and he was Master Song's old subordinate. Song Jingping and Wang Sume's marriage also had the nature of a marriage alliance. The difference was that the two of them were really in love. They started dating when they were in college, which was rare among the children of aristocratic families. It was also because of his relationship with Wang Sume that Song Jingping and Tian Huilan were familiar with each other in college. Tian Huilan met Lu Yu's father, who was studying at the University of Political Science and Law. At that time, the four of them often played and ate together, so they had a very good relationship with each other. After graduating from college, Tian Huilan followed Lu Yu's father to work in the southeast province. Wang Sume and Song Jingping, like most of the children of aristocratic families, started their official careers from the ministries in the capital. However, they kept in touch with each other through letters. The friendship during college was not weakened by the geographical barriers. They even jokingly agreed that if their children were 2 boys in the future, they would be heterosexual brothers, and if 2 girls were girls, they would be sisters. If they were a boy and a girl, they would be husband and wife. This was the legendary betrothal. Of course, at that time, Tian Huilan and Wang Sume were not even pregnant. Later, Tian Huilan and Wang Sume were pregnant and gave birth to a boy and a girl. The boy was Song Rui, and the girl was Lu Yu. Of course, at that time, it was not as convenient for them to contact each other as it was now, and there were few opportunities for them to meet. Therefore, Lu Yu and Song Rui did not have much interaction with each other. A few years later, Lu Yu's father, who was already a police officer, was hit in the head by a stray bullet during a mission. He died on the spot, leaving Tian Huilan and his wife as an orphan. After learning about this situation, Song Jingping and Wang Sumei asked for leave to visit Tian Huilan in Sanxian City. Since then, Song Jingping and Wang Sumei had taken care of Tian Huilan a lot. Family Song's influence was all over the country, and Southeast Province was originally the family Song's traditional sphere of influence. With the help of family Song, Tian Huilan was born to be an official, and her political acumen seemed to be innate. Therefore, she had made great progress in her official career, and stepped into the position of deputy provincial leader. Now, although Tian Huilan had been branded with the Song family, at her level, her influence was very strong. It could be said that even if she was a member of the family Song, she was also one of the most important figures in the Song family. She was fully capable of helping family Song in many ways. Song Rui and Lu Yu were in their 20s. Now, a joke from back then had become an important link between family Song and Tian Huilan. This time, Wang Sumei came to visit Master Song, and the marriage between the two families was naturally put on the agenda. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know about the relationship between Tian Huilan and family Song for 20 or 30 years. When Tian Huilan said that she and Wang Sumei were best friends in college, Xiao Ruofei just listened quietly, because he knew that Tian Huilan would definitely continue. Sure enough, Tian Huilan continued. This time, Sumei came to Sanxian to visit Master Song and fulfill her filial piety for the Song family. On the other hand, she came to discuss the marriage of the two children with me. Xiao Ruofei actually knew about this matter, but he could only pretend that he had just heard the news. He showed a trace of surprise and said, "Marriage? Secretary Tian, Lu Yu hasn't graduated from college yet, right? Isn't it a bit too early to discuss this?" Tian Huilan said, "In fact, before the two children were born, our two families had an agreement to marry in the future." Xiao Ruofei really didn't know about this. He couldn't help but criticize in his heart, what era is this? They still have this kind of prearranged marriage. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Ruofei said. He didn't know why Tian Huilan was telling him this, so he could only pretend to be polite. Tian Huilan continued, "Ruofei, Yu seems to be a little conflicted about this matter. You have a good relationship with Xiao Rui, and this time, you saved Yu, so I want to ask you to help me matchmake and let Xiao Rui be a little more proactive. On Yu's side, help me persuade her and try to get in touch with Xiao Rui." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that Tian Huilan had been talking for a long time because he wanted him to help set up a bridge between Song Rui and Lu Yu. He said in his heart, if Secretary Tian knew that I gave Song Rui an idea and caused him to have a showdown with Lu Yu, and now the two of them have formed an alliance, I don't know if he would have the urge to kill me. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said cautiously, Secretary Tian, to tell you the truth, in fact, Song Rui told me about the marriage, but I didn't know that the fiancé that his family had arranged for him was Lu Yu. Oh? Tian Huilan also showed a hint of surprise, and then asked with some concern, what's Xiao Rui's attitude? Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, he told me this because he wanted to talk to me. What do you think his attitude would be? Tian Huilan suddenly showed a very disappointed look. She murmured, how could this be? Our parents have been friends for decades, and the two children are well matched in terms of social status. They are very well matched. How could even Xiao Rui? Xiao Ruofei looked at Tian Huilan and thought quickly. He made up his mind and said, Secretary Tian, there's something I don't know if I should say. Say it. Whether it's right or not, I won't blame you, Tian Huilan said immediately. When she heard Xiao Ruofei say that even Song Rui was very resistant to this marriage, her heart was in a mess. At this time, it was natural that she wanted to hear Xiao Ruofei's opinion. Xiao Ruofei said, Secretary Tian, this is your family's business. I shouldn't talk too much. But as a friend of Song Rui and Lu Yu, I still want to give you a few words of advice. Everyone knows that a forced melon is not sweet. Of course, I also understand the wishes of the older generation. Presumably, you all see the marriage between Song Rui and Lu Yu as a continuation of your friendship. Xiao Ruofei added in his heart, there must be political interests involved. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was not an idiot. He naturally wouldn't say this out loud. Tian Huilan nodded in agreement and said, Sume and I both think so, but we didn't expect. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I just didn't expect Lu Yu and Song Rui to be so ungrateful. Secretary Tian, I think your wish is good, and it's not a problem to work hard in this direction. But at least at this stage, I personally think that we should try to let nature take its course. Oh? Why do you say that? First of all, Lu Yu is still in college. It's too early to talk about marriage. Xiao Ruofei had completely let go. He said frankly, in addition, you know that Lu Yu is rebellious. The more you force her to do something she doesn't want to do, the more intense her rebound will be. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei paused, and then said meaningfully, for example, this time. Lu Yu suddenly went to the bar to get drunk. I don't think it's an isolated incident. Instead of being sad, it's better to find out the reason why she did this to avoid similar dangers in the future. Xiao Ruofei actually knew that Lu Yu went to the bar mostly because of the quarrel with him in the restaurant that day. But Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to mention such a thing. Tian Huilan suddenly showed a thoughtful look. After a while, he sighed and said, Ruofei, you really woke me up. Maybe I'm a little too hasty on this matter. Secretary Tian, I'm just guessing. If I'm wrong, please don't take it to heart. Xiao Ruofei said quickly. Tian Huilan waved his hand and said, no, your analysis is quite reasonable. Thank you. You're welcome. Secretary Tian, if there are no other instructions, I'll. Xiao Ruofei said. Well, come to my house when you have time. My father often talks about you. Tian Huilan said with a smile. Sure. Xiao Ruofei got up and said, then I'll leave first. Tian Huilan nodded and said, well, let Yu come in. I have to talk to her. Okay. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he stepped out of Tian Huilan's office. Outside, Lu Yu was sitting on the sofa uneasily. When she saw the door of Tian Huilan's office open and Xiao Ruofei come out from inside, she suddenly stood up and asked with some apprehension, Xiao Ruofei, what did my mother say to you? She didn't criticize you, did she? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, no. She just casually chatted and asked about my recent situation. Lu Yu didn't believe it, but she was relieved when she saw Xiao Ruofei's expression was normal. Secretary Tian asked you to come in. Xiao Ruofei said, I won't wait for you. There are a lot of things on the farm. I have to go back as soon as possible. Oh. Okay. Lu Yu said. She took 2 steps toward the door of Tian Huilan's office and looked at Xiao Ruofei pitifully. She said, Xiao Ruofei, I'm a little scared. What should I tell my mother? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help laughing. He thought about it and walked to Lu Yu's side. Because Xiaomei was still in the office, it was not convenient to say it directly. Xiao Ruofei got close to Lu Yu's ear and whispered, later, you will pretend to be pitiful and wronged. If Secretary Tian asks, you will say that you went to the bar because you were upset about the marriage. Xiao Ruofei's mouth was almost close to Lu Yu's ear. His breath made Lu Yu's neck itchy. Her body was hot and soft, and her face suddenly turned red. However, when Lu Yu heard Xiao Ruofei's words, she even forgot to be shy. She opened her eyes wide and asked in a low voice, Will this work? Xiao Ruofei winked at Lu Yu and said with a smile, if you believe me, just say it. I guarantee that you will get through the difficulties. Maybe there will be a surprise. Okay. I'll listen to you. Lu Yu nodded and said. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, go in quickly. I'll go first. After that, Xiao Ruofei said goodbye to Xiaomei and stepped out of the office. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lu Yu walked into Tian Huilan's office cautiously. At this time, Tian Huilan was standing in front of the French window, looking out and thinking. Lu Yu called out carefully, Mom. Tian Huilan came to his senses and looked at Lu Yu with a complicated expression. He pointed to the sofa next to him and said, sit down. Lu Yu walked to the sofa and sat down, feeling very nervous. She knew very well that she had caused a big trouble this time. Her mother was quite angry, and she didn't know what kind of anger and punishment she would face. Tian Huilan walked back to the sofa and sat down beside Lu Yu. Then he said, Yu, is your mother particularly unreasonable? Lu Yu said uneasily, Mom, no. I shouldn't have gone to such a dangerous place alone. This time. Don't be angry with me. Tian Huilan waved his hand and said, Can you tell me why you suddenly went to the bar to get drunk? Lu Yu blushed slightly and didn't know how to answer for a while. At this time, she suddenly remembered what Xia Ruofei had just said. She immediately had an idea. Her face showed a trace of grievance, and her eyes became a little red. She lowered her head and said, I was very upset. I wanted to go out to relax. Upset? Tian Huilan frowned and said, You have never lacked food or clothes since you were a child. Your family conditions are better than most people's. And whether it is your grandfather or me, we all treat you like a treasure. What are you upset about? Lu Yu looked like she wanted to say something, but stopped. Tian Huilan sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. I can guess it even if you don't say it. Is it because of the marriage with family Song? Lu Yu lowered her head and gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. She didn't speak with tears in her eyes. It was not because she was good at acting. In fact, when Tian Huilan mentioned this marriage, she felt wronged. She had been worried about this matter for the past few days, and she had even annoyed Xia Ruofei that day. It was all because of this damn marriage. Tian Huilan took in Lu Yu's expression. Coupled with what Xia Ruofei had said before, he was even more certain of his judgment. She couldn't help but feel scared. She didn't expect her daughter to have such strong feelings. She didn't have the courage to watch the surveillance video a second time. If Xia Ruofei hadn't appeared in the bar in time, she couldn't imagine what kind of harm her daughter would have suffered. Just thinking about it made her feel like she was going crazy. If that kind of damage was really done, even if Feng Luo and the others were torn into pieces, it would be useless. Thinking of this, while Tian Huilan was grateful to Xia Ruofei, he also sounded the alarm in his heart. He felt that he was really pushing Lu Yu too hard. If it went on like this, he really didn't know what would happen. Tian Huilan said, Yu, if you have feelings in your heart, you can tell Mom. How can you go to such a complicated place alone to drink? Lu Yu said with tears in her eyes, Mom, I know I was wrong. Don't be angry. I won't dare to do it next time. Tian Huilan sighed and said, I know you are very resistant to this marriage. Forget it. You are still in college. You should really focus on your studies. Everything will wait until you graduate from college. Lu Yu suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise, Mom, really? Tian Huilan said with disappointment, I said I wouldn't force you to contact Xiao Rui. Are you so happy? No. I just. Lu Yu said hesitantly. You don't have to say any more. Since I promised you, I won't force you in the next few years. Tian Huilan said, but don't be happy too early. This marriage was set by me and your Aunt Wang's family a long time ago. If we cancel it rashly, it will involve too much. For the time being, we can only do this. I know. Lu Yu said. This time, not only was she not punished, but she also got Tian Huilan's promise that he wouldn't force her to contact Song Rui during her college years. This was already a great surprise for Lu Yu. As for what happened after college, anyway, there were still a few years. She would talk about it when the time came. Tian Huilan then repeatedly told Lu Yu that if Song Rui asked her out, even if she refused, her attitude shouldn't be too stiff. Lu Yu naturally agreed. She now knew Song Rui's position, so she had no pressure at all. Tian Huilan then naturally told Lu Yu not to do stupid things in the future, especially those places like bars and nightclubs. She absolutely couldn't set foot in them. Lu Yu, who was in a good mood, naturally agreed. Tian Huilan, as the secretary of the municipal committee, had a full schedule. Naturally, he couldn't talk to Lu Yu for too long. Soon, he asked Lu Yu to leave. When Lu Yu walked out of the municipal committee's office building, she still felt like she was in a dream. When she came here, she felt like a hero who would never come back. She was mentally prepared to be severely reprimanded or even grounded by Tian Huilan. She didn't expect that the final result was far beyond her expectations. Not only was there no punishment, but his attitude on the marriage was also relaxed. This was simply a great surprise. And this was all attributed to Xiao Ruofei's words before he left. So, as soon as Liu came out, she couldn't wait to call Xiao Ruofei. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was sitting in a taxi. The car was almost at Taoyuan Farm. He looked at the caller ID and answered the phone with a smile. Xiao Ruofei, guess what my mother said to me? Lu Yu asked happily. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Miss Lu, I can feel your joy through the phone. It must be something good, right? Yes. My mother not only didn't scold me, but also promised me that she wouldn't urge me to date Song Rui during my college years. Lu Yu said happily, Xiao Ruofei, your trick really worked. It seems that my mother was really scared this time. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. She had scared her mother so much, but she was still so happy. This was the legendary naughty child. Don't talk nonsense. When did I give you any advice? Xiao Ruofei said, it was all your own idea. He couldn't admit this kind of thing even if he was beaten to death. If Tian Huilan knew about it, wouldn't he hate him to death? Lu Yu giggled and said, obviously, it was you who taught me bad things. Xiao Ruofei, you don't have to go back to the farm. Let's have a meal together to celebrate. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, forget about the meal. I have a lot of things to do on the farm. Besides, I'm almost there. Do you have the heart to let me go back? A trace of disappointment flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. She pouted and said, if you don't come, I'll tell my mother that it was you who taught me what to say today. Lu Yu was in a very good mood today. She felt that a heavy stone that had been pressing on her for days had suddenly been removed. When she talked to Xiao Ruofei, she was a bit unruly like before. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, Miss Lu, you can't be like this. Aren't you burning the bridge after crossing the river and getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? Lu Yu giggled and said, aren't you a donkey? And a stupid one at that. Speaking of this, Lu Yu couldn't help but have a strange look in her eyes. However, as smart as Xiao Ruofei was, he didn't understand the hidden meaning in Lu Yu's words. He just said with a wry smile, Lu Yu, I really can't do it today. Lei Hu knows that I'm in the police station. His brothers must be worried about me now. Another day. I'll treat you to a meal another day. If it had been in the past, Lu Yu wouldn't have let Xiao Ruofei off so easily. But today, she was different. She thought for a moment and said, okay. Then it's a deal. I'll wait for your treat. Xiao Ruofei felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly said, okay. I'll treat you to a meal another day. When Lu Yu heard the word alone, a glimmer of splendor immediately appeared in her eyes. She said, yes. Then I'll hang up first. After that, she quickly hung up the phone and held it in front of her chest. Her heart was still thumping, and a bright smile appeared on her face. After a long while, she put the phone away and drove away from the municipal committee compound, humming a song softly. Xiao Ruofei got out of the car at the entrance of Taoyuan Farm. Lei Hu, who had been guarding the door, immediately came out of the security room and asked, Brother Xia, the police didn't make things difficult for you, right? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's okay. They just wanted to ask me about the situation. Lei Hu thought to himself, how could it be as simple as asking about the situation? They even put on handcuffs. But since the boss didn't say anything, he naturally wouldn't ask about it. Xiao Ruofei then asked about the situation at the farm. Fortunately, Lei Hu followed his instructions and didn't spread the news that he had been arrested by the police. Even to Peng Hao, Lei Hu only said that Xiao Ruofei had something to do and that he was temporarily in charge of the farm. So, everything at the farm was running as usual, and there wasn't a mess. Xiao Ruofei was relieved. He praised Lei Hu and walked to the villa on the farm. In the following days, Xiao Ruofei's life returned to normal. Every day, other than inspecting the construction site, the greenhouse, and the orchard, he rarely interfered with the general affairs. He spent most of his time reading books, surfing the internet, and of course, taking care of the animals and plants in the space. Lei Hu still drove to Wui Mountain regularly to deliver medicine to Li Jifu. Every time, he would bring back news of Yi Linyan's studies at Wui Mountain. What made Xiao Ruofei happy was that under Li Jifu's hands-on teaching, Yi Linyan's learning progress was very fast. It turned out that he was indeed very talented in tea-making. Li Jifu's unique skills could be considered to have a successor, and Xiao Ruofei was about to gain a general. Xiao Ruofei also went back to the city from time to time, mainly to go on dates with Ling Qingxue. People in love couldn't wait to stick together all day, but both of them had their own careers, so they could only see each other once in a while. Of course, this didn't affect their relationship. On the contrary, almost every time, absence made the heart grow fonder. It was inevitable that they would have sex in the hotel room that Xiao Ruofei booked in advance. Every time, it would end with Ling Qingxue panting and begging for mercy. The body-quenching soup strengthened Xiao Ruofei in all aspects, including his ability in that area. During this period of time, as long as the time was right, Xiao Ruofei would take the body-tempering soup and spirit pregnancy soup on time. His body and spiritual power were constantly improving. However, after taking the spirit-pregnant soup twice, Xiao Ruofei still couldn't restore the contents of the 4th page of the booklet. As for the soul puppet described on the 3rd page, Xiao Ruofei still couldn't see the full picture. However, according to the information that he had now, this soul puppet seemed to be different from anything that Xiao Ruofei had received before. He could feel the magic of this thing from the description in the booklet. Xiao Ruofei's appetite had been whetted, and he was looking forward to the contents of the 4th page of the booklet more and more. More than 10 days passed uneventfully, and the new comprehensive building on the farm was finally completed. Liang Weimin personally took care of it and sent the best team. The workers worked almost 3 shifts, so the progress of the project was surprisingly fast. This was the first new building on Taoyuan farm, so Xiao Ruofei still held a ribbon-cutting ceremony. He invited a lot of guests, including his future father-in-law, Ling Xiaotian, the chairman of Ling Ji Restaurant, President Xing of Zhejianjiu, and Liang Qichao's father, Liang Weimin. In addition, Chongping County's executive deputy mayor Wu Liqian, Jianggang Town's deputy mayor Wu Gang, and Dongqing Village's village director Wan Fugue were also invited by Xiao Ruofei. The inflatable arch had the words Taoyuan Farm Comprehensive Building Ribbon-Cutting Ceremony on it, and rows of chairs were neatly arranged below. The people who participated in the ribbon-cutting ceremony were mainly the construction workers, the workers of Taoyuan Farm, and the guests invited by Xiao Ruofei. The workers had all changed into clean and tidy clothes and were sitting in their seats excitedly. There were more than 30 apartments in this complex building. Even the local workers, such as Chao Taishu, could get a room for their lunch break, but it was the kind where a few people lived together. As for Lei Hu and the others, each of them was assigned a small apartment with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Although the area was not large, compared to the security guards of other companies, the conditions were already very good. Moreover, there was a staff cafeteria on the 1st floor of the comprehensive building. When it officially opened in the future, all the employees could enjoy a free lunch. There were many flower baskets on both sides of the arch, which were sent by President Xing, Ling Xiaotian, and the others in the name of their respective companies. Dongqing Village and Jianggang Town were also very supportive and sent flower baskets. Xiao Ruofei also changed into a well-ironed suit today and stood in front of the building to greet the guests in person. Just when Xiao Ruofei was chatting with Wu Gang and Wan Fugue, a black Passat car silently drove into the small square in front of the building. Before Xiao Ruofei could react, Wu Gang had already brightened his eyes and walked quickly to greet the car with Wan Fugue. Xiao Ruofei fixed his eyes and found that Wu Liqian, in a beige business suit, stepped out of the car with a smile. At this time, Wu Gang had already trotted to Wu Liqian. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh, these officials really have excellent eyesight. Their reaction speed is simply too fast. Genius remembers love in 1 second time? It provides you with wonderful novels to read. Wu Liqian obviously didn't inform Jianggang Town. Otherwise, not only would Jianggang Town's deputy mayor have been invited, but their secretary and mayor would definitely have rushed to Taoyuan Farm to wait for them. Xiao Ruofei walked up quickly and stretched out his hand, saying, "Welcome, County Magistrate Wu." With a smile in her eyes, Wu Liqian said, "Congratulations, Ruofei. your business is getting bigger and bigger. It's nothing. It's just a small business. Xiao Ruofei said a few humble words and then said, County Magistrate Wu, you are getting younger and more beautiful. Hearing this, Wu Gang's heart couldn't help but beat fast. In Chongqing County, few people dared to talk to Wu Liqian like this. Although the beautiful deputy county magistrate was young, she had established a prestige among the cadres and the masses. She had a lot of power and was an important figure in Chongqing County. In fact, if there were not so many people present, Xiao Ruofei would talk to Wu Liqian more casually. After Wu Liqian used the Yuji ointment, she did look younger and more energetic. Wu Liqian's face was slightly red, but soon returned to normal. After a few words of greeting, Xiao Ruofei led Wu Liqian to the guest area. The ribbon-cutting ceremony started at 9:38 a.m., which was the auspicious time calculated by Liang Weiman's feng shui master. People in the real estate industry believed in feng shui, so this ribbon-cutting ceremony was arranged by Liang Weiman. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei couldn't refuse his kindness, so he followed his arrangement. There was still some time before the ceremony started. Xiao Ruofei chatted with Wu Liqian and others in the guest area. Naturally, Wu Liqian became the center of everyone's attention. Although Liang Weiman, President Xing, Ling Xiaotian, and the others were much richer than Wu Liqian, an executive deputy county head still carried a lot of weight in such an occasion in Huaxia. Ling Xiaotian, who had attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony with Ling Qingxue, was also standing beside Xiao Ruofei. For some reason, ever since Wu Liqian had arrived, Ling Qingxue had subconsciously leaned closer to Xiao Ruofei. She even held Xiao Ruofei's arm tightly, as if she was declaring her sovereignty over him. Sometimes, a woman's intuition was really sharp. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, didn't notice anything strange. Wu Liqian's expression was also normal as she moved around the crowd. It was only when no one was paying attention that a faint trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. While everyone was talking, 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars drove into the small square in front of the complex one after another. Xiao Ruofei looked over with some confusion. Almost all the guests he had invited had arrived. Who would come at this time? The car door opened quickly. Xiao Ruofei knew the young woman who got out of the car in front. She was the person in charge of the Hengfeng Group in Southeast Province. The young woman's name was Feng Yun. She used to be the manager of the Southeast branch of Hengfeng Jewelry. Later on, her performance was outstanding and she was transferred to Hengfeng Group's Southeast office as the person in charge of coordinating all of Hengfeng Group's operations in Southeast Province. Love Go Xiao Say W, Chu, a middle-aged man in his early 40s, got out of the other car. He was also wearing an exquisite suit and had an extraordinary temperament. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't know him. As for the third car, it was parked quietly in place. No one got out of the car. Since they were guests, Xiao Ruofei greeted Wu Liqian and the others and went up to greet them with a smile. Feng Yun, who got out of the car first, came to Xiao Ruofei and said with a respectful look, Mr. Xia, I was entrusted by the head office, Mr. Ma, to congratulate your company on its housewarming. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He felt that Ma Xiong was making a fuss over nothing. He just built a building on the farm. Although it was the first building built by the company, it was a bit of a stretch to call it a housewarming. However, Xiao Ruofei still smiled and expressed his gratitude. Feng Yun immediately asked the driver and assistant to send the big flower basket to the arch. Then she took out a delicate gift box from her bag and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. She smiled and said, Mr. Xia, this is a little gift from our company. Chairman Ma, you're too polite, Xiao Ruofei said as he took the gift box. Xiao Ruofei opened the lid and saw a jade thumb ring and a jade bracelet inside. These 2 jade products were obviously made of the same material. Xiao Ruofei had been in contact with so many jade materials that his eyesight had already been trained. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but whisper, Imperial Green. All the raw materials of the jade thumb ring and jade bracelet were the best jade, Imperial Green. Although the transparency hadn't reached the ultimate ice type, the small jade thumb ring and bracelet were worth at least hundreds of thousands or even more than 1,000,000 yuan. This gift is too expensive. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, Manager Feng, I dare not accept it. Feng Yun smiled and said, Mr. Xia, this is a gift from the chairman. If you don't accept it, I dare not take it back. Besides, this is our company's own product, and the cost is not as exaggerated as the market price. Hengfeng Group started out in the jewelry business. Now, Hengfeng Jewelry's influence in the world, especially in the Greater China region, was still one of the best in the industry. This jade thumb ring and jade really didn't cost that much for them. Feng Yan continued, Mr. Xia, our chairman said that the bracelet is for your girlfriend. You won't refuse it, will you? Xia Ruofei said with a wry smile, Manager Feng, please thank Chairman Ma for me. I'll accept it. Okay. Xia Ruofei motioned for Peng Hao to lead Feng Yan to the guest area. He himself looked at the middle-aged man who got out of the Mercedes-Benz behind them. When Xia Ruofei and Feng Yan were talking just now, the middle-aged man had been waiting with a smile, without a trace of impatience. Before Xia Ruofei could ask, the middle-aged man introduced himself, Mr. Xia, hello. I'm Zhou Qing, the president of the Greater China region of the Xingbang Group in the United States. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Isn't the Xingbang Group the company of Old Man Tang in the United States? So it's President Zhou. Nice to meet you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Zhou Qing had a warm smile on his face and said, Mr. Xia, today I was entrusted by the chairman of the head company, Mr. Tang He, to congratulate your company on its housewarming. This was the same as what Feng Yan had just said. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. Why did Old Man Tang, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, come to join in the fun? Xia Ruofei wasn't surprised that Old Man Tang could get the news. Today's ribbon-cutting ceremony was all arranged by Liang Weimin. Old Man Tang was Liang Weimin's uncle, so Liang Weimin must have told him. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei suddenly thought of Liang Qichao. He followed Old Man Tang to the ocean and didn't even call for so long. He didn't know if he got what he wanted and was sent to work at Fairyland Farm in Australia. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. Xia Ruofei immediately said to Zhou Qing with a smile, Old Man Tang is too polite. It's just a small comprehensive building. There's really no need for this. I'm really sorry to trouble President Zhou to come here personally. This kind of building that cost a few million yuan was really nothing in the eyes of Tang He, a super-rich man with a net worth of 10 billion US dollars. He could buy a yacht or a villa for more than this price. Of course, Xia Ruofei also knew that this was just a way for Old Man Tang to show his goodwill. It's no trouble. This is a task personally assigned by Chairman Tang. Zhou Qing said with a smile, besides, I've heard about Mr. Xia a long time ago. Seeing you today, you're really young and promising. President Zhou, you flatter me. Xia Ruofei said modestly. Zhou Qing also brought a large flower basket. 2 assistants had already carried the flower basket to the arched door. This was a common practice in Huaxia. It wasn't about how much the flower basket was worth, but how important the name or company on the flower basket was. The more important it was, the more respect the owner would naturally have. Therefore, after the 2 flower baskets from Hengfeng Group and Xingbang Group were carried over, the way Ling Xiaotian, President Xing, and the others looked at Xia Ruofei was a little different. These 2 companies were ranked among the top companies in the world, and they actually sent flower baskets over at the same time. Moreover, it was just for the completion of an office building inside the farm. Especially Ling Xiaotian, when he looked at Xia Ruofei, the smile on his face was much more amiable than usual. He was more satisfied with his future son-in-law. Zhou Qing pointed to the brand-new Mercedes-Benz at the end and said, Mr. Xia, that car is a housewarming gift from Chairman Tang. After the event, I'll have to trouble you to send someone to hand it over to us. There are still some necessary procedures to be completed. Xia Ruofei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Old Man Tang and Old Man Ma were really generous. Xia Ruofei recognized at a glance that the brand-new Mercedes-Benz was this year's new Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan. This was a purely imported high-end business car. The entry-level version cost more than 1 million, and the top-of-the-line 0T model cost merely 1.9 million. And with Old Man Tang's status, how could his gift be an entry-level one? Xia Ruofei didn't need to look to guess that the car must be a top-of-the-line model. Sure enough, Zhou Qing smiled and said, Mr. Xia, Old Man Tang said that although you have a Night 15 off-road vehicle, the company's business car doesn't seem to be Equipped. His 0T Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan barely matches your status. It's most suitable for business occasions. The corner of Xiao Ruofei's mouth twitched. He smiled bitterly and said, Director Zhou, I'm just a small company. How can I be so particular? But since old man Tang has spoken, I'll accept this gift. Please be sure to convey my gratitude. Okay. Zhou Qing said with a smile. It's almost time. Director Zhou, please follow me to the guest area. Xiao Ruofei said. Mr. Xia, please. Zhou Qing said politely. As a senior executive of Xingbang Group, Zhou Qing didn't look down on Xiao Ruofei at all just because he was a young boss. On the contrary, his attitude towards Xiao Ruofei even had a trace of respect. Naturally, this was because of old man Tang He. Fortunately, when Liang Weimin was preparing for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, he had some spare seats in the guest area, including the golden scissors used during the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Without waiting for Xiao Ruofei's instructions, Liang Weimin had already taken the initiative to call the host and the hostess to the side and changed the plan at the last minute. Zhou Qing and Feng Yun definitely had to go on stage to cut the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Ling Xiaotian and the others had already started chatting with Zhou Qing and Feng Yun. Wu Liqian also had a warm smile on her face as she spoke to the two of them. These two were the middle and upper echelons of large conglomerates. If they could pull in one or two investments for Chongping County, it would be a great political achievement. Of course, at this time, Wu Liqian didn't realize that, in fact, there was a Taoyuan farm in Chongping County under her rule. In the future, her political achievements would be incomparably brilliant. Moreover, this Taoyuan farm was personally introduced by her. Others couldn't take away her political achievements even if they wanted to. About 10 minutes before 9:38, another car drove into the small square. After Xiao Ruofei received Lei Hu's reminder, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of a bitter smile. What's going on today? Originally, I just wanted to hold a small ceremony. Why are there so many uninvited guests? I wonder who will come back this time. Xiao Ruofei stood up from his seat and walked towards the car. This was a flashy Porsche Cayenne. Just as Xiao Ruofei was guessing which local tycoon it was, he saw a somewhat thin figure jump out of the car. Isn't this Song Rui, that kid? Why is he here to join in the fun? Song Rui had a long cardboard box under his arm. He had his trademark smirk on his face as he walked towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei simply stood still and waited for him. His own brother was too lazy to greet him. The ceremony was about to begin and Xiao Ruofei was about to go on stage to give a speech. Young Master Song, what's going on? Xiao Ruofei waited for Song Rui to come in front of him before he asked, why are you here to join in the fun today? Song Rui smiled and glanced at Ling Qingxue, who was tightly holding on to Xiao Ruofei's arm, and asked, Ruofei, this is my sister-in-law, right? Ling Qingxue's pretty face slightly reddened, but she felt very happy inside. Xiao Ruofei nodded casually and introduced to Ling Qingxue, Qingxue, this is my good brother, Song Rui. Then he said to Song Rui, this is my girlfriend, Ling Qingxue. Song Rui immediately bowed slightly to Ling Qingxue and said, hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but curse in his heart. This kid is obviously a few years older than me, but he actually dares to call me sister-in-law. He really knows how to pretend to be young. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, hello, Song Rui. Sister-in-law, Ruofei and I are good brothers. You can call me Xiao Rui. Song Rui said enthusiastically. Ling Qingxue had a good impression of Song Rui, who kept calling her sister-in-law. She immediately smiled and said, okay, then I'll call you Xiao Rui. When Wu Liqian saw Song Rui chatting happily with Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, she couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. She had worked for Tian Huilan for many years, and had accompanied Tian Huilan to Shannan province for an inspection. At that time, she had met Song Rui, Song Jingping, Wang Sume, and Song Rui's family. Song Jingping was a governor of the border, and he was also a relative of Master Song, one of the core leaders of Huaxia. Wu Liqian naturally had a deep impression of this family, so she recognized Song Rui as soon as he arrived. Wu Liqian was talking to the people next to her, but her attention had already shifted to Xiao Ruofei. At this time, Xiao Ruofei happened to ask, young Master Song, why are you here? Are you here to freeload? Genius 1 second remember love go/small? Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Wu Liqian felt her head buzzing. She couldn't believe her ears. Wasn't Song Rui's grandfather the one who appeared on the news every day a few years ago? He sent his grandson to congratulate a small farm in Chongping County on the completion of an office building that cost less than a few million yuan. Could it be that after retiring for a few years, the old man had nothing to do? Wu Liqian knew that Master Song was a senior official. Even if he wasn't in his position, his influence in the country was still unparalleled. Moreover, even though he had retired, his family Song was still one of the top political families in Xianxia. No matter what, he wouldn't be so free as to pay attention to a small farm like this. The only explanation was that Xiao Ruofei held a very high position in that old man's heart. Wu Liqian couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei a few more times. Xiao Ruofei was also a little surprised. He said, "No way. The old official actually cares about such a small matter. What have I done to deserve it?" "I think so too." Song Rui said with a grin, "You must have given my grandfather a bewitching potion." Xiao Ruofei punched Song Rui in the chest and laughed. F***ck off. "I was just being modest, and you took it seriously." "I don't think you're that flattered." Song Rui said with a smile. "If it were someone else, they'd probably go crazy with joy." "Nonsense, who do you think I am?" "I've seen a lot." Xiao Ruofei said. After he finished speaking, he extended his hand to Song Rui, opened his palm and said, "Give it to me." "Give what?" "Nonsense. Since the official sent you here, how could he let you come empty-handed?" Xiao Ruofei said bluntly, "Since you're here to congratulate me, take out your gift." "You're really impolite." Song Rui smiled bitterly and handed the long paper box to Xiao Ruofei. "You better hold it properly. The old master woke up early this morning and personally wrote a piece of calligraphy." "You're lucky." Song Rui's tone was sour. Because Master Song rarely gave people inscriptions, his calligraphy treasures could be said to be priceless. Even Song Rui, Master Song's grandson, begged him several times but still couldn't get a posthumous child. Of course, it could also be that Master Song knew his grandson's character, so he wouldn't write for him easily. But no matter what, Song Rui looked at Xiao Ruofei getting Master Song's calligraphy treasures so easily, and he was quite envious. As for Wu Liqian, who had been paying attention to the commotion, she was even more shocked after hearing it. Xiao Ruofei also acted as if he had received a treasure, and he quickly took the cardboard box. Master Song's personal inscription wasn't as exaggerated as a protective talisman, but at least it was quite significant. Then, Liang Weimin came over to remind Xiao Ruofei that the auspicious time had arrived, and that he should prepare to go on stage to give a speech. He spoke as if Xiao Ruofei was the groom waiting to go through the wedding ceremony. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to introduce the entrepreneurs and officials to Song Rui. He asked Peng how to find a seat for Song Rui first. As for Master Song's calligraphy treasures, Xiao Ruofei solemnly handed it to Ling Qingshui next to him and said, "Qingshui, you have to take good care of it for me. This thing is too precious, don't worry. I'll always hold it in my hand." Ling Qingshui giggled. "Yes, don't give it to anyone else," Xiao Ruofei said. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the small stage temporarily set up in the small square. After taking 2 steps, Xiao Ruofei hurried back and took out the gift box from Hengfeng Group from his trouser pocket. Xiao Ruofei stuffed the gift box into Ling Qingshui's hands and said, "This is from Mr. Ma from Hong Kong. Take good care of it for me. There is a bracelet in it for you. You can open it and see if you like it." Ling Qingshui nodded and said, "Got it. Ruofei, go do your work." The host invited by Liang Weimin had already begun to give a speech on the stage. After a brief opening speech, Xiao Ruofei stepped onto the small stage amidst the applause of everyone. Now that Xiao Ruofei had seen the world, he didn't prepare a script. He came to the microphone and began to give a speech. Of course, the content of the speech was nothing more than thanking the local government for their support, thanking the superiors, thanking the partners, and so on. In the end, Xiao Ruofei also announced that the first batch of foreign employees of the Taoyuan company would be allocated a single apartment in the comprehensive building. If the employees got married and brought their families over, they could apply for a 2-bedroom apartment. Xiao Ruofei had specially reserved more than a dozen 2-bedroom apartments. 5 of them were reserved for guests, and the remaining 10 were reserved for the employees. Then, Xiao Ruofei also announced some incentives. For example, if they were promoted to the level of supervisor, they would be treated more favorably in terms of housing. In fact, at this stage, only Chao Taishu and Lei Hu were supervisors of Taoyuan Farm. Peng Hao and Yi Linyun were considered middle-level managers of the company, and their status was higher than Chao Tieshu's. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also announced that the company would recruit several cleaners and chefs. In addition, a new batch of farm workers was prepared to be recruited. The security team was also planned to be further expanded. The farm would provide free lunch to the employees, and the company's cafeteria would also provide breakfast and dinner. The employees could charge their cards, and the price of the food was naturally much cheaper than outside. When the employees of Taoyuan Farm heard this, they naturally cheered. At the same time, when they heard that Xiao Ruofei would continue to recruit people, they were a little excited. Taoyuan Farm's treatment could be said to be first class in the surrounding area, and it was better than some companies in the city. As for the treatment of the factories in the county and town, it was not at the same level as the treatment of the Taoyuan company. In addition to the salary, the company also provided various benefits, insurance, overtime subsidies, and so on. Chao Taishu and the others were now walking in the village with their heads held high. They all felt that they were proud, and the villagers were quite envious of them. Now that the company was going to recruit people again, Chao Taishu and the others wanted to quickly pass the news back. They were all locals, and who didn't have relatives or friends? This was internal news. If their relatives and friends could be one step ahead of others, they might be able to seize the opportunity. The construction workers who participated in the ribbon-cutting ceremony were very envious. They worked dirty and tiring on the construction site, and many of them were not even treated as well as the farm workers. Xiao Ruofei's speech was not long. After that, it was time to cut the ribbon. Originally, Xiao Ruofei had arranged for Wu Liqian, Liang Weimin, Ling Xiaotian, Chief Xing, and himself, a total of 5 people. Now, with the addition of Feng Yun and Zhou Qing, the ribbon-cutting guests had become 7 people. Fortunately, the company in charge of the ceremony had prepared spare gold scissors, plates, and so on. They had just temporarily lengthened the red silk cloth and made 2 more silk flowers. Then, they pulled the 2 girls in charge of welcoming the guests to be the hostesses. Xiao Ruofei and the others cut the scissors at the same time. The red silk was divided into several sections, and each tray had an auspicious red silk flower. Then, according to the division of labor, Lei Hu and the others under the stage unscrewed the colorful flowers, and some went to the other side of the square to light the firecrackers. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was completed in such a lively manner. Next, the workers who were pulled in to make up the numbers were dismissed. The guests, accompanied by Xiao Ruofei, began to tour the comprehensive building. The first floor of the building was mainly the security room, the monitoring room, the cafeteria, the utility room, and so on. There was also a part of the administrative office. The second floor was mainly the office, including the chairman's office, the finance office, and other important places. This building was not the same as the office buildings in the city. It occupied a large area, and each floor was very spacious. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was used to being a shopkeeper, so he did not waste an entire floor of space to set up a huge office. The 3rd to 6th floors were all accommodation. There were single apartments, 2-bedroom apartments, and guest rooms. There were a total of 5 apartments used as guest rooms, 10 2-bedroom apartments, and more than 30 single apartments. For the current Taoyuan farm, it was enough. As for the future development of the company, it did not matter. The company's headquarters would definitely not be in this remote countryside for a long time. Now that the Taoyuan company was becoming more and more famous, it was inevitable that the human resources, administrative logistics, finance, and other departments would be built in the future. The company's headquarters would also inevitably be moved to an office building in the city. Otherwise, it would not be in line with the image of a big company. Taoyuan Farm was mainly responsible for the operation of the farm, so these employee apartments were definitely enough. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei only needed to ensure that the first few batches of employees had a place to live. If the new recruits did not have a place to live, then there would be no place to live. Xiao Ruofei had helped Liang Weimin a lot last time, so he was quite attentive to this project. Not only did he ask Manager Li to keep an eye on the whole process, he also came several times to supervise the progress of the project. It could be said that Liang Weimin did not earn a single cent from this project. The same cost, according to the market price, could at most build 4 or 5 floors. Moreover, the interior decoration was all of high quality and cost-effective materials. It was environmentally friendly, durable, and not a waste of money. Everyone looked around, and those who knew the industry were secretly impressed. Even those who did not know the industry were sighing that the employee benefits of Taoyuan Farm were too good. The conditions were too comfortable. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan Farm was different from the average farm. The cost of his raw materials was about the same as the average farm, and he did not use chemical fertilizers, so the cost was very low. At the same time, the price of the agricultural products was several times or even dozens of times higher than the market price, and the profit was huge. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not mind giving the employees a higher salary and benefits. Xiao Ruofei still felt that it was worth it to use this limited investment to exchange for the loyalty of the employees. This was not a waste of money. Including renting land from Dongqing village, even if the land price was slightly higher than the market price, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to make the decision. If other farms learned from Xiao Ruofei's extravagance, then they would really go bankrupt in minutes. After the tour, the guests were led by Xiao Ruofei to the newly built employee cafeteria. In Huaxia, when people came to support you, as the host, you naturally had to treat them well. At the very least, there was food and drinks. Xiao Ruofei naturally could not be a maverick. All the facilities in the employee cafeteria were brand new. Although the chef had not been hired yet, Xiao Ruofei had a future father-in-law who was a restaurant chain tycoon, so the chef was naturally not a problem. The executive chef of Lingji Catering personally led a few chefs to work in the cafeteria and prepared a sumptuous lunch. Most of the ingredients were vegetables and fruits from Taoyuan Farm, and the meat ingredients were also top-grade products that Ling Xiaotian had arranged for people to buy from Lingji Catering suppliers. Chow Taishu was very distressed that Xiao Ruofei used so many Taoyuan vegetables to entertain the guests. He was the one who knew the value of these vegetables the best. Chow Tieshu's heart trembled as he watched Lei Hu and the others move boxes of fresh vegetables from the greenhouse into the cafeteria. If these vegetables were sold, they would be worth at least a few thousand or even 10 to 20,000 Huaxia dollars. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not feel distressed about this small amount of money. Not only did he use the Taoyuan vegetables, but even the wine used at the luncheon was all the aged wine from Xiao Ruofei's space, drunken 8 immortals. The guests naturally ate with relish, especially those who loved to drink. They were full of praise for the improved drunken 8 immortals. Ling Xiaotian also took the opportunity to publicize the new winery that they had acquired. Knowing that the wine at the luncheon was not inferior to Maotai Wuliangye, and that it would be officially sold in half a month, the guests were very interested and started chatting with Ling Xiaotian and Xiao Ruofei. Song Ruwei was very envious of Xiao Ruofei's success. Xiao Ruofei was 2 years younger than him, and now his business was thriving. Song Ruwei himself had to study in his family's company and face all kinds of restrictions. The children of big families looked glamorous on the outside, but in fact, they were the only ones who knew what it was like. Xiao Ruofei's company was not big, but that kind of freedom and entrepreneurial sense of achievement was enough to make Song Ruwei envious. Song Ruwei's identity was special, so Xiao Ruofei did not introduce it to the guests in detail. Therefore, the luncheon was naturally still centered around Wu Liqian. Song Ruwei was naturally not unhappy about this. He was a person who advocated freedom. This could be seen when he wanted to escape his marriage and go abroad. Therefore, he did not like this kind of social occasions. Moreover, this was a luncheon hosted by his good brother Xiao Ruofei. Even if young Master Song wanted to put on airs in front of others, he would not put on airs in front of Xiao Ruofei. Song Ruwei obviously did not recognize Wu Liqian, whom he had met a few years ago. Wu Liqian naturally knew the rules. She did not rashly chat with Song Ruwei. She only intentionally or unintentionally toasted Song Ruwei a few more glasses of wine. The luncheon ended in a happy atmosphere, and the guests left one after another. As the host, Xiao Ruofei took Ling Qingxue to the small square of the complex building to shake hands and say goodbye to them one by one. Ling Qingxue had gradually entered the role of the hostess. She did not leave with her father. She and Xiao Ruofei had not been together for a few days. Now that she had a legitimate reason, she naturally wanted to stay and relieve the pain of lovesickness. What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that Wu Liqian was not in a hurry to leave either. After the guests left, Wu Liqian walked in front of Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. She smiled and said, "Xiaoxia, congratulations again. Your business is getting bigger and bigger." "Thank you, Sister Wu." Xiao Ruofei smiled. Since the outsiders had left, Xiao Ruofei naturally would not call Wu Liqian County Magistrate Wu in a serious manner. Ling Qingxue held Xiao Ruofei's arm. She looked at Wu Liqian and asked, "County Magistrate Wu stayed behind. Do you have any instructions?" Wu Liqian could feel the slight hostility from Ling Qingxue, but she did not care. She only looked at the paper box in Ling Qingxue's hand and said, "I don't dare to say that I have instructions. I am just interested in Master Song's inscription for Xiaoxia, so I took the liberty to stay and feast my eyes on it." A genius remembering love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei said with some surprise, "Sister Wu, so you know Song Rui?" During the whole process of today's event, Xiao Ruofei didn't introduce Song Rui to everyone. The guests thought that Song Rui was just Xiao Ruofei's buddy, a rich man's son. He didn't expect Wu Liqian to recognize Song Rui. Wu Liqian smiled and said, "In the early years, I went to Xiongnan province with Secretary Tian for inspection, and I met Governor Song's family once. But young Master Song must have forgotten me long ago." Xiao Ruofei was suddenly enlightened. Song Rui's identity in Xiongnan province was a top-notch prince. To put it bluntly, even the son of the secretary of Xiongnan province was not as powerful as him. After all, he was the grandson of the eldest son of the family Song. So Song Rui didn't know how many social events he had to attend all year round. He had only eaten with Wu Liqian once, so it was normal that he didn't remember. Wu Liqian continued, "Before the ceremony began, I accidentally heard your conversation. I knew that this calligraphy was specially created for you by Master Song, so I couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see it." This time, it was Ling Qingxue's turn to be confused. She asked, "County Magistrate Wu, the Master Song you're talking about is?" Wu Liqian said with a smile, "You should ask your boyfriend about this. He knows such an important official, but he didn't report it to you." "That's not right." After Wu Liqian finished speaking, she glanced at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile. Xiao Ruofei could only smile awkwardly. Ling Qingxue originally had a trace of hostility towards Wu Liqian, but after a few words, the hostility gradually disappeared. Especially Wu Liqian's joke, which made Ling Qingxue very happy. Ling Qingxue smiled and said to Wu Liqian, "County Magistrate Wu, he never tells me these things. Why don't you tell me? Which official is this Master Song?" Wu Liqian asked, "Qingxue, did you watch the news broadcast a few years ago?" Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Occasionally." There were very few people in Xianxia who hadn't watched the news broadcast. Although many people didn't have the habit of watching it on time every day, they must have seen it on different occasions. Wu Liqian said, "Then you should have seen the official I just mentioned on the TV." Ling Qingxue was also a smart girl. Since she would occasionally see that chief on the news, he must be one of the top few core chiefs. There were only a dozen or so chiefs in the 2 terms of the core leadership, and only one of them had the surname Song. Ling Qingxue's mind raced, and then she opened her mouth in surprise and said, "Could it be Song? Don't guess, it's him." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Master Song has been recuperating in Sanshan City, and I've seen him a few times." Wu Liqian thought to herself, it's not as simple as a few times. Master Song wouldn't personally write an inscription for a young man he had only met a few times. However, Wu Liqian naturally wouldn't say it out loud, and Ling Qingxue didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said. She didn't know how precious Master Song's inscription was. But that was the head of the central government. It was already a great thing to have met him a few times. Moreover, the official had written an inscription for Xiao Ruofei. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but feel proud of her boyfriend. At the same time, she subconsciously held the paper box tighter. Ling Qingxue then thought of something and couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, so Song Rue? Ling Qingxue felt like she was in a dream. Song Rue's mental age was probably even younger than Xiao Ruofei's, and he didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. He always had a cheerful appearance and was polite to people. She couldn't believe that the young man who kept calling her sister-in-law had such an illustrious identity. In fact, Ling Qingxue hadn't seen the other side of Song Rue. This kid hid his mischievous side because of Xiao Ruofei. After all, it was the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Xiao Ruofei's company. In fact, Song Rue was quite famous among the Red disciples in Beijing. He was a bad boy who didn't care about anything. He's Master Song's grandson. Xiao Ruofei said casually, and then joked, don't make such an expression. Actually, this grandson is quite nice. Ling Qingxue and Wu Liqian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, why does it sound so bad when it comes out of your mouth? He's Master Song's grandson. Xiao Ruofei spread his hands innocently and said, I didn't say he was my grandson. Wu Liqian was laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but pinch Xiao Ruofei secretly and said, why are you so bad? Song Rue will be furious if he hears this. He's Master Song's grandson. Xiao Ruofei said seriously. Then Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue with a smirk and said, besides, I don't even have a son now. How could I have such a big grandson? You're the one who thought that way. Ling Qingxue's pretty face turned slightly red and said, I know you're good at talking. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Wu Liqian couldn't stand it anymore and said, okay. If you two want to flirt, can't you wait until I'm gone? Don't you think about my feelings as a single person? Ling Qingxue blushed and said, Sister Wu, it's all that guy's fault. He's so naughty. Ling Qingxue's prejudice against Wu Liqian had long disappeared. She naturally called Wu Liqian Sister Wu like Xiao Ruofei. Wu Liqian said with a smile, Xiaoxia, I've been waiting for a long time. You should let me see Master Song's calligraphy, right? Ling Qingxue immediately said, yes. Let's open it and see what the chief wrote for you. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, even if you want to see it, you can't do it here. If you accidentally break it. Let's go to the office. The ribbon cutting of the building was completed, but the relocation was still in progress. In fact, it was mainly security and finance. The framework of the company had not been set up yet, and there was no huge administrative team. However, Xiao Ruofei's chairman's office was tidied up immediately, so Xiao Ruofei directly took Ling Qingxue and Wu Liqian to the office on the second floor. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't want to be extravagant, the office was still more than 80 square meters. It had a reception area, a lounge, a secretary's office, and so on. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't need a full-time secretary now, so the office was empty. The decoration of the office was chosen with good materials, but there was still a faint smell of decoration. It could only be ventilated with the windows open, and it would be fine after a while. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei didn't have the consciousness of working for a long time. He was used to being a hands-off boss. Today, he only came to this office to find a place to observe Master Song's calligraphy. After the three of them entered the room, Xiao Ruofei took the paper box from Ling Qingxue. After opening it, there were 2 rolls of rice paper. Xiao Ruofei took out the big one, pressed one end of it with the paperweight on the desk, and then carefully unfolded it. Master Song's calligraphy was slowly revealed in front of everyone. The mind is far away and the heart is biased. This was a famous sentence taken from Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring. It was appropriate to send it to the Taoyuan company. Moreover, this calligraphy had Master Song's signature and seal. It was a complete inscription. The value of this was high. What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that Master Song's calligraphy was elegant and unrestrained. It didn't have the murderous aura of someone who came from the military. However, between the strokes, one could vaguely feel a trace of the artistic conception of a powerful army. In fact, Master Song's early works were silver hooks and iron paintings. People who knew the art could tell at a glance that this was the work of a great general. However, with the rise of Master Song's status, his calligraphy style gradually changed. It was no longer sharp, and it became somewhat low-key. This time, Master Song had experienced a serious illness. It seemed that his understanding of life had changed greatly. His calligraphy had become more refined. In addition, this time, he wrote a famous sentence like Peach Blossom Spring. This calligraphy style seemed to complement each other. Xiao Ruofei also found that the words "For Little Friend Ruofei" were written on the signature of this calligraphy. If this was the work of a famous calligrapher, the market value of this work would drop after it was marked as a gift to someone. The reason was simple. People who had money to buy collectibles were mostly unwilling to buy a work that was marked as a gift to another person. It was even more impossible to hang this work at home. However, Master Song's inscription was exactly the opposite. First of all, Xiao Ruofei would never sell this piece of calligraphy. Even if he was crazy poor, he would not do so. In this way, the calligraphy that Master Song had marked as a gift to Xiao Ruofei was definitely a super amulet. Even Master Song had named the person who gave the calligraphy as a gift. Even if those big families wanted to touch Xiao Ruofei, they would have to think twice. Master Song's gift was really too precious. Xiao Ruofei could not help but sigh in his heart. When Xianxia saw Master Song's name on the signature and the words "For Xiao Ruofei," she was very excited. She felt like she was dreaming. Wu Liqian was even more envious. At the same time, she felt a little regretful. If Xiao Ruofei was a member of the system, this piece of calligraphy alone would have saved him many years of hard work. At this time, Xianxia saw another roll of rice paper on the side. She could not help but ask curiously, "Ruofei, there's another one. Open it and take a look." Xiao Ruofei actually noticed it too. However, his attention was attracted by the thinking far away from oneself, so he did not pay attention to the slightly smaller piece of paper for the time being. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xiao Ruofei's curiosity was also aroused. Master Song only needed one piece of calligraphy for him. In fact, there was not much point in writing another one. Why did the old man write two pieces at once? Under the curious gaze of the two beauties, Xiao Ruofei slowly unfolded the paper. When the content was presented, the three of them gasped at the same time. They all looked incredulous. This piece of calligraphy was smaller than the previous one. Moreover, Master Song did not sign his name or use a seal. It was just 4 big words. However, the shock it brought to the three of them was greater than the previous one. Because the content of this piece of calligraphy was, Taoyuan Farm. Yes, this piece of rice paper only had the 4 big words, Taoyuan Farm. However, the meaning behind it was extraordinary. Master Song, a leader at his level, basically would not write a name for a company, let alone a small company like Taoyuan Farm. Of course, occasionally, there would be a leader of the central government who would write a name for a company. However, this kind of situation was extremely rare. Without exception, it would always happen in the giant central enterprises. If Xiao Ruofei remembered correctly, this was definitely the first time that someone had written a name for a private company. Although there was no signature or seal, this was the genuine Master Song's handwriting. If this name was used on a farm, ordinary people might not be able to tell. However, how could people with a certain level of authority not be able to tell that this was Master Song's handwriting? Not only that, Xiao Ruofei's company was called the Taoyuan Company. He could have used the first 2 words of Master Song's name on the company's logo, including the company's exclusive correspondence and other places where the company's logo could be printed. This time, even Xiao Ruofei could not believe it. This gift was really too precious. He did not even have any confidence in his heart. Xiaoxia, this is the leader's name for your company? Wu Liqian also could not believe her eyes. She asked with uncertainty. Xianxia said excitedly, Ruofei, you're too amazing. If this inscription is used on the company's logo, it's simply. Xiao Ruofei took a few deep breaths and said, calm down, calm down. I have to confirm it first. Wu Liqian hurriedly said, yes, 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 it's better to ask clearly. If everyone misunderstood and Master Song actually gave this calligraphy to Xiao Ruofei as a personal gift, and Xiao Ruofei used it on the company's logo, then this matter would be serious. Xiao Ruofei did not dare to be careless. He quickly picked up his phone and called Director Liu. The call was quickly connected. Director Lu's hearty laughter came through the receiver. Haha, Boss Xia, I heard that your company moved to a new building today. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Director Lu, don't make fun of me. What Boss Xia? You can just call me Xiaoxia. Haha, Xiaoxia, in order to wait for your call, I never left my phone. Director Lu said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei was stunned and asked, Director Lu knew that I would call? Director Lu smiled and said, the chief said that you would definitely call. Xiaoxia, the chief's gift to you, you've already opened it, right? Yes. The chief's gift is really too precious. Xiao Ruofei said, I can't even believe it. So you called to confirm it? Director Lu asked with a smile. Xiao Ruofei smiled and did not say anything. Director Lu continued, Xiaoxia, the chief asked me to tell you that it's just a piece of calligraphy. He has already given it to you. You can do whatever you want with it. There's no need to ask for instructions. Although he had already guessed the answer, Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel ecstatic. He quickly said, Thank you, Director Lu. Please also help me convey my gratitude to the chief. Director Lu smiled and said, I will definitely convey it. Xiaoxia, the chief heard that you sent people to Wui Mountain every 2 or 3 days to deliver medicine to old Mr. Li. He was very pleased and also asked me to tell you that you have worked hard during this period of time. After old Mr. Li recovers, he will hold a special banquet to express his gratitude. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, the chief is too polite. In fact, it's just a small matter. Besides, old Mr. Li is now teaching my staff how to make tea. It's only right that I treat him. Haha. That's true, but only you, Xiaoxia, can have such a miraculous hand. Director Lu said with a laugh. When he spoke to Xiao Ruofei, he did not put on the airs of a deputy minister at all. In addition to the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Master Song, a large part of the reason was Xiao Ruofei's superb medical skills. There was no one who did not get sick after eating grains. In the face of an incurable disease, whether you were an old farmer or a national leader, there was nothing you could do. Being able to maintain a good relationship with Xiao Ruofei was equivalent to adding a reliable insurance to your health and life. Xiao Ruofei and Director Lu chatted for a while before hanging up. Wu Liqian and Ling Qingxue were still nervously looking at Xiao Ruofei. Yeah. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but cheer. Although Ling Qingxue didn't know much about politics, she didn't need to know about politics. Even an old farmer in the countryside knew what Master Song's handwriting meant. Even Wu Liqian couldn't help but look excited. She was happy for Xiao Ruofei from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel happy. He quickly picked up the phone on his desk and dialed in front of Ling Qingxue and Wu Liqian. Fatty. How's the moving of your things in the finance department? Xiao Ruofei asked. Peng Hao had been working temporarily in a guest room on the first floor of Xiao Ruofei's villa. Sometimes, when he worked overtime late, he would sleep in the office directly. The conditions were quite difficult. With the completion of the new building, the finance department had a spacious, bright, and well-equipped office. Considering that Peng Hao's family lived in the city, Xiao Ruofei had specially reserved a one-bedroom apartment for him. He could live on the farm now and go back to the city on weekends. Peng Hao said on the phone, I've moved more than half of it. It's mainly some bills and accounts. I want to organize them before moving them. I don't want to mess them up and make it difficult to file them. Xiao Ruofei said directly, bring the scanner to my office first. Xiao Ruofei had specially prepared a scanner for Peng Hao. Now, the farm had to provide a large amount of Taoyuan vegetables to the business partners every day. In the beginning, it was settled on a daily basis. Although it had changed to a weekly basis, there were still a lot of bills. Xiao Ruofei wanted all the bills to be scanned and stored in electronic files. It was more convenient to manage and check them. That was why he had specially bought a scanner. Okay. I'll be right there. After a while, Peng Hao arrived at Xiao Ruofei's office, panting heavily with a scanner in his arms. Xiao Ruofei took the scanner and quickly connected it to the computer in the office. Then, he picked up the Taoyuan Farm title and put it into the scanner. The title wasn't very big. Xiao Ruofei scanned it into the computer twice. Then, he quickly used software to piece the whole title into a complete picture. In fact, there was a special scanner outside, but Master Song's calligraphy wasn't big, and it wasn't complicated. It was very easy to piece it together, so Xiao Ruofei simply did it himself. Peng Hao asked curiously, Ruofei, these words are so beautiful. Who gave you this question? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, you don't have to care about who wrote the questions. Anyway, it's a very awesome person. Xiao Ruofei then sent the generated image file directly to Peng Hao's mailbox and said, Fatty, I have a temporary task for you. Go ahead. I just sent this calligraphy to your mailbox. Go back to the city immediately and find a reliable advertising company to help us make the Taoyuan farm signboard. Xiao Ruofei said, these 4 words will be hung on the gate of our farm. Go to the gate and take a few photos. Let the advertising company come up with a plan. My request is that it be beautiful and elegant. Of course, the most important thing is that these 4 words must be perfectly replicated without the slightest change. Understood? Peng Hao said. Immediately. I have a relative who works in Lido advertising. I will definitely do this beautifully for you. Okay. Then you go now. Xiao Ruofei said. Let them come up with a few more plans. It doesn't matter if it's expensive. Okay. Peng Hao said. Then, he smiled and said, Ruofei, I'm wasting time riding the motorcycle back and forth. You see, Xiao Ruofei immediately took out the pickup truck's key and threw it to Peng Hao. Take it easy on the road. Peng Hao had just gotten his driver's license, so he was most addicted to driving. He took the key and said with a smile, don't worry. Although I'm a new driver, my skills are not a problem. After saying that, he ran out of the room. Xiao Ruofei then said to Ling Qingxue, Uncle Ling knows a lot of people. I want to ask him to help me find someone to frame the calligraphy and hang it in the office. Okay. I'll bring it back directly later, Ling Qingxue said without hesitation. Try to find the best framer, Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he added, keep it tight. This piece of calligraphy had Elder Song's signature and seal. Although Xiao Ruofei was going to hang it in the office after framing it, he didn't want it to be spread out during the framing process and make it known to everyone. Okay, I'll remember, Ling Qingxue said obediently. I'll tell my dad. Xiao Ruofei nodded. He carefully rolled the calligraphy and put it in the paper box. Then, he put it aside. As for the Taoyuan farm calligraphy, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't hang it, but he cherished it very much. He called Lei Hu and asked him to find a few pieces of rice paper, plastic wrap, and a sealed bag. Then, he lined the calligraphy with blank rice paper. Then, he carefully rolled it up and wrapped it with plastic wrap. Finally, he put it in a sealed bag and put it in the safe in the corner of the office. Most of the time, it was harder to preserve a framed calligraphy or painting. Since the calligraphy wouldn't be hung, Xiao Ruofei's current method was the most appropriate. If he folded it casually, it would leave traces or even be damaged after a long time. Rolling it up with rice paper, wrapping it with plastic wrap, and putting it in a sealed bag could basically isolate the calligraphy from the air and prevent it from being oxidized after a long time. After dealing with the 2 pieces of calligraphy, Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked Wu Liqian and Ling Qingxue to sit down in the reception area of the office. Then, he personally made tea for the 2 beauties. Although Xiao Ruofei's office had just been renovated, it had everything it needed. There was even a small refrigerator next to the coffee table. There were even good tea leaves, black tea, green tea, and white tea. Liang Weiman had arranged for someone to prepare them in advance. From these details, it could be seen that Liang Weiman was very concerned about Xiao Ruofei's affairs. Wu Liqian picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, she asked, Xiaoxia, now that your farm has begun to take shape, do you have any plans for the future development? Xiao Ruofei skillfully poured a cup of tea for Ling Qingxue. Then, he smiled and said, I do have short-term goals. For example, the production capacity of the vegetable greenhouse has not reached saturation. I plan to hire a new batch of workers. In addition, the utilization rate of the farm is not high, including the fish pond in the south that has been idle. In addition to the orchard in the back of the mountain, there is still a lot of land that can be further developed. Then, Xiao Ruofei asked again, Sister Wu, do you have any good suggestions? Wu Liqian had worked for Tian Huilan for many years. Now, she was the executive deputy county magistrate. Although she didn't have much experience in business, she was very familiar with economic work. Xiao Ruofei also wanted to hear her opinion. Wu Liqian pondered for a moment and said, First of all, you just said to expand the production capacity and further increase the utilization rate of the farm. These are all very good ideas. But I think we can be bolder. Oh? What do you mean? Xiao Ruofei asked with interest. Wu Liqian didn't immediately answer Xiao Ruofei's question. Instead, she asked, Xiaoxia, the vegetables and fruits produced by your farm should be very popular, right? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, At present, there is no need to worry about sales. I have 3 fixed partners, namely Ling's Restaurant, Shijiang Monthly Club, and Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group. Even if the production capacity of the greenhouse reaches saturation, my 3 partners can still eat the output. Wu Liqian smiled and said, That's about what I expected. So, my first suggestion is, to further expand the scale of the farm and build more vegetable greenhouses. I see that there is still a lot of land around your farm that is uncultivated. It is useless for the village to keep it. You can expand the scale of the farm to 2 or even 3 times its current size. Xiao Ruofei hesitated for a moment and said, Continue to expand the scale of the farm? In fact, Xiao Ruofei was not very willing to do so. Although the scale of the farm was not big at present, the benefits it created were much greater than many large farms. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei felt that although operating ordinary peach garden vegetables was very profitable, enough to make most people jealous, he didn't care about such a rate of return. He had Ring-2 space at hand. It was really a waste to operate these ordinary vegetables and fruits. Wu Liqian seemed to have seen through Xiao Ruofei's thoughts. She smiled and said, Xiaoxia, your peach garden vegetables are indeed very popular now, but you only supply to 3 companies. If ordinary people want to eat Taoyuan vegetables, they can only choose Ling's Restaurant or Shijiang Monthly Club. Speaking of this, Wu Liqian looked at Ling Qingxue and said with a smile, Qingxue, I'm not saying that your family's Ling's Restaurant is not good. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, Sister Wu, I know. Go on. Wu Liqian was giving advice to Xiao Ruofei, so Ling Qingxue was naturally not unhappy. Moreover, girls were on the outside. Even if Ling's Restaurant and Taoyuan Farm had a conflict of interest now, she was still on Xiao Ruofei's side in her heart. Wu Liqian smiled and said, Xiaoxia, now your products are indeed in short supply, but your current business model is not very good for further expanding your popularity and becoming well-known in the province or even the country. You should further expand the scope of your supply and let consumers see your Taoyuan vegetables in more restaurants and even supermarkets. In all fairness, Wu Liqian's suggestion was not good for Ling's Restaurant. Because the target customers of Shijiang Monthly Club were the upper class of society, Ling's Restaurant was almost monopolizing the supply of Taoyuan vegetables to ordinary people in Sanshan City. This alone could bring a large number of consumers to Ling's Restaurant. If they expanded the scope of their supply, this monopoly situation would no longer exist. After Xiao Ruofei heard Wu Liqian's words, he felt quite enlightened. He had always adhered to the high-quality product line. In the early stages, he had spent a lot of effort to create these ordinary vegetable and fruit markets. It was nothing more than to increase the popularity of the Taoyuan company. Therefore, when Wu Liqian reminded him, he immediately realized the drawbacks of the previous business model. These days, even good wine was afraid of deep alleys. The foundation of Ling's Restaurant was always in Sanshan City. At most, it would radiate to Southeast Province, and its influence on the national scale was minimal. This was indeed not very good for rapidly expanding the popularity of the Taoyuan company. However, Xiao Ruofei was also a little hesitant, mainly because he considered the impact of expanding the scope of their supply on Ling's Restaurant. Wu Liqian seemed to have guessed Xiao Ruofei's scruples. She said with a smile, I know that Ling's Restaurant is Qingxue's company, and expanding the scope of their supply will inevitably affect the business of Ling's Restaurant. However, I think this impact is far from as big as you think, and it is controllable. For example, you can adopt a tiered system and give Ling's Restaurant a more favorable price. You can even directly increase the bill of lading for new partners. Presumably, with the advantage of cost, and Ling's restaurant itself is a very strong chain restaurant company, it should be able to compete with other restaurants in the same industry, right? Wu Liqian then added, of course, the short-term impact is unavoidable. The more Xiao Ruofei listened, the more he felt that it made sense. At first, Ling Qingxue still had a little bit of worry, but after listening to Wu Liqian's words, this little bit of worry had disappeared. Ling's restaurant had already walked out of the most difficult stage and was now in the period of rising development. Not only did it enter the hotel industry, but it had also begun to open branches in prefecture-level cities. It had even taken the signboard of the designated reception unit of the municipal party committee. It was at the time of prosperity. If they adopted a tiered system like Wu Liqian said, even if there was a short-term impact, it would definitely not be a serious problem. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Sister Wu's words are quite reasonable. How about I contact Director Wan of Dongqing Village in the next 2 days and expand the scope of the farm? Whether it was adding new land or building new greenhouses according to the original standards, it would cost a lot of money. However, this money did not need to be taken out all at once. Besides, Xiao Ruofei only relied on the Taoyuan vegetables to earn hundreds of thousands of yuan every month. He could completely enclose the land first, and then gradually build more greenhouses step by step to expand the production capacity. Wu Liqian said, I can help you talk to the people in the town and village. There shouldn't be any resistance. Thank you, Sister Wu. There definitely won't be a problem if you do it personally. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he laughed at himself and said, actually, I'm a lazy person. When I think about renegotiating the lease contract, finding people to build greenhouses, and recruiting new workers, I'm going to have a headache. Wu Liqian pursed her lips and smiled, saying, this is the second suggestion I want to give you. There's a second suggestion. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, Sister Wu, hurry up and say it. Ruofei is the kind of guy who will move after being whipped. He's very lazy. Xiao Ruofei smiled helplessly. He felt very innocent about Ling Qingxue's evaluation. Wu Liqian said with a smile, Qingxue, my second suggestion is to let Xiaoxia be more relaxed. Then, Wu Liqian turned to Xiao Ruofei and said, Xiaoxia, you should set up the framework of the company as soon as possible. Leave the management to the professional managers. This is also an inevitable trend. With the development of your company, the evaluation of personnel and recruitment needs to be managed by someone. You need a human resources department. You need to negotiate contracts with partners. When there are contract disputes and infringement cases, you need to file a lawsuit, right? You need a legal department, finance, sales, and so on. If there is a professional manager in charge of each job, and then there are a few capable general managers and deputy general managers, you don't have to manage everything by yourself. As the boss, you only need to control the general direction. Ling Qingxue agreed with this. Her family owned a company, and it was a very large chain of restaurants. Naturally, she had a lot of experience in managing a company. However, Ling Qingxue said with some hesitation, Sister Wu, this way, the expenses will be a lot higher. Wu Liqian said with a smile, in the beginning, you can set up the framework first. You don't even need to rent an office building. It's more than enough to work in this building. Later, as the company develops, you can slowly recruit people. In fact, the expenses won't be too much. Well, that makes sense, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I'm very interested in suggestions that can make me lazy. But I don't know where to find a general manager or deputy general manager. The finance director can be fatty, but the legal department, human resources department, and sales department all need people with relevant work experience. Ling Qingxue said, Ruofei, there are many headhunting companies now. You can recruit people through them. Wu Liqian also nodded and said, Qingxue is right. It's a good idea to go through headhunting companies. Also, I have a good candidate here. She is my university classmate. Her work experience and qualifications are good, and she just resigned recently. Xiao Ruofei said with some hesitation, Sister Wu, your classmates should be successful people now, right? Would she be willing to come to a small company like mine? I can help to set up a bridge. You can meet and get to know each other. Wu Liqian said, anyway, she has nothing to do. I'll call her, and she will definitely come. As for whether she is willing to stay and work, I'm not sure. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you to contact her. It would be best to arrange for us to meet in the next few days, Xiao Ruofei said. Let's meet here. We can also check out the working environment. Wu Liqian nodded and said, no problem. Then, Wu Liqian stood up and said with a smile, well, I should go back. If I stay here any longer, I will be annoying. Ling Qingxue blushed and said, Sister Wu, why would we dislike you? Xiao Ruofei also laughed and said, that's right. My farm is on your land. How would I dare to look down on you? I really should go. There is still a lot of work in the county. Wu Liqian said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue walked her to the door, and she didn't let them walk her out anymore. Okay, you don't have to come out. I can go down by myself, Wu Liqian said. Xiao Ruofei didn't insist. He watched Wu Liqian walk to the stairs, then went back to the office with Ling Qingxue and closed the door. When Wu Liqian was there, he didn't feel anything. Now that the two of them were alone, it seemed that an ambiguous atmosphere began to spread. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei affectionately. Xiao Ruofei also felt a fire in his heart. They hadn't been together for 3 days. For a man and a woman in love, this was a very long time. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and said with a naughty smile, Qingxue, I don't think we have done it in the office. Ling Qingxue's face suddenly turned pale and she cried, no, go back to your villa. Strictly speaking, today was also the first day that Xiao Ruofei moved into the new office, although it was foreseeable that the utilization of the new office might be very low. A unique and delightful private celebration added a lot of joy to this meaningful first day of moving. The past hour or so was a crazy hour. This fierce battle between the two of them was very long. It could be said that the flames of war were everywhere in the office. The wide solid wood desk, the soft guest sofa, the big bed in the lounge, the bathroom, the floor, and even the huge glass wall in front of the wall. Of course, before igniting the flames of war, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue did not forget to lock the door and put down the electric curtains. The celebration could be so unique, but Xiao Ruofei did not want to do a live broadcast of this to all the employees. The fierce wind dissipated, and the shower stopped. The final battle was on the big bed in the lounge. Ling Qingxue was so weak that she did not even want to move her fingers. She lazily curled up in Xiao Ruofei's arms. Xiao Ruofei's big hands were still roaming around. She gently made a nasal sound of protest, then moved her body slightly into a more comfortable position. After a long while, Ling Qingxue felt a trace of strength in her body. She let out a long sigh. Every time she made love with Xiao Ruofei, Ling Qingxue felt like she was constantly rushing into the clouds. That kind of blissful experience made her forget to go back. However, at the same time, she felt more and more powerless. Xiao Ruofei was like a berserker who never knew fatigue, and Ling Qingxue felt like a small boat floating in the storm. After taking the body-tempering soup several times, Xiao Ruofei's physical fitness had reached a frightening level, and his ability in that area seemed to be increasing in proportion. No wonder Ling Qingxue could not take it anymore. Bad guy Ling Qingxue's slender fingers drew circles on Xiao Ruofei's chest. She said coquettishly, you are so bad. This is the office. What if someone breaks in? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, wife, don't you know whose territory this is? Without my permission, who dares to casually enter this office? Only you can. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said faintly, you seem to be getting more and more intense. If you continue like this, I really can't take it. Xiao Ruofei hugged Ling Qingxue's delicate body tenderly and asked, do you like this feeling? Ling Qingxue nodded shyly. She was actually a very traditional girl. Although she had already broken through the last step with Xiao Ruofei, she still felt a little uncomfortable talking about sex directly. Xiao Ruofei said very seriously, Qingxue, I also enjoy every second with you, but I will take care of you in the future. Today was also the first time that Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had sex in the office. This kind of special environment always brought a taboo pleasure, so Xiao Ruofei was a little carried away. Ling Qingxue was like a puddle of mud now. Her pair of slender and seductive long legs were still trembling involuntarily. This naturally made Xiao Ruofei feel a little distressed. At the same time, there was a trace of guilt in his heart. Ling Qingxue said shyly, "But I'm afraid that you won't be happy. I heard that it's harmful to the body." Xiao Ruofei smiled and rubbed Ling Qingxue's hair. He said, "Silly girl. Where did you learn these pseudoscientific things? There's no such thing at all. Don't think too much." After that, Xiao Ruofei got up from the bed. Without putting on his clothes, he walked to the door of the lounge and said, "Lie down and rest for a while. I'll go get you a glass of water." Xiao Ruofei went to the office outside and filled half a cup with warm water. Then, he took out a small porcelain bottle containing the solution of the spirit flower petals from the ring to space and filled the cup generously. After putting the porcelain bottle back into the ring to space, Xiao Ruofei walked to the bed with the cup and said, "Come on, drink some water." Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, "I'm tired. Help me up." When Xiao Ruofei saw Ling Qingxue's languid posture, this poem involuntarily appeared in his mind. Xiao Ruofei had just received the favor of Ling Qingxue. He smiled and held the cup in one hand. The other hand reached out to hold Ling Qingxue's shoulder and helped her up easily. Then, he simply fed her the cup of water. Ling Qingxue had actually recovered some of her strength. Naturally, it was impossible that she couldn't even hold the cup. However, she enjoyed Xiao Ruofei's care. At this moment, her heart was filled with happiness. Ling Qingxue rested for a while. The solution of the spirit flower petals also started to take effect. The weak feeling in her body gradually disappeared. Ling Qingxue started to put on her clothes while Xiao Ruofei sat at the side. His eyes were filled with admiration as he watched Ling Qingxue put on her clothes piece by piece. In Xiao Ruofei's opinion, there were two times when a woman was the most beautiful. One was when she took off her clothes piece by piece, and the other was when she slowly put on her clothes piece by piece like now. Ling Qingxue's gaze swept past Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's undisguised admiration and love made her face heat up. "Ruofei, I should go back," Ling Qingxue said softly after putting on her clothes. Don't leave tonight," Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll take you to the beach. Then, we can roast fish in the villa's courtyard tonight." Ling Qingxue's eyes flashed with anticipation. However, she hesitated and said, "I don't think it's a good idea to stay overnight. There are a lot of things to do at the company. I'll go back first. I'll come to see you next time." Xiao Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue was thin-skinned. Ling Xiaotian also came to participate in the event today and knew that she was at Peach Blossom Farm. Under such circumstances, she would definitely not spend the night here. In fact, Xiao Ruofei felt that Ling Xiaotian wouldn't care about this at all. In fact, if she knew that Ling Qingxue was so close to him, Ling Xiaotian would be even happier. However, Xiao Ruofei still respected Ling Qingxue's wishes. After hearing her words, he didn't try to persuade her anymore. He quickly put on his clothes, picked up the calligraphy on the desk, and walked Ling Qingxue out. In front of the complex, Xiao Ruofei watched Ling Qingxue's car leave. Then, he returned to the building. In the afternoon, the two of them had been ridiculous in the office for more than an hour. Many places had been left with fanciful marks. It definitely needed to be cleaned up. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't let others do this kind of work, so he could only clean up the battlefield himself. After Xiao Ruofei cleaned up the office, he didn't forget to open the windows for ventilation. Even without the smell of hormones, this kind of newly renovated office still needed to be ventilated for a long time. He strolled out of the complex building and prepared to walk around the farm. Then, he went back to make some dinner. Ling Qingxue didn't stay, so the plan to grill the fish was naturally cancelled. He ate alone, casually made 2 side dishes, and cooked a bowl of noodles. Xiao Ruofei first went to the Mercedes-Benz car that was quietly parked in the small square in front of the building. This car was a gift from Old Man Tang's Xingbang Group. Xiao Ruofei had already asked Su Wei, one of the 4 veterans, to transfer the ownership of this car to Xingbang Group. He planned to directly put this car under the company's name. The brand new Mercedes-Benz looked extraordinary under the setting sun. Xiao Ruofei walked around the car. Although he didn't like this kind of car with a strong business smell, He had to admit that the car of a German was indeed very beautiful. Boss. Xiao Ruofei heard a voice behind him and turned his head to look. He saw Chow Taishu slightly restrained standing behind him. His trousers were rolled up, and there was some mud on his feet. It was obvious that he had come from the vegetable greenhouse. Old Chow. Xiao Ruofei revealed an amiable smile and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen in the greenhouse?" No, Chow Taishu quickly said, "Boss, I have something to talk to you about." Oh? What is it? Boss, during the ribbon-cutting ceremony this morning, I heard you say that our farm is recruiting workers? Chow Taishu asked. Xiao Ruofei immediately understood. He smiled and said, "Yes. Old Chow, do you have any relatives or friends that you want to recommend? I can give them priority." Chow Taishu had helped him manage the vegetable greenhouse in an orderly manner these past few months. He was also loyal to the farm. As long as the person he recommended passed the basic qualifications and had a good character, Xiao Ruofei was willing to give him face. Since they were going to recruit people who didn't make a difference? Do you need people in the staff cafeteria? Chow Taishu asked. I want my wife to come over and try. Xiao Ruofei was surprised and said, "Sister-in-law is also a chef." Chow Taishu waved his hand and said, "She can't be considered a chef. But she used to work in the town's middle school cafeteria. Her cooking skills are passable. When there's a wedding or funeral in the village, everyone will ask her to cook." Then Chow Taishu asked nervously, "Boss, my wife doesn't have a chef's certificate. Does she meet the requirements?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "No problem. We're in the staff cafeteria, not a big hotel. Why would we need a chef's certificate?" Chow Taishu chuckled, his eyes filled with hope. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and asked, "Old Chow, is sister-in-law willing to work on the farm? Will she be too busy with the chores at home?" "She's willing." Chow Taishu quickly said, "I went home and asked her this afternoon. Boss, our family only has a few acres of land. There's not much work to do. Our children are studying in another city. There's only the two of us at home. If she works on the farm, it won't affect us." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, Old Chow, let sister-in-law come and try tomorrow. How about this, you find another person to help sister-in-law in the kitchen and do chores. The salary of a kitchen helper might be slightly lower, but sister-in-law's salary and benefits will be the same as the farm workers. Is that okay?" Chow Taishu said in surprise, "Yes. Yes. Boss, isn't the salary too high? She's just cooking. Isn't it inappropriate for her to get 5,000 yuan a month?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "That's the position of a chef. 5,000 yuan isn't too high. It's settled then." "Oh right, Old Chow, the farm still needs to hire 2 cleaners. I'm more inclined to find them in your village. It'll be more convenient for them to come and go. Why don't you help me find them? The salary and benefits will be the same as the kitchen helpers. For now, let's set it at 3,500 yuan a month." After Xiao Ruofei heard Wu Liqian's suggestion, he had already decided to expand the scope of the farm. However, he wanted to contact Wu Liqian's classmate first. If the other party's ability was satisfactory and he was willing to work on the farm, then the specific work of negotiating with the village, recruiting new workers, and building the new greenhouse infrastructure could be handed over to this new general manager. If he could be lazy, Xiao Ruofei wasn't willing to do these tedious tasks. However, Chow Taishu's visit reminded Xiao Ruofei that the farm hadn't expanded yet. The hiring of new workers wasn't urgent, but the cafeteria had to be up and running first. This was also fulfilling the welfare promise to the employees. Moreover, it would be more convenient for him to eat when he didn't feel like cooking. In addition, once the building was put into use, the cleaners couldn't wait. They had to be hired immediately. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei simply took the opportunity to hire people for these 2 positions first. Chow Taishu was very happy after hearing this. He quickly said, "No problem. Boss, I'll definitely be strict." He didn't know where Chow Taishu learned the phrase strict from, but it was quite appropriate to use it here. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, Old Chow, I'll find a chef from the restaurant." During this time I'll get him to teach sister-in-law first. Xiao Ruofei's main concern was that Chao Tieshu's wife might not know how to use the modern kitchen facilities in the cafeteria. In addition, cooking for people in the countryside was different from being a chef in the company's cafeteria. In terms of hygiene, it was best to have a proper chef from the restaurant teach her for a period of time. Chao Taishu didn't think too much about it and immediately said, "That's great. My wife only knows how to cook some rural dishes. It's a good opportunity for her to learn from the city's chefs." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "They're just coming over to help. It won't be long. I think that sister-in-law's cooking skills must be good enough if she can cook for someone else. Aren't our workers all from the countryside too?" Chao Taishu chuckled and nodded. The restaurant's chef problem was easy to solve. Xiao Ruofei's future father-in-law opened a chain of restaurants. He didn't dare to say anything else, but he definitely had a lot of chefs. Xiao Ruofei called Ling Xiaotian in front of Chao Taishu. He didn't pretend to be polite with Ling Xiaotian. After a few words of greeting, he directly stated his request. Ling Xiaotian was already quite satisfied with his future son-in-law. Now that the father-in-law and son-in-law were working together to open a winery, such a small matter was naturally nothing to him. He immediately said that he wanted to send the executive chef of the flagship store in the city center to teach her. Wasn't this like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Xiao Ruofei was shocked and hurriedly refused. After a long time of persuasion, Ling Xiaotian reluctantly agreed to change the chef. Although he wasn't the head chef of a chain restaurant, he was still a very experienced chef. He was more than suitable to teach Chao Tieshu's wife. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, Chao Taishu and Xiao Ruofei said a lot of words of gratitude before returning to the vegetable greenhouse. Of course, before he reached the greenhouse, he couldn't help but take out his phone to call his wife. He couldn't wait to tell her the good news. At the same time, Chao Taishu also wanted his wife to quickly find a kitchen helper and 2 cleaners. Xiao Ruofei gave this task to him out of trust. Who in the village didn't know the name of Taoyuan Farm now? Everyone, young and old, was envious of Xiao Ruofei's first batch of 15 workers. Many people were eagerly waiting for the farm to recruit new people. Therefore, the 3 spots in Chao Tieshu's hands, no matter who he gave it to, were not small favors. Because of this, while Chao Taishu was grateful to Xiao Ruofei, he also constantly reminded his wife to pick the right person. Otherwise, it would really be a waste of the boss's trust. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't care about such a small matter. It was just a cleaning job. If the person wasn't suitable, he could just fire them and get someone else to do it. The relocation work was completed in 2 days. Peng Hao moved all the financial affairs to the finance office, which was specially equipped with iron doors and windows, and reorganized the accounts. The farm's signboard was also designed by Lido Advertising. Soon, they would come up with 3 plans. Lei Hu, Hong Tao, and the other 3 security guards also moved the surveillance terminal that was originally placed in the villa's first-floor guest room to the surveillance room on the first floor of the new building. They also recalibrated the wires. The 4 of them were all assigned to a 1-bedroom apartment with a balcony. They were all more motivated. Chao Tieshu's wife and the kitchen helpers and cleaners that Chao Taishu had helped find also came to work. Xiao Ruofei did a simple interview. They were all simple rural women who were very enthusiastic about their work. He was very satisfied. Under the guidance of the chef sent by Ling's restaurant, Chao Tieshu's wife quickly got into work. The staff cafeteria was also officially opened. The employees began to enjoy a free lunch. Although it was just a meal, it was very effective in gathering people's hearts. Everyone's enthusiasm for work was obviously raised. When the villagers heard that Taoyuan Farm provided free lunch, they were naturally even more envious. They all asked the workers when Taoyuan Farm would be recruiting again. The workers naturally didn't know when they would be recruiting. On the ribbon-cutting day, they said that they would be recruiting new people. However, other than recruiting 2 cleaners and 2 chefs, there was no movement in the past 2 days. They also didn't know that this situation actually happened because the boss was too lazy. Xiao Ruofei wanted to wait for the company's new general manager to take office before starting these jobs. Feng Jing drove her red BMW Z4 on the 215, provincial road leading into Chongqing County. The city was already far behind them. Large tracts of farmland and wasteland appeared on both sides of the road. Feng Jing's expression became more and more gloomy. Her delicate nose slightly wrinkled, as if she was somewhat dissatisfied. Feng Jing was the professional manager that Wu Liqian introduced to Xiao Ruofei. She was also Wu Liqian's university classmate. Feng Jing's resume could be described as glamorous. She had an MBA from the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania. After graduating, she directly returned to China to work at the world-renowned accounting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers as a senior consultant. After working for a year, Feng Jing was tired of the unchallenging consulting work. She moved to a famous domestic internet company as a senior vice president until she resigned 2 months ago. She was currently unemployed. A senior overseas returnee like Feng Jing was naturally a hot commodity in the eyes of headhunters. In the past 2 months, she had received countless invitations, but she didn't even read them carefully. In the past 2 months, Feng Jing only did one thing, which was to carry a simple backpack and travel around the world. She completely emptied her mind. When she received Wu Liqian's call, Feng Jing had just returned home. She was preparing to rest for a few days before leaving for the Tibetan Plateau. Wu Liqian told Feng Jing that there was a good company that was hiring a general manager. When it came to her best friend from university, Feng Jing couldn't simply reject her like a headhunter. So, she decided to find out more about the situation. When Feng Jing heard Wu Liqian briefly introduce the size and current situation of the Taoyuan company, she even thought that Wu Liqian was deliberately joking with her. A company like this, no, in her opinion, it couldn't even be called a company. Strictly speaking, it could only be considered a workshop. At best, it was a slightly larger workshop. Letting her, an MBA from Wharton and former senior consultant manager from PricewaterhouseCoopers, take the helm, was this using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Feng Jing didn't know that Wu Liqian was serious until she repeatedly confirmed it several times. Moreover, Wu Liqian also told her on the phone that although the company was small, it had amazing potential. She strongly advised her not to make a decision immediately, and that it was best to inspect it on the spot before making a decision. Perhaps it was out of trust for her best friend of many years, or perhaps it was because Feng Jing was too idle during this period of time, or perhaps it was because her brain had suddenly gone haywire. In short, she agreed to Wu Liqian's ridiculous suggestion. As the surrounding environment became more and more desolate, Feng Jing felt that the third possibility was the most likely reason why she agreed to come and take a look. His brain must have been fried. However, they had already driven more than 100 kilometers. Feng Jing's hometown was Quangang City in the south of Southeast Province. Moreover, she had already made an appointment with the other party. Naturally, it was impossible for Feng Jing to return home at this time. Even if it was for Wu Liqian's sake, she still had to go through the motions. With this mentality, Feng Jing arrived at Taoyuan Farm under the guidance of the GPS. There wasn't even a sign outside the gate of the farm. In fact, there was one a few days ago. However, after Xiao Ruofei got Master Song's name, he asked Peng how to find an advertising company to design a new sign. The original sign was removed first. A security guard wearing a black suit with a headset in his ear solemnly signaled Feng Jing to stop the car in front of the yellow line. The security guards are really decent. It's like a military restricted area. Feng Jing stopped the car and said to herself. However, this didn't give Feng Jing much extra credit. The security guard on duty today was Qin Xiaojun. He walked to the car and gently knocked on the window. Feng Jing pressed down the electric window. Qin Xiaojun asked, "Who are you looking for?" "What's the matter?" Feng Jing showed a graceful smile and said, "I have an appointment with your chairman Xia today. Please inform him." Qin Xiaojun immediately asked, "Are you Ms. Feng Jing?" Feng Jing nodded. Qin Xiaojun immediately said, "Ms. Feng, Chairman Xia has told me that you can go in directly when you arrive. He is waiting for you in the office of the complex building. I will arrange a colleague to show you the way." "Thank you." Feng Jing smiled. Qin Xiaojun's attitude made Feng Jing very comfortable. In any case, he still attached great importance to her arrival. However, Feng Jing thought about it again. Any small company of this scale wouldn't pay too much attention to a returnee from Wharton MBA, right? In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't look at Feng Jing's resume carefully. Although Wu Liqian gave him a copy, he just trusted Wu Liqian and paid due attention to the talent introduced by Wu Liqian. On the other side, Qin Xiaojun contacted his comrade through the walkie-talkie. Soon, Lei Hu appeared at the door in an electric car. In order to make it easier for the security guards to patrol around the farm, Xiao Ruofei had recently purchased 2 of these 4-seater electric scooters. The roads inside the farm had been planned perfectly from the beginning and could be said to be accessible in all directions. Lei Hu and the rest used these electric scooters to patrol, which basically had no blind spots and was very efficient. Qin Xiaojun greeted Lei Hu and then said to Feng Jing, "Ms. Feng, you can follow the electric car in front." Feng Jing said, "I want to walk in and take a look at the farm." "Is that okay?" Qin Xiaojun hesitated and immediately said, "No problem, then please park the car by the side. I will take care of your car." "Thank you." Feng Jing smiled sweetly. She drove the car into the farm gate and parked it by the side of the road. Then she got out of the car and said to Lei Hu, who was leading the way for her, "Sorry to trouble you." Lei Hu made an inviting gesture and said, "Ms. Feng, this way please." Qin Xiaojun returned to his post. He looked at Feng Jing's graceful back and said to himself, "This woman is too beautiful. Brother Xia is really amazing." He still didn't know that the young woman who looked weak and lovely just now was likely to become the boss of his boss. Feng Jing looked around as she walked under Lei Hu's lead. She asked Lei Hu some questions intentionally or unintentionally. Lei Hu didn't work for long, and he naturally didn't know a lot of things about the farm. However, Xiao Ruofei told him to treat Feng Jing warmly, so he could only briefly introduce what he knew. Feng Jing naturally couldn't get the information she wanted. However, when she saw the rows of beautiful modern film greenhouses, she couldn't help but show a trace of appreciation. These greenhouses were up to 100 meters long and were neatly arranged on both sides of the farm road. The neatly arranged greenhouses under the sun were pleasing to the eye. Soon, Lei Hu brought Feng Jing to the newly completed complex building. Feng Jing saw the large 6-story complex building and couldn't help but be stunned. She asked, "This is the farm's office building?" Feng Jing's first thought was that it was too wasteful. Such a small farm with such a large office building, in her opinion, it didn't even take half of it. Feng Jing had returned to China for many years. She knew that many government agencies and national units' office buildings were very beautiful and luxurious. There were even some national poor counties that had the tallest and most beautiful buildings in the county. However, the bosses of private companies rarely did this. They spent their own money and no one would waste it like this. Lei Hu heard Feng Jing's question and immediately showed a proud expression. He said, "This is our complex building. The first and second floors are the cafeteria and office. The third floor and above are the staff apartments and the farm's guest rooms. Ms. Feng, our farm's conditions are very good. There's free lunch every day, and even security guards like us can get a 1-bedroom apartment." Feng Jing suddenly understood after hearing this. Her impression of Taoyuan farm improved a little. Her impression of Chairman Xia also improved a little. At least this little boss was good to the employees. Of course, this kind of good impression was very limited. After all, Taoyuan farm couldn't be any smaller compared to the company she used to work for. Lei Hu soon brought Feng Jing to Xiao Ruofei's office. Xiao Ruofei personally got up to greet Feng Jing and warmly asked Feng Jing to sit on the guest sofa. At the same time, he asked Lei Hu to quickly make tea. Feng Jing was slightly absent-minded when she saw Xiao Ruofei. She thought she would see a middle-aged man with a big belly and maybe even a big gold chain around his neck. However, it was completely different from the image of a nouveau riche in her mind. Xiao Ruofei was slightly thinner. Although he wasn't shockingly handsome, he had a sunny and clean aura that made people involuntarily feel close to him. Moreover, although Xiao Ruofei's facial features weren't as sharp as those of movie stars, when put together, they gave people a very comfortable feeling. Especially his eyes, which were very bright, seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. It seems pretty good to work with such a young and handsome guy. Feng Jing suddenly had such a ridiculous idea in her mind. Then, an even more ridiculous idea appeared in her mind. Could it be that Xianxia is recommending so hard because of this handsome guy, In Xiao Ruofei's view, the charming young woman in front of him was obviously a little absent-minded, because when Lei Hu put the brewed tea in front of her, she didn't react at all. "Miss Feng." Xiao Ruofei called out. Feng Jing came back to her senses. Her face couldn't help but heat up slightly. What nonsense was she thinking? Although the other party was just a small boss, it was obviously very unprofessional to be absent-minded in such a formal meeting. Feng Jing showed an apologetic smile and said, "I'm sorry, Chairman Xia. I just thought of something else." "It's okay." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Miss Feng, Sister Wu showed me your resume. I invited you here today to talk to you about work." "Sister Wu?" The relationship between Xianxia and him is really not ordinary, Feng Jing said in her heart. But this time, she wouldn't be absent-minded. With a professional smile on her face, she said, "Chairman Xia, I have a general understanding of your company's situation. I also looked at it a little just now. With all due respect, your company doesn't seem to be very big. This job may be different from my expectations." Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to explain. He just smiled and asked, "Oh? Then, what scale should Miss Feng's ideal company be?" Feng Jing said with confidence, "I used to be a senior consultant at PricewaterhouseCoopers, and my last job was the senior vice president of Hailang. I think the scale of your company should be quite different from the above two companies, right?" Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile, "That's for sure. But I'm also sure that in a company of such size, you shouldn't be able to make all the decisions, right?" Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei as if he was a monster and said, "Of course. But my company can give you the highest authority." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Being a senior female employee in a large company and leading a small company to grow and develop, the sense of accomplishment is completely different. Moreover, since Miss Feng resigned from these two companies, there should be a reason in this regard, right?" Just now, when the gatekeeper reported that Feng Jing had come, Xiao Ruofei took out the resume provided by Wu Liqian and looked at it again. He knew that a senior overseas returnee like Feng Jing must have the dream of starting a business. Otherwise, Feng Jing wouldn't have given up the position of senior vice president of Hailang so easily. Feng Jing said with a faint smile, "Chairman Xia, I admit that the highest authority does move my heart, but I think Miss Feng might as well take a look at our products first." Xiao Ruofei said with full confidence. "Products?" Feng Jing couldn't help but stare blankly. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Of course, for an agricultural product company like us, isn't the core competitiveness of our products?" Feng Jing nodded and said, "That makes sense. Before I came, I really didn't understand the situation in detail enough." Xiao Ruofei got up and walked to the lounge. He took out the Taoyuan vegetable samples that he had prepared in the morning from the fridge and returned to the reception area to lay them out one by one. Feng Jing looked at the tomatoes and cabbage that were neatly arranged on the coffee table. Her eyes slowly widened, and she didn't hide her astonishment at all. The appearance of these Taoyuan vegetables was really beautiful. The tomatoes were tender and juicy, and the cabbage looked like it was carved out of jade. It was so beautiful that people couldn't bear to eat them. "Chairman Xia, your company, all the products are of this appearance?" Feng Jing couldn't help but ask. "Of course, these are randomly picked in the vegetable greenhouse. I didn't prepare any special preparations," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Although Wu Liqian also specifically emphasized the uniqueness of the Taoyuan vegetables, Feng Jing couldn't feel the huge difference between these vegetables and ordinary vegetables without seeing it with her own eyes. Moreover, Feng Jing was in Quangang City, so she didn't have a direct understanding of the Taoyuan vegetables. So when Xiao Ruofei took out the Taoyuan vegetables, Feng Jing was shocked. Xiao Ruofei continued, "All of our company's vegetable and fruit products are currently in short supply, and the average price is 10 times that of the same type of products on the market. And the cost isn't much more than ordinary products." "That is to say," Feng Jing said, "the profit is also 10 times that of ordinary farms?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This is just a conservative estimate." Feng Jing's attention had been completely attracted by the Taoyuan vegetables. Of course, what attracted her even more was the amazing profit margin that Xiao Ruofei had told her. So after listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Feng Jing casually replied, "Oh. $10 million is a lot." "What? $10 million? Feng Jing suddenly raised her voice. She was originally staring at the Taoyuan vegetables, but she suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiao Ruofei. Her eyes were wide and her face was full of disbelief. Xiao Ruofei nodded as usual. Feng Jing quickly calmed down and said seriously, Chairman Xia, in fact, your company's products are very competitive, and there is no doubt about the development potential. You don't have to exaggerate the company's assets. As she spoke, she took out the information from her bag and quickly glanced at it. Then, she said, according to the size of your company. Well, and the situation of my on-site inspection just now, although the construction standards of the hardware facilities are very high, the total assets should be no more than $10 million. I'm talking about Huaxia dollars. This is still a big difference from $10 million. Feng Jing was talking about the situation of Taoyuan Farm. In fact, the valuation had already taken into account the factors of the Taoyuan vegetables. If it was just the hardware facilities, even with the addition of the newly built building, it should be less than 10 million Huaxia dollars. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and showed a trace of embarrassment. When Feng Jing saw this expression, she naturally thought that Xiao Ruofei was embarrassed because he had been exposed by her. Originally, because of the Taoyuan vegetables, Feng Jing had been tempted by this small company for a moment. However, Xiao Ruofei's exaggeration made Feng Jing's impression of him become worse. At this time, Xiao Ruofei said, I'm sorry, Miss Feng. The information I provided to Ms. Wu is not complete. In fact, our company's assets are not limited to this. Feng Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. She felt that Xiao Ruofei was just being stubborn. Obviously, the focus of the Taoyuan company was this farm, and the value of this farm was at most 10 million Huaxia dollars. Could it be that the company had more assets, so much so that it could claim that its assets exceeded 10 million US dollars? Then I'll have to ask Chairman Xia to give me a good introduction. Feng Jing said with a slight smile. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, there are currently 3 assets under the name of the Taoyuan company. One of them is the Taoyuan farm where we are now. This is also the one I will focus on developing. I have already planned to rent more land from the local government to further expand the scale of our farm. Feng Jing nodded and listened quietly. Xiao Ruofei continued, the second is that we have invested in a winery with the Lingji Restaurant Group. The scale of this asset is about 10 million US dollars. We own 50% of the shares, which is about 5 million US dollars. Feng Jing nodded and said in her heart, this is still far from the scale of 10 million US dollars. Besides, the general environment is not good now. Many wineries in the country are operating at a loss. It is not a good idea to invest in a winery at this time. Xiao Ruofei did not explain the situation of the winery to Feng Jing in detail, nor did he tell her about the market prospects of the improved Zui Ba Xian. Feng Jing's expression fell into Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Xiao Ruofei also guessed some of her thoughts, so he smiled faintly and continued, the third asset is that we have cooperated with Mr. Tang He, the chairman of the Xingbang Group in the United States. We have acquired a farm called Paddington in Australia. Well, it has now been renamed Fairyland Farm. Our Taoyuan company owns 51% of the shares. The value of this farm in Australia is about 20 million US dollars, so the scale of our Taoyuan company's assets is definitely more than 10 million US dollars. Feng Jing suddenly opened her eyes wide. Xiao Ruofei's words really shocked her. To be honest, the scale of 10 million US dollars was still not a big company in Feng Jing's eyes. At least compared to the 2 companies she had worked for, it was still very small. However, compared to the inherent impression that the Taoyuan company had formed in her heart, this was far beyond her expectations. Moreover, the words Australian farm, Xingbang Group in the United States, and other words naturally had a great psychological impact on Feng Jing. A small farm on the outskirts of a rural county. This was Feng Jing's first impression of the Taoyuan company. However, now with the disclosure of the Taoyuan vegetables, the Australian cooperative farm, and other information, Feng Jing already knew that her judgment seemed to have a big deviation. In this invisible confrontation, Xiao Ruofei had the obvious upper hand at this time. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was also quite satisfied with Feng Jing's ability. Otherwise, he would not have said so much to her. Xiao Ruofei confidently walked to his desk, picked up a stack of documents, and walked back. He handed it to Feng Jing and said with a smile, "Miss Feng, these are photocopies of the winery and Australian farm investment documents I just introduced to you. In addition, there are some photocopies of our company's recent shipments. You can take a look first." Feng Jing took the documents somewhat mechanically. She had not recovered yet. Her mind had been thinking about the $10 million assets. Feng Jing quickly flipped through the information provided by Xiao Ruofei. In fact, she had already believed that Xiao Ruofei would not lie about such an obvious thing that could be easily exposed. However, when she saw the investment contract signed by the Taoyuan company and Mr. Tang He, she still couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Then Feng Jing saw another piece of information that surprised her. This was a receipt from the Hengfeng Group's Southeast Province office in Hong Kong. "Chairman Xia, does your company also have business dealings with the Hengfeng Group?" Feng Jing asked in surprise. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Yes, in fact, our Taoyuan vegetables have already appeared on the menu of the five-star hotels under the Hengfeng Group. This cooperation was personally finalized by me and the chairman of the Hengfeng Group, Mr. Ma Xiong. From the feedback, the popularity of the Taoyuan vegetables is very gratifying. The Hengfeng Group has repeatedly proposed to expand the supply, but due to limited production capacity, we can only maintain the original supply. This is also the reason why I am eager to set up the framework of the company and expand the scale of the farm at the same time." Feng Jing felt that her brain was not enough. Tang He, Ma Xiong. These two were world-class tycoons with assets of more than $10 billion. The young chairman in front of her could actually talk about cooperation with them directly. This was even more shocking to Feng Jing than the unexpected $10 million assets of the Taoyuan company. The friendship of the world-class tycoons, the product with amazing potential, and a good-looking boss. Feng Jing, who came with the idea of relaxing, suddenly found that the company was becoming more and more attractive to her. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Miss Feng, have you thought about it?" Feng Jing took a deep breath and said frankly, "Chairman Xia, if I work in your company, I hope to have the greatest autonomy and be able to make decisions about the company's operations independently." Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "Of course. I am hiring a general manager. I won't ask about the company's production and operations. It's completely up to you." Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to get rid of the tedious work, so he wanted to increase the staff and hire a professional manager. In a sense, this happened to coincide with Feng Jing's request. Perhaps because Xiao Ruofei was too straightforward, Feng Jing was a little embarrassed. She said, "The general direction is still up to the chairman." Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "In terms of the company's development strategy, the general manager's opinion will also be an important reference for my decisions. Miss Feng can rest assured on this point. In the Taoyuan company, there won't be a situation where an outsider points fingers at an expert and interferes with the work." Feng Jing nodded. She was most concerned about this, and a large part of the reason why she resigned from Hailang Com was that a company leader was blindly directing her in the field that she was in charge of. Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and asked, "Miss Feng, can we talk about the salary?" Feng Jing said, "Ah," and then pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Xiao Ruofei showed a satisfied smile, which meant that Feng Jing had accepted the position. Xiao Ruofei said, "Miss Feng." "No, I should call you Manager Feng now." "Manager Feng, our company can provide you with an annual salary of 200,000 Huaxia dollars. In addition, you will also enjoy a 1% dividend of the company's net profit. Moreover, you will be the only senior executive in the company to enjoy a dividend." It was a common practice for many companies to give shares and dividends to the company's senior executives. However, Xiao Ruofei knew the huge potential of the Taoyuan company. The shares couldn't be distributed casually, not even 1%. However, Xiao Ruofei still had the courage to give the company's general manager a 1% dividend. In reality, Xiao Ruofei's salary wasn't very high. In fact, compared to Feng Jing's salary from her previous job, it was more than half of what she received. Moreover, based on the company's current turnover, a 1% bonus was just a drop in the bucket. However, Feng Jing still nodded without hesitation and said, "Agree." After just a few minutes of interaction, Feng Jing already had a whole new level of respect for the company. She was even more optimistic about Tao Yuan's future. She knew very well that this insignificant 1% dividend right now would bring her a huge fortune in a few years' time. Of course, compared to earning more, Feng Jing cared more about the fact that she could finally be in charge of a company with unlimited potential. Moreover, she had been in charge of this company since its infancy. The sense of achievement from growing the company step by step and making the company grow into a giant was something that money couldn't compare to. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Manager Feng, according to the usual practice, after you join the Taoyuan company, you will also have a 1-month probation period. This will be written in the contract. Of course, during the probation period, your salary will not change. You don't mind, right?" Feng Jing didn't mind and said, "It's reasonable. This is a two-way choice." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Then there's no problem. Manager Feng, I look forward to working with you." After that, Xiao Ruofei extended his hand to Feng Jing. Feng Jing also revealed a bright smile and shook hands with Xiao Ruofei. She smiled and said, "I look forward to working with you." Xiao Ruofei stood up and walked to his desk. He picked up the phone and said, "Lei Hu, come to my office for a while." Lei Hu was on standby on the first floor. When he received Xiao Ruofei's call, he immediately rushed to the office. "Brother Xia. Lei Hu, from today onwards, Miss Feng Jing will be the general manager of our Taoyuan company." Xiao Ruofei said. "Hello, Manager Feng." Lei Hu quickly said. Feng Jing also nodded at Lei Hu in a friendly manner. Xiao Ruofei pointed to the stack of documents on the desk and said, "Lei Hu, move all these documents to the general manager's office next door. After that, tidy up the suite on the 3rd floor and pass the key to Manager Feng." "Yes." Lei Hu carried the documents and left the office. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Feng Jing, "Manager Feng, the company's facilities are limited. I will assign you a 2-bedroom apartment upstairs. It will be more convenient for you to commute to work. Also, if you want to eat, there is a staff cafeteria on the 1st floor. They provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Of course, you can also choose to cook at home." "Thank you, Chairman," Feng Jing said. "When can you start work?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Anytime," Feng Jing said with sparkling eyes. She really couldn't wait to get into work mode. She had rested for more than 2 months and was looking forward to this new job. "Okay, I will bring you to the office," Xiao Ruofei said. When this building was designed, there were many offices on the 2nd floor. Before Feng Jing arrived, Xiao Ruofei had already asked Lei Hu and the rest to tidy up the office next door. All kinds of office facilities were also prepared. When they arrived at the general manager's office, Feng Jing was very satisfied with the clean and bright office environment. She walked around the office and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Chairman, do you have any instructions for the company's development?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "No hurry, Manager Feng. You can take a look at the documents first. After you are done, we can talk. I mainly want to hear your thoughts." Feng Jing also knew that her understanding of the Taoyuan company was only on the surface. If she wanted to get into work mode quickly, she had to read the documents and grasp the situation. Therefore, Feng Jing immediately nodded and said, "Okay, Chairman. I will finish reading these documents as soon as possible. If you don't have any other instructions, I would like to start reading the documents now." Xiao Ruofei was stunned. She was asking the chairman to leave just like that, but Xiao Ruofei admired Feng Jing's professional attitude. "If you want to make money easily, you have to rely on these dedicated employees." "Okay, then I will leave first." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said. "Manager Feng, you can take your time reading these documents. There is no hurry." At this time, Feng Jing had already sat down behind her desk and flipped to the top document. She did not even raise her head and said, "Okay, Chairman." Xiao Ruofei saw that Feng Jing had entered her work mode and did not want to disturb her. He directly left the office. When he returned to his office, Xiao Ruofei also let out a long breath. If there were no accidents, the general manager of the company was finally selected. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also had to test Feng Jing. If she was not capable enough, even if Wu Liqian introduced her, she would still be fired. Because Xiao Ruofei's goal was to be lazy, an incompetent general manager would definitely affect his ability to be a hands-off boss. When Xiao Ruofei thought that he could throw all the tedious things to Feng Jing in the future, he felt a sense of relief. He estimated that Feng Jing would need a few days to finish reading the documents and do some necessary thinking. So, Xiao Ruofei sat in the office for a while and directly returned to the villa. What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that in the evening, Feng Jing called him and said that she wanted to meet him. Xiao Ruofei was quite surprised. He glanced at the document, then looked up at Feng Jing and asked, "So fast?" Feng Jing smiled and said, "Chairman, I didn't do a comprehensive long-term plan. I just sorted out a few problems that need to be solved. I'm here to report to you first." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Well, it's right to have priorities." Then he said, "Manager Feng, let's sit down and talk. I'll take a look at what you wrote first." The two walked to the sofa in the reception area and sat down. Xiao Ruofei personally poured 2 glasses of water and placed one in front of Feng Jing. Feng Jing bowed slightly and thanked him. Xiao Ruofei said self-deprecatingly, "My company can't even gather a grassroots team. I can only serve tea and water by myself." Feng Jing immediately said, "I also wrote about this in this report. The first thing we need to do now is to set up the framework of the company and set up an efficient and capable administrative team. Otherwise, a lot of work can't be done." Xiao Ruofei nodded in agreement and then began to read Feng Jing's report. Unlike government documents, Feng Jing's report didn't have a single word of nonsense. She got straight to the point right off the bat. She sorted out a lot of problems in the report, including hiring staff, setting up a team, brand promotion, expanding the scale of the farm, and so on. After Xiao Ruofei quickly skimmed through the report, she lifted her head and said to Feng Jing with a pleasant expression, "Director Feng, the things you've written are very realistic. You found the key points of the problem. You've only been here for half a day and you've already written a report like this. Not easy." Feng Jing smiled and said, "Chairman, then I'll report to you one by one?" She was also holding the same report in her hand. She must have prepared to report before she came. Xiao Ruofei looked at the sky that was gradually getting dark outside the window and said, "Manager Feng, there's no need to rush. You just took office today, and it's getting dark. Why don't we go eat first? There's no hurry to eat. The sooner the company gets on track, the sooner we can create greater profits," Feng Jing insisted. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. In fact, he did not understand the working conditions of senior white-collar workers in large companies. In a cruel competitive environment, many people regarded overtime as the norm. In fact, Feng Jing had long been accustomed to overtime. Moreover, she had just taken office today and was at her most energetic. Such a company that could be said to have not yet taken shape was now handed over to her to manage. Now that her mind was full of ideas, how could she have the mood to eat? Xiao Ruofei laughed, "Manager Feng, the emperor does not lack hungry soldiers. How about this? I'll tell Lei Hu to get some food from the cafeteria. We'll talk while we eat." After the staff cafeteria was opened, because Lei Hu and the rest were staying at the farm, and at the same time, it was convenient for Xiao Ruofei to eat when he needed. Therefore, all 3 meals were prepared. The staff in the cafeteria could eat for free. Chao Tieshu's wife would wait for the staff to finish eating and then have dinner at the farm before she went home. Feng Jing nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei immediately took out his phone and called Lei Hu to get 2 sets of food to the office. Feng Jing waited for Xiao Ruofei to finish the call and immediately couldn't wait to start the report. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Manager Feng, I've said this morning that you, as the general manager, can make all the decisions in the company. How about this? You don't have to report those that are not very important. Let's talk about the important parts." Feng Jing nodded and said, "Okay. Chairman, then I'll talk about the formation of the team. I think this is the most urgent task in the company. The entire company's operations now are actually irregular. It might not be a problem when the business volume is low, but once the business volume increases and the scale of the company expands, the current management model will have a big problem. Especially when there's an emergency, crisis management, or other similar situations, the shortcomings of our current management model will be highlighted. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I agree. That's why I found you as the general manager. Feng Jing smiled and said, thank you for your trust, Chairman. As for the company's administrative team, at the current scale of the company, we don't need to have a deputy general manager for the time being. According to the company's functions, it's divided into administration, finance, and marketing. The administration includes human resources, customer service, training, and other work. The finance is mainly in charge of financial and accounting work. The marketing includes sales, marketing, e-commerce, and other aspects. My opinion is that we should first recruit the 3 directors of administration, finance, and marketing. In addition, we should recruit 3 to 5 staff for each department. The framework of the company should be more or less set up. In the future, as the scale of the company expands, we will further refine the work of each department step by step. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, Manager Feng, I already have a suitable candidate for the finance director. It's a classmate of mine. Since the company was set up, he has been helping me with the finance work. But he hasn't done any professional finance work in a big company. I hope you can guide him. Feng Jing immediately said, okay. Then when we recruit the finance staff, we can consider hiring someone with strong abilities. It's best if they have experience in a big company. As the director, as long as they have the management ability and a certain level of professional judgment, it will be enough. The finance department was a very important and sensitive department in a company. It was normal for the boss to appoint someone he trusted as the director. Feng Jing naturally wasn't unhappy about this. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, well, I agree with your other opinions. But if you don't want a deputy general manager, then hire an assistant to the general manager. You can't possibly be the boss of a company like yourself when it comes to administrative work and passing down orders. Feng Jing's heart warmed slightly. She smiled and said, okay. Thank you, Chairman. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, Manager Feng, you will be in charge of the recruitment. I only have one suggestion. That is, don't go after famous schools and academic qualifications. Our company is willing to give some capable young people a stage and let them grow together with the company. Feng Jing agreed wholeheartedly and said, Chairman's thoughts are the same as mine. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, also. Although the trend in the future is to move to the city and office buildings, but for now, the company will definitely be located in the district. Because of the geographical location, some low-level positions might not be attractive. You have to consider this. I understand. That's why my suggestion is the same. Don't go after famous schools and people with high academic qualifications. Feng Jing smiled and said. Xiao Ruofei said, what the company can do now is to provide apartments. The people who work in our company don't need to travel back and forth. Also, they can save on rent. This should be attractive to the young people. There were 30 to 40 apartments in the company, and most of them were single apartments with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. According to the scale of recruitment planned by Feng Jing, even if all the new employees were to stay in the district, they would still be able to settle down. That's great. Feng Jing was also excited and said, Chairman, about the specific salary and benefits, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, you will be in charge of all these. How about this? You can come up with a proposal for the recruitment and show it to me. Okay. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, oh yes, Manager Feng. Our company's security department needs to be set up as I don't intend to outsource the security work to a security company. Then how about this department be managed by the future chief executive officer? Feng Jing asked. Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, this work is relatively independent. It will be directly managed by the general manager and the chairman. In addition, I will personally be in charge of the security department and the recruitment of employees. Xiao Ruofei had already reserved the position of the head of the security department for Yi Linyun. In the future, the company's security guards would be recruited comrades who had retired from the army. Xiao Ruofei would definitely be independent in this work. Otherwise, he would add the position of chief executive officer to Yi Linyun's head. Feng Jing didn't think much and nodded and said, okay. Now, many companies didn't have a full-time security department. They outsourced this work. The company's security guards were actually sent by the security company. Some of them even rotated. If Xiao Ruofei wanted to hire a security team, Feng Jing naturally wouldn't object. This work wasn't the core of the company's operations. Xiao Ruofei wanted to be independent, and there wouldn't be any big impact other than the administrative work. After discussing the recruitment of the company, Feng Jing turned a page of the report and said, "Chairman, I think the second thing is also the most urgent, and that is the brand promotion." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and motioned Feng Jing to continue. Feng Jing said, "I looked through some of the company's transaction records today and also searched online for Taoyuan vegetables. I found that the brand influence of Taoyuan vegetables has not reached the level it should have. In Sanjian City, Taoyuan vegetables is still a little famous. But outside of Sanjian City, this kind of influence plummeted. Although Hengfeng Group's 5-star hotels have launched Taoyuan vegetables, after all, this is not a popular environment. The influence is also very limited. I think our product can be said to be at the level of a phenomenon. If it is done properly, it shouldn't be as famous as it is now." Xiao Ruofei said with some embarrassment, "This is my responsibility. To be honest, I am not familiar with the operation of a brand, and I don't have a special plan. I just let nature take its course. Manager Feng, if you have any good ideas, just say it." Feng Jing smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Chairman, your advantage is in technology. The brand marketing can be left to the professionals." Speaking of this, Feng Jing cleared her throat and said, "The brand promotion will be the first important work after the company's team is established. There can be many kinds of promotion plans, but the core is all hype. Of course, the Three Mountains region isn't our main focus right now, but we still have to do such work. Another thing is to use our advertising. Many famous gourmet public accounts and Weibo accounts have influence all over the country, including some gourmet forums and gourmet websites. These are all our main focus. Also, we have to expand our production capacity as soon as possible. With the quality of Taoyuan's vegetables, once we can sell them all over the country, we might not need to use too many methods to create hype. Our brand's popularity will rise very quickly." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I have already planned to expand the scale of the farm. The local government will not have a big problem." Feng Jing pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Xianxia is already Chongqing's official. With her help, there won't be a problem." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he realized that the Xianxia Feng Jing was talking about was Wu Liqian. He smiled a little awkwardly and said, "Actually, the surrounding land belongs to Dongqing village. I have a good relationship with the village, and they also hope that these wastelands can be exchanged for real money. So even without Wu Liqian's help, it's not a big problem to contract more land. It's mutually beneficial." Feng Jing also said seriously, "Chairman, then I will discuss with the relevant parties as soon as possible about the lease of land, and then start the expansion of the farm. I don't know about the funds are not a big problem." Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "After the final payment for the building is paid, the company's accounts will have at least a few million. Moreover, the vegetable greenhouse will bring in at least a few $100,000 in net profit every month. This money is more than enough to expand production." "Then there's no problem," Feng Jing said happily. Then Feng Jing reported a few other things to Xiao Ruofei. The 2 meals that Lei Hu brought were almost cold, but Feng Jing still reported very seriously. Of course, the suggestions she gave about the company's management were very professional in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. He could also see that she had put a lot of effort into writing the report in half a day. In the end, it was Xiao Ruofei who repeatedly reminded Feng Jing that she stopped, embarrassed. The two of them ate dinner in Xiao Ruofei's office. After eating, Feng Jing immediately continued to talk about some ideas about the company's management. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the evening that the two of them finished talking. Through this conversation, Xiao Ruofei had a preliminary understanding of Feng Jing's professional qualities. So far, Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with Feng Jing. The two of them stood up and left the office. Xiao Ruofei also personally sent her to the door. "Manager Feng, tomorrow morning after work, I will gather all the company's employees and let you meet with them," Xiao Ruofei said. The new general manager naturally had to hold a staff meeting to let everyone know that in the future, Feng Jing would be the number 2 person in the Taoyuan company other than Xiao Ruofei. This way, she would be able to give orders. This was also the intention of the question, so Feng Jing smiled and nodded in agreement. Then Xiao Ruofei said, "Then that's all for tonight. Manager Feng, you must be tired from the long journey and have been working non-stop. Go back to your room early and rest. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow." Feng Jing shook her head and said, "I still need to come up with a recruitment proposal first. I don't usually sleep so early. Anyway, my room is upstairs. If I'm tired, I will go back to rest. Chairman, you can go back first. I will hand over the proposal to you tomorrow morning." After saying that, Feng Jing didn't wait for Xiao Ruofei to persuade her and directly went back to her office. Xiao Ruofei looked helplessly at Feng Jing's back view disappearing at the door. He felt that a strong career woman was too scary. He then thought that Ling Qingxue would inherit Ling Shui catering in the future. He couldn't help but say in his heart, "Please don't let Qingxue become like this in the future. I really can't stand it." However, Xiao Ruofei was still very happy that her employees were so hardworking. Hardworking women. Feng Jing's swift and decisive style left a deep impression on Xiao Ruofei. The next day, Xiao Ruofei asked Lei Hu to inform all the employees, including the workers in the vegetable greenhouse and the 2 workers in the cafeteria, to gather in the conference room on the 2nd floor. The company currently had more than 20 employees, so it wouldn't be crowded in the conference room. Xiao Ruofei announced that Feng Jing had officially joined the Taoyuan company as the general manager. He asked everyone to support Feng Jing's work and obey Feng Jing's orders in the future. Next, Feng Jing gave a short speech about her new position. Feng Jing didn't say much. She mainly said that from now on, she and all the employees would be comrades in the trenches. She was willing to work with everyone to build a strong company. Finally, she also hoped that every employee would support her work. After Feng Jing finished her speech, there was a round of applause in the conference room. For Chow Tai-shu and the others, it didn't matter if there was another leader in the company. After all, they were all working. Moreover, the boss of the company was still Xiao Ruofei. The benefits and treatment hadn't changed, so everyone was naturally very relieved. After the first staff meeting of the Taoyuan company, Feng Jing stopped Xiao Ruofei, who was about to sneak downstairs with the employees. She handed the recruitment plan that she stayed up late last night to write to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he couldn't discourage his subordinates. He could only smile with satisfaction and take the report back to his office. Feng Jing's plan was very detailed. The recruitment included 2 directors, the administrative director and the marketing director. The threshold was relatively high. They required at least a master's degree or above in the relevant field and at least 3 years of work experience in the relevant industry. Feng Jing offered an annual salary of 150,000 yuan. In addition, 5 employees were recruited for the administrative and marketing departments, 2 for the finance department, and 1 for the general assistant. This time, a total of 10 people were recruited. Ordinary employees had a monthly salary of 5,000, and the assistant to the general manager had a monthly salary of 7,000. The requirements for education and work experience were naturally more relaxed than for the director position. They only needed a bachelor's degree or above, and there were no rigid requirements for working experience. Of course, those with relevant experience would naturally be given priority. Feng Jing also specifically explained that although the wages of ordinary employees and farm workers were about the same, this was also the practice of many large companies. The workers who worked on the front lines had a higher workload, and many of them had higher wages than those who worked in the office. Moreover, there was more room for development in the administrative team. Feng Jing had also specially designed a set of performance evaluation methods, which could quantify each employee's performance. Every month, there would be a corresponding performance bonus. Of course, if the performance score was bad, there was no need to think about bonuses. There was even a possibility of being fired. But in general, if the company's performance was getting better and better, the salary of the first batch of administrative team would definitely rise. In addition, in the future, the company would expand and refine the division of work. For example, the administrative department would gradually establish a human resources department, a training department, a customer service department, and so on. If this batch of employees did well, it was very likely that they would become small department managers in the future. In addition, although the location of Taoyuan Farm was a bit remote, it provided free employee apartments. This was naturally very attractive to young people. Xiao Ruofei looked at the dozens of pages of recruitment plan. He really didn't dare to imagine that this was done by Feng Jing in one night. Xiao Ruofei recognized the ability of the general manager he recruited more and more in his heart. Feng Jing also clipped an approval form at the top of the recruitment plan. There was a column on it that was the chairman's opinion. In Feng Jing's words, if the company wanted to formalize and institutionalize, it should start now. This plan should be reported to Xiao Ruofei, and then she could get Xiao Ruofei's official approval and start the work. Feng Jing was putting her position in a very proper way. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't find it troublesome. It was just a matter of signing. How troublesome could it be? Xiao Ruofei took out a pen from the pen holder and wrote the word agree with a big stroke of the pen. Then, he signed his name on the paper. After signing the plan, Xiao Ruofei didn't rush to give it to Feng Jing. Instead, he picked up the phone on the table and called Wu Liqian. On the phone, Xiao Ruofei sincerely expressed his gratitude to Wu Liqian. So far, Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with Feng Jing's work. For Wu Liqian, as the referral, Xiao Ruofei naturally expressed his gratitude. Then Xiao Ruofei mentioned that he was going to rent more land to expand the farm. Wu Liqian agreed without hesitation. She told Xiao Ruofei that she would immediately inform Jianggang Town and ask Xiao Ruofei to go to the village committee in 2 days to ask Ruan Fugue to approve the land. Xiao Ruofei naturally said many more words of thanks and then hung up the phone. After the phone call, Xiao Ruofei called Feng Jing's office and said, "Manager Feng, I have finished reading your plan. You can come and get it." "Okay, I'll be right there," Feng Jing said immediately. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and took a Yuji ointment from the ring-to space. Then he opened the drawer of the desk and put it in. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Ruofei said loudly, "Come in." "Chairman." Feng Jing went directly to Xiao Ruofei's desk after entering the door. "Have a seat," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then he handed the report to Feng Jing and said, "I have read this recruitment plan. It is very detailed and very reasonable. Just do it according to your plan and recruit people as soon as possible." "Okay." Feng Jing took the plan and said calmly. For this plan, she almost stayed up all night. Now she still had 2 dark circles under her eyes. Even makeup couldn't completely cover them. So she was very confident in this plan. She wasn't surprised that Xiao Ruofei agreed directly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Start the recruitment work as soon as possible. In addition, I will go to Dongqing village to discuss the lease of land. When the time comes, you will go with me. In the future, you will be in charge of contacting the local government at all levels." "Okay, Chairman," Feng Jing responded. "There are only a few people now. If you need people for the recruitment, just use them. Whether it is Lei Hu, the other 3, or Peng Hao, they will all be under your command." Xiao Ruofei said, "In addition, if you need money, you can directly go to Peng Hao and ask for an advance." In Feng Jing's recruitment plan, she planned to participate in several job fairs. In addition, she would also release the information on some recruitment websites. Whether it was online or offline recruitment, they would definitely need to pay. She had already made a rough budget. She took the plan signed by Xiao Ruofei and directly went to the finance department to ask for an advance. "Understood," Feng Jing said. "Chairman, don't worry. I will finish the recruitment work as soon as possible and ensure quality." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Feng Jing got up and said, "Chairman, if there is nothing else, I will go first. I am going to put up the information on several mainstream recruitment websites in the morning." Xiao Ruofei said, "Oh, wait a moment." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei opened the drawer and took out the bottle of Yuji ointment. He handed it to Feng Jing across the desk and said, "Manager Feng, this is for you. This is a type of makeup I made. It is pure Chinese medicine. You can use it as a facial mask." Feng Jing was slightly stunned. She quickly looked at Xiao Ruofei and then took the Yuji ointment. She said softly, "Thank you, Chairman. I will go first." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, "Go. Thank you for your hard work these few days." After Feng Jing left, Xiao Ruofei also got up and stuffed his phone and cigarettes into his bag. Then, he hummed a song as he left the office and returned to the villa. After Feng Jing took over, Xiao Ruofei's pressure was greatly reduced. He was finally able to leave everything to others. There were still 2 to 3 hours before lunch, and Xiao Ruofei did not need to cook. He could just go to the staff cafeteria to eat. Therefore, he prepared to go to the Ring 2 space to brew the spirit gestation soup. Counting the days, he could consume the spirit gestation soup again today. Xiao Ruofei was looking forward to the next page of the booklet after consuming the spirit gestation soup this time. Xiao Ruofei was also full of curiosity and anticipation about the spirit gestation puppet described in the booklet. With this kind of anticipation, Xiao Ruofei rushed back to the villa. Now that Peng Hao had moved to the office building, this little villa was Xiao Ruofei's exclusive territory. He locked the door. Unless something big happened on the farm, no one would disturb him. Xiao Ruofei returned to his room and habitually locked all the doors and windows. He also drew the curtains. Then, he took out the spiritual map scroll from his palm and entered the space with a thought. In the original space, Xiao Ruofei skillfully picked out the herbs needed to brew the spirit gestation soup from the medicine rack and then began to brew it. Xiao Ruofei was already familiar with the process. After several attempts, he knew every step by heart. Soon, a steaming bowl of spirit gestation soup was brewed. Xiao Ruofei held the bowl of soup. With a thought, he appeared in the stone room of the cave in the new space. With the strengthening of his mental power, Xiao Ruofei's control of the Ring 2 space became more and more refined. Now, with a thought, he could appear anywhere in the space. The deviation would not be more than 10 centimeters. For example, this time, Xiao Ruofei accurately appeared on the stone bed in the stone room. He sat cross-legged on the jade futon. Then, he raised his head and gulped down the entire bowl of spirit gestation soup. Xiao Ruofei experimented with the jade futon and found that not only did it have a great effect on restoring mental power, but it also greatly increased the efficiency of absorbing the spirit gestation soup when sitting on it. The familiar warmth began to accumulate in his lower abdomen. Xiao Ruofei immediately held his breath and focused on absorbing the spirit gestation soup's medicinal properties. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He did not feel the piercing pain of consuming the body-tempering soup. Without realizing it, the entire bowl of spirit gestation soup's medicinal properties had been completely absorbed by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes and silently felt for a moment. He found that his mental power had become much purer. Naturally, his connection with the space had also become closer. Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes. With a thought, the small book on the stone table flew directly to him and landed accurately in his hands. In the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei was becoming more and more like a creator. Xiao Ruofei flipped to the 3rd page. He focused his mind and began to channel his mental power into the page. The golden patterns on the page slowly began to move, combine, and disperse. Finally, they formed golden words. This was Xiao Ruofei's 3rd time trying to unlock the 3rd page. The first time, he felt that he was just one step away. In the end, after consuming the spirit gestation soup a few days ago, he was still a little off. It could be seen that the difficulty of unlocking the 3rd page was getting higher and higher. However, Xiao Ruofei was full of confidence this time. He had a feeling that unlocking the 3rd page's contents would not be a problem. Although he already knew the contents of the spirit puppet and it seemed that he would need to unlock the 4th page to fully understand it, he was still very much looking forward to the 3rd page's contents. This time, Xiao Ruofei was not disappointed. The golden words on the 3rd page flashed one by one. When the last word appeared on the page, the golden words had completely stabilized. He did not even feel that his mental power was running out. Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. As he looked at the contents of the 3rd page, he sat on the jade futon and began to recover his mental power. He did not even try to unlock the 4th page because he knew very well that in order to unlock the 4th page's contents, he would need to consume the spirit gestation soup 3 to 4 times or upgrade the Ring 2 space again to suddenly increase his mental power by a large margin. Otherwise, in his current state, it would be a waste of effort to try. In comparison, Xiao Ruofei was more concerned about the contents of the third page. The contents of the jade skin ointment took up the entire second page. The third page began with the contents of the spirit puppet. This was also the first time Xiao Ruofei carefully read the contents of the third page. Although he had seen a few parts of it when he tried to unlock the third page with his mental power, they were not complete. Moreover, he had to concentrate all his mental power to channel his mental power. Basically, he could not divert his attention to look at the words that had already appeared. The contents of the spirit puppet were not complete, but when Xiao Ruofei looked at it, he was still shocked. Of course, more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. According to the description on the page, the spirit puppet was somewhat similar to the puppets in wuxia novels. However, the biggest difference was that it could carry out simple orders from its master and make independent judgments in certain situations. Because the contents were incomplete, Xiao Ruofei was unable to fully understand the spirit puppet. However, it seemed to rely on a core that was engraved with many complex symbols to operate. This core was obviously the most important part of the spirit puppet, equivalent to the human brain. After the creation was completed, Xiao Ruofei needed to store mental power in this core. It was this mental power that made the spirit puppet not an ordinary puppet, but a consciousness. Therefore, it was completely obedient to the master who injected the mental power. Xiao Ruofei's first thought was, in the future, I can finally free myself from the tedious and repetitive work in the space. The Ring 2 space was Xiao Ruofei's ultimate secret. He definitely could not tell anyone, but there were a lot of tedious tasks in the space that could only be completed by him alone. If he had the spirit puppet, Xiao Ruofei would be able to relax a lot. Because the contents of the fourth page had not been unlocked, Xiao Ruofei temporarily had no way to refine this magical puppet. Feng Luo hadn't been doing well recently. That night half a month ago, he encountered an unexpected disaster, or at least from his point of view, it was an unexpected disaster. Because he had only taken a fancy to a girl, and then used some methods that he had used countless times in the past. Just as he was about to enjoy this girl's body to his heart's content like countless times in the past, a murderous god broke into his bar. Then it was a nightmarish experience. His limbs were broken, and even his fingers were flattened one by one. In the end, he was directly castrated by the devil. With such a serious injury, his life was basically hanging by a thread. His luck was not bad, or it could be said that he was lucky in the midst of misfortune. He was sent to the hospital in time, and at least his life was saved. However, some things that were cut off could never be reattached. And that murderous god was very ruthless. Many places had comminuted fractures. Even if he recovered in the future, he would be like this for the rest of his life. But this wasn't the worst-case scenario. In the first few days, he was lying in the hospital receiving treatment as a victim. There were a few underlings by his side who took care of him meticulously. These underlings had been with him for many years. They had fought together on the streets. Although he had become a cripple and was no longer the majestic Master Luo, these underlings were still loyal and devoted. But soon the situation took a turn for the worse. 2 days later, 2 serious-looking criminal police officers and 2 armed police officers came to the ward. From this moment on, Feng Luo was strictly monitored. Although he could still receive treatment, his personal freedom was completely restricted. Eating, drinking, and defecating had to be done under the eyes of the police. Then, the underlings who came to visit him in the ward were directly arrested by the police. Facing the armed police with submachine guns, the underlings didn't resist and were arrested without any resistance. Feng Luo felt like he was going crazy. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that the situation was serious. He didn't hesitate to beat around the bush, but the police guarding him in the ward didn't reveal any information. They only coldly warned him to stay put. Feng Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly. In this situation, he couldn't be dishonest even if he wanted to. His limbs were all broken. Facing 4 police officers who were eyeing him covetously, how could he run away? Feng Luo knew that he must have provoked someone he shouldn't have, but he would never have thought that the person he shouldn't have provoked was the top quality. prey he accidentally found that night. Officer Xianxia had been very busy recently. He had been in Sanchon City for 2 or 3 months. As a middle-level leader of the criminal police detachment, he finally got the opportunity to launch a vigorous campaign to eliminate evil in the city. Qin Xiaoyu led the criminal investigation team number 1 to fight for days and had already destroyed many gangs. Recently, the occupancy rate of the criminal investigation team number 1's temporary detention room and several detention centers in the city had also skyrocketed. Although her body was very tired, Qin Xiaoyu was still full of energy. It was as if there was an endless amount of energy in her body. Whenever there was a mission, she would always be the first to jump up and lead people to rush out. Other than Feng Luo, who was depressed, there was another person who had been very unhappy recently. His name was Liang Haiming, and his identity could be said to be quite prominent. He came from the capital's Liang family. Liang Haiming was only 23 years old and had just graduated from university. Unlike the elite disciples of the Liang family, Liang Haiming had no interest in politics. Of course, he had no interest in business either. To put it bluntly, Liang Haiming was a dandy from a wealthy family through and through. As a qualified hedonist, his expenses were actually quite high. Those luxury cars and mansions wouldn't just fall from the sky. Keeping a small celebrity wasn't just based on looks. You had to pay real money. The monthly allowance allocated to the Liang family wasn't even enough for Liang Haiming to invite his friends to a party. However, Liang Haiming had his ways of making money. As a third generation of the Red Army, Liang Haiming naturally had his ways of making money. He had opened a shell company, dealt with all kinds of approvals, and helped people with all kinds of projects. Although compared to ordinary people, his income was probably sky-high. However, for someone like him who was used to being extravagant, this amount of money was just barely enough to maintain a luxurious life. Sometimes, when he was interested in a newly launched luxury sports car, he had to consider the thickness of his wallet. Liang Haiming naturally didn't want to continue on such a small scale. Therefore, he set his sights on the southeast coast. These years, the refined oil and car business had been very profitable. Of course, this referred to the refined oil and car business that didn't have to pay expensive tariffs. With the gold-plated name of the Liang family, Liang Haiming quickly got to know a group of people, including the officials of all levels of customs in the southeast province, the leaders of the border police, and of course, the overseas supply channels, sea transportation channels, and so on. Sanchon City faced the sea and had a unique geographical environment and many ports. Naturally, it became the city that Liang Haiming focused on managing. In addition to the officials, Liang Haiming also needed some underground forces to serve him. Feng Luo was one of the underground world agents that Liang Haiming supported. A few days ago, Liang Haiming had even given Feng Luo a task. However, the next day, there was news that Feng Luo was seriously injured and hospitalized. Soon, Liang Haiming received more news. Feng Luo was strictly controlled by the police, and the few bars and nightclubs under Feng Luo's name were all sealed up. Even the bar where the incident happened that day was in Jiangbin Park and was considered an illegal building. It was directly demolished by the urban management and law enforcement team. Some of the people that Feng Luo had recruited with his support were either arrested or escaped. The other underground forces that he had spent a lot of energy cultivating were also dealt a heavy blow. This made Liang Haiming a little exasperated. His identity was special, so naturally, he could quickly get some information that ordinary people could not get. When Liang Haiming learned that Feng Luo's bad luck was because he had bad intentions towards the daughter of the municipal party committee's secretary Tian, and even almost took her virginity, he was so angry that he smashed a precious tea set into pieces. The answer was self-evident. The unexpected disaster that the city fox and society rats of Sanchon City had encountered was all caused by Feng Luo's stupidity. That was the anger of Tian Huilan. Many people saw what happened that night, and naturally, it could not be hidden from Liang Haiming. Liang Haiming did not dare to provoke Tian Huilan, who was a provincial minister and had the backing of an even more powerful family song. However, the direct cause of this incident, Xia Ruofei, was deeply hated by Liang Haiming. Downtown Kempinski Hotel. Because of business reasons, Liang Haiming often needed to travel between Beijing and Sanchon City. He had booked a long-term luxury suite here. Liang Haiming sat on a soft leather sofa with a gloomy expression. Opposite him, a thin middle-aged man of about 40 years old stood somewhat cautiously. Young Master Liang, I found out that Secretary Tian's father fainted on the street at the end of last year. Xiao Ruofei happened to be at the scene and gave Secretary Tian's father some first aid treatment. The middle-aged man said, maybe because of this, Xiao Ruofei and Secretary Tian's family knew each other. Liang Haiming's face was gloomy as he asked, so he's not close to the Tian family? According to our information, Xiao Ruofei has no interaction with the Tian family except for that one time, the middle-aged man said cautiously. I just want to know how his relationship with the Tian family is. Liang Haiming frowned and scolded in a low voice. The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly as he said, according to our judgment, it shouldn't be too close. After all, his background and identity are not in the same world as the Tian family. Xiao Ruofei treating Master Song's illness was top secret. With the middle-aged man's means, it was naturally impossible for him to find out. Liang Haiming didn't know that his cousin, Liang Haitao, was severely reprimanded by the family because of Xiao Ruofei. He was directly sent from Huaxia Military General Hospital to the border troops to be a basic military doctor. For Liang Haitao's matter, the family Song had seriously negotiated with the Liang family, and the wording was quite strict. However, in consideration of protecting Xiao Ruofei, the family Song naturally wouldn't mention Xiao Ruofei. When Liang Haitao was in the medical team, he didn't even have the patience to listen to Director Lu's introduction. He only knew that the young doctor's surname was Xia, but he didn't know Xiao Ruofei's name. Moreover, this matter could be said to be a great humiliation to Liang Haitao. Naturally, he wouldn't mention it for no reason. In short, due to various reasons, Liang Haiming didn't know that the Xiao Ruofei he investigated already had many grievances with the Liang family. He also didn't know that Xiao Ruofei had such a close relationship with Master Song and the entire family Song. Oh? Did you find out about his background? Liang Haiming asked lightly. Yes, young Master Liang. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, this Xiao Ruofei is a native of Sanshan. His family background is very ordinary. Among his relatives, there isn't even a county-level cadre. He himself just retired from the army last year. Now, he has opened a farm and sells vegetables and other agricultural products. When Liang Haiming heard the two words army, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask, what rank was he when he retired from the army? Company or battalion? The middle-aged man's expression was a little strange. He said in a low voice, young Master Liang, he wasn't a cadre. He was just an ordinary soldier. When he retired, he should have been a sergeant. There's very little information about his service in the army. The only thing we can be sure of is that he didn't finish his term as a sergeant and retired early. He probably made a mistake in the army. Liang Haiming was completely relieved. He sneered and said, so he was just a soldier for a few days. And he was sent back because he made a mistake. I got it. Then, Liang Haiming's expression turned slightly cold. He ordered, tell everyone to keep an eye on this Xiao Ruofei. Once he comes out, let Zhao He deal with him personally. Tell Zhao He to make him look exactly like Feng Luo. If he doesn't break a single bone, I'll hold him accountable. Feng Luo was just Liang Haiming's dog. Of course, he wasn't doing this just to avenge his dog. Liang Haiming was holding a grudge against Xiao Ruofei for ruining his plans. Liang Haiming had always been the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Xiao Ruofei's actions had caused him quite a bit of loss. Naturally, he had to vent his anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get his way. A trace of fear flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. He hurriedly replied, yes, young Master Liang. I'll get it done right away. Taoyuan Farm. Feng Jing brought Qin Xiaojun and Peng Hao to the city to participate in a job fair. Xiao Ruofei drove his pickup truck and left the farm, heading toward the Sanshan city. He had a preliminary understanding of the soul puppet from the booklet yesterday. He had been itching for it for a long time. Most of the materials needed to make a soul puppet could be bought. Some of them had to be synthesized through the quenching of different minerals, but these minerals were relatively common. Xiao Ruofei spent half a day on the internet to buy most of the materials he needed. Nowadays, the e-commerce network was very developed. After he placed the order, he just had to wait for the logistics to deliver the goods to his door. However, the core of the soul puppet required a piece of the highest quality white jade. The core of the soul puppet had very high requirements for the quality of the jade. It had to be the highest quality mutton fat white jade without any impurities to be able to carry the spiritual power. This kind of highest quality jade material could only be found by chance. Xiao Ruofei could have bought it through the Ma family's Hengfeng jewelry. However, he didn't want to trouble them for everything. He wanted to go to the city's jade market to try his luck. It would be best if he could buy it directly. Xiao Ruofei had just driven onto the highway when he felt that something was wrong. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Ruofei saw an inconspicuous black car appear again about a few hundred meters behind his car. From the farm to the highway, this was the third time the black car had appeared behind his car. Although the car didn't follow him all the way, it had nowhere to hide in front of Xiao Ruofei, an expert in tracking. "I'm being followed." Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly. After retiring and returning to his hometown, Xiao Ruofei had offended a lot of people. He didn't know who the guy who was following him was or what his purpose was. Xiao Ruofei was still calm and collected as the car slowly slowed down. The driver of the black car obviously had some experience in tracking. He didn't slow down immediately. The distance between the two cars began to close. Xiao Ruofei calmly glanced at the rearview mirror. Because the car slowed down, many cars passed by Xiao Ruofei's car. The black car had already arrived behind Xiao Ruofei's car. There were no other cars between the two cars. At this time, an exit to the highway appeared in front of him. If Xiao Ruofei wanted to return to the city, he had to go through at least 4 exits before leaving the highway. He drove the pickup truck normally all the way. However, the moment he was about to miss the exit, Xiao Ruofei suddenly turned the steering wheel and hit the brakes at the same time. The car brushed against the exit guardrail and forcibly turned into the side road. The unsuspecting black car drove straight past them. A big man wearing sunglasses in the black car suddenly braked and stopped the car in the emergency lane. Then, he began to reverse on the highway regardless of the danger. However, when he finished reversing and turned into the side road amidst the crazy honking of the car behind him, Xiao Ruofei's pickup truck had already turned into several small roads and disappeared from his sight. The big man in sunglasses looked livid. He drove aimlessly and searched while taking out his mobile phone to make a call. He said dejectedly, "Brother, I lost him." Xiao Ruofei looked serious. He drove the pickup truck through a small road. After several turns, he went out from another road. Then, he chose to leave the highway and continue to drive to the city from the old road. Xiao Ruofei first took out his mobile phone and called Qin Xiaojun. He asked him to be more vigilant and protect Feng Jing and Peng Hao. Then, he called Lei Hu, who was staying on the farm, and asked him to pay attention to the security of the farm and to pay attention to whether there were any suspicious people around the farm. Xiao Ruofei was very confident in his retired soldiers from the special forces. As long as they were more vigilant, no matter who the other party was, it would be difficult for them to gain any advantage. He thought for a while and continued to drive in the direction of the jade market. No matter who was following him or trying to deal with him, he would deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. He believed that the other party would definitely not give up this time. They would definitely send themselves to his door again. In fact, this was the case. After Xiao Ruofei returned to the city from the old road, he soon noticed that someone was following him again. This time, the other party seemed to be more unscrupulous. He used only one car and directly followed Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei turned left, he turned left. When Xiao Ruofei turned right, he also turned right. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. If the tiger didn't show its might, they would really think that he was Hello Kitty. Xiao Ruofei began to deliberately drive the car that was following him to a secluded place. There were many shanty towns in the south of the city. When he had just retired, he sold his house to treat Huzi's mother's illness. Then, he rented a house in this area. So, he was very familiar with the terrain. Xiao Ruofei drove along the familiar roads and made several turns before stopping near a secluded alley. After Xiao Ruofei walked into the alley, he soon heard heavy footsteps behind him. The other party obviously had no intention of hiding their whereabouts. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Ruofei's lips. He stopped in his tracks and then turned around unhurriedly. He saw a bald man who was 1.9 meters tall standing at the entrance of the alley. Because of the backlight, Xiao Ruofei couldn't see the expression on the bald man's face, but that familiar murderous aura made Xiao Ruofei narrow his eyes slightly. This man must have killed someone before. But, so what? I can't even count the number of lives I've killed. Xiao Ruofei thought of the body-tempering soup he had taken these days and the miraculous body-tempering movements. The smile on his face grew wider. The bald man, Zhao He, was also observing his opponent. Unlike Xiao Ruofei, he found that the young man standing opposite him was so ordinary. Apart from being pleasing to the eye, his opponent was just an ordinary young man. He didn't have the slightest aura about him and didn't feel the slightest bit of danger. What was the use of being good-looking? It would be the same even if he was beaten into a pig's head. A sinister smile slowly appeared on Zhao He's face. He took a step forward without a word and then sped up towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was still standing in the same place. Facing Zhao He, who was bursting with murderous intent, his expression was extremely calm. It wasn't until Zhao He had rushed up that Xiao Ruofei exerted force with his feet and shot out like lightning. His target was Zhao He. Zhao He was startled by Xiao Ruofei's speed. By the time Zhao He reacted, Xiao Ruofei was almost in front of him. At this time, there was no time to consider why Xiao Ruofei had such a strange speed. Zhao He gritted his teeth, clenched his big fist, and smashed it towards Xiao Ruofei's head. But all he saw was a blur. Xiao Ruofei, who was right in front of him a moment ago, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Zhao He felt goosebumps all over his body, and a sense of extreme danger rose in his heart. He almost subconsciously twisted his body, forcibly stabilizing his center of gravity. Right at this moment, Zhao He felt a strong gust of wind coming at him. Before he could react, he felt a strong force strike his waist. Then, his body, which weighed more than 180 kilograms, was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall of the alley with a dull thud. This speed, this strength. Was he still human? Zhao He let out a muffled groan as he thought to himself with an ashen face. At this moment, he even forgot about the intense pain in his body. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's kick had already dealt him a heavy blow, especially when he crashed into the courtyard wall. At least 5 of his bones were broken. Xiao Ruofei never showed any mercy to his enemies. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to press forward. With 2 cracking sounds, Zhao He's legs were broken by Xiao Ruofei's stomp. Zhao He was in so much pain that his entire body was trembling. He clenched his teeth so hard that his lower lip was bleeding. He forced himself not to scream out loud. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly. Obviously, this guy was a tough guy. If he wanted to find out who the mastermind behind this was from him, it would probably take some effort. But it would only take some effort. Xiao Ruofei had received professional interrogation training, so he had endless ways to deal with captives. There was a limit to a person's endurance, which was determined by their biological characteristics. The difference was that people with strong willpower would be able to hold on a little longer, while people who had received professional anti-interrogation training would be able to hold on a little longer. Since Xiao Ruofei joined the army, he had carried out many missions, and there had never been a mouth that he could not pry open. Zhao He panted heavily, and his eyes shone with an unruly light like that of a wild beast. He stared fixedly at Xiao Ruofei. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Ruofei's face. He squatted down in front of Zhao He and asked calmly, "Tell me. Who told you to come here?" Zhao He clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at Xiao Ruofei without saying a word. Xiao Ruofei had expected this, so he was not surprised at all. It would be strange if Zhao He confessed right away. Xiao Ruofei's mind flashed with many painful interrogation methods. He needed to choose the most effective and painful one from these methods, and then use it on Zhao He. Soon, Xiao Ruofei made his choice. He clenched his fists lightly, and his knuckles cracked. He slowly reached out and grabbed Zhao He's collar. "Stop!" A cold voice shouted, "Let go of that man and turn around with your hands on your head." Xiao Ruofei was stunned. Why did this voice sound a little familiar? When Xiao Ruofei turned around, a bitter smile appeared on his face. The person who had come was the big-breasted policewoman, Xianxia, who had taken him to the police station last time. Officer Qin and 4 other criminal police officers were looking at Xiao Ruofei warily. Zhao He's legs were bent at a strange angle, and it was obvious that he had been very ruthless. The police officers all took out their guns, and the black muzzles were pointed at Xiao Ruofei. Qin Xiaoyu felt that the back of the man looked familiar, and when Xiao Ruofei turned around, she could not help but frown. "Why is it you again?" "Officer Qin, I should be the one asking you this," Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile. "Are our birth dates conflicting? Why do I run into you everywhere?" Qin Xiaoyu snorted coldly, looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "You beat someone up on the street. This time you have nothing to say. You hurt someone so badly, you'll be sentenced to many years in prison." After that, Qin Xiaoyu ordered the police officers next to her, handcuff him and take him away. Qin Xiaoyu had been leading the team to carry out the task of eliminating gangsters these days. She was a little proud that Xiao Ruofei had bumped into her muzzle today. She had always been a little unhappy with Xiao Ruofei. Last time, she felt that Xiao Ruofei's methods were too cruel. Although the other party was a scumbag, it was a little too cruel to beat up several people in one move. However, Tian Huilan had personally come forward to protect Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei had done it to save Lu Yu. Qin Xiaoyu could not disobey the order, and could only hold her nose and let Xiao Ruofei go. But today was different. Xiao Ruofei had committed a crime on the street, and was caught red-handed by the police. Qin Xiaoyu said in her heart, under the high-pressure situation of eliminating gangsters, he was caught red-handed by the police. Auntie Tian can't come forward for him. Humph. Let's see how proud you are this time. At this moment, Officer Qin's sense of justice was bursting. It seemed that the noble feeling of maintaining social peace was quietly growing. Xiao Ruofei did not wait for the police to take a step forward, and said first, "Officer Qin, don't you think you're making a conclusion too early?" Qin Xiaoyu's mouth curled up slightly, and she said faintly, "You seriously injured someone, and we saw your illegal behavior with our own eyes. What else do you have to say?" Qin Xiaoyu said in her heart, "Let's see what else you have to say." "It's useless to say anything. Weren't you so proud last time? Beg me." Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyu felt her cheeks heat up again. What was this? If he begged me, would I let him go? That's impossible. I'm the embodiment of justice, the beautiful and intelligent Officer Qin. Qin Xiaoyu quickly made up her mind. Xiao Ruofei did not know Qin Xiaoyu's inner thoughts. He just said calmly, "Officer Qin, as a good citizen who abides by the law, I regret the reckless judgment of the police." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei showed a trace of grievance and said, "I was obviously fighting with a vicious criminal, but you didn't give me an explanation and wanted to arrest me. Can I understand that you are biased against me?" Xiao Ruofei did not explain that it was Zhao He who had followed him all the way, and then took the initiative to attack him. There were no surveillance cameras in such a remote alley, so he couldn't explain it clearly. However, to be caught by Qin Xiaoyu in such a place, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was really at odds with this beautiful policewoman. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's words were not nonsense. Zhao He's murderous aura was so obvious that Xiao Ruofei didn't believe that this guy didn't have a case on him. Saying that he was fighting with a criminal was not a lie. Qin Xiaoyu was angry and amused at the same time. She said, "Fighting with a criminal? You really know how to talk. I only saw you cruelly seizing his legs even when he had lost the ability to resist." Qin Xiaoyu was only halfway through her words when Xiao Ruofei suddenly raised his hand without looking back. A cold light flashed, and Zhao He, who was behind him, suddenly let out a scream. Qin Xiaoyu was shocked. She took a closer look and found that Zhao He's palm had been pierced by a sharp military dagger, and blood was quickly seeping out. Qin Xiaoyu's expression changed, and she scolded sternly, "Xiao Ruofei, what are you doing? You're too lawless. Dajuan, Chong, go and handcuff him." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said calmly, "Officer Qin, you'd better see what this poor victim was going to take out before you enforce the law." Zhao He's face was ashen. He had lost all hope. Qin Xiaoyu glanced at Xiao Ruofei suspiciously and motioned for the police officers beside her to go forward and check. The 2 police officers walked forward carefully. They found that Zhao He's hand, which had been pierced by the dagger, should have been reaching into his clothes just now. However, halfway through, Xiao Ruofei seemed to have eyes on the back of his head and decisively threw the dagger over as if it were a flying dagger. One of the police officers was on guard with a gun, while the other reached into Zhao He's clothes. Then his expression changed drastically and he shouted, "Captain Qin, it's a gun." When Qin Xiaoyu saw the police officer take out a standard military pistol from Zhao He's clothes, her expression couldn't help but change. The two police officers behind her also became nervous. They took out their guns and surrounded Zhao He, who had lost the ability to resist. A bitter smile appeared on Zhao He's face as he stared at Xiao Ruofei with hatred. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's guess was right. Zhao He was indeed responsible for several lives and was a fugitive wanted by the police. Therefore, when Qin Xiaoyu appeared with the police, Zhao He had already lost all hope and was ready to fight to the death. After all, even if he was a victim, he still had to make a statement and be verified. Moreover, he had a gun on him. It was just that he had been too arrogant just now and thought that Xiao Ruofei was just an ordinary person. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by Xiao Ruofei as soon as they met face to face. He would never have the chance to use the gun again. After the police appeared, Zhao He would definitely not be able to hide the gun on him in the end. In addition, once his identity was verified, he would be shot several times. Therefore, he had no intention of surviving. Just now, when Xiao Ruofei was talking to Qin Xiaoyu, he wanted to secretly take out the gun. As long as he could kill Xiao Ruofei, he would be satisfied. He really hated Xiao Ruofei, and if he could really kill or cripple Xiao Ruofei, he would have fulfilled young Master Liang's orders. In this way, even if he was arrested and shot, at least young Master Liang would take care of his family. Zhao He had no feelings for his parents and brothers who had not contacted him for more than 10 years. However, he had an illegitimate son with a prostitute a few years ago, which became his only tie in the world. All of this motivated him to fight to the death. He took the risk and wanted to take out the gun to attack Xiao Ruofei in front of 4 or 5 police officers. Even if he was shot to death by the police in the next moment, he would accept it. However, he never expected that Xiao Ruofei's reaction would be so quick, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Moreover, the speed of his action once again exceeded his understanding of the limits of human beings. When the shining military dagger pierced his palm, he was even stunned for a moment before he let out a scream. Zhao He did not resist and allowed the police to twist his hands behind his back and handcuff him. Qin Xiaoyu also stood there in a daze for a long time. She looked at Xiao Ruofei with a complicated expression, and then ordered, "Dejun, verify this person's identity immediately." "Yes, Captain Qin." Dejun responded with some excitement. The city was in full swing in an operation to eliminate the underworld. Many hooligans and ruffians had been arrested, but there were not many major cases with guns. This was an unexpected gain, and the police were very excited. Dejun quickly took a photo of Zhao He and sent it back to the station. At the same time, he took out a portable fingerprint collection device and prepared to collect Zhao He's fingerprints. If Zhao He had a criminal record, the fingerprint comparison would be out. Moreover, even if he did not have a criminal record, there were not many A-level wanted criminals. Directly using a photo comparison would not be too much work. The results should be out very soon. Qin Xiaoyu asked the police to call for an ambulance. Even if Zhao He was a homicidal maniac, he was now seriously injured and had the right to receive treatment. Xiao Ruofei looked at the excited and busy Qin Xiaoyu and said with a faint smile, "Officer Qin, can I leave now?" Qin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Her eyes rolled a few times, and then she looked at the shocking military dagger in Zhao He's hand. She suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. "Xiao Ruofei, you can leave first, but we may need to take a statement later." "I hope you can cooperate," Qin Xiaoyu said. Qin Xiaoyu said, then pointed to the military dagger and said, "Since you've helped us, I won't pursue the matter of you privately possessing a controlled knife. However, we have to confiscate this dagger. You can understand that, right?" "That. Officer Qin." Xiao Ruofei softened his tone and said, "This dagger means a lot to me. Can you not confiscate it?" This buckstage dagger was a trophy that Xiao Ruofei had seized in his first cross-border battle after becoming an official Special Forces commando. He had carried it with him for many years. This military dagger carried too much of Xiao Ruofei's military memories. When he retired last year, the army gave special treatment to Xiao Ruofei and allowed him to leave the army with this trophy that symbolized the honor of a soldier. To Xiao Ruofei, it was not so much a sharp killing weapon, but a medal of honor that condensed iron blood and loyalty. Xianxia saw that Xiao Ruofei, who had been very arrogant earlier, had softened his attitude, and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. A faint smile appeared on her face, and she shook her head firmly, lightly spitting out 2 words, "No." Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter face, "I helped you subdue a dangerous person. Can't you give me some face?" Qin Xiaoyu shrugged innocently and said, "I already didn't pursue the issue of you possessing a restricted knife. Isn't that enough face?" Xiao Ruofei was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he couldn't do anything to Qin Xiaoyu. She represented the authority, and the reason for confiscating the military dagger was also dignified. In this matter, Qin Xiaoyu held the moral high ground. Xiao Ruofei looked at the few policemen beside him, then said in a low voice, "Qin Xiaoyu. What do you want? I don't have any grudges with you, right? That dagger has a special commemorative meaning to me, but to you, it's just a dagger. Is there a need to be so serious?" Qin Xiaoyu was laughing in her heart. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei lightly, then wrinkled her nose and said with a smile, "Is this the attitude of someone who is asking for help? Your words are so stiff, humph. Why should I give you a way out? Do you know him well?" The few policemen looked at each other strangely. This was the first time they had seen Captain Qin with such an expression. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu did not look like an impartial policewoman. Instead, she looked more like a little girl who was sulking with her boyfriend. Xiao Ruofei suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and softened his attitude again. "Officer Qin, what do I have to do for you to return this dagger to me? You should at least state your conditions first, right?" Qin Xiaoyu held back her laughter and said with an exaggerated expression, "Conditions? Someone's attitude was too bad just now. I'm so angry that my brain is a little muddled. I can't remember at the moment. How about I wait a few years until I remember? You. If I didn't throw out that dagger, you might have been shot. Now you want to confiscate my dagger? Ungrateful, burning the bridge after crossing the river, getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, pulling out, that heartless." Xiao Ruofei really had no way to deal with this policewoman who had grasped his weakness and was stubborn at the same time. He could only keep nagging. Although it was only a dagger, who asked this dagger to mean so much to him? Presumably, Qin Xiaoyu also saw this point, which was why she could manipulate him like this. Qin Xiaoyu was very happy with Xiao Ruofei's blood and tears accusation. Even when Xiao Ruofei said "pull, that heartless," she only blushed slightly, then continued to look at Xiao Ruofei with a smile. No matter what Xiao Ruofei said, she was unmoved. At this time, a policeman who was in charge of contacting the rear quickly walked over and said excitedly, "Captain Qin, we found it. We caught a big fish." Qin Xiaoyu heard this and stopped teasing Xiao Ruofei. She quickly asked, "What's the situation?" The policeman was so excited that his face was red. He said loudly, "Captain Qin, the guy we caught is an A-level wanted criminal of the Ministry of Public Security, the fugitive suspect of the Liaodong family extermination case 5 years ago, Zhao Zhishi." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said weakly, "I was the one who caught him, okay, yes." Xiao Ruofei's words were directly ignored by Qin Xiaoyu. She waved her fist excitedly and said, "Well done." They were still waiting for the ambulance, so Qin Xiaoyu simply pulled the policeman to ask about the specific situation. "Are you sure? There's no mistake, right?" Qin Xiaoyu was a little worried at this time. Catching an A-level wanted criminal of the Ministry of Public Security, and a family extermination case that hadn't been solved for 5 years, this was a great achievement. It would definitely be a highlight of this campaign to eradicate the underworld. The policeman said, "Captain Qin, this guy should have gone for plastic surgery. He's a completely different person from the photo in the file. However, when he was young, he was in the detention center for a fight, so his fingerprint information is in the system. The fingerprints we just collected will be sent back for comparison, so don't worry. It's definitely not wrong." That's great. Xianxia said excitedly. When luck came, it really couldn't be stopped. They were actually able to catch an A-level wanted criminal on a routine patrol. The policemen also gathered together to discuss excitedly. At this time, Zhao He, who was already handcuffed, suddenly screamed. Qin Xiaoyu and the others were shocked and quickly turned their heads. What's wrong with you? Qin Xiaoyu asked with a frown. My hand. Zhao He's voice was trembling from the pain. Qin Xiaoyu's face changed slightly, and she pulled Zhao He's body over, only to see that the dagger in his hand that was cuffed behind his back was gone, and there was a wound that was bleeding profusely. Qin Xiaoyu stood up and turned around to glare at Xiao Ruofei. She shouted, Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei walked over with an innocent face and said, What's wrong? When he saw that the dagger was gone, his expression changed drastically. He said loudly, Officer Qin, where's my dagger? Where did you hide it? You're not really going to confiscate it, are you? You can't do that. It's very important to me. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was already overjoyed. After he confirmed that Qin Xiaoyu was deliberately using the dagger to embarrass him, he had no intention of letting Qin Xiaoyu go easy on him. Therefore, when Qin Xiaoyu was discussing the case of Zhao He, who was also Zhao Zixi, with her subordinates, he directly put the dagger in Zhao He's hand back into the Ring 2 space. He was standing less than 3 meters away from Zhao He. With Xiao Ruofei's mental strength condensing, he could easily put the dagger away from such a short distance away. It could be said that it was effortless. Xiao Ruofei was standing right behind Zhao He. There were 2 policemen beside him, but their backs were facing Zhao He. They were discussing the case enthusiastically, so no one saw the dagger being pulled out of Zhao He's hand. Then, as if it was pulled by an invisible hand, it shot to Xiao Ruofei and disappeared into Xiao Ruofei's palm. Qin Xiaoyu looked coldly at Xiao Ruofei and said, What's the point of this? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then said with an aggrieved expression, What do you mean? You don't think that I took the dagger, do you? Isn't it? Qin Xiaoyu asked with a cold smile. Nonsense. I was a few meters away from him. Xiao Ruofei said indignantly. Besides, your colleagues are beside me. You can ask them. Did I move or not? Perhaps because Xiao Ruofei's acting was too good, Qin Xiaoyu was a little uncertain. However, her intuition still told her that it must be Xiao Ruofei's doing. Qin Xiaoyu turned her gaze to Zhao He and asked coldly, Did he come to your side just now? Zhao He's face was a little pale because of the blood loss. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with some uncertainty and said, I didn't see clearly. In fact, he knew very well that after the dagger in his hand was suddenly pulled out, he screamed subconsciously, but it was at most 1 or 2 seconds before he turned his head. He saw that Xiao Ruofei was standing in the same place, and the distance was relatively far. In theory, it shouldn't be Xiao Ruofei. However, those policemen were also very far away from him. If it wasn't Xiao Ruofei, who would be so bored? Qin Xiaoyu glared at Zhao He with dissatisfaction, then looked at her subordinates and asked, Sun Hao, you were the closest to Xiao Ruofei. Did you see anything? Sun Hao hesitated for a moment, then said, Captain Qin, he didn't move. He was standing in the same place. Qin Xiaoyu frowned slightly and asked, Did you see clearly or not? Don't talk nonsense if you didn't see clearly. Sun Hao's body trembled slightly. He avoided Qin Xiaoyu's gaze and immediately said without any principles, I'm not very sure. It could be seen that although Qin Xiaoyu was young, she was very powerful in the police team. No, she was very prestigious. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he immediately protested with dissatisfaction, Officer Qin. What do you mean? This police officer clearly testified for me. You are using your power to oppress people. Qin Xiaoyu raised her chin, looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, Then tell me where the dagger went. Don't tell me it can grow wings and fly away by itself. If you ask me, who should I ask? Xiao Ruofei said with dissatisfaction, I also want to ask you. There are so many police officers here, and a dagger can actually disappear under your eyes. Do you know how important it is to me? Now that I lost it, who am I going to look for to compensate? Qin Xiaoyu was so angry that she clenched her teeth, and her pretty face was flushed red. She came to work in Sanchon City with a high degree and the halo of a ministry. It had always been smooth sailing, but she couldn't do anything to Xiao Ruofei time and time again. She was quite mad in her heart. The police officers looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a strange look. This young man in front of them was the first person who dared to speak to Captain Qin like this. Captain Qin seemed to have lost his usual calm and rational mind. It seemed that his emotions were easily driven by Xiao Ruofei, and he repeatedly had the tendency to lose control. You are violating the law by possessing a controlled knife. It should be confiscated. Qin Xiaoyu argued. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, then you didn't confiscate it. Oh yeah. Do you want to search my body? You don't seem to trust your own subordinates. Why don't you do it yourself? After saying that, Xiao Ruofei opened his arms and looked like he was at the mercy of a monarch. Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks were red, and she muttered, rogue, she was a virgin, and she was going to search his body? Thinking about the image of those slender hands touching his body, Qin Xiaoyu was ashamed and angry. The police officers were all holding back their laughter. They all thought that Qin Xiaoyu and Xiao Ruofei were throwing a tantrum. Rather than saying that the two of them were quarreling, it was better to say that they were flirting. However, he even dared to flirt with Captain Qin. The police officer's admiration for Xiao Ruofei was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. As for the sudden disappearance of the dagger, although it was a bit strange, the police didn't care. In the past few years, there were a lot of air guns and even hunting rifles hidden in the homes of ordinary people, not to mention this kind of dagger. It was said that this kind of Buxterger knockoff could be bought at will on the omnipotent Taobao. There were even foreign enthusiasts who bought the knockoff version to do tests. The original intention was to attack Huaxiao's fake and inferior products, but the result was surprising. The knockoff was actually better than the original. In all kinds of destructive extreme tests, the knockoff persisted to the end, so for a military dagger, they really didn't take it seriously. Of course, now even Sun Hao couldn't be sure whether Xiao Ruofei really took the dagger off under their eyes. After all, they were just excitedly discussing the case, and their attention wasn't on Xiao Ruofei. Just when Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xiaoyu were arguing, the ambulance finally arrived. The police officers all breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was interesting to watch the show, what if Captain Qin vented his anger on them afterwards? When Captain Qin flipped out, it was very scary. The oldest policeman, Song Dejun, came forward and said, Captain Qin, let's send the suspect to the hospital first, so as to avoid any more trouble. Qin Xiaoyu naturally knew the severity of the matter. She glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, you're lucky. I'll let you go today. Next time I'll definitely bring you to justice. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, it seems that police officer Qin still doesn't believe me. In order to prove my innocence, I think it's better to do a body search. It's best to search thoroughly. After that, Xiao Ruofei made a gesture to take off his clothes. Qin Xiaoyu was so scared that she screamed. Her beautiful face turned pale, and she hurriedly turned and walked out of the alley. Xiao Ruofei shouted behind her, Police Officer Qin, I helped you catch an A-level wanted criminal. There should be a reward, right? Don't forget to inform me when the time comes. Qin Xiaoyu was so angry that her teeth itched. She wanted to turn around and beat Xiao Ruofei up, but she held back. She walked out of the alley without looking back and directly got into the police car. The police officer secretly gave Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up, then directed the medical staff to carry Zhao He to the ambulance outside the alley on a stretcher. Xiao Ruofei watched the police officers leave with the spoils of war and couldn't help but sigh secretly. You've done a good job, but my lead is completely gone. Before Xiao Ruofei could force a confession out of Zhao He, Qin Xiaoyu and her men appeared. Now that Zhao He was confirmed as a suspect in the murder case, he would definitely be closely watched by the police. Naturally, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be able to find any clues about who wanted to deal with him from Zhao He. Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly and left the secluded alley. He walked out and got into his pickup truck, then continued to drive to the Jade Market in the city. He had already made up his mind that no matter who wanted to deal with him, unless the other party stopped, he would definitely give himself away. Now, he just had to do his own thing and wait for the other party to come knocking on his door. From the fact that the other party had sent out a fugitive like Zhao He and that Zhao He had not concealed his killing intent at all, It could be seen that the other party had come with the intention of crippling him or even taking his life. Then, it would be a fight to the death. Xiao Ruofei's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said to himself, I don't care who you are. When I find you, I'll definitely kill you. Xiao Ruofei drove to the largest jade market in Sanshan City and began to choose the best mutton-fat white jade he needed from a large number of jade materials, which were of mixed quality and hard to distinguish between real and fake. Qin Xiaoyu brought a few of her subordinates to escort Zhao He to the hospital. She left all of her subordinates in the hospital to look after Zhao He and called for a few special police reinforcements. Then, she went directly to the Public Security Bureau. Capturing a Class A wanted criminal was such a big matter that she needed to report to the chief immediately. Zhao Zhishi? After listening to Qin Xiaoyu's report, Chen Bo, the director of the Public Security Bureau, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask, has his identity been verified? Qin Xiaoyu stood straight in front of Chen Bo's desk and said, yes. We verified his identity through fingerprints, and the accuracy is very high. There's no way we'd make a mistake. Chen Bo patted his thigh excitedly and said, good. Little Qin, you've made a great contribution. Chen Bo had a deep impression of Zhao Zhishi, a wanted criminal from 5 years ago. When Qin Xiaoyu said that just now, the photo on the wanted poster a few years ago suddenly appeared in his mind. This was not only because Zhao Zhishi had committed a family extermination that shocked the whole country, but also because there was a more important reason. At that time, several clues pointed to the possibility that Zhao Zhishi had fled to Southeast Province. At that time, Chen Bo, who was still the deputy director, had personally led the police to carry out a carpet search at the airport, the dock, and the hotel in the city. Although Zhao Zhishi was not found in the end, Chen Bo had a deep impression of this wanted criminal. After Chen Bo finished speaking, he immediately stood up and said with a smile, let's go, little Qin. Let's go and meet this Zhao Zhishi. I really want to ask him if he escaped to Southeast Province after the crime. I stayed up several nights to catch him back then. Qin Xiaoyu's expression slightly stagnated and said, Director, he's still in the hospital. I'm afraid he won't be able to be interrogated for a while. Chen Bo was also stunned when he heard this and said, what happened? Was he injured when he was arrested? Did he resist fiercely? Are our people okay? Qin Xiaoyu quickly said, our men are fine. Chief, when we arrived at the scene, Zhao Zhishi had already been subdued by the passers-by. Because we found that Zhao Zhishi was carrying a gun, we immediately checked his identity. I didn't expect to catch a big fish. Qin Xiaoyu didn't know how to describe Xiao Ruofei. In the end, she could only awkwardly call him a passerby, which was quite funny. Chen Bo also felt a little surprised. Then, he sat back in his seat with a smile and said, little Qin, you're really lucky. How could he catch an A-class wanted criminal like that? Back then, I was so worried about catching this Zhao Zhishi that my hair almost turned white. In the end, I still couldn't catch him. Comparisons are odious. Chen Bo's mood was very good, so he also started joking with Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu said, Director, it's our department's credit to catch Zhao Zhishi, not mine. Chen Bo nodded with a smile and said, I will report this matter to the head of the office immediately, and at the same time, ask for a reward for you. Oh, right. Chen Bo thought for a moment and said, I remember that the department has a reward for those who catch Zhao Zhishi. If I remember correctly, it should be 100,000 yuan. You contact the person who helped us subdue Zhao Zhishi. We will give out the reward in 2 days. Ah? Qin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and said, Director, isn't this reward waiting for the department to allocate it? There's no need to be in such a hurry. Chen Bo laughed and said, we have to strike while the iron is hot. 100,000 yuan isn't much. Our department will pay for it first. The department will definitely allocate the money. How about this, you contact that person first, and I will arrange for someone to do a preliminary interrogation of Zhao Zhishi. After the situation is confirmed, we will hold a press conference tomorrow or the day after to inform the public of Zhao Zhishi's whereabouts. At the same time, we will also award the reward to that enthusiastic person. Oh, okay. Although Qin Xiaoyu was a little unwilling, she could only follow the director's orders. Coming out of Chen Bo's office, Qin Xiaoyu was frowning slightly. Chen Bo asked her to contact Xiao Ruofei, but she didn't have Xiao Ruofei's phone number. She couldn't go to Taoyuan Farm again, thinking of the scene where she went to inform Xiao Ruofei to receive the reward. Qin Xiaoyu frowned. Who knows how arrogant that guy would be at that time. No, I can't let him be proud, Qin Xiaoyu said in her heart. But Chen Bo's orders couldn't be ignored. Qin Xiaoyu sat in her office and thought for a while. Finally, she thought of a compromise. At Sanjian University, Lu Yu and Jiang Yu walked out of the dormitory building with books and prepared to go to class. At this time, Lu Yu's phone rang. She held a book with one hand and took out her phone with the other. Then, she picked it up and said with a smile, "Sister Xiaoyu, why are you free to look for me today? Haven't you been so busy recently?" Qin Xiaoyu said, "Yu, I want to ask you for a favor. You should have Xiao Ruofei's phone number, right?" Lu Yu looked at Jiang Yu unnaturally. Although the phone's volume was very low and Jiang Yu couldn't hear Qin Xiaoyu's words, Lu Yu still felt a little guilty. "Yes. What's the matter?" Lu Yu said. "Help me call him and tell him that the Public Security Bureau has a bonus for him. Ask him to contact the publicity department in our bureau." Qin Xiaoyu said, "I'll send you the contact number later." Qin Xiaoyu didn't want to contact Xiao Ruofei directly, so she thought of such a roundabout way. She thought of telling the publicity department about this matter later. Anyway, Chen Bo ordered that the bonus and the press conference would be given out by them. When the time came, Xiao Ruofei would contact them directly. She wouldn't have to see Xiao Ruofei's proud look. But after listening to Qin Xiaoyu's words, Lu Yu became more curious. She walked a few steps to the side and asked in a low voice, "Bonus? Sister Xiaoyu, what's going on? Why are you giving him a bonus all of a sudden?" Qin Xiaoyu said lightly, "It's nothing. He happened to help us catch a fugitive. The bonus is the reward for the wanted suspect." Lu Yu was very interested and said, "Sister Xiaoyu, tell me in detail. How can that guy be so troublesome? He didn't want to be a farm owner and ran to catch a fugitive for you? Isn't he trying to steal your rice bowl?" Lu Yu was purely touching the pot that didn't boil. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said, "You can ask him for the specific situation yourself. He will definitely talk about it vividly. He can't wait to shape himself into a Superman who wears his underwear outside. Yu, it's such a small matter. You won't not help, right?" Lu Yu said with a smile, "No problem. It's on me. Let him contact your publicity department, right? You send me the phone number and don't worry about other things." "Thanks," Qin Xiaoyu said. Then she was a little worried and reminded, "Tell him to contact as soon as possible. The latest is tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't wait." "Got it," Lu Yu said. She was worried that there was no reason to contact Xiao Ruofei. For the task that Qin Xiaoyu gave her, she couldn't ask more. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yu thought about it and walked to Jiang Yu and said, Yu, I have something urgent. Can you help me ask for leave?" Lu Yu didn't look at Jiang Yu's eyes. Although Jiang Yu wasn't with Xiao Ruofei and she only had a faint feeling in her heart, she always felt guilty in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't understand and said, Yu, what's so urgent? Can't you go after class? If you can delay it until after class, then it's not urgent. Lu Yu said evasively. But Lecturer Li is very strict in this class. Jiang Yu said with some worry, he takes attendance in every class. And if you leave after you leave, isn't that acting first and reporting later? It's definitely not possible. Yeah. If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot. This class is Lecturer Li's, Lu Yu said. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that Lu Yu changed her mind and decided to go to class. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu rolled her eyes and then said with a smile, Yu, then I'll give you the glorious task of asking for leave. After that, Lu Yu got close to Jiang Yu's ear and chuckled, I heard that Lecturer Li asked you to have a meal some time ago. You can use a little honey trap. Such a small thing like asking for leave will definitely be done. I have faith in you. Jiang Yu was stunned, but Lu Yu had already turned and walked in the opposite direction. Lu Yu walked a few steps and then came back. She stuffed the book in her hand into Jiang Yu's arms and said, Yu, help me to the end. After class, help me bring the book back to the dormitory. Thank you. I'll bring you delicious food when I come back. After that, Lu Yu walked away quickly, leaving Xianxia with a dumbfounded expression. When she thought of helping Lu Yu ask lecturally for leave, Xianxia frowned even more. She didn't see the tangled look in Lu Yu's eyes when her back was facing her. When it came to Xiao Ruofei, Lu Yu's heart was always wavering. Obviously, she hadn't thought about how to tell Xianxia. Lu Yu shook her head in self-mockery. In fact, she and Xianxia were essentially in the same boat. Xiao Ruofei already had a tall, beautiful, and well-off girlfriend. Moreover, the two of them were quite loving. What was the use of thinking so much? Soon, Lu Yu threw these distracting thoughts to the back of her mind. She found her BMW Mini parked in a nearby parking space. After getting in the car, she took out her phone and dialed Xiao Ruofei's number with a hint of anticipation. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei was in the jade market. He had visited many shops and was dazzled by the variety of jade materials. However, what disappointed him was that there wasn't a single piece of top-grade mutton fat white jade without any impurities. When he received Lu Yu's call, Xiao Ruofei was about to go home. He didn't have any hope. If it didn't work, he could only ask Hingfeng Jewelry for help. Seeing that it was Lu Yu, Xiao Ruofei immediately picked up the phone. Lu Yu, what's the matter? Xiao Ruofei said. Can't I call you if there's nothing? Lu Yu asked almost subconsciously. Of course not. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Miss Lu condescends to call me. I don't know how honored I am. Although she knew that Xiao Ruofei was joking, Lu Yu still enjoyed it very much in her heart. She couldn't help but smile and said, Didn't you say that you would treat me to dinner alone last time? You haven't taken the initiative to contact me for so many days. Isn't that too insincere? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He raised his hand to look at his watch and said with a wry smile, Miss Lu, it doesn't seem to be dinner time now. Don't tell me you haven't eaten yet? What time is it now? How could I not have eaten? Lu Yu said angrily, I have other things to talk to you about. Where are you? It seems to be quite noisy next to you. Oh, I'm in the jade market. Xiao Ruofei said casually, I told you that you don't come to the Three Treasures Temple without a reason. What's the matter? Let's talk about it when we meet. I'm coming now. Lu Yu said, and then she hung up the phone. In fact, Qin Xiaoyu's matter could be explained clearly in a few words on the phone, but Lu Yu didn't do so. Especially when she knew that Xiao Ruofei was also in the city, she almost decided to meet him without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei was confused. He didn't know what Miss Lu was doing, but he couldn't call back to ask. Besides, there was nothing to shop in the jade market, so he simply went back and waited for Lu Yu at the entrance. About 10 minutes later, he saw Lu Yu's BMW. Xiao Ruofei waved to Lu Yu. In fact, Lu Yu saw Xiao Ruofei from afar. Her heart began to beat faster. After taking a deep breath, she slowly parked the car beside Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei opened the door and sat in the car. He asked with a smile, What's the hurry? Good news. Lu Yu said, I heard that you helped the Public Security Bureau catch a fugitive? Xiao Ruofei said with some surprise, Wow. You're well informed. You knew about it an hour or two ago. Lu Yu raised her chin proudly and said, I have inside information. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile and said, Qin Xiaoyu told you, right? Tell me. Why did she come to me in such a big circle? Is it to give me a bonus? Lu Yu couldn't help but open her eyes wide. She turned to look at Xiao Ruofei and said, How did you know? This time, it was Xiao Ruofei's turn to be surprised. He said, She really gave me a bonus. When did my efficiency in going to the Public Security Bureau become so high? Usually, they are always the last to arrive at the scene. It's not as bad as you say. Lu Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, Sister Xiaoyu doesn't have your contact information, so she asked me to tell you to contact the publicity department of the Public Security Bureau tomorrow. They will arrange for you to receive the award. Oh, okay. Lu Yu then asked curiously, Xiao Ruofei, did you really help them catch a fugitive? Tell me about it. The Public Security Bureau gave you a bonus. This fugitive must not be simple, right? Of course. Xiao Ruofei immediately said casually, when I was walking on the road today, I could tell that the guy was not a good person. I think we are good citizens. It is also our duty to maintain social security, right? So I followed him to see the situation. I didn't expect that the fugitive would become suspicious and turn back to attack me. Hey, you know my skills. I subdued him effortlessly and beat him until he knelt down and begged for mercy. Then your sister Xiaoyu appeared. After investigating, I found that this guy was really not a good person. He was actually a wanted criminal. The policemen were so grateful. They grabbed my hand and refused to let go. Liu couldn't help but chuckle as she listened. She knew that Xiao Ruofei was talking nonsense. The real situation was definitely not so exaggerated. It was just that she didn't know that the process of Xiao Ruofei subduing Zhao He was even more exaggerated than what he said. If it had been someone else, they might have really been crippled by Zhao He. However, she listened to whatever Xiao Ruofei said. Anyway, as long as she listened to Xiao Ruofei, she was in a good mood. Oh, I want to buy a piece of white jade, sheet fat white jade, said Xiao Ruofei. Sheet fat white jade? Lu Yu's expression was slightly strange, and she couldn't help but ask. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, yes, and it's the highest quality sheep fat white jade without any impurities. Lu Yu laughed and said, in this place, unless you are extremely lucky, you definitely can't buy it. If you find it, it is very likely that you have been cheated, Xiao Ruofei said with some depression. Yes. I have been shopping for a long time, and I have found nothing. Lu Yu glanced at Xiao Ruofei and asked, do you need help? Can you help me buy it? Xiao Ruofei asked quickly. Lu Yu's mouth curled up slightly and said, I can try. Do you have any requirements for the size of the jade? Xiao Ruofei immediately said, the diameter can't be less than 10 centimeters, and the thickness can be more than 1 centimeter. But the quality must pass, and there can't be any impurities. After that, Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Yu with a glimmer of hope. If Lu Yu could help him buy the jade he needed, then he wouldn't have to trouble the Ma family. Wait. When Xiao Ruofei thought of the Ma family, he realized one thing. Wasn't Ma Jiming Lu Yu's uncle? She said that she could find a way. Could it be that she was going to find Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin? After all, Hengfeng Group started from jewelry, and there were many channels to get the best jade. If she took such a big detour and still asked the Ma family for help, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but hesitate. He couldn't help but ask, Lu Yu, you. What channel are you going to use to buy jade? Lu Yu chuckled and said, don't worry about that. You'd better think about how you will thank me if I help you with this. Xiao Ruofei pursed his lips deliberately and said, I can guess it even if you don't say it. You must be going to your aunt for help, right? Lu Yu said, I'm not that low. What kind of ability is it to ask my aunt for help? Besides, if you want to find them, can't you find them yourself? Do you still need to try your luck in this jade market? In fact, Lu Yu was very smart. She knew that Xiao Ruofei did not want to trouble the Ma family again and again, so he came here to try his luck. Although the Ma family owed Xiao Ruofei a huge favor, Xiao Ruofei did not want to give others the impression that he was forcing them to repay him. Of course, if he could not think of a way, he would definitely ask the Ma family for help. After all, the soul puppet was very important to him. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised. He said, you're quite smart. You can even think of this. Not bad. There was a smile in Lu Yu's eyes. She raised her chin slightly and revealed a smug expression. Compared to the first time they met, Lu Yu no longer had the arrogance of a god's favored daughter in front of Xiao Ruofei, nor did she have the coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. She was more human, which immediately gave Xiao Ruofei a different impression. In any case, he was much more pleasing to the eye than before. Lu Yu smiled and said, leave this to me. It shouldn't be a big problem. But how are you going to thank me? You can name your conditions. Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, how about I treat you to a meal? TSK. So unoriginal. Lu Yu curled her lips and said, besides, you still owe me a meal. Then you say it yourself. How do you want me to thank you? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Lu Yu tilted her head and thought seriously for a while, then said, I can't think of anything at the moment. How about? You owe me a condition? When I think about it, can you do something for me? No problem. Xiao Ruofei agreed without even thinking about it. It was not the first day he and Lu Yu met. He trusted Lu Yu's character. Although this girl was a little arrogant and had a weird temper, her nature was not bad. Now that the relationship between the two of them had completely eased, she would definitely not deliberately put forward a condition that was difficult to fulfill to make things difficult for him. When Lu Yu saw that Xiao Ruofei had agreed, a happy smile appeared on her face. She said, "Then it's a deal. I'll go and help you find the jade materials. You go back and wait for my news. Then I'll leave it to you," Xiao Ruofei said. Xiao Ruofei got out of the car. Lu Yu smiled and waved at him, then drove away from the entrance of the jade market. Xiao Ruofei also found his pickup truck and drove back to Taoyuan farm. Today, he had been inexplicably followed. Xiao Ruofei was still a little worried. Although Lei Hu and the others' military qualities were top-notch, he still had to go back and take charge to be at ease. Lu Yu drove in the direction of Xianxia University. Cheerful music was playing in the car. She had a happy smile on her face and hummed along with the music in a low voice. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, especially when he personally promised to owe her the first condition, Lu Yu's mood was as bright as the sun. The traffic jam on the road could not affect her mood. After the BMW fancier drove into Xianxia University, Lu Yu drove directly to Professor Tian's villa. Although Tian Huilan, as the leader of the provincial party committee, had a villa in the provincial party committee district, Lu Yu spent most of her time in the dormitory or at Professor Tian's house. She lost her father when she was very young. Her mother, Tian Huilan, had always been busy with work. She lived with her grandfather most of the time. Professor Tian always had a room for her. Lu Yu parked the car and walked quickly into the villa. Professor Tian was sitting on the sofa in the living room, wearing reading glasses and reading the newspaper. After hearing the footsteps, he raised his head. Professor Tian was a little surprised to see Lu Yu. He asked, "Yu? Why are you back? It's not the weekend today, is it?" Lu Yu kept walking and said in a sweet voice, "Grandpa, I came back to take something and leave." When her voice fell, she had already run up the stairs. Professor Tian couldn't help but shake his head and say to himself, "This girl, why is she in such a hurry?" Lu Yu came to her boudoir and began to rummage through the cabinets. Soon, she found a red velvet bag in the bottom drawer of the wardrobe. She opened the velvet bag and took out a piece of jade. The jade was crystal clear and white, delicate and moist. It was extremely pure and almost flawless. It was like the fat of a fat mutton that had just been cut, and the luster was like the condensed oil. It was also like the creamy skin of a beauty, moist and moving. There was no doubt that this was a piece of the best mutton fat white jade. This piece of jade was round, about the size of 2 adult palms, and about 2 centimeters thick. It was like a piece of jade, but it was a whole circle instead of a ring formed by 2 concentric circles. This piece of jade was also engraved with some patterns, which looked very noble and mysterious. Lu Yu's slender fingers gently stroked the surface of the white jade, and there was a trace of reminiscence in her eyes. When Lu Yu was about 6 or 7 years old, there was a period of time when she was particularly ill and often had nightmares at night. At that time, Tian Huixin, who had just married the Ma family in Hong Kong, specially found a famous feng shui master in Hong Kong, Master Huang, and asked for a protective talisman. The protective talisman was the white jade in Lu Yu's hand. Of course, only the Ma family in Hong Kong, who held all the shares of Hengfeng Jewelry, could be so generous. They used the best mutton fat white jade and asked the best carver to carve it according to Master Huang's requirements. This piece of white jade was said to have been consecrated. Master Huang asked this protective talisman to be hung on Lu Yu's bed until she was 18 years old. It was strange that since this piece of white jade was hung on Lu Yu's bed, her body gradually got better and she didn't have nightmares at night. It wasn't until Lu Yu graduated from high school when she was 18 years old that this piece of white jade was put away. Today, when Xiao Ruofei said that he needed the best mutton fat white jade, Lu Yu immediately thought of this protective talisman that had accompanied her to sleep every day for 11 or 12 years. Lu Yu looked at it, and there was naturally a trace of reluctance in her heart. However, this was just a thought. She quickly put the white jade into the red velvet bag, then stood up and put the bag into her arms. Anyway, I've already used it until I'm 18 years old. It's useless to keep it, Liu said to herself. After she took the mutton fat white jade, she didn't stay any longer. She went downstairs directly to say goodbye to Professor Tian, then went out and drove to Taoyuan Farm. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't know that the help that Liu mentioned was actually to go home and take a protective talisman that was very memorable to her. If he knew, Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't have accepted it. He had just returned to the farm. As soon as he arrived at the door, Xiao Ruofei poked his head out of the car window and asked, "Who's he? How's the farm?" "Brother Xia, everything is normal." Lei Hu grinned and said, "I've already asked Su Wei to watch the surveillance and asked Hong Tao to be on guard nearby." Hong Tao was a sniper when he was in the army. His observation skills were the sharpest, and his concealment skills were very strong. It was best to let him find a commanding height nearby to be on guard around the farm. Su Wei used to be more in charge of communication and so on, so Lei Hu let him be in charge of monitoring the images of the various surveillance cameras, while Lei Hu personally guarded the door. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Everyone, work hard these 2 days and be on guard." "Don't worry, Brother Xia," Lei Hu said confidently, "the farm isn't big, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. The 4 of us definitely won't make a mistake." Then, Lei Hu asked carefully, "Brother Xia, did something happen?" Xiao Ruofei didn't hide anything from Lei Hu and said directly, "It's nothing serious. Today, I went out and found that someone was following me. Also, someone attacked me in the city. I don't know if the other party will attack the farm. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with being careful." Lei Hu shouted, "F***ck. There's such a thing. Brother Xia, who is the other party? Should we take the initiative to attack?" Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, "I just knocked him down and didn't have time to do anything. The police came. So, in general, the enemy is in the dark while we're in the light. Everyone, be more alert these few days. Don't let anyone take advantage of this situation." "Understood," Lei Hu replied straightforwardly. There wasn't a trace of nervousness in his eyes. On the contrary, he was faintly excited. After coming to Taoyuan Farm, his working life had been too comfortable. These outstanding soldiers were so bored that their bones were almost rusty. Now that he heard that someone might attack the farm, Lei Hu was like a child who saw his favorite toy, eager to try it out. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Oh right, Manager Feng and Peng Hao are attending a job fair outside. There are too many people and it's easy for problems to arise. Give Qin Xiaojun a call and tell him to be vigilant. He must ensure Manager Feng and Peng Hao's safety." "Yes, Brother Xia." After Xiao Ruofei instructed, he continued driving and parked the car in the villa's courtyard. Kempinski Hotel, Deluxe Suite. The room was a mess. The expensive tea set that had just been replaced had turned into a pile of ceramic fragments on the ground. Liang Haiming's eyes were bloodshot and emitted a murderous glint. Not far in front of him, the middle-aged man stood trembling, not daring to even breathe loudly. "Tell me what the F***ck is going on." Liang Haiming glared at the middle-aged man and asked fiercely, "How did Zhao He end up in the police station?" The middle-aged man said carefully, "Young Master Liang, we found out from our acquaintances in the police station that Zhao He was arrested by the police this afternoon. I heard that a passerby subdued him. So, we think that Zhao He must have failed, F***ck. How could he have failed?" Liang Haiming shouted. "That Xiao Ruofei has a small body. Zhao He should be able to send him flying with one slap. What the hell is going on?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Liang, I feel that we might have underestimated Xiao Ruofei's skills. If I'm not wrong, the army he served in these years should not be simple." Liang Haiming frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Is there any way to get Zhao He out?" Over the past few years, Zhao He had become Liang Haiming's right-hand man. Zhao He was quite skilled, and Liang Haiming was not willing to lose a capable man like this. The middle-aged man said awkwardly, "Young Master Liang, the police have verified Zhao He's real identity as soon as possible. I heard that there is a squad of armed policemen guarding Zhao He's ward. The Public Security Bureau values him very much. Can't the Public Security Bureau find a breakthrough? Liang Haiming frowned and asked. Then, he said, if there's no other way, we can spend some money. The middle-aged man lowered his head and said, Young Master Liang, Southeast Province is not the traditional sphere of influence of the family. The people who can be used by us are not very high-ranking. And I heard that after the Public Security Bureau caught Zhao He, they began to report his identity step by step. Now, they may have reported it to the ministry. There's almost no room for us to do anything. Liang Haiming had the halo of being a descendant of the two families, and with Jin Yuan opening the way, he could indeed win over a group of people, including his people in the Public Security Bureau. However, Zhao He was a Class A wanted criminal in the Ministry of Public Security, and the crimes he had committed had a great impact on the country. Capturing such a vicious suspect was a great political achievement for the leaders of the Public Security Bureau. Of course, they reported it as soon as possible. Obviously, compared with money, the appreciation of the leaders of the ministry and a real black hat were more interesting to the leaders of the Public Security Bureau. This was human nature. Liang Haiming's face darkened, but he still held back his anger. After a while, he asked helplessly, is there no other way? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, Young Master Liang, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will find a way to get Zhao He out, but this time, there's really no other way. Liang Haiming waved his hand dispiritedly and said, then forget it. He didn't say anything that shouldn't be said, did he? Liang Haiming asked again. The middle-aged man quickly said, according to the information we have, the police interrogated him as soon as he had the operation, but he didn't say anything other than admitting that he was the one who killed the family. Liang Haiming nodded and said, yes. Find a way to tell him to keep his mouth shut. Also, tell him that as long as he doesn't say anything, I will help take care of his child. Okay, young Master Liang. The middle-aged man immediately responded. Liang Haiming reached out and picked up a stack of documents on the coffee table. The first page was a photo of Xiao Ruofei. In the photo, Xiao Ruofei was smiling brightly. Liang Haiming casually flipped through a few pages, then slammed the stack of documents on the coffee table. With a gloomy expression, he gritted his teeth and said, I want him dead. The middle-aged man quickly said, Young Master Liang, during this period of time, Sanshan City is trying to eliminate evil. If things get out of hand, Liang Haiming suddenly raised his head, stared into the middle-aged man's eyes, and asked word by word, Are you telling me what to do? The middle-aged man trembled, and his face turned pale. He said in a trembling voice, I wouldn't dare. Young Master Liang, what I mean is, there's a batch of goods coming in these 2 days. I'm also worried that if there's a murder, it will affect our deal. Liang Haiming's expression softened, and he gradually calmed down from his rage. He had been in Sanshan City for more than 10 days for this batch of goods, car parts from Germany, a whole ship of goods. If this transaction went smoothly, it would bring him a net profit of at least 20 million renminbi. After eliminating the high tariffs, the profits from car smuggling were beyond anyone's imagination. Liang Haiming naturally wouldn't go against the money, and he had to complicate things at this time. He pondered for a while with a gloomy expression, then said, Okay, let him jump around for a few more days. But, you have to send someone to keep an eye on him. And as Liang Haiming said this, he picked up the stack of documents and flipped to a page. It was a photo of Ling Qingxue. In the photo, Ling Qingxue was wearing a black business suit, and she had a smile on her face as she walked out of the headquarters of Ling's restaurant. From the angle, it looked like it was secretly taken. Liang Haiming's eyes shone with a lustful light. He pointed at Ling Qingxue in the photo and said, Keep an eye on this woman as well, and figure out her movements. Before that guy dies, I want to treat him to a good show. Liang Haiming's face showed a crazy and perverted expression. The middle-aged man lowered his head in fear and said, Yes. Young Master Liang. Go. Pay more attention to the deal, and don't make any mistakes. Liang Haiming said lightly. The middle-aged man felt as if he had been pardoned, so he quickly bowed and left. After the middle-aged man left, Liang Haiming looked at the photo of Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue's almost perfect body proportions, her beautiful face, and her 2 long legs made Liang Haiming feel as if there was a ball of fire burning in his lower abdomen. At the same time, a raging fire of jealousy rose in his heart. Damn it. This brat really had luck with women. Liang Haiming gritted his teeth as he thought. He had always been a lecher, and Ling Xianxia was his enemy's girlfriend. Therefore, he had long made up his mind. After the cargo ship docked at the port and the goods were cleared, he would stay at the Three Mountains and concentrate on dealing with Xiao Ruofei. The first thing he would do was to grab Xiao Ruofei's long-legged girlfriend and enjoy her. When he was tired of playing with her, he would throw her to his subordinates who were like wolves and tigers. They would take turns to f*ck her and record it. The next step would be simple. He would send out his most powerful fighters to capture Xiao Ruofei and break all the bones in his body. He would also show him that wonderful video before he died. He would definitely go crazy. This was the result of going against me, Liang Haiming. Thinking of the bloody and perverted scene, Liang Haiming felt a thrill that made his whole body tremble. He couldn't help but grab his phone and quickly found the number of a young model and internet celebrity in the Three Mountains. He dialed it. I'll give you half an hour to come to my room. Liang Haiming's voice was full of undisguised desire. Just looking at Ling Xianxia's photo and imagining the scene of his enemy's woman moaning in pain under his body, Liang Haiming's desire was already burning. At this time, he desperately needed to vent. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that someone already hated him to the core. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was responding passively to the whole thing. He disabled Feng Luo because Luyu asked for help. As for Zhao he wanted to harm him, so he provoked a thunderous counterattack. Even the anti-gangster operation, which caused serious damage to Liang Haiming's layout in the underground world of Sanshan City, was launched by Tian Huilan himself because Luyu was almost hurt. It had nothing to do with Xiao Ruofei. But some people in the world were like this. They could never see their own mistakes, and all the problems were others. What's more, in the eyes of people like Liang Haiming, Xiao Ruofei, who had no background, was no different from an ant. He asked someone to disable him because he was giving him face. You should be at his mercy. What? You dare to resist? Then I'll strangle you to death. Unfortunately, Xiao Ruofei was not an ant. On the contrary, he was a peerless beast. When no one provoked him, he seemed to be harmless. But once he was offended, he would immediately show his terrible fangs, which also meant that someone was going to be in big trouble. When Luyu arrived at Peach Blossom Farm, Xiao Ruofei had also just returned. After parting ways with Xiao Ruofei at the Jade Market, Luyu went straight back to Sanshan University. Then, she took that piece of mutton fat white jade and rushed to the farm without stopping. The difference between the two was less than an hour. Lei Hu had already recognized Luyu's BMW mini car, so he let her in without any obstruction. But he still called Xiao Ruofei after Luyu entered the door to report. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised to hear that Luyu had come. He thought that even if Luyu helped him, it would take a few days. He didn't expect it to be so fast. But she did him a big favor, so he immediately went downstairs to greet her. When Xiao Ruofei came to the village yard, Luyu's car had just arrived. She stepped out of the BMW Mini with a faint smile on her face. She went straight to Xiao Ruofei, handed the red velvet bag to Xiao Ruofei, and said, "Here, the jade material you wanted." So fast? Although Xiao Ruofei guessed Luyu's intention, he was still a little surprised. He took the red velvet bag and said with a smile, "Thank you." He didn't open it to check. Luyu already knew his requirements for the jade material. Since she brought this piece of white jade, it must meet the requirements. Xiao Ruofei still trusted Luyu. Xiao Ruofei asked, "By the way, how much did it cost? Give me your account number, and I'll transfer the money to you." "It's free," Luyu said lightly. The smile on Xiao Ruofei's face froze, and he quickly said, "How can that be? You can buy the jade material that meets the requirements, and you've already helped me solve a big problem. How can I let you spend money? It's not worth much. I'll give it to you." Luyu said. No. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "This level of mutton fat white jade is not cheap. You're a student and have no source of income. I can't take it." "Then give it back to me." Luyu reached out to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Anyway, I won't take the money." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Luyu, This thing is too expensive. I can't take it for free. Besides, where did you get so much money to buy jade? He knew that Lu Yu didn't live as luxuriously as some children of high-ranking officials. The Tian Huilan had always taught her that she couldn't have any special thoughts. In fact, Lu Yu did the same. Only a few people in the university knew that her mother was a Tian Huilan. The most valuable thing was this car, which was a birthday gift from Tian Huixin. It was not like some officials who changed cars as easily as changing clothes. It was as if they were afraid that others didn't know that their parents were corrupt and took bribes. Such a large piece of mutton-fat white jade would cost at least hundreds of thousands. Where did Lu Yu get so much money? Lu Yu pursed her lips and said, I didn't say that I bought it. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised. Ah? Then? He even thought maliciously, could it be that someone gave it to Secretary Tian, and Lu Yu secretly took it out? Secretary Tian looked righteous, and didn't look like a corrupt official. If Lu Yu knew what Xiao Ruofei was thinking, she would definitely be so angry that she would snatch the white jade back. Fortunately, she was not a roundworm in Xiao Ruofei's stomach. So she thought about it and simply said, this was given to me by my aunt a few years ago. I haven't taken it to be processed. Since you need it, I'll give it to you. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he quickly opened the red velvet bag and took out the piece of mutton-fat white jade. The jade material absolutely met the requirements. There was no trace of impurities in the whole body. It was incomparably warm in the hand, and the size was much larger than what he had asked for. In fact, this was a whole piece of jade, but the edge had been simply polished, and then some shallow symbols had been carved on one side. It looked more like a semi-finished product. Xiao Ruofei immediately believed Lu Yu's words. As for why Tian Huixin gave Lu Yu a semi-finished product instead of a finished jade, Xiao Ruofei couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was a special hobby of the rich? For the rich young mistress of the Hengfeng group, a piece of high-quality jade seemed to be nothing. Although he believed Lu Yu's words, Xiao Ruofei still had some hesitation. Even if Lu Yu didn't spend any money on this jade, its value was real. How could he accept something that was worth hundreds of thousands? Seeing that Xiao Ruofei was still hesitating, Lu Yu frowned slightly and said, Xiao Ruofei, I'm just giving you a piece of jade. Do you have to be so hesitant? No, no. Xiao Ruofei smiled awkwardly. Just take it as a thank you gift from me. Lu Yu said seriously, if you hadn't rushed to save me last time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Is my life not worth as much as this small piece of jade? Since Lu Yu had said so, Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to accept it. Then I'll accept it. Xiao Ruofei said, Lu Yu, thank you. Only then did Lu Yu reveal a satisfied smile and said, that's right. But you don't have to thank me. Didn't you already promise me a condition? As long as you can readily fulfill my request when I ask for it, it will be fine. No problem. Xiao Ruofei also showed a smile. Then he thought for a moment and said, right, wait a minute. Xiao Ruofei put the white jade into the red velvet bag, then turned and walked into the villa. He directly put the velvet bag into the space where Lu Yu's line of sight was blocked. Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried that this piece of suet white jade would be absorbed by the ring to space, because the soul puppet described in the booklet could be used in the space. That was to say, this kind of white jade could also exist in the space. Otherwise, as the core of the soul puppet, if the white jade was absorbed by the space, the soul puppet would really become a puppet without any thinking ability and the ability to move. And for a long time, the ring to space had only absorbed jade materials except for the strange black stone. Xiao Ruofei had also tried other materials in the jade shop, but the ring to space didn't have any reaction. So Xiao Ruofei put the white jade into the space without worry. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei took out 10 portions of Yuji ointment from the space at one time. Last time, Xiao Ruofei had made more than 30 portions, and he had given away a lot during this time. There were still 20 portions left, and he took out half of them. Xiao Ruofei found a paper bag and put the Yuji ointment in it. Then he carried the paper bag to the door. Lu Yu, thank you very much this time. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. This is for you. You must accept it. Lu Yu didn't understand, but she was happy that Xiao Ruofei gave her a gift. She took the paper bag and opened it with a little expectation. When Luyu saw the familiar porcelain bottle, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "It's Yuji ointment." 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, Luyu counted quickly and found that Xiao Ruofei had given her 10 bottles of Yuji ointment at one time. She was so happy that her pretty face turned red. Last time, when Tian Huilan called him personally, Xiao Ruofei only gave him 8 bottles, including a few bottles for Tian Huixin. But this time, he gave her 10 bottles directly, which made Luyu very surprised. Although this jade skin ointment was not widely available, it had already become famous in the upper circles. Those who had used it were full of praise, and those who had seen the jade skin ointment's heaven-defying effects but had no chance to use it, had inquired about it through various channels. They all wanted to get a copy for themselves. It was a pity that there were only a few people who could get Yuji ointment from Xiao Ruofei. Those ladies could only inquire about Tian Huilan at most, and the quantity of Yuji ointment was very limited. Tian Huilan couldn't satisfy everyone's request. Things were precious when they were rare. Yuji ointment became even more precious in the circle. After all, even Tian Huilan couldn't ask Xiao Ruofei for Yuji ointment again and again. If that was the case, what would become of her, a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee? Under such circumstances, Luyu received 10 bottles of Yuji ointment at one time. That kind of happiness could be said to be doubled. "So many, are they all for me?" Luyu asked happily. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Yes. You've helped me so much. These Yuji ointment are a little gift from me." "Thank you." Luyu held the paper bag full of Yuji ointment tightly in her hand and said happily. Yuji ointment was definitely a huge temptation for girls. Even if Xiao Ruofei gave Luyu the same amount of gold, it wouldn't make her so happy from the bottom of her heart. Luyu was a little uncertain. She asked, "Xiao Ruofei, the gift is a gift. Do you still promise me a condition?" When Xiao Ruofei saw Luyu's worried look, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. He said, "Yes, yes, yes. This is a small gift from me in return. It has nothing to do with the previous condition." So bright. Luyu gave Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up and said happily, "Thank you." Luyu, who had unexpectedly received 10 bottles of Yuji ointment, happily drove back to the city. Xiao Ruofei looked at the BMW Mini gradually driving away and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Life was really wonderful. When he and Luyu met for the first time, they didn't get along well with each other. As long as they were together, they couldn't avoid all kinds of bickering. At that time, even if you beat Xiao Ruofei to death, he couldn't believe that their relationship would be so good in the near future. Of course, at that time, Xiao Ruofei also couldn't imagine that the proud Miss Lu would also smile, and even inadvertently show a coquettish expression. Xiao Ruofei originally planned to go upstairs, but when he saw the black Mercedes-Benz car returning to the farm, he dismissed the idea and walked out of the villa. This Mercedes-Benz car was a congratulatory gift from Tang He during the ribbon-cutting ceremony 2 days ago. Xiao Ruofei didn't like this kind of standard business style, so he used this car for the company's senior executives. In fact, it was allocated to Feng Jing. Of course, if there were some more important business occasions that required Xiao Ruofei to attend, he wouldn't reject using this car. The road from the farm entrance to the complex building would turn at the small villa. When Qin Xiaojun, who was driving, saw Xiao Ruofei coming out of the villa, he naturally stepped on the brakes and stopped. After attending the job fair, Peng He went straight back to his home in the city, so there was only Feng Jing in the back seat of the car. When Feng Jing saw Xiao Ruofei, she immediately opened the door and got out of the car. Xiao Ruofei stood on the driver's side and cast an inquiring look at Qin Xiaojun. Qin Xiaojun naturally understood Xiao Ruofei's meaning and whispered, "Brother Xia, everything is normal. There are no suspicious people." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and didn't continue to ask. The specific situation was still unclear, so there was no need to worry Feng Jing. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't know that Liang Haiming's power in Sanshan City wasn't strong. After all, Southeast Province was Family Song's traditional sphere of influence, and the Liang family's influence was limited. Therefore, Liang Haiming's revenge was directed at him personally, and he didn't plan to deal with Taoyuan farm for the time being. In fact, Liang Haiming didn't care about such a small farm. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's worries were actually unnecessary. It was just that from his point of view, he had to prepare for the worst. Chairman. Feng Jing greeted with a smile after getting out of the car. Xiao Ruofei also showed a gentle smile and asked, Manager Feng, you've worked hard. How's the situation today? Not bad. It's better than expected. Feng Jing smiled. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's almost time for dinner. Ask your wife to prepare 2 more dishes. Then Xiao Ruofei said to Qin Xiaojun, park your car and come with us. Okay, brother Xia. Qin Xiaojun said with a grin, and then drove away. Chairman, we received more than 40 resumes today. Feng Jing said as she walked, I've done a preliminary check. There are about 20 people who meet the requirements. The job fair will end in a day. I'm going to continue tomorrow to see if I can get anything. More than 40? Not bad. Xiao Ruofei was also a little surprised. It seems that it's not easy to find a job now. There are actually people rushing to sign up for a job at the farm. Feng Jing smiled and said, we are hiring under the name of the Taoyuan Company. We didn't specify the job location, but if the applicants ask, we will tell them the truth. I'm going to screen them tomorrow night and send out the interview notice. The day after tomorrow, the interview will be at the farm. I think we have to be mentally prepared. There should be people who want to back out. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, this is not forced. We welcome those who meet the requirements and are willing to stay. We won't force those who don't want to. But I'm sure that it won't be long before those who give up will regret it. Xiao Ruofei's words were full of confidence, but Feng Jing now had a comprehensive understanding of the Taoyuan Company's situation, so she didn't think that Xiao Ruofei was arrogant at all. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei continued to ask, oh right, how's the situation on the internet? The response is pretty good. Feng Jing said, on the recruitment website, we clearly wrote down the job location and related benefits. There are a lot of people who are interested. As of this morning, we have received about 30 resumes. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with the result. But some of the people who signed up online aren't from Sanshan, so I plan to interview them separately. The ones who signed up online will be in the next batch, Feng Jing said. Okay. Xiao Ruofei agreed without thinking. The two chatted and soon arrived at the complex building. Qin Xiaojun had already parked his car in the parking lot behind the building. There was a row of parking spaces with canopies behind the complex building, where the Mercedes-Benz was usually parked. The 3 of them went to the staff cafeteria on the first floor. Except for Chao Taishu, the other farm employees basically went home after work. Lunch on the farm was provided for free, but dinner had to be paid. They could go to Penghao from the finance department to get a card, charge it, and then swipe it when eating. The villagers were generally more thrifty, so almost no one stayed for dinner. Chao Taishu, on the other hand, was too lazy to go home because his wife was here, so he ate every dinner at the farm. After that, he stayed to help his wife clean up the cafeteria, and then the old couple went home together. Therefore, for the time being, when it was dinner time in the staff cafeteria, there were only Lei Hu, Chao Taishu, his wife, and 2 other staff members in the cafeteria, Xiao Ruofei, and Feng Jing. Lei Hu and the others didn't eat in the cafeteria today because they were on high alert, so it seemed even more deserted. Xiao Ruofei greeted Chao Taishu, who was eating, and asked Chao Taishu's wife to help cook a few stir-fried dishes. Then he took Feng Jing and Qin Xiaojun to an empty table and sat down. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also swiped his card when eating. The entire company belonged to him, and it's just going in from his left pocket and out from his right pocket. He was more than happy to set an example. Soon, Chao Taishu's wife served a few home-cooked dishes, and Xiao Ruofei, Feng Jing, and Qin Xiaojun chatted while eating. Oh, Manager Feng, I remember we still need to hire 2 more directors, right? Xiao Ruofei asked. Did you find anything in the past 2 days? Feng Jing said, it's not easy to find directors in the market. But I had worked in a few big companies before, and I have some connections. I have been contacting a few suitable candidates, but it's not easy to get them to make up their minds. Xiao Ruofei nodded. He knew the Taoyuan company was not attractive enough, and there was no need for directors to come to a small company like his. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Feng. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, do your best. If it's not possible, we can hire a headhunting company. Anyway, let's set up the administrative team first, and it will be more convenient in the future. Okay. Feng Jing said. Then she asked, Chairman, when are we going to the village committee to talk about the land lease? Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, Dongqing Village is an old acquaintance, and we can make an appointment anytime. How about this? You go to the job fair tomorrow as usual, and the interview will be the day after tomorrow. Then let's go to the village committee the day after tomorrow, and try to finalize the land lease within one day. Okay. Feng Jing nodded and said. After dinner, Feng Jing said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and went upstairs to her office. Although it was already night time, Feng Jing did not intend to rest. She needed to organize the resumes she received today, and she also needed to go online to pay attention to the online recruitment. She also needed to contact the candidates for the director, and there were many things she needed to prepare in advance for the interview in a few days. Feng Jing was a standard career woman, and she worked regardless of day or night. Moreover, she was now living in the apartment on the 3rd floor, and it could be said that the company was her home. Xiao Ruofei was very pleased with Feng Jing's enthusiasm, and he did not say anything about not working at night. The company was just starting out, and it was normal to work overtime. Xiao Ruofei would not discourage Feng Jing at this time. After Feng Jing left, Xiao Ruofei asked Qin Xiaojun about the details of today's job fair. Of course, he mainly asked about the safety issues. Qin Xiaojun also told Xiao Ruofei in full detail. Xiao Ruofei understood that Feng Jing and the others did not encounter any problems during the day. He pondered for a moment, and then asked Qin Xiaojun to call Lei Hu over. Who's he? Ask Hong Tao to withdraw. Xiao Ruofei said, you guys work hard at night, and strengthen the patrol. During the day. Mainly pay attention to whether there are any suspicious people around the farm. If you find anything, do not act rashly and alert the enemy, and report to me at any time. Yes, Brother Xia. Lei Hu said immediately. Xiao Ruofei patted Lei Hu's shoulder, then stepped out of the staff cafeteria and returned to his small villa. After Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he did not rush to enter the Ring 2 space. First, he took out the booklet from the stone room in the new space, then calmed his mind and studied the content on the 3rd page, which was about the refining of the soul puppet's core. Especially the mysterious runes that needed to be personally engraved, Xiao Ruofei repeatedly studied, not missing a single detail. His mental power was already very condensed, and his brain development was also far beyond that of ordinary people. If it was an ordinary book, even if he didn't have a photographic memory, he would at least be able to firmly remember every single detail after reading it 2 or 3 times. However, the content recorded in this booklet was very mysterious, especially the core runes, which were extremely complicated. Sometimes, 2 runes that looked the same had many differences in depth, arc, and other details. This core rune was divided into several independent parts, and each part needed to be engraved with a single stroke. Otherwise, the entire material would be wasted. With such high requirements and great difficulty, Xiao Ruofei naturally did not dare to take it lightly. He spent a full 2 hours, and finally engraved every detail and angle of the core rune in his mind. Next, he could begin to engrave. However, Xiao Ruofei was not a hothead. The sheep-fat white jade was very precious, so he naturally could not use it to engrave right away. He definitely needed to practice at the beginning. Xiao Ruofei was already prepared for this. When he was strolling around the jade market today, he bought some cheap ordinary jade materials. In order to make the practice more effective, he tried to pick some white jade. Presumably, after practicing on white jade of similar materials, the probability of failure would be minimized when he tried to carve on the best mutton fat white jade. In addition to buying ordinary white jade of average quality, Xiao Ruofei also bought a few good carving knives. He did not enter the Ring 2 space, and directly began to practice in the room. Xiao Ruofei sat on a chair, and on the small tea table next to him, there was a cloth bag full of white jade about 10 centimeters in diameter. As for the booklet, Xiao Ruofei had already taken it back to the Ring 2 space. He had already memorized the core rune of the soul puppet, so naturally, he did not need this booklet. Xiao Ruofei casually took out a piece of jade material from the cloth bag and held it in his hand. His right hand steadily picked up the carving knife, and after taking a deep breath, he decisively cut. He chose a relatively simple part of the core rune. Easy first, hard later, the white jade material was relatively soft, and Xiao Ruofei's hand strength was incomparably strong, so he easily drew a shallow trace on the surface of the jade material. Xiao Ruofei held his breath and concentrated. With a slight twist of his wrist, the carving knife in his hand drew an arc. This arc was only half drawn when Xiao Ruofei sighed and put away the carving knife. There was a special text in the booklet that emphasized that every independent part of the core rune had to be drawn in one stroke. The whole process had to be done in one go, or the combination of the runes would not be able to achieve the desired effect. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's first attempt was a quick failure. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already felt it when he was carving. When he drew the arc, he did not control his strength well enough, and the arc was clearly too deep. Every independent part of the rune did not seem too complicated, but the requirements for the details were too high, so it was not as easy as imagined. If he was not careful, he would make a mistake. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was not discouraged. He did not throw away the piece of white jade. Instead, he changed his position and continued to practice. There were still many empty spaces on the white jade. He was only practicing one part of the rune, and a piece of jade material was enough for him to practice many times. He tried the same rune for the second time. 1/3 of the way through, failure. Third attempt. Failure. Fourth attempt, failure. Xiao Ruofei tried more than 10 times in a row, and finally succeeded once. At this time, the surface of the white jade was densely covered with runes. Of course, most of them were failed half-finished products. Xiao Ruofei did not think that this was enough. An occasional success did not mean anything. He directly turned the white jade over. The other side was still empty, so he could continue practicing. Xiao Ruofei was still carving the rune that he had succeeded once. The speed of the carving knife in his hand was getting faster and faster, and the success rate was getting higher and higher. After more than 2 hours, Xiao Ruofei was able to succeed 8 or 9 times out of 10. Moreover, he felt that he should have completely mastered this rune, so he stopped. At this time, there were 5 or 6 pieces of jade that were densely covered with runes beside Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also gained some insight and understanding during the process of practice. If he directly held the carving knife and followed the diagram in the booklet step by step, the possibility of failure was still very high. After all, this rune required too much detail. However, Xiao Ruofei accidentally tried to apply his mental strength through his arm to the carving knife. Suddenly, he had a mysterious insight. His control of the carving knife suddenly improved a lot, and he felt like he was in the finest detail. Because the tip of the knife was also filled with mental strength, Xiao Ruofei's control of the weight, depth, and angle of the carving process became many times sharper. In this way, the success rate suddenly increased. It was also because of this insight and practice that Xiao Ruofei's success rate of carving this rune skyrocketed. After successfully carving the rune on the last blank part of the white jade like moving clouds and flowing water, he finally put down the carving knife. He already had a grasp of the first simple rune. There were a total of 18 independent runes on the entire soul puppet's core. Moreover, the remaining 17 runes were each more complicated than the rune he had just practiced. This was only the first step of a long journey. Xiao Ruofei rested for a while and took out a new piece of white jade from the cloth bag. He grabbed the carving knife and began practicing the second rune. He seemed to have forgotten the passage of time. Under the light, the carving knife in Xiao Ruofei's hand flew nimbly, and jade shavings constantly fell off. The pieces of white jade were engraved with mysterious runes that did not have any pattern to them. Xiao Ruofei had entered a state of complete selflessness. When his hand reached into the cloth bag and emptied it, he suddenly realized that the entire bag, at least 100 pieces of white jade, had been used up. The ground in front of Xiao Ruofei was also covered with a thick layer of jade shavings. At this time, the sky outside the window was already turning white. Xiao Ruofei had unknowingly practiced for an entire night. Xiao Ruofei put down the carving knife and stood in front of the window. He stretched his body and rubbed his sore wrist, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Xiao Ruofei rubbed his sore eyes. After staying up all night, even if he was made of iron, he still felt a little tired. Moreover, during the practice, he continuously used his mental power. Although it wasn't a lot each time, he still couldn't handle the continuous consumption. Therefore, his mental power was almost exhausted, and both sides of his head were aching. Xiao Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was now around 5 o'clock in the morning. He simply locked the doors and windows and summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Then, with a thought, he entered the space. Xiao Ruofei first drank a small bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution, and then his body and mind flashed. The next moment, he appeared in the stone room of the new space. Xiao Ruofei sat cross-legged on the jade praying mat and began to recover his mental power. The jade praying mat had a great effect on the recovery of mental power. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also drank the spirit heart flower petal solution. Therefore, after half an hour, Xiao Ruofei already felt that his mental power was full again. He stood up in high spirits, and the exhaustion on his body also disappeared without a trace. After Xiao Ruofei recovered, he left the space with a thought. He put the raging map scroll into his palm, and then went to the bathroom to wash his face. Seeing that it was still early, Xiao Ruofei made himself a cup of tea, and then sat in front of the computer. After turning on the computer, he lit a cigarette and began to search online for the minerals and materials that he ordered 2 days ago. Other than the best quality mutton fat white jade, the materials listed on the 3rd page of the booklet weren't considered rare. Xiao Ruofei easily found all of them on the internet. In addition, considering that he would have to process these materials, and also have to carry out the forging and processing, Xiao Ruofei also ordered some related small processing equipment. In order to solve the problem of electricity consumption in the space, Xiao Ruofei even ordered a small diesel generator. He had already tested it when he drove an all-terrain vehicle in the space. The Ring 2 space had an automatic purification function, and the exhaust gas wouldn't pollute the space. Xiao Ruofei checked the orders on the computer, and found that most of the merchants had already delivered the goods. Some of the smaller materials were directly sent by express, and the machinery and equipment were all sent by logistics. Xiao Ruofei inquired about the logistics situation, and then turned on the music, and casually browsed the news while listening to it. It wasn't until 7 o'clock, did Xiao Ruofei tidy up a bit, and then went downstairs to the staff cafeteria not far away to eat breakfast. Today, Feng Jing and Qin Xiaojun were already eating in the cafeteria. Feng Jing stayed up very late yesterday, but she seemed to be in good spirits, especially her skin didn't dry and dark at all. It still looked white and warm, with a faint luster. "Chairman." Feng Jing saw Xiao Ruofei come in, and immediately greeted him with a smile. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, walked to Feng Jing's table, sat down, and said half-jokingly, "Manager Feng, I see that your complexion is very good today. Is it because people are in good spirits? Is it because the recruitment of a director has been settled?" Feng Jing's cheeks were slightly hot, but quickly returned to normal. Her eyes had a trace of excitement, and said, "Chairman, I was just about to look for you." "Oh? Could it be that you found a suitable director so quickly? Is it a marketing director or an administrative director?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "It's not about the recruitment." Feng Jing's eyes had a trace of eagerness, and asked, "Chairman, I want to ask about the bottle of cosmetics you gave me 2 days ago." Xiao Ruofei paused for a while, and then he understood. No wonder Feng Jing looked different today. She must have used the jade skin ointment these 2 days. Xiao Ruofei was already used to Feng Jing's reaction. This was because during this period, everyone who asked him for the jade skin ointment, especially women, had the same expression. So Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Seems like Manager Feng has used the jade skin ointment I gave you." "Jade skin ointment? That's a good name." Feng Jing's eyes lit up and said. Xiao Ruofei did not wait for Feng Jing to say anything, and smiled and said, "Manager Feng, I still have some jade skin ointment with me. You can ask me for more when you are done with it." Feng Jing was now his company's right-hand woman. Although the jade skin ointment was very effective, the cost was very low, so Xiao Ruofei would not be stingy. He did not expect Xiao Ruofei to misunderstand. Feng Jing blushed and waved her hand. Chairman, I'm not asking you for that. Jade skin ointment. I want to ask you. Is it possible to mass-produce this cosmetic? Xiao Ruofei was stunned and said, mass-produce? Feng Jing said excitedly, yes. I remember you told me that it was handmade by you. This is the best cosmetic product I have ever used. No one can beat it. Laprai, Day, SK2, Dior, and Hainel were nothing compared to it. If this jade skin ointment can be mass-produced, it will definitely be our company's flagship product. Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. This career woman's brain circuit was indeed different from other women. Whether it was a female senior official like Tian Huilan, a beautiful young lady like Lu Yu, or a wealthy lady like Madame Song, after experiencing the effects of the jade skin ointment, their first reaction was to ask Xiao Ruofei for more jade skin ointment so that they could continue to use it. But Feng Jing's first thought was to mass-produce the jade skin ointment and add a flagship product to the company. Feng Jing saw that Xiao Ruofei was in a daze, and could not help but ask, Chairman, is it difficult to mass-produce it? Xiao Ruofei regained his senses and said, No, I was a little distracted. You said mass-produce. Let me think. Xiao Ruofei went through the brewing process of the jade skin ointment in his mind. He realized that although the whole brewing process was very complicated, and the temperature and time requirements were very high, the modern automated production process was very advanced. If the production line was custom-made, each process could be controlled automatically. Also, the herbs needed to brew the jade skin ointment were very common, and could be bought in large quantities on the market. If it was mass-produced, they could directly buy these herbs from the farmers, and the raw materials did not seem to be a big problem. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while, then said, it should be possible to mass-produce it, but there seems to be no good way to keep the technology secret. If we try to mass-produce it rashly, once the secret is leaked, others will be able to copy it. Feng Jing heard this and calmed down a lot. She said, if that's the case, then we can't be too hasty. We have to have a foolproof method of keeping it secret. Otherwise, we would rather not do it. Feng Jing did not even mention applying for a patent. She was also someone who had seen the world in a big company, and she knew what patent protection was all about. Not to mention that every patent had a corresponding protection period. Even if someone stole the formula and produced it, it would be very troublesome to file a lawsuit. Furthermore, Huaxia was a society based on government. There were various forces and local protection, and this would make it more difficult to file a lawsuit. Also, once the jade skin ointment was produced, it would set off a storm in the cosmetics market. At that time, it would be inevitable that some of the cosmetics giants would be jealous. These giants would not play by the rules, and they would use all kinds of methods to steal the formula and process. This was because they were not afraid of lawsuits. These companies had a strong legal team, and even if they were sure to lose a lawsuit, they could drag it out for a long time. They were rich and powerful, and they were not worried about this. For a small company like the Taoyuan company, the cost of the lawsuit would probably cause it to collapse. So, the only way was to think of a technical barrier, so that the competitors would not be able to copy your product. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Manager Feng, this suggestion of yours is too sudden. I will go back and think of a way to keep this a secret. If this problem is solved, it is not impossible to mass-produce this product. Feng Jing said, okay. Chairman, don't be too anxious about this. After all, our company is still in its early stages, and there are many other things to do. No matter when the jade skin ointment is introduced to the market, it will be a phenomenon. So, we just need to play it safe. I understand. Don't worry. If there is no foolproof plan, I will not try to mass-produce this product. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Jing nodded, and her eyes were filled with excitement. After discovering that Xiao Ruofei had such a good cosmetic product, Feng Jing was more confident in the Taoyuan company. Maybe in the near future, that seemingly insignificant 1% dividend will bring me unimaginable wealth. Feng Jing thought excitedly in her heart. After breakfast, Feng Jing and Qin Xiaojun took a Mercedes-Benz sedan to the city to meet with Peng Hao. Today, they will continue to cast their net at the job fair. Xiao Ruofei also drove his pickup truck and left Taoyuan Farm. He was going to the jade market to buy more low-quality white jade to practice. The core rune of the soul puppet was the core of the entire soul puppet. He must practice until he was extremely proficient and even formed muscle memory. Even if he was distracted, he would be able to smoothly inscribe all the runes. Only then would he try to inscribe on the top-quality white jade. After the car left the farm, Xiao Ruofei slightly frowned. The feeling of being spied on appeared again. It seems that the other party has not given up yet. A sharp light flashed in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. But when the car turned onto the provincial road and drove forward for a few kilometers, the feeling disappeared. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows. He did not bother to think about the reason for this and drove straight to the jade market. Xiao Ruofei did not know that the middle-aged man beside Liang Haiming had indeed arranged for a few people to keep an eye on Taoyuan Farm and monitor Xiao Ruofei's movements through binoculars from afar. But because of the skill Xiao Ruofei showed when he crippled Zhao He yesterday, the middle-aged man had strictly ordered his men not to approach the farm, let alone follow Xiao Ruofei without permission. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei's car drove out of a certain range, the feeling of being spied on completely disappeared. Xiao Ruofei arrived at the jade market and soon began to sweep the goods. From the end of the street to the end, he kept spending money. Moreover, he only bought the white jade of very ordinary quality and did not even look at the other things sold by the merchants. Xiao Ruofei would not touch the white jade of slightly better quality. Good things had a high price, Xiao Ruofei bought it back to practice. Even if he had money, there was no need for him to be so prodigal. When Xiao Ruofei left the jade market, there were more than 200 pieces of low-quality white jade in the bag in his hand. All the merchants in the jade market were very happy today because a spendthrift buyer had come and swept away many of their low-grade goods that they could not sell. The only flaw was that the quality of this spendthrift was not high enough. Although he was not picky about quality, he knew the market very well. The price of those white jades sold at could only make them a small profit. Xiao Ruofei took the white jade and drove directly back to the farm. As soon as he arrived, he locked himself in the room and continued to practice like crazy. He did not even eat lunch. He shut himself in the room for the whole day. When he was hungry, he would eat a few mouthfuls of bread and drink the spirit spring water. After a meal, he continued to practice. Xiao Ruofei selected the individual runes from easy to difficult. The remaining 8 runes were very difficult. After a whole day, Xiao Ruofei finally mastered 3 of them. The remaining 5 runes were the most difficult. If he wanted to master all of them, Xiao Ruofei would need to spend a lot of time. There were still more than 100 pieces of white jade that were used for practice. Based on the principle of not wasting anything, Xiao Ruofei picked out another 100 or so pieces of white jade that had already been used. These were all relatively thicker. Xiao Ruofei had previously purchased a set of small cutting machines and a grinder for cutting stones. He took the grinder out of the space, connected it to the power source, and began to grind and polish the 100 pieces of white jade. Soon, the rune marks left behind by the previous practice were all polished clean, forming a smooth surface once again. Xiao Ruofei put away all the practice materials and put the grinder back into the space. Because all the practice was done outside, his bedroom was already dirty and messy, so he thoroughly cleaned the bedroom again. After finishing this, Xiao Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. He found that it was already 5:30 in the evening. So he hurriedly went to the bathroom to take a shower, put on a clean set of clothes, and quickly went downstairs. He had made an appointment with Xianxia to have dinner tonight. Although both of them were busy with their own business, it was still necessary for them to go out and spend some time together. Xianxia's company got off work at 6 o'clock. Xiao Ruofei's time was already a bit tight. So after he went downstairs, he directly drove the pickup truck out of Taoyuan Farm and went straight to the city. At the same time, at the Luoxing Bay dock in Sanshan City's Luoxing district, Liang Haiming and the middle-aged man were saying goodbye to a customs official. Liang Haiming's face was full of smiles. His car parts ship had just arrived at the port last night, and all the goods had already been cleared this afternoon. This efficiency was simply frightening. After the customs clearance was completed, the goods could be transported out of the dock with a legal identity. Liang Haiming's biggest purpose of this trip had been achieved. It wouldn't take long for him to earn more than 20 million in profit. The business matter had come to an end. Liang Haiming's mind naturally began to fall on another thing that was stuck in his throat. Liang Haiming wasn't in a hurry to leave. He and the middle-aged man beside him watched as the last container truck drove out of the port and headed towards the neighboring province of Gannan. It was as if they could see a large amount of Huaxia dollars flying towards them. Gannan province was the Liang family's traditional sphere of influence. Old Master Liang's hometown was in Gannan province. Many of the current provincial leaders were personally promoted by Old Master Liang. Once these car parts arrived in Gannan province, there wouldn't be any problems. They could be assembled into cars very quickly and be exchanged for a large amount of money. If Gannan wasn't an inland province, Liang Haiming definitely wouldn't have spent so much effort in Southeast province. Liang Haiming turned around and walked towards his Mercedes-Benz. The middle-aged man followed closely behind. Liang Haiming didn't even turn his head as he asked, "Are they being watched?" He didn't say who, but the middle-aged man naturally knew who he was referring to. He immediately replied, "Don't worry, young Master Liang. Heibao is personally watching." Liang Haiming nodded lightly and said, "Call Heibao." "Do it." The middle-aged man was stunned. Now? He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Liang Haiming looked extremely crazy. Furthermore, this batch of goods had just been cleared and were still in Southeast province. It would take at least 5 to 6 hours to pass through Southeast province and enter Gannan province. If anything happened during this time, who knew what would happen to the goods? Liang Haiming's expression turned cold as he turned to look at the middle-aged man. He asked, "Is there a problem?" Liang Haiming's gaze was so cold that the middle-aged man couldn't help but shiver. He quickly said, "No, no. Young Master Liang, I'll call Heibao immediately. I want to see that girl on my bed in an hour," Liang Haiming said. Then he got into the Mercedes-Benz that the bodyguard had already opened for him and drove off. The middle-aged man stood there with a bitter smile on his face. He helplessly took out his phone to call Heibao. "Heibao, young Master Liang wants you to act now. He wants to see that girl within an hour," the middle-aged man said. "After you succeed, send her directly to Green Bull Mountain Resort." Greenox Mountain Resort was located in Greenox County, a suburb of Xianxia City. Liang Haiming had rented a small villa in this resort for a long time. After all, many things were inconvenient to do in a hotel suite in the city center, but there was no such concern in a suburban resort during the off-season. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man's face revealed a faint trace of worry. He kept feeling that Liang Haiming's actions this time were too intense, even giving him an inexplicable sense of crisis. However, he was only the person arranged by the family to take care of specific matters for Liang Haiming. His right to speak in the family was very weak, and Liang Haiming, as the grandson of the old master of the Liang family, did not listen to any of his suggestions. He had always done things his own way. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He got into the car and left the dock area. Xianxia City, Nantai District, Lingji Catering Headquarters. Ling Xianxia walked out of the building with an exquisite Loewe bag. She had obviously dressed up meticulously today. She was wearing a light pink long-down jacket and a pair of black slim-fit jeans. Her slender and beautiful legs set off her tall and slender figure. She even combed her hair into a cute bun and had delicate light makeup on her face. She gave off a stunning feeling. Ling Xianxia had a faint smile on her face because she was about to see Xiao Ruofei. Although the two of them met every few days, and if there was enough time, they would even book a room in a hotel to have some fun. However, she still looked forward to every opportunity for the two of them to spend time together. She did not see Xiao Ruofei when she went out, so Ling Xianxia took out her phone from Loewe's bag, found Xiao Ruofei's number, and dialed it. Xiao Ruofei had already arrived at Nantai District and was waiting for the traffic light to turn green. There was a straight road in front of him, and he could already see the Lingji Catering Headquarters in the distance. He was about 200 meters away from his destination. When the phone rang, Xiao Ruofei, who had extraordinary eyesight, had already vaguely seen Ling Xianxia's figure standing in front of the building. He chuckled as he picked up the phone and said, "Xianxia, I'm sorry. I was delayed by something at the farm just now. I'll be there soon." I'm waiting for the traffic light, and I already saw you. Oh. Okay, drive slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Xianxia said considerately. The traffic light at this intersection was not long, so Xiao Ruofei directly switched to second gear when he stopped the car. He then stepped on the clutch and brake. He had a smile on his face. He was about to see his beautiful girlfriend, and his progress in practicing the core runes of the soul puppet was very fast, so he was in a very good mood. Don't worry, my driving skills. Xiao Ruofei was halfway through his sentence when his expression suddenly changed. This was because there was a sudden change at the entrance of the Lingji catering headquarters 200 meters in front of him. A black MPV suddenly jumped out from a nearby street and stopped right next to Xianxia. Two big men in black jumped out of the car and grabbed Xianxia's weak arms from both sides. Without saying a word, they stuffed her into the car. Xianxia's panicked scream came from Xiao Ruofei's Bluetooth headset, followed by a few dull thuds. It was obvious that her phone had fallen to the ground. At this moment, the traffic light in front of him was counting down to the last 10 seconds. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate at all. He lifted the clutch and stepped on the gas in one go. The pickup truck's tires screeched as it jumped out from the spot. It narrowly avoided the cars on both sides that were racing against time and rushed toward the Lingji catering headquarters amidst the curses of the drivers. At the same time, the automatic camera at the intersection flashed, recording Xiao Ruofei's action of running the red light. Xiao Ruofei obviously did not care about this. His eyes had already turned blood red, and his teeth were chattering as he stared at the black MPV more than 100 meters in front of him. The people in the MPV were obviously experienced. From the kidnapping to getting into the car and then driving off, it only took a few seconds. When Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck past the intersection, the black MPV also started quickly. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, there was a lot of traffic on the streets. Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck nimbly through the evening rush hour traffic and chased after the black MPV. A distance of more than 100 meters could be covered in the blink of an eye under normal circumstances. However, during the evening rush hour, there were dozens of cars in the middle. It was very difficult to overtake each car. Xiao Ruofei could only rely on his superb driving skills to grit his teeth and chase after the black MPV. At first, the black MPV did not notice the pickup truck more than 100 meters away. Therefore, after they succeeded, they did not escape at high speed. In fact, it was not easy to drive off the highway in the evening rush hour traffic. This also gave Xiao Ruofei a chance to catch up. His car was like a madman. There were several times when he almost scraped other cars, which caused the other drivers on the road to sound their horns in dissatisfaction. There were even road rage drivers who chased after Xiao Ruofei, not to be outdone. However, how could these ordinary drivers catch up with Xiao Ruofei, who had undergone special driving training? They were soon left behind and could only curse in dissatisfaction. Xiao Ruofei looked at the black MPV that was getting closer and closer. He kept reminding himself to calm down. Only by calming down could he save Xianxia. At this time, if he lost his composure, everything would be hopeless. He did not know why those people kidnapped Xianxia, but he had vaguely guessed that the person in the black MPV and the person who wanted to deal with him yesterday should be the same person behind the scenes. If his guess was correct, then he could not let his guard down. A normal kidnapping could be for money, but if it was ordered by the person hiding in the dark who wanted to deal with him, then Xianxia would be in danger. The person hiding in the dark must have an unresolvable hatred for him. Moreover, Xianxia was a great beauty. The purpose of the other party deliberately sending people to kidnap Xianxia was self-evident. Xiao Ruofei secretly regretted and felt guilty. After he was followed by Zhao He, the first thing he thought of was the safety of the farm and Feng Jing and the others. However, he did not expect that the other party would be so shameless and unscrupulous as to directly change the target to Xianxia. If Xianxia was implicated because he did not warn her in time and protect her closely, then he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei became even more anxious. He forced himself to remain calm and kept stepping on the clutch, increasing and decreasing gears, increasing the accelerator, braking, and changing the direction of the car. He controlled the car to accelerate and decelerate at times. The pickup truck was like a nimble loach as it weaved in and out of the traffic and gradually approached the black MPV. However, just when Xiao Ruofei's car was about 10 meters away from the black MPV and there were two cars in between, the MPV suddenly began to accelerate. Obviously, the other party had finally sensed that something was wrong. Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth. The pickup truck made a dull roar as it chased after the MPV. The two cars began to chase each other in the evening rush hour traffic. In the black MPV, Xianxia was sitting in the middle of the row of seats. Her head was tilted and she was leaning weakly against the seat with her eyes closed. Although she was unconscious, there was still a panicked expression on her face, which made her look very pitiful. Two burly men in black sat on either side of Xianxia. In addition to the driver, there was also a bald man sitting in the front passenger seat. He had a long scar at the corner of his eye and his eyes shone with a fierce light. He looked very ferocious and terrifying. The driver of the MPV was a lean man. He also had a crazed look on his face. This kind of high-speed chase and dangerous situation in the traffic made him feel very excited. At first glance, he was also a desperado. The skinny man who was driving couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Leopard, if we leave the city from here, we'll be going in the opposite direction of Greenox County." Black Leopard curled his lips and said, "If we don't get rid of the tail behind us, are we going to bring them to Greenox Resort?" "But," young Master Liang said, "within an hour," Black Leopard said impatiently, "I'll talk to young Master Liang. Don't worry about it. Change the route immediately." Monkey didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Yes, Brother Leopard." He knew very well that Black Leopard's position in front of young Master Liang was very high. It wasn't a simple employer-employee relationship. The proud Black Leopard wouldn't tremble in front of young Master Liang like they did. The reason was simple: Black Leopard was very strong. According to Monkey's knowledge, Black Leopard was the kind of person who had truly learned martial arts. It was said that he had a very powerful background and wasn't the kind of person who only knew how to show off his skills on TV. Monkey didn't know Black Leopard's exact background, but he had seen Black Leopard kick a wooden stake as thick as a big bowl in half with his own eyes. He had done it very easily and clearly hadn't used his full strength. Before that, Monkey had never seen anyone who could explode with such powerful killing power just by relying on their physical body. Naturally, he was respectful and fearful of Black Leopard. Moreover, Liang Hyaming was usually very polite to Black Leopard. He would never order him around like he did to other subordinates. Most of the time, he would even use a negotiating tone with Black Leopard. In Monkey's opinion, Black Leopard's position in the Liang family was similar to that of a guest in a martial arts novel. It was very high. Therefore, since Black Leopard had given the order, he immediately carried it out without hesitation. Anyway, Black Leopard would talk to Liang Hyaming. If there was any delay, he wouldn't be hit. Black Leopard said calmly, "Monkey, pay attention to the speed of the car. Don't let him overtake us. At the same time, make sure he doesn't lose us." Monkey was good at racing. After hearing Black Leopard's words, he immediately said confidently, "All right. Brother Leopard, just watch." Just as Monkey finished speaking, an intersection appeared in front of them. He suddenly turned the steering wheel and the MPV turned left at high speed under the yellow light. There was even a slight drift at the back of the car. When Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck to this intersection, it was already a red light. However, at this time, he did not care about the traffic light. He immediately swerved and the pickup truck made a left turn at high speed. This made the driver of the car on the other side of the road scared. He could not help but honk his horn and curse. In the MPV, Monkey was focused on driving excitedly. On the other hand, a black-cloaked man sitting in the middle of the row asked curiously, "Brother Leopard, are you trying to lure him out of the city?" Black Panther gently nodded and said, "If I remember the license plate correctly, the one in the back should be the kid who opened the farm. The person that young Master Liang wants to deal with is him. Since we've met, we might as well take care of them together." The middle-aged man next to Liang Hyaming had only arranged for people to keep an eye on the periphery of the farm. They knew that Xiao Ruofei had left the farm, but they didn't know Xiao Ruofei's whereabouts after that. Therefore, Black Panther was only sure that the person in the back was the guy that Liang Hyaming hated to the bone recently after Xiao Ruofei's car approached. Monkey drove and said with doubts, "Brother Leopard, this kid may not be easy to deal with." "Zhao He failed yesterday." Black Panther curled his lips and said with disdain, "Zhao He? I can deal with 10 of those unorthodox people with one hand. You don't have to worry about it. Just lure this kid out of the city and leave the rest to me." "Yes, Brother Leopard." Inside the pickup truck, Xiao Ruofei's face was filled with anxiety. Judging from the MPV's route, they should be running out of the city. In fact, they had passed the most congested section and there were much fewer cars on the road than before. Correspondingly, the speed of the two vehicles had also slowly increased. They were no longer stuck in the traffic flow. In this way, the inherent weakness of the pickup truck was revealed. The acceleration performance of this kind of tool vehicle was definitely not as good as the luxury MPV in front. Xiao Ruofei now regretted not driving the Night 15. It was because that car was too flashy and eye-catching. Xiao Ruofei hesitated when he went out and drove the pickup truck. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. If Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15, the wide body of the Night 15 would be a huge obstacle in the traffic jam just now. No matter how powerful it was, it wouldn't be able to exert its advantage. Instead, it might be unable to overtake the slower cars on the road and directly lose them. Now Xiao Ruofei could only rely on his extraordinary driving skills to make up for the lack of performance. Xiao Ruofei used his cornering skills to the extreme. In addition, the driver in front, Monkey, deliberately did not use his full strength. Therefore, the distance between the two vehicles was never pulled apart. The traffic flow became more and more sparse. Soon, the two vehicles had passed through the Min River Bridge and were getting further and further away from the city center. Under Black Panther's instructions, Monkey drove the car in the direction of Baofeng Mountain after leaving the city center. Baofeng Mountain was not far from the Three Mountain District. Although the mountain road was steep and full of twists and turns, the road conditions were very good. It was more advantageous for a MPV with a lower chassis. Most importantly, there was very little traffic at night. It was obvious that Black Panther wanted to get rid of Xiao Ruofei at Baofeng Mountain. Because this direction was the opposite of Greenox County, Black Panther wanted to end it quickly and immediately rush back to Greenox Resort Villa. After all, Liang Haiming had already said that he wanted to see Ling Xianxia within an hour. Although Black Panther's status was high, if he rushed back too late, it would be embarrassing for everyone. Xiao Ruofei, who was in the car behind, had no choice but to follow the MPV in front closely. Although he used the twists and turns to get closer, once they reached the straight road, the difference in power between the two vehicles increased the distance between them again. Just like that, the two vehicles rushed up the winding road of Baofeng Mountain one after the other. Once they reached the winding road, Xiao Ruofei's driving skills had room to show off. Monkey's expression also began to turn serious. This was because he realized that the old pickup truck behind them was getting closer and closer. Even if he used all his strength, the pickup truck was still like a sticky candy that he could not shake off. If he had not used all his strength to use the terrain to block the pickup truck would have already overtaken him. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was also cautious. After all, Ling Xianxia was also in the car. Otherwise, he would have had at least 2 opportunities to block the lane and directly push the MPV off the cliff. Inside the MPV, Black Panther gently cracked his knuckles. He saw a small fork in the road ahead. Many weeds had already grown on the road, and under the illumination of the headlights, he could only vaguely see 2 ruts. Clearly, this was an abandoned old road. Black Panther pointed at the fork and said calmly, "Monkey, drive 100 or 200 meters in and stop." "Yes, Brother Panther," Monkey replied loudly. Xiao Ruofei's pickup truck had been aggressive ever since it entered the mountain. Monkey was sweating profusely. When he heard Black Panther's words, he felt relieved. He felt as though he had been saved. Monkey had been driving for many years, but it was rare for him to be forced into such a tight corner. Although both parties were on opposing sides, he had a faint admiration for Xiao Ruofei. The MPV quickly turned into the abandoned old road. The 2 ruts were a little deep, and the car's chassis would occasionally be hit by the gravel from the tires, making a series of crackling sounds. However, Monkey clearly did not care so much. He followed Black Panther's instructions and drove more than 100 meters in. After turning a corner, he drove forward for a short distance before stopping the car on the inner side. Monkey was a little nervous and alert. The car was always in gear, so that if Xiao Ruofei recklessly crashed into it, he could respond quickly. However, his worries were superfluous. Xiao Ruofei had several opportunities to do so on the mountain road, but he did not do so. Now that the MPV had stopped, he naturally would not crash into it. Ling Qingxue was in the car, so he would definitely be cautious. When Xiao Ruofei saw the black MPV stop, he immediately stepped on the brakes and stopped the pickup truck 10 meters away from the MPV. At this time, Xiao Ruofei saw the front passenger door of the MPV open, and the bald Black Panther stepped out of the car. Xiao Ruofei's eyes emitted a cold light. He pushed the door open and got out of the car with a gloomy face. When Xiao Ruofei saw Black Panther for the first time, he felt an extremely dangerous feeling, which was several times more dangerous than when he saw Zhao He yesterday. In fact, Zhao He only had a murderous aura. His skills did not pose the slightest threat to Xiao Ruofei. However, when facing Black Panther, Xiao Ruofei's intuition made him a little vigilant. This was a ruthless character who was not easy to deal with. After Xiao Ruofei got the Ring 2 space, his physical fitness had been strengthening and improving. Especially after he got the body tempering soup, this kind of strengthening was like driving on the fast track. It could be said that the current Xiao Ruofei was several times stronger than when he was at his strongest in the Special Warfare Commando team. Even so, Black Panther still gave Xiao Ruofei an intuition of danger, which meant that Black Panther's skills were far from those enemies Xiao Ruofei had encountered before. In the face of a strong enemy, Xiao Ruofei did not have the slightest fear. Xiao Ruofei's iron and blood military career gave him the tenacity to face the strong and meet difficulties head-on. What was more, Ling Qingxue was still in the hands of the enemy. Xiao Ruofei had no way out. Even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of him, he would definitely rush through it without blinking. When Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, Black Panther narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, he had read Xiao Ruofei's information. After confirming that he had not found the wrong person, Black Panther did not say anything nonsense. He clenched his fists and walked towards Xiao Ruofei step by step. Black Panther did not walk fast, but with every step he took, his momentum seemed to increase a little. Ordinary enemies would have been scared before the fight under such a powerful momentum. However, Xiao Ruofei's eyes were firm, and he did not show the slightest timidity. Instead, he walked toward Black Panther. He was also not very fast, but every step he took was extremely firm. The opponent was very fast. This was the thought that came to Xiao Ruofei and Black Panther's minds at the same time when they accelerated. The distance of 5 to 6 meters disappeared almost in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were already in close combat. Black Panther struck first, his clenched fist whistling towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei leaned back to avoid this powerful punch, and at the same time, his body quickly stood up like a spring, and without hesitation, he hit Black Panther with his elbow. Crackling sounds could be heard incessantly. The two of them had already attacked each other 2 to 3 times in 1 or 2 seconds. Block, dodge, every attack looked extremely dangerous, but every attack was blocked or dodged by the opponent in the blink of an eye. The two of them separated as soon as they touched. At this time, Xiao Ruofei and Black Panther had basically exchanged positions. Xiao Ruofei's back was facing the black MPV, and his eyes were more cautious. His arm was still a little numb, and Black Panther's reaction speed was also the fastest he had ever seen in his life. Now that Xiao Ruofei's attack speed was far faster than before, he believed that even the strongest comrade in the special forces might not be able to deal with the series of attacks just now. What Xiao Ruofei didn't know was that Black Panther's heart was also in a perilous situation. Black Panther's hands were behind his back, and he had the demeanor of a master. But in fact, his hands behind his back were trembling slightly. Just now, he used these hands to block Xiao Ruofei's 3 attacks. Xiao Ruofei's speed made him a little afraid, but what made him feel even colder was Xiao Ruofei's strength and explosive power. The bones in Black Panther's arms were still aching faintly, and he only had this feeling when he sparred with his master. Ever since he entered the Liang family, he had never met such a powerful opponent. Black Panther narrowed his eyes, and for the first time tonight, he spoke. Black Panther asked, "May I ask who your master is?" In Black Panther's opinion, a master like Xiao Ruofei was definitely not an amateur like Zhao He. He was most likely an insider with a master like him. Black Panther was very cautious against such an opponent. Although the two had only fought for a short time, Heibao did not fall into a disadvantageous position. He was even confident that he could defeat Xiao Ruofei. However, what he feared the most was that if he fought the younger one, it would draw out the older one. He might even accidentally cause trouble for his sect. However, Xiao Ruofei did not appreciate it at all. He only said coldly, "Cut the crap. Today, you will definitely die." When Xiao Ruofei saw Ling Qingxue being taken into the car at the entrance of the company, he had already wanted to kill her. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Ling Qingxue was undoubtedly Xiao Ruofei's reverse scale. Hearing Xiao Ruofei's insolent words, Black Panther's face couldn't help but change, revealing a sullen expression. He snorted coldly and said, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." After that, Black Panther's aura burst out. He stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and his body shot up amidst the splashing gravel. He shot in the direction of Xiao Ruofei like lightning. Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up, and his muscles tightened as he took the initiative to meet Black Panther. When Black Panther rushed in front of Xiao Ruofei, his body's center of gravity had already sunk in advance. His right leg was extremely fast, and with a fierce gust of wind, it accurately kicked toward Xiao Ruofei's knee. In fact, Black Panther's most powerful kung fu was his legs, especially his attacks on the enemy's lower body, which could be described as fast and ruthless. In the face of such a powerful kick, Xiao Ruofei's heart trembled slightly. He exerted force in his legs and leaped back a big step, just avoiding Black Panther's attack. However, Black Panther had been immersed in leg techniques for 20 years. The leg techniques he practiced were known for their short, powerful, and extremely fast speed. Once he launched an attack, the attack would inevitably be like a tide, one wave higher than the previous one, continuous and endless. For a moment, Xiao Ruofei's front was full of fierce leg shadows. He blocked high and low, and dealt with them very awkwardly. Black Panther also used all his trump cards. He had underestimated Xiao Ruofei once, and naturally, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Xiao Ruofei's situation looked very bad. He couldn't dodge in time several times, and was hit in the ankle or calf by Black Panther's leg. It looked like he was in danger. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei had taken so much body-tempering soup that his muscles and bones had all been strengthened. Otherwise, just a few short side kicks from Black Panther alone would have broken Xiao Ruofei's leg bones. Once this happened, Xiao Ruofei would really have to give up his life here. The current situation wasn't the worst yet. His leg bones only hurt faintly, and it didn't affect his ability to move for the time being. While Black Panther continued to launch fierce attacks, he muttered in his heart, "Is this kid's body made of iron? He took 3 kicks from me and still acted like nothing happened." The more Black Panther fought, the less confident he became. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, gradually adapted to Black Panther's attack speed, and could even occasionally counterattack. Xiao Ruofei's counterattacks made Black Panther even more miserable because he found the right timing. Every time, when Black Panther had exhausted his remaining strength and hadn't recovered yet, he keenly sensed an opening and decisively attacked. Black Panther could only block awkwardly. After a few times, he felt as if the bones in his arm were about to crack. Xiao Ruofei's strength was really amazing. Black Panther became more and more uncertain as he fought, while Xiao Ruofei became more and more confident. Once the momentum began to weaken, it was difficult to gather it again. Under this situation, Xiao Ruofei's attacks became more and more fierce. Xiao Ruofei didn't practice martial arts from a young age like Black Panther, nor did he learn traditional martial arts. However, the fighting skills he learned in the army were all killing moves. His entire body, be it fists, palms, legs, knees, elbows, or even the head, could be said to be unscrupulous, which made it impossible for Black Panther to defend against. However, Black Panther was indeed stronger than all the opponents Xiao Ruofei had encountered before. Even if he slowly gained the upper hand, he still couldn't deal a fatal blow to Black Panther. While they were fighting, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The second set of movements demonstrated by the Golden Man suddenly appeared in his mind. Although it was just a static set of body forging techniques, it gave Xiao Ruofei inspiration. He suddenly lowered his center of gravity, his hands slammed on the ground, his waist twisted, and his whole body exerted strength to kick out his left leg from an incredible angle. The flexibility of an average person's body certainly couldn't reach this level, but for Xiao Ruofei, who had been practicing the second set of body forging movements for a long time, it was easy to do. Black Panther was on Xiao Ruofei's side, so his line of sight was blocked. In addition, he didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to suddenly attack from this angle, so he was really caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, a rapidly enlarging foot appeared in Black Panther's line of sight. He only had time to subconsciously cross his arms to block. However, Xiao Ruofei's all-out attack was powerful and heavy, and Black Panther reacted hastily, so he couldn't block it at all. With a cracking sound, Black Panther's arm injuries, which had accumulated in the fight just now, finally changed qualitatively, and his bones really cracked. The huge force was transmitted to his chest through his arm, and he felt as if he had been hit by a truck. He stumbled back 5 or 6 steps, and there was a sweet taste in his throat as he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After the successful attack, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate at all. When Black Panther retreated, he had already closed in and hit Black Panther's cheek with a right hook. Black Panther's head suddenly tilted to the side, and he opened his mouth to spit out a few bloody teeth. Under the violent concussion of his head, he was temporarily dizzy. Dizziness at this time was absolutely fatal. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to throw a series of heavy punches. Black Panther's hands were hanging down and he was beaten passively. These punches all hit Black Panther's chest and abdomen, causing great damage to his inner abdomen. Black Panther fell to the ground like a broken sack. Xiao Ruofei's eyes revealed a cold murderous intent. He closed in and stomped heavily on Black Panther a few times. With a horrifying cracking sound, Black Panther's 4 limbs were all broken. The strongest opponent Xiao Ruofei had ever met in his life was finally completely crippled. Xiao Ruofei only now realized that under such a high-intensity confrontation and under such a situation where he was incomparably focused, he even felt a little exhausted. His underwear had long been soaked in sweat. Ever since he had obtained the spiritual map scroll, this was the first time Xiao Ruofei had fought so hard and in such a dangerous situation. However, he didn't even have time to stop and catch his breath. He directly shot toward the black MPV. Monkey and the other 2 big men in the car turned pale with fright at this moment. After Black Panther got out of the car, Monkey had already turned off the engine. He had never thought that Black Panther would fail, and he had never thought that he would need to drive a car to escape with Black Panther. However, Black Panther was suddenly defeated in the fierce battle, and Xiao Ruofei was charging toward the car like a killing god. Monkey's heart was about to jump out of his chest. He frantically reached out to start the car. However, the distance of a few meters was just a matter of a breath for Xiao Ruofei. Before Monkey could even start the car, Xiao Ruofei had already pulled open the car door. He didn't hesitate to punch Monkey in the face. Compared to Black Panther, Monkey's combat strength was nothing. Under Xiao Ruofei's full speed, Monkey didn't even have time to subconsciously turn his head and was directly knocked out by a punch. Only then did Xiao Ruofei get out of the car and open the door in the middle row. The 2 big men in the car had panic and despair in their eyes, especially when they saw Xiao Ruofei's blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. They couldn't help but tremble. Ling Qingxue was clearly beside them, but they didn't even have the courage to threaten Xiao Ruofei with Ling Qingxue. The valiance and fierceness shown by Xiao Ruofei and Black Panther in the battle just now had already frightened the 2 big men. When Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue was unconscious, he was slightly relieved, but at the same time, an even greater anger surged in his heart. He forcibly suppressed his murderous intent and first dragged the big man beside him out of the car. He casually chopped the big man's neck with a palm knife. The big man groaned and directly fainted on the ground. Then, Xiao Ruofei carried Ling Qingxue in his arms and carefully exited the car. The burly man had long been scared out of his wits by Xiao Ruofei. Even though Xiao Ruofei was hugging Ling Qingxue and could not free his hands, and even though there were guns hidden under the seats of the SUV, he did not dare to act rashly. He obediently got out of the car and dragged Monkey, who had fallen over in the driver's seat, out of the car. The burly man's limbs were weak, and he tried several times to unbuckle Monkey's seatbelt. Then, he dragged Monkey out of the car and stood aside, not daring to breathe loudly, like a criminal waiting to be judged. Xiao Ruofei didn't even look at the burly man from the corner of his eye. He immediately checked Ling Qingshua's condition. What made him feel slightly relieved was that Ling Qingshua's breathing was stable, and there were no obvious wounds on her body. Obviously, there wasn't a big problem. After she was taken into the car, the other party must have used something like ether to make her fall into a coma. After confirming that Ling Qingxue was fine, Xiao Ruofei felt relieved. He carried Ling Qingxue to the front passenger seat of the MPV, laid the seat flat, and let Ling Qingxue lie down. He also fastened the seatbelt for her, and finally took off his coat to cover Ling Qingxue. Then, Xiao Ruofei closed the door of the MPV and slowly turned around. After settling Ling Qingxue down, it was time to work. Monkey and another burly man were lying side by side on the ground. Not far away was Black Panther, whose limbs were disabled. All three of them were unconscious. Standing next to Monkey was the last burly man in black, who was as silent as a cicada in winter. When Xiao Ruofei looked at him, he felt as if his whole body had fallen into an ice cave, and a strong chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Ruofei's emotionless gaze swept past the burly man and said indifferently, "You have 3 seconds to tell me who ordered you to do this. If you hesitate or can't tell me, you can die." After that, Xiao Ruofei turned his right hand, and a military dagger with a cold light appeared in his hand out of thin air. He said coldly, "Start the countdown. 3, 2. I'll talk. I'll talk." The big man shouted with a pale face. Xiao Ruofei's face was expressionless. His entire body emitted a cold aura as he quietly looked at the burly man. He was well versed in the art of interrogation, especially when the other party was already scared out of their wits. This move was very effective. The 3-second time limit would make it impossible for the other party to weave a lie, and it would also create a huge psychological pressure on the other party. The black-cloaked man didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest. He quickly said, "Big brother, we are young Master Liang's men." Everything was done under his orders. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for the burly man to finish speaking, and directly asked in an impressive manner, "Who is young Master Liang?" 3, 2. His name is Liang Hyaming. The black-robed man quickly said, He's from the Liang family in the capital." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be taken aback. He had naturally heard of the Liang family in the capital, but he didn't seem to have any connections with this big family far away in the capital. The only time he had interacted with them was when he treated Master Song's illness previously, that idiotic medical team leader, Liang Haitao. Although both parties were not on good terms, and Liang Haitao was sent to the basic medical team with his face covered in dirt, it had been a long time since that incident. Moreover, it was Family Song who came forward to negotiate. Even if the Liang family wanted to settle the score, they wouldn't dare to deal with him so brazenly. Moreover, they used such a drastic method. If the Liang family had such courage, they wouldn't have been pressured by Family Song to deal with Liang Haitao. After all, compared to Family Song, the Liang family's power was much weaker. Moreover, if the Liang family wanted to take revenge on him, they wouldn't have needed to send Liang Haitao to the basic level at the border. Moreover, the entire southeast province was Family Song's sphere of influence. It didn't make sense for the Liang family to deal with him so brazenly in the southeast province. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask, "Is it the Liang family that Liang Haitao is from?" Yes. Liang Haitao is young Master Liang's cousin." The burly man hurriedly replied. "The person who followed me yesterday was also sent by Liang Hyaming?" "Yes." "The person who was monitoring the perimeter of my farm was also your man?" Xiao Ruofei asked again. "Yes." The burly man nodded. He just found out that Xiao Ruofei had already discovered the surveillance on the perimeter of the farm. It was laughable that they thought that they had done it flawlessly. "Tell me the reason why Liang Hyaming did this," Xiao Ruofei asked calmly. The burly man in black didn't have a complete grasp of the situation, but recently, Sanshan City's fight against the underworld had ruined some of Liang Haiming's plans. Liang Haiming often flew into a rage, and these underlings had some private conversations about the recent events. He had long been scared out of his wits. When Xiao Ruofei asked, he immediately spilled the beans and told her everything he knew about the situation. Xiao Ruofei's face became colder and colder as he listened. It turned out that everything was because he had crippled Feng Luo, which caused the chain reaction behind it. This young master of the Liang family was really domineering to a certain extent. Feng Luo could be as lawless as he wanted, but Xiao Ruofei was passively involved in this matter in order to save her friend, and he still bore a grudge against him. Xiao Ruofei's expression was cold as he pointed at the MPV behind him and asked, "Do you know who she is?" The burly man in black couldn't help but shudder, and said with fear, "Brother Bao said that she was your woman." "Big brother, we were just following orders. Everything was decided by young Master Liang and Brother Bao, please spare me." Xiao Ruofei stared at the burly man in black's eyes with a playful expression, and asked lightly, "Liang Haiming captured my girlfriend, how are you going to deal with her? Tell me everything you know. If you dare to hide a single word, I will throw you off the cliff right now." "I wouldn't dare." The burly man in black said quietly, "Big brother. I only heard it from Brother Bao and the others when they were chatting. It's not necessarily accurate. I don't need it to be accurate, you just need to tell me everything you know," Xiao Ruofei said coldly. The poor burly man in black didn't know that Xiao Ruofei's killing intent had been brewing for a long time. From the moment he saw Ling Qingxue being taken into the MPV right under his nose, the people involved in this matter had already been sentenced to death in Xiao Ruofei's heart. The burly man in black still had a trace of hope, and said nervously, "Big brother, I'll tell you the truth, you don't have to be angry." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if I'm angry, I won't direct it at you. I will naturally look for Liang Haiming." The burly man in black secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and thought that this killing god didn't seem to be so difficult to talk to. As long as he could escape this time, he would directly run away and never serve Liang Haiming again. It was too dangerous to be by his side. With such thoughts, the burly man in black threw away his last trace of fear, and said with a trace of flattery, "Big brother. Young Master Liang. No. Liang Haiming is really crazy. He gave us an hour to bring your woman to his villa. He also said that when he was tired of playing with her, he would reward your woman to Brother Bao, to He Bao and the others. He also said that he would film the whole process, then finally capture you and play the video for you while torturing you to death." Xiao Ruofei listened quietly, and even the expression in his eyes didn't change. However, under his calm appearance, the monstrous flames in his heart burned even more fiercely. He couldn't even control the killing intent in his heart for a moment, and the temperature around his body seemed to have plummeted. The burly man in black revealed an extremely frightened expression, and said with a trembling voice, "Big brother, this is all what young Master Liang Haiming said. I'm just relaying it." As the burly man in black spoke, his upper and lower rows of teeth couldn't help but chatter, making a clattering sound. Obviously, he was extremely scared. Xiao Ruofei restrained his killing intent, and said with a pleasant expression, "You don't have to be afraid. I still have one last question. As long as you can answer me, I will let you go immediately." Please ask." "As long as it's something I know, I won't dare to hide it," the burly man hurriedly said. "Where is Liang Haiming?" Xiao Ruofei asked in a flat tone. The burly man in black said without hesitation, "He's in Green Ox Mountain Resort." The burly man in black spilled the beans like a bamboo tube, telling Xiao Ruofei the specific location of the villa that Liang Haiming had rented for a long time, and even the room number of the luxury suite that Liang Haiming had booked in the Kempinski Hotel in the city for a long time. After Xiao Ruofei listened carefully, he lightly nodded. The burly man in black asked with hope, "Big brother, I've told you everything I know. I didn't hide anything. Can you let me go?" Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Don't be so anxious. How do I know if you're lying to me or not?" "Big brother, I swear to God that if I'm lying," Xiao Ruofei directly waved his hand and said, "Don't do that. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. Only an idiot would believe in such a vicious oath." Alright, you just stay aside and be obedient for now. I'll ask your partner. If what he said is different from what you said, you know what the result will be. Yes, yes, yes. The burly man in black said quickly. He didn't dare to hide far away, nor did he dare to get close to the black MPV. He was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would suspect that he was going to do something bad to Xianxia, so he hesitated for a moment, walked to the side of the black MPV, and squatted down obediently. Xiao Ruofei kicked the other burly man in black awake. This man was a little more courageous than the previous one, but after Xiao Ruofei used a few simple tricks, he immediately cried and confessed. The information that Xiao Ruofei got was roughly the same as what the previous burly man in black had said, especially the hiding place of Liang Hyaming, which he was most concerned about. Both of them had said exactly the same thing. Xiao Ruofei had an idea in his heart. He wasn't going to ask Monkey and Black Panther, so he turned his gaze to the two burly men in black who were now awake. He waved his hand and said, "Come here and carry the two of them to the car." The burly men in black were thinking that Xiao Ruofei would let them go, so they didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest when it came to Xiao Ruofei's order. They immediately carried out the order. The two men worked hard to lift the unconscious monkey and walked toward the black MPV. Xiao Ruofei looked at the backs of the two men, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at two dead people. The questions that needed to be asked had been asked, and the information that needed to be grasped had been grasped. Naturally, it was time to settle the score. The two burly men worked together to move Monkey and Black Panther into the car. Then, they looked at Xiao Ruofei with flattery. "Big brother, we have followed your instructions. Can you let us go now?" one of the burly men said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei looked at the two of them playfully and said, "Go? Let you go and tell Liang Hyaming?" The burly man quickly said, "Big brother, we will never tell. As long as you let us go, we will go as far as we can and never come back. Today's matter will rot in our stomachs." The other burly man nodded. Xiao Ruofei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said coldly, "But I don't trust you. So, the best way is to let you go with Black Panther." The two burly men's faces changed dramatically. The burly man who confessed first said in a trembling voice, You promised me that you wouldn't kill me. You can't turn your back on us." Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "Talking about trust with scum like you? Am I crazy? You dared to kidnap my girlfriend, so you should be prepared to be killed. But since you guys are quite cooperative, I'll let you guys walk more comfortably." If it wasn't for the dinner appointment with Xianxia today, he wouldn't have returned to the city at all. Then, Xianxia would have suffered terrible humiliation tonight. So, Xiao Ruofei was scared when he thought about it. These four people were the direct executors of Xianxia's kidnapping. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't arrived, they would have sent Xianxia to Liang Hyaming's devil's den. So, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to let them go from the beginning. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's revenge operation had just begun. Liang Hyaming was backed by the towering Liang family. Xiao Ruofei's current strength was not enough to fight against such a huge monster. Under such circumstances, how could he leave two people alive? That was equivalent to burying two time bombs. The two burly men looked at each other with despair in their eyes. In the next moment, the two of them broke into a run at the same time, fleeing in two different directions. At this time, they still did not have the courage to attack Xiao Ruofei. They only chose to flee in different directions, hoping that Xiao Ruofei would not be able to take care of them. Perhaps they would be lucky enough to escape. However, this was destined to be a futile struggle. Xiao Ruofei's speed was too fast. He shot towards one of the men and arrived behind him in an instant. That big man cried out in despair. Xiao Ruofei, however, did not show the slightest bit of emotion. He simply chopped the back of the man's neck with his palm, and the man immediately fell to the ground. Then, Xiao Ruofei calmly turned around to chase after the other person. It only took a few seconds for Xiao Ruofei to catch up with the fleeing man. Using the same method, he easily knocked the burly man unconscious. Xiao Ruofei stuffed the two fainted men into the black business car. Then he got in the car, started the car, and backed it directly. Xiao Ruofei backed the black business car in front of the pickup truck and stopped. The abandoned old road was very narrow, so the business car could not pass through when the pickup truck was parked on the road. Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, went around to the passenger's side, and carried the unconscious Ling Qingxue out of the car. Then he carried Ling Qingxue to the back of the pickup truck, carefully put her in the back of the pickup truck, and covered her with his coat. Then, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and the whole pickup truck disappeared into thin air. The next moment, the pickup truck accurately appeared next to the stone tablet in the new space. There was a flat ground between the stone tablet and the cave, which was enough to park a car. Xiao Ruofei had specially ordered that Xiaohe, Damao, and Ermao would never get close to this area. Now that Xiao Ruofei's mental strength was much more condensed than before, it was easy for him to take a whole pickup truck into the space. This was also the first time that a human being other than Xiao Ruofei appeared in the Ring 2 space. Of course, Ling Qingxue was now in a coma, otherwise Xiao Ruofei would never do this. The existence of the Ring 2 space was Xiao Ruofei's top secret, and he would not reveal this secret even to his closest friends. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength was now very condensed, so he could easily pay attention to Ling Qingxue's situation in the Ring 2 space, and at the same time, it would not affect what he was doing in the outside world. Once Ling Qingxue showed signs of waking up, Xiao Ruofei could immediately send her out of the space, and even send her out of the space together with the pickup truck. For Xiao Ruofei, it was just a matter of thought, and everything could be done in an instant without any difficulty. At that time, Ling Qingxue would have just woken up, and even if she saw the inside of the Ring 2 space, she would definitely think that she was hallucinating. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was relieved to send Ling Qingxue into the space. After putting the pickup truck that was blocking the road into the space, Xiao Ruofei returned to the MPV and continued to reverse the car out of the abandoned old road. After turning onto the county road outside, Xiao Ruofei turned the car around and drove it back onto the old road, with the front of the car facing the direction of the intersection. Xiao Ruofei had already observed that there was a cliff outside the intersection, and it was the best place to send the four of them on their way. Black Panther had chosen Baofeng Mountain himself. The mountain was high, the road was steep, and there were few people. Especially at night, there were basically no cars passing by, and it was impossible for there to be surveillance cameras. Black Panther originally wanted to make things easier for himself, but he did not expect that in the end, he had chosen his own burial ground. There was nothing more ironic than this in the world. Xiao Ruofei pulled the handbrake, and then heavily punched Black Panther, who was lying on the passenger seat. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Black Panther groaned. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he was awakened by the pain. He struggled to open his eyes, and when he saw Xiao Ruofei, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He shouted, "You! What are you doing?" Xiao Ruofei said to Black Panther very gently, "Brother Panther, right? I'm going to send you guys on your way. I think you're a hero, and you can't die in a daze, right? So I specially woke you up. The three of them can't enjoy this kind of treatment." Black Panther twisted his body in horror and cursed, "Bastard! Let me go. Or the Liang family won't forgive you." Xiao Ruofei turned a deaf ear to Black Panther's threats. When he was in good condition, Xiao Ruofei was not afraid. Now that almost all of his joints were broken, and his internal organs were probably displaced, he could only lie on the seat like a dead dog. How could Xiao Ruofei be afraid of him? As for the Liang family? When Liang Haiming was dead, who would stand up for Liang Haiming's thug? Obviously, these four people were led by Black Panther, and they were also the main force behind the kidnapping of Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei naturally took special care of him, and wanted him to die in fear and despair. Xiao Ruofei listened to Black Panther's various vicious curses, but he was not moved at all. He just minded his own business and started to get busy. He first checked the MPV, and he didn't expect to find something unexpected. He found a military-grade pistol under the seat, and hundreds of rounds of bullets. This type of pistol was the standard of the Special Warfare Commando team. Ordinary troops only had officers with guns, but the ordinary soldiers in the commando team all had a gun. Xiao Ruofei was very familiar with this type of pistol. It was no exaggeration to say that he could skillfully break it down and reassemble it in a very short time with his eyes closed. At the same time, he also had a special feeling for this type of pistol. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei naturally took the gun and the bullets for himself without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei already treated Black Panther as a dead man, and all of this was done in front of him. There was no hiding at all, and he put the gun and the bullets into the stone room in the new space. When Black Panther saw the pistol and the bullets disappear into thin air in Xiao Ruofei's hands, his eyes almost popped out, and he even forgot to curse for a moment. This had completely overturned his understanding of the world. Xiao Ruofei ignored Black Panther, and continued to search. He found 6 to 7 bottles of Maotai in the trunk, and he opened all of them without hesitation, and poured them all on the unconscious monkey and the other 2 people, as well as Black Panther. At the same time, he casually threw the bottles into the car. This type of high alcohol content was a very good accelerant. With them, even if Black Panther and the others were extremely lucky, they would not be able to escape death. Moreover, although the alcohol would be burned, the fragments of the bottles would be left in the car, and it was very likely that the traffic police investigating the scene would judge it as a drunk driving accident. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Black Panther naturally guessed Xiao Ruofei's purpose, and his face showed an extremely desperate expression. He had already changed from cursing to begging. No matter how heroic he was, in the face of the fear of death, he had already thrown aside the restraint of a martial arts master. Xiao Ruofei naturally would not be soft-hearted just because of a few words of begging. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. No matter what Black Panther said, Xiao Ruofei would not be moved. Xiao Ruofei then damaged the black MPV's fuel tank to ensure that when the car rushed off the cliff, there was a high probability that the car would spontaneously combust and explode. Everything was ready, and only one thing was missing. Xiao Ruofei dragged the driver, Monkey, from the middle row to the driver's seat, and pushed him towards Black Panther, letting his upper body lie on Black Panther's legs. This posture looked a little evil, but Xiao Ruofei naturally did not have a bad taste. He just wanted to squeeze himself into the driver's seat. After Xiao Ruofei got in the car, he did not hesitate to start the engine. At this time, Black Panther had completely lost the demeanor of a martial arts master. He trembled and begged, "Xiao Ruofei, spare me. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. All of this was planned by Liang Haiming. I was just following orders." Xiao Ruofei did not even bat an eyelid, and did not hesitate to put the car in gear. "Xiao Ruofei, I'm already a cripple, why do you have to kill me?" Black Panther continued to beg. Xiao Ruofei still ignored Black Panther. He skillfully released the brake, stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed forward. Black Panther shouted, "Xiao Ruofei, stop. I beg you. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to be your slave to repay you. And the secret of Tan Tue, I'll give it all to you, as long as you spare me." Xiao Ruofei stepped on the accelerator, and the car quickly sped up. The distance of more than 10 meters was covered in the blink of an eye, and the MPV rushed to the intersection of the county road and the abandoned old road. No, you can't kill me." Black Panther shouted sternly, "I'm the direct descendant of Tan Tue. If you dare to kill me, my master will never let you go. My master is a mystic stage master." Xiao Ruofei turned his head, smiled at Black Panther, and said faintly, "Farewell." At this time, the guardrail on the outside of the road was very close. Just as the MPV was about to hit the guardrail, Xiao Ruofei pushed open the unlatched door and jumped out of the car. He took advantage of the momentum and rolled twice on the ground to dissipate the impact. He just happened to see the MPV smash through the old stone guardrail and jump into the cliff. Xiao Ruofei could still vaguely hear Black Panther's mournful and desperate roar from inside the car. At this time, his expression was incomparably calm, and there was even a faint smile on his face. Xiao Ruofei heard a series of loud noises coming from below the cliff, and his murderous heart finally felt a trace of relief. The blood red in his eyes also faded a lot. This wasn't the first time Xiao Ruofei had killed someone. In fact, he couldn't even count how many lives he had taken. Speaking of which, he had always killed people legally. After taking off his military uniform and changing from a Special Forces commando to a civilian, this was the first time he had taken someone's life with his own hands. However, Xiao Ruofei was very calm. This was because the 4 people he had killed were the scum of society who deserved to die. These people would only continue to help the evildoers and hurt more people if they were left alive. Moreover, if Xiao Ruofei couldn't even protect his own woman, then he was a man in vain. There was no one on the mountain road at night. Xiao Ruofei directly took the pickup truck out of the Ring 2 space. He checked on Ling Qingshua's condition. Her breathing was very stable and her heartbeat was very strong. However, she wouldn't wake up for a while. Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately wake Ling Qingxue up. Instead, he sent her into the stone room in the new space. Using his control of space, he gently placed Ling Qingxue on the stone bed. Then, Xiao Ruofei sat in the driver's seat of the pickup truck and started the car to go down the mountain. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't forget to pay attention to Ling Qingshua's condition the whole time. Once Ling Qingxue showed signs of waking up, Xiao Ruofei would immediately send her out of the Ring 2 space. The pickup truck meandered down the mountain road. During the journey, Xiao Ruofei heard a few muffled explosions. Obviously, the damage he had done to the car's fuel tank had caused the fuel to leak out and cause an explosion. Xiao Ruofei drove for 7 or 8 minutes. When the pickup truck was about to reach the foot of the mountain, he stopped the car by the roadside. This was because the MPV was lying on its back on the small slope on the right side of the road. A large rock was blocking it so it didn't continue rolling down. Xiao Ruofei looked up. Even with his extraordinary eyesight, he could only vaguely see 20 to 30 meters away. The MPV had fallen from the cliff above, and the drop was at least 1 to 200 meters. It took Xiao Ruofei more than 8 minutes to drive from the scene of the accident to here, but the MPV only took 10 to 20 seconds to roll and crash down here. The force of the impact, the burning, and the explosion, the 4 people in the car should be dead by now. However, since the MPV happened to be hanging on the side of the road, Xiao Ruofei naturally had to check it out. He opened the door, jumped out of the car, and walked forward. The MPV had been burned to the point that only its skeleton was left. The open flame had basically been extinguished, so the possibility of another explosion was extremely low. Xiao Ruofei felt relieved and boldly approached to check it out. When he was still 2 to 3 meters away from the MPV, Xiao Ruofei clearly felt a wave of heat, and the temperature was much higher. This degree of high temperature naturally had no effect on Xiao Ruofei. He didn't stop walking and directly came to the front of the MPV that was beyond recognition. He took out a strong flashlight from the space and shone it into the car. 1 corpse, 2 corpses, 3 corpses, 4. Xiao Ruofei quickly found 4 bodies in the car. They had long been burned beyond recognition, and their bodies were charred black. It was impossible to tell who was who. It was really a miracle that no one was thrown out of the car after falling from such a high cliff. This was the best result. The violent impact, burning, and explosion had all disappeared. Even if a detective came back, he wouldn't be able to find any clues from the wreckage of the car and the 4 bodies. Xiao Ruofei put away the strong flashlight, walked to his pickup truck without looking back, and drove away. Xiao Ruofei's destination was the Green Bull Mountain Resort Villa 60 kilometers away. Revenge didn't wait overnight. No matter how powerful Liang Haiming's background was, it would be difficult for him to escape death tonight. The pickup truck sped through the night. The faint light from the dashboard illuminated Xiao Ruofei's calm face. He focused on driving the car, but his brain was constantly working at high speed. It wasn't difficult to kill Liang Haiming. The difficult part was how to not leave any traces and not let anyone suspect him. In fact, as long as Liang Haiming was dead, no matter how careful Xiao Ruofei was, the Liang family would definitely suspect him. This was because once Liang Haiming died, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the Liang family. Everything before Liang Haiming's death would be infinitely magnified, and the fact that Liang Haiming repeatedly sent people to deal with Xiao Ruofei would definitely be known. In that case, Xiao Ruofei would become a highly suspicious person. The Liang family didn't need any conclusive evidence. As long as Xiao Ruofei had the motive, their thunderous revenge would very likely fall on Xiao Ruofei. Unless, he could make this matter watertight. Even the most suspicious people would only think that Liang Haiming's death was an accident, and there were no human factors involved. However, this was too difficult. Many seemingly accidental incidents, such as car accidents, drowning, sudden illness, and so on, could not withstand a thorough investigation. It was impossible to leave no traces behind. As Xiao Ruofei drove, he thought of a way to get rid of Liang Haiming without anyone noticing. At the same time, he still divided a bit of his attention to Ling Qingshua's situation in the dimension, in case she suddenly woke up during this period. Xiao Ruofei's mind, which was connected to the new space, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a wonderful way to hide it from everyone. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and in his mind, he quickly came up with a complete set of plans for tonight's operation. Xiao Ruofei sped up, and the pickup truck sped forward in the dark night. He wanted to complete an unprecedented attack today. At the Green Ox Mountain Resort Villa, there was a standalone villa facing the artificial lake. It was still chilly outside, but the inside of the villa was as warm as spring. Liang Haiming was wearing a set of expensive silk pajamas, and he sat on the soft leather sofa with his legs crossed. He held a Cuban coiba cigar in his right hand, and a red wine glass in his right hand. He gently swirled the wine in the glass, and he looked very relaxed. "Any news from Black Panther?" Liang Haiming asked. The middle-aged man standing not far from Liang Haiming quickly said, "They called 40 minutes ago and said that they succeeded. They should be on their way now." Liang Haiming narrowed his eyes and nodded. Then he put down the red wine glass and picked up the stack of documents on the coffee table. On it were photos of Ling Qingxue. There were a total of more than 10 photos, and the backgrounds were all outdoor. Obviously, they were all secretly taken by Liang Haiming's people. Liang Haiming looked at the photos, and then he couldn't help but lick his lips with undisguised excitement in his eyes. "Young Master Liang, do you need me to call and urge them?" the middle-aged man asked carefully. Liang Haiming thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'm not worried about Black Panther. Since they've succeeded, we'll just have to wait patiently. If it wasn't Black Panther who went to do the job today, but other subordinates, Liang Haiming wouldn't have so much patience and would have called to urge them. But Black Panther was different. Black Panther was a true master, and Liang Haiming was fortunate enough to receive Black Panther's master in Beijing, which made Liang Haiming admire him even more. Liang Haiming naturally wanted to win over such a powerful person with a powerful master's background. Therefore, his attitude towards Black Panther had always been pleasant, and he had never shown his domineering and hedonistic side in front of Black Panther. Liang Haiming said again, "Oh right, tell them to prepare my room." "Yes, young Master Liang," the middle-aged man quickly replied. The middle-aged man had been by Liang Haiming's side for many years, so he naturally knew what Liang Haiming's so-called preparation was. Speaking of which, Liang Haiming and the unlucky Feng Luo had the same hobby. He liked to add some exciting content when he was having sex with women. Especially in the past few years, he had been hollowed out by wine and women. If he didn't have those little props to increase the excitement, it would be difficult for him to even get hard. This kind of thing, for people who liked this kind of thing, was simply unstoppable. But for those who didn't have this kind of hobby, it was no different from a kind of torture. Therefore, in the eyes of many women who had slept with Liang Haiming, this young master of the Liang family was simply a devil. Many people shuddered when they thought of the scene with Liang Haiming. Moreover, many of them were raped by Liang Haiming using all kinds of methods. To them, it was simply a nightmare. The most extreme time, after a young girl was raped by Liang Haiming, she directly jumped from the 18th floor of a hotel room naked and died on the spot. However, because Liang Haiming was a member of the Liang family, in the end, this matter was left unsettled. In a sense, Liang Haiming really deserved to die. If Xiao Ruofei's operation was successful tonight, the souls of those young girls in the underworld would run around to celebrate. The middle-aged man hurriedly went to make the arrangements. Liang Haiming thought about how he would be able to rape the long-legged beauty in a while and couldn't help but feel hot all over. He raised his voice and said, "Do it carefully. When I'm tired of her, I'll give you a taste of her. I'll let you be first, ha ha ha." The middle-aged man's face had a trace of a bitter smile, but he quickly turned around and the bitter smile on his face was replaced with a flattering expression. He bowed and said, "Thank you, young Master Liang. Go." Liang Haiming waved and said, then his greedy eyes fell on Ling Qingshua's photo. The clouds were very low that night, and the moon was hidden in the clouds early. Xiao Ruofei sped all the way and spent about 30 minutes to arrive at the vicinity of Green Bull Mountain. resort. However, he didn't directly drive to the resort. Instead, he found a secluded place on the national highway, turned the car into a small road, and stopped by the side. There was a special road next to the national highway that led directly to the Green Bull Mountain Resort Villa, which was also built with the villa's money. Xiao did not choose this road. In fact, about 1 kilometer away from the intersection, Xiao parked the car on the side of the road. He knew very well that there must be surveillance cameras installed by the villa on that special road. It would not be difficult for him to assassinate Liang Haiming this time. The real difficulty was not to leave any traces, so he naturally would not appear on that road. Xiao chose to pass through the forest. The straight-line distance from the place where he got off to the villa was about 3 to 4 kilometers. Due to the terrain, he might actually need to walk 5 to 6 kilometers. This distance was no challenge for Xiao. Dressed in a black shirt, black pants, and black headgear, he was like an elf walking in the night, silently moving forward at high speed. The uneven terrain of the shrubs, all kinds of weeds, and thorns could not slow down Xiaoruofei's speed. He ran as if he was running on flat ground, nimbly avoiding some branches that stretched out horizontally from time to time. Sometimes, he even grabbed the thicker branches and used them to swing forward. His speed was extremely fast. Xiaoruofei was an expert in mountain warfare. When he was in the army, most of the missions were carried out in the border jungles. This kind of terrain made him feel like a fish in water. 10 minutes later, Xiaoruofei saw the walls of the villa from afar. He crouched down in the shrubs, and his sharp eyes swept across the villa 20 to 30 meters away. Although the two men in black described the location and characteristics of Liang Haiming's villa as best as they could, Xiaoruofei had never been to the villa. In addition, it was night time, so he still spent a few minutes looking for it. The villa that Liang Haiming rented had a distinctive feature. It was backed by a cliff and there was a man-made lake in front of it. There were not many villas that fit this feature. Especially the cliff, it was very obvious even in the dark. In addition, it was not the weekend, and it was the off-season, so the occupancy rate of the villa was not high. There was a row of 5 single-family villas by the cliff, and only 2 of them were lit up. After Xiaoruofei confirmed the approximate location of the target, he immediately crouched down, shuttled through the shrubs, and quickly approached the cliff along the periphery of the villa's walls. He did not try to get close to the villa. He had been moving around the periphery, so he could almost completely avoid being caught by the surveillance cameras. In fact, Xiaoruofei was very careful along the way. He even took a small detour when he drove, in order to avoid the possible surveillance cameras or global eyes on the road. For the sake of this assassination, Xiaoruofei could be said to be extremely cautious. Very quickly, Xiaoruofei easily climbed up the 20-meter-tall cliff from the back. On the side near the resort, the cliff was almost vertical. If one wanted to sneak into the resort from here, it would be difficult for the average person, but not for Xiaoruofei. Of course, Xiaoruofei did not plan to directly sneak into the villa. He crouched down at the top of the cliff and took out a pair of binoculars from the inventory. This was also in the outdoor equipment bag given to him when he bought the all-terrain vehicle last time. It was just an ordinary pair of binoculars and did not have night vision. But for Xiaoruofei, it was enough. His focus was naturally on the 2 villas with lights on. Xiaoruofei held the binoculars and slowly turned his head. When he saw a large 6 sign on the outer wall of one of the villas, he immediately put away the binoculars, then got up and moved in the direction of the villa. The 2 big men told him that Liang Haiming was renting villa number 6. Xiaoruofei moved to the position closest to villa number 6, lay down on the ground again, and took out the binoculars to continue observing. From his angle, he could just see the living room on the first floor of the villa through the window. In the villa, Liang Haiming's face began to show an impatient expression. Because nearly an hour and a half had passed, and there was still no trace of Black Panther and the others. If it were any other subordinates who dared to work overtime, Liang Haiming would have been furious. Even if it was Black Panther who was sent out today, it was a full half an hour late, which made Liang Haiming quite unhappy. Especially since his sexual interest had been aroused, and he was waiting for a beauty to come to his door. Every minute of waiting was very long. Still can't get in touch? Liang Haiming asked in an unfriendly tone. Black Panther's phone has no signal. The middle-aged man said carefully, "Young Master Liang, the mobile phone signal in the Green Ox Mountain area is not very good. It's fine inside the villa, but there is often no signal on the way up the mountain. The phone can't get through, maybe Black Panther is about to arrive." Liang Haiming's expression became slightly better, and he muttered, "I don't know what's wrong with Black Panther today. Usually, he's not so slow." The middle-aged man was secretly glad. Fortunately, Black Panther was personally sent out today. Otherwise, who knew how angry young Master Liang would be, although every time Liang Haiming got angry, the unluckiest ones were the subordinates who did not do their jobs well. He had been serving Liang Haiming all year round, so it was inevitable that he would often be implicated. Just like this time, although he had temporarily dealt with it, as long as Black Panther did not appear, his heart would always be in suspense. Xiao Ruofei finally saw Liang Haiming for the first time through the binoculars. Liang Haiming was obviously not a low-key person, so Xiao Ruofei took the time to search the internet on the way here, and found a lot of photos and reports about him. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei confirmed Liang Haiming's identity at a glance. When he adjusted the magnification of the binoculars to the maximum, he could even vaguely see the stack of photos of Ling Qingxue on the coffee table in the living room. Xiao Ruofei's eyes shot out two rays of light, and a cold murderous intent rose. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and began to communicate with the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei was not checking the status of Ling Qingxue. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had not retracted his telepathic thoughts, so he was monitoring Ling Qingxue's situation at all times. Wherever Xiao Ruofei's telepathic thoughts went, the power of the space quickly enveloped the huge iron fence where the wasps were resting in the new space. Yes, Xiao Ruofei had decided to use these ferocious wasps. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. This was the first time Xiao Ruofei was preparing to use this weapon of mass destruction, and he was faintly looking forward to it. The number of wasps in the iron fence had increased, and the small insects and moths in the fence were also constantly multiplying, forming a small ecological chain. These wasps were undoubtedly at the top of the ecological chain. The increase in numbers was secondary. After drinking the spirit-pregnant soup many times, Xiao Ruofei could now control about 300 wasps at once, and he could not control more than that. However, the evolution of the wasps themselves was delightful. These wasps were twice as large as when Xiao Ruofei first met them in Beiyan Mountain, and each of them was incomparably nimble and fierce. The wasps, which were larger than an adult's thumb, flew around the fence, and their terrifying stingers emitted a cold light, causing people to shudder. These wasps were simply killer wasps. The killer bee was naturally the most suitable weapon for killing people. The corners of Xiao Ruofei's mouth slowly curled up, and the power of the space enveloped about 200 wasps. Then, with a thought, these 200 wasps appeared out of thin air in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei could already control 300 wasps, but in order to ensure smooth control, he only took out about 200 wasps. For this operation alone, there was no difference between 200 and 300 wasps. Even if there were only 100 wasps, it would be enough to kill Liang Haiming. Originally, Xiao Ruofei was slightly worried. This was the first time the wasps had left the space. However, the moment the wasps appeared in the outside world, Xiao Ruofei's only worry disappeared without a trace. He found that he could still control these wasps with his spiritual power, and the feeling of having them at his fingertips did not disappear. Now, these 200 wasps were very obedient as they circled Xiao Ruofei, and according to Xiao Ruofei's instructions, they obediently lined up in a line. Then in a human shape, Xiao Ruofei turned his head to look at the villa in the dark, and the murderous intent in his eyes exploded. With a thought, the wasps immediately gathered into a group and flew quickly in the direction of the villa. In the villa, Liang Haiming was anxiously waiting with a photo in his hand. In the photo was Ling Qingxue's graceful back, and her long legs were like a cat's claws, scratching Liang Haiming's heart. He was so anxious that he even set up a small tent on his lower body. He did not hide it at all, and just casually crossed his legs and leaned against the back of the sofa. When the middle-aged man saw this, he could only smile bitterly in his heart, and then lowered his gaze. Buzz buzz buzz, what's that sound? Liang Haiming suddenly raised his head with some doubts. His heart inexplicably beat violently, as if there was a trace of an ominous premonition. The buzzing sound got closer, and the middle-aged man also felt a trace of abnormality. and could not help but turn his head to look around. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he saw a group of huge wasps fly into the villa without him knowing, and they were crazily swarming out from the side of the bathroom. In fact, in the early spring season, the villa's doors and windows were tightly shut. If it was not for the half-open window in the bathroom on the first floor, Xianxia would have to spend a lot of effort to command these wasps to sneak into the villa. However, it was that ventilation window that made this matter extremely simple. "Young Master Liang, be careful." The middle-aged man saw the crazily dancing wasps directly rushing towards Liang Haiming, and could not help but shout out loud. Liang Haiming subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the buzzing sound, and suddenly his heart sank. What entered his eyes was a black mass of wasps, and they were only 1 or 2 meters away from him. Liang Haiming was so scared that he screamed, and rolled off the sofa in a panic, and used both hands and feet to escape. But how could he outrun the extremely fast wasps? These wasps had already locked onto Liang Haiming, and in the blink of an eye, they had already caught up to Liang Haiming, and then without hesitation, they ruthlessly stabbed their stingers into Liang Haiming's body. These wasps were already ferocious to begin with, and they had lived in a unique environment like the Ring 2 space for a long time. Now, their power had multiplied. Being besieged by more than 200 wasps, the venom on their stingers was continuously injected into Liang Haiming's body. The middle-aged man had long been stunned. He did not expect such a situation at all. Although the Green Ox Mountain Resort Villa was in a mountainous area, the area had been developed very well. It had all kinds of modern living facilities and convenient conditions. No one would have thought that a luxurious villa would suddenly have a swarm of highly aggressive wasps. It was not until Liang Haiming's shrill scream that the middle-aged man recovered from his shock. However, he was helpless in the face of such a situation. He could not think of a way to save Liang Haiming in a hurry. The villa where Liang Haiming lived naturally had guards. Hearing the screams in the house, Liang Haiming's subordinates rushed in one after another. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was scared stiff. The middle-aged man hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Save young Master Liang!" The guards came back to their senses. Soon, someone took off his clothes and waved it in his hand, trying to drive away the wasps. Everyone immediately followed suit. They took off their clothes and slapped Liang Haiming's body. Even the middle-aged man hurriedly followed suit. Liang Haiming's screams were incomparably shrill. Most of the wasps were concentrated on his head. Now, his head, face, and even neck were densely stung with wasps. If someone with trypophobia saw this scene, they would definitely shudder. Moreover, the venom contained in these wild wasps was also extremely toxic. Liang Haiming's entire head swelled up as if it was filled with air. His skin had a sickly watery luster. Soon, his screams began to weaken. The guards used their clothes to drive the wasps away, and it did have some effect. Some of the wasps were swept by the clothes and fell to the ground, trampled to death by the guards. However, compared to the total number of over 200 wasps, the number of wasps eliminated was too small. Most of them continued to attack Liang Haiming. Moreover, after some wasps were forced to fly, they simply began to attack the guards. The whole villa was in a mess. Soon, the guards were more or less injured. The middle-aged man was also stung twice. His mouth and cheeks quickly swelled up. The burning pain made the middle-aged man grit his teeth and suck in cold air. The middle-aged man couldn't imagine how terrible the pain Liang Haiming was suffering now. In the beginning, Liang Haiming was still rolling on the ground, struggling, and screaming, but now he was basically motionless. Many of the wasps seemed to have locked onto this target and were still biting him. However, he only twitched occasionally and did not react to the wasps' attacks. No. There are too many wasps. If this goes on, Master Liang won't be able to hold on. A guard shouted. We have to think of another way. Wasps are generally afraid of fire. Fire or smoke will do. Are you stupid? The wasps were all on young Master Liang. How do you burn it? Everyone waved the clothes in their hands with all their might as they discussed animatedly. At this time, the middle-aged man saw the fire extinguisher in the corner of the door. He had a flash of inspiration and shouted, "Use the fire extinguisher." Immediately, a guard ran over and picked up the fire extinguisher. He pulled out the bolt and sprayed it at Liang Haiming. Although the foam from the fire extinguisher was not good on Liang Haiming, it was better than being burned by fire. Moreover, Liang Haiming had already fainted and could not feel it at all. The villa was equipped with 2 foam fire extinguishers. The 2 guards held the fire extinguishers and sprayed it at Liang Haiming from 2 directions. With a sizzling sound, a large amount of white foam was sprayed out from the fire extinguisher. Soon, Liang Haiming's body was covered with a layer of white foam. Coupled with his swollen face, he looked even more terrifying. However, the middle-aged man's idea was still effective. The foam sprayed on the wasps. Some of the wasps that were still flying fell after their wings were stained with the foam. Most of the wasps on Liang Haiming's body were trapped in the foam and lost their lethality. The 2 guards began to spray foam at the wasps that were still flying in the air. The luxuriously decorated villa living room was a mess. Xiaoruofei saw the whole process through the binoculars. He knew that these wasps could not be retrieved. He could not help but feel a little distressed. However, the wasps in his space multiplied very quickly. During this period of time, there were more than 200 new wasps. These wasps were originally wild wasps that he had accidentally harvested. Using 200 wasps in exchange for Liang Haiming's life was quite a good deal. The most important thing was that this method could be said to be really secretive. No matter how suspicious the Liang family was, they would not suspect that this was a man-made assassination, let alone suspect Xiaoruofei. Who would have thought that someone could actually control these ferocious wasps and attack wherever he pointed? Xiaoruofei had a panoramic view of the entire process of the hornets attacking Liang Haiming. He was very clear that under such circumstances, Liang Haiming's chances of survival were even lower than winning the lottery. The corners of his mouth finally lifted. Finally, his thoughts were clear. Xiaoruofei no longer thought about retrieving the wasps. He silently got up and quickly escaped into the night, leaving no trace behind. At this time, the villa was a mess. After these uninvited guests were eliminated by the middle-aged man's phone trick, the first thing they did was to treat Liang Haiming. There were also people who quickly contacted the resort. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that there was a loophole in the resort's management. Otherwise, how could these deadly wasps suddenly burrow into the villa? Of course, the middle-aged man did not have time to criticize the resort. He immediately called the emergency number and quickly asked someone to prepare a car to send Liang Haiming to the hospital. The situation was urgent. They did not dare to wait for the ambulance to arrive. They could only send Liang Haiming out as soon as possible and meet up with the ambulance on the road. Speaking of which, Liang Haiming was destined to die here. After being stung by wasps, he should be sent to the hospital immediately. However, the resort was far away from the city. The nearest hospital was more than 30 kilometers away. The resort's infirmary was not equipped to treat such a serious sting. Moreover, Liang Haiming's body was allergic to bee venom. While he was on the way to the hospital, his blood pressure dropped severely. By the time he met up with the ambulance, he was already dead. The doctor in the ambulance routinely checked Liang Haiming's condition. He helplessly shook his head and said, "The patient is dead." After hearing this, the middle-aged man felt like he was struck by lightning. He almost fainted on the spot. He didn't know how to face the Liang family. He accompanied Liang Haiming to Southeast Province to do something, but in the end, he had to watch Liang Haiming die so inexplicably. He was helpless on the side. How was he going to face the Liang family's monstrous anger? The middle-aged man felt despair. This was too sudden. If Liang Haiming had an accident in a conflict with someone, at least the Liang family would have someone to vent their anger on. But now? Was he going to deal with the wasps? The middle-aged man knew that he had to find someone to take responsibility. Otherwise, he would be in a very passive position. Who was going to take responsibility for this? The middle-aged man did not hesitate. Naturally, he thought of the resort. From his point of view, this was the resort's responsibility. A guest was attacked and killed by wasps during his stay. The resort had an unshirkable responsibility. After he made up his mind, the middle-aged man's emotions calmed down a little. Although the emergency doctor had already announced Liang Haiming's death, he still insisted on first aid. He even sent someone to follow the ambulance to the hospital. He simply returned to the resort. Liang Haiming was confirmed dead. There was no point in going to the hospital. In comparison, it was more important to go back to the resort to deal with the aftermath. Such a big thing happened so suddenly that the entire resort was alarmed. When the middle-aged man returned, the resort manager was already beaten black and blue by the guards who stayed behind. He was crying for his parents. The middle-aged man was not in the mood to say anything more to him. No matter what, the responsibility had to be pushed to the resort. He did not dare to be negligent. He called the capital overnight to report. There was no wall in the world that did not have a crack. The news of the Liang family's young master's accidental death in Southeast Province quickly spread in the capital. Many young masters clapped their hands and cheered. Liang Haiming's domineering personality was not likable. Even among the rich playboys in the circle, there were not many who had a good relationship with him. As for the victims, they did not have the means to receive the news immediately. Otherwise, they would have cried out that God was watching over them. However, no matter what, Xiao Ruofei's revenge had objectively comforted the souls of a few young girls. The Liang family was shocked. The family quickly sent people to Southeast Province to deal with Liang Haiming's funeral. The middle-aged man did not mention the conflict between Liang Haiming and Xiao Ruofei to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Liang family did not expect that this incident, which looked like an accident on the surface, was actually a planned assassination. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was able to stay out of it as he wished. The unlucky Green Ox Mountain Resort Villa had to bear the full brunt of the Liang family's anger. This business, which had been struggling to run, went bankrupt very quickly. The boss was also attacked in various ways. In the end, he was arrested by the police of Gangnam Province on a groundless charge and was sentenced to a few years in prison. Objectively speaking, he was not responsible. However, the middle-aged man was still kicked out by the Liang family because he did not take good care of them. Furthermore, he had offended a big family like the Liang family. The middle-aged man had no place in the country. Fortunately, he had accumulated a lot of savings over the years. He was also disheartened by the Liang family's indifference. Therefore, he decided to live out the rest of his life abroad. Of course, this was all in the future. After confirming that he had achieved his goal tonight, Xiao Ruofei swiftly left the scene under the cover of the night. He returned to the pickup truck and started the car without hesitation. He left Green Ox Mountain Resort Villa. Xiao Ruofei still chose to take a detour. He took a few old roads with few people and vehicles to return to Taoyuan Farm. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei had been paying attention to Ling Xianxia in the space. Ling Xianxia had been in a comatose state. Xiao Ruofei simply let her lie on the stone bed. When he returned to the villa and went to his bedroom, Xiao Ruofei had an idea. He sent Ling Xianxia out of the ring to space. Xiao Ruofei gently placed Ling Xianxia on the bed. Then, he took out a bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution and carefully fed some to Ling Xianxia. The petal solution had miraculous effects on malignant tumors. Naturally, it could resolve some of the negative effects of the drug. Ling Xianxia, who had consumed the petal solution, quickly frowned and woke up with a groan. When she found herself lying on the bed, the first thing she thought of was what had happened to her at the entrance of the company building. She couldn't help but scream. Xiao Ruofei quickly covered Ling Xianxia's mouth and whispered in her ear, "Xianxia, don't be afraid. It's me. It's okay, it's okay." When Ling Xianxia heard Xiao Ruofei's voice, she calmed down immediately. She hugged Xiao Ruofei and her body trembled slightly. She sobbed and said, "Ruofei, I was so scared. I thought I would never see you again." When Xiao Ruofei saw the frightened look on his beloved woman's face, his heart was filled with boundless love. At the same time, his hatred and disgust for Liang Haiming and the others intensified. The discomfort in his heart disappeared without a trace as he had personally ended the lives of 5 people tonight. "Xianxia, be a good girl. Don't be afraid." Xiao Ruofei said softly, "With me by your side, no one can hurt you." Ling Xianxia nodded heavily. At this moment, she felt that Xiao Ruofei's embrace was so warm. Xiao Ruofei's chest was so broad that she felt a strong sense of attachment and boundless security. Ling Qingxue hugged Xiao Ruofei tightly and asked, Ruofei, you didn't get hurt when you saved me, did you? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Qingxue, you underestimate me. I just took care of a few thieves. How could I get hurt? After that, Xiao Ruofei made a gesture to show his muscles, which made Ling Qingxue laugh through her tears. Then Ling Qingxue asked again, by the way, who were those people today? Why did they kidnap me? They did it for money? Oh no. Ruofei, will they do anything to my father? Ling Qingxue thought that if the kidnappers did it for money, it was very likely that they would kidnap her father, Ling Xiaotian, as well. She suddenly panicked. Xiao Ruofei quickly patted Ling Qingxue's back gently and comforted her, Qingxue, don't worry. Uncle Ling is fine. Ling Qingxue saw that Xiao Ruofei was so serious. Although she didn't know the reason, she had absolute trust in Xiao Ruofei. She quickly nodded and said, I'll keep it in mind. I promise that I won't tell anyone, not even my father. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, that's right. You can't tell Uncle Ling either. Anyway, this matter is over. There's no need for him to worry about you anymore. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and continued, anyway, just keep this matter to yourself. There may be some news in the next few days. You'll know what's going on after you read it. No matter what, don't be too surprised. Just pretend that nothing happened. Ling Qingxue nodded and couldn't help but ask worriedly, Ruofei. You. Did you kill those kidnappers? Xiao Ruofei smiled and gently stroked Ling Qingxue's hair. He said, didn't you say that you wouldn't ask? Qingxue, in order to protect your safety, I can do anything. If someone really died because of this matter, they deserved it. Don't think too much about it. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't answer directly, Ling Qingxue already had an answer in her heart. While she was worried about Xiao Ruofei, her heart was filled with sweetness and gratitude. Every girl had a hero complex, and they would imagine that their man was an indomitable hero. Tonight, Xiao Ruofei was undoubtedly the perfect boyfriend in Ling Qingxue's imagination. She was in Xiao Ruofei's arms, and her worries about the frightening scene in the evening and the possibility that Xiao Ruofei might get beheaded slowly disappeared. Ling Qingxue had blind faith in Xiao Ruofei. She believed that no matter what happened, as long as Xiao Ruofei was there wouldn't be any trouble. Of course, Ling Qingxue was still a little hesitant when it came to this matter. She furrowed her brows and asked, Ruofei, what should I say if the police find me and ask questions? Ling Qingxue's question made Xiao Ruofei ponder. Today's assassination of Liang Haiming could be said to be absolutely flawless. No matter how the Liang clan investigated, the possibility of finding Xiao Ruofei was extremely low. Moreover, the possibility of the Liang family conducting a large-scale investigation was very low. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Liang Haiming's death was an accident. There was no doubt about it. But Xiao Ruofei killing Black Panther and the others would definitely leave behind traces. Because the incident happened so suddenly, Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to chase after him in the pickup truck. The two vehicles chased each other in the city for a long time, and then drove out of the city at high speed one after the other. They would definitely leave a record on many surveillance cameras and global eyes. Xiao Ruofei's mind spun quickly, thinking about the possible loopholes in every link. The worst possibility was that, as Ling Qingxue said, the police would get involved. If the police investigated the SUV falling off the cliff as a criminal case, they would definitely check the surveillance cameras along the way. Naturally, the fact that Xiao Ruofei chased after them in the car would not be able to hide. Of course, Black Panther and the others were very professional when they kidnapped Ling Qingxue. It only took a few seconds. Moreover, the black SUV was parked next to Ling Qingxue, blocking the view of most of the cars on the street. Therefore, the possibility of passers-by calling the police was not high. If the police were to get involved, there were only two possible reasons. First, when the traffic police investigated the scene, they felt that the cause of the accident was suspicious and that it was not an ordinary traffic accident. Second, the Liang family used their influence to put pressure on the police to investigate the incident thoroughly. Xiao Ruofei frowned and thought for a long time, then said, if that really happened, don't panic. Just insist that after you were taken into the car, The other party covered your mouth and nose with a handkerchief, then you passed out. You have no idea what happened after that. When you woke up, you found that I had already saved you, so I will take care of the rest. Ling Xianxia asked worriedly, won't you be involved in this? How are you going to tell the police? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I'll deal with it as it comes. There are no surveillance cameras in that place, so I can say whatever I want. Anyway, the dead tell no tales. Ling Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim, Ruofei, you really? Xiao Ruofei covered Ling Xianxia's mouth and said with a smile, we agreed not to talk about this. Ling Xianxia couldn't help but look up at Xiao Ruofei. She was quite sure that Xiao Ruofei had really killed the kidnappers tonight. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's calm and cheerful manner, Ling Xianxia was touched and admired him. Her watery eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, Xianxia, don't worry so much. It's only a possibility now, but it's very unlikely. The excuses we discussed in advance will probably never be used. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was right. The middle-aged man couldn't even take care of himself now. Liang Haiming's sudden death had made him panic, so he didn't have time to care about He Bao and the others. Because the MPV had fallen on the side of the road, it wasn't until the second half of the night that a passing car found it and called the police. The traffic police used the normal procedure to find the car's license plate number and inform the car's owner. The company that the MPV was affiliated with was actually a trading company registered by Liang Haiming in Sanshan City, but the legal representative was the middle-aged man. This was the usual method of some rich people from big families. Many times, it was inconvenient for them to come out and take control of a company, so there was always a shadow of a white glove in front of them. Therefore, the middle-aged man only knew that He Bao and the others had died on Baofeng Mountain when he received the police notice in the wee hours of the morning. He had contacted He Bao and learned that they had succeeded and were rushing to Green Ox Mountain. He couldn't understand why. He Bao and the others suddenly went to Baofeng Mountain, which was the opposite direction, and fell off the cliff to their deaths. Moreover, the woman in the MPV wasn't in the car. However, the middle-aged man was now in a terrible fix because of Liang Haiming's death. He didn't want to complicate things. Although He Bao was highly regarded by Liang Haiming was now dead. Why would the middle-aged man care about He Bao's life? He was now thinking about how to take responsibility. The middle-aged man definitely wouldn't do something that might complicate the situation and make him take on more responsibility. Therefore, he decided to keep it a secret without much hesitation. Anyway, at this juncture, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. It couldn't be wrong. In fact, other than the middle-aged man, only Liang Haiming, He Bao, and the others knew about this matter. Now that the others were dead, as long as the middle-aged man didn't say anything, no one would. Therefore, the middle-aged man quickly sent a few people from his company to the police to deal with the aftermath. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. The terrain around Baofeng Mountain was steep, and accidents often happened in the past. Therefore, there weren't many cars passing by. Many drivers would rather take a detour than cross Baofeng Mountain. Moreover, in the wreckage of the car at the scene of the accident, they found some broken wine bottles. There were almost no signs of brakes at the scene of the accident. Therefore, the police quickly concluded that this was a traffic accident, and the driver was most likely suspected of drunk driving. However, the fire destroyed all the evidence, and the people were dead. Naturally, there was no need to pursue the matter. The middle-aged man who vaguely guessed that this incident had something to do with Xiao Ruofei was chased out of the Liang family not long after. He went abroad. Therefore, the incident of Xiao Ruofei's massacre that night passed peacefully. Perhaps Xiao Ruofei himself didn't realize that his insistence on killing Liang Haiming with that unimaginable method on that very night had unwittingly helped him cover up the previous massacre. It was conceivable that if Xiao Ruofei didn't make a move that night, and Liang Haiming knew about the death of He Bao and the others, with Liang Haiming's personality, he would definitely not let it go. He would definitely use all his connections to investigate the matter thoroughly. By then, if Xiao Ruofei wanted to get out of this, he would have to use some of his connections in the government. In any case, this incident didn't cause any more trouble for Xiao Ruofei. His life quickly returned to normal. Of course, this was a story for another time. Now, Xiao Ruofei naturally wasn't so sure. Therefore, he was prepared to deal with the police if the incident was discovered. However, in front of Ling Qingxue, of course, Xiao Ruofei had to act very relaxed. Otherwise, it would only add to Ling Qingxue's troubles. Qingxue, let's not talk about this. Believe me, it will be fine. Xiao Ruofei said with a slight smile. Ling Qingxue nodded and hugged Xiao Ruofei tighter. Xiao Ruofei kissed Ling Qingxue's forehead lovingly and said, I didn't think it through. I didn't arrange for someone to protect you. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. How can I blame you? Ling Qingxue said, you're not a god. How could you think of such a thing happening? Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, anyway, your safety is very important. I will look for candidates tomorrow and arrange 2 capable female bodyguards for you. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Ling Qingxue quickly shook her head and said, Ruofei, I don't want. I'm not used to being followed everywhere. Xiao Ruofei's attitude was very firm. He said, no, you have to listen to me. I don't want this to happen again. If something happened to you today, I would really go crazy. Ling Qingxue could feel Xiao Ruofei's concern for her. Her heart was warm. However, she still frowned slightly and said, Ruofei, this kind of thing is a small probability event. How can it happen often? Just because of this, bringing 2 bodyguards every day is a bit of a fuss, isn't it? Xiao Ruofei said, I don't think so. Qingxue, Uncle Ling's net worth is hundreds of millions. It's hard to guarantee that in the future, no one will be tempted by money and have ideas about you. In short, I can't allow any possibility of accidents to happen. This loophole must be closed. After Ling Qingxue heard Xiao Ruofei's words, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She knew that Xiao Ruofei was concerned about her, and at the same time, he was afraid of what had happened today. Therefore, she couldn't bear to refuse Xiao Ruofei, who had a firm attitude. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll look for candidates as soon as possible. They won't be your full-time bodyguard. They can be your assistant. They will help you deal with the company's affairs and accompany you when there are business activities, banquets, and so on. They will try their best to protect you in your private time without disturbing you. Since Xiao Ruofei had said so, Ling Qingxue could only nod and say, okay, I'll listen to you. Xiao Ruofei happily kissed Ling Qingxue's jade-like face and said, that's a good girl. At this time, Ling Qingxue's phone rang. It turned out that Ling Xiaotian saw that Ling Qingxue hadn't come home so late, so she couldn't help but call to ask about the situation. This also showed that although the kidnapping in the evening happened near the headquarters of Ling Xiaotian's restaurant, it didn't alarm anyone. At least, Ling Xiaotian didn't know about it at all. When Ling Qingxue saw that it was her father's number, she subconsciously looked at Xiao Ruofei nervously, and then picked it up. Dad. Qingxue, where are you? Why aren't you home yet? Ling Xiaotian asked. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei, who didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She hesitated and said, Dad, I'm at Ruofei's place. I won't go back tonight. It's too late, so I'll stay at the farm. Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, okay. It's not safe to drive so late. I'm relieved that you're staying at Ruofei's place, haha. Qingxue, I won't say more. You should rest early. Ling Qingxue's cheeks were red, and she said in a low voice, okay, Dad, you should sleep early too. After Ling Qingxue hung up the phone, she saw Xiao Ruofei's stunned expression. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said, what are you looking at? Xiao Ruofei was happy and asked, wife, weren't you always embarrassed to stay at my place? Why are you suddenly so brave today? In the past, there were several times when Xiao Ruofei wanted to stay at Ling Qingxue's place, but Ling Qingxue insisted on going home because she was shy. He didn't expect that tonight, she would take the initiative to tell her father that she wanted to stay at the farm. This made Xiao Ruofei very surprised. Ling Qingxue pouted slightly and said, you don't welcome me? Then I'd better go back. Xiao Ruofei quickly grabbed Ling Qingxue's hand and said, don't. I'm so happy. How can I not welcome you? I can't wait for you to stay at the farm every day. However, Xiao Ruofei also knew that this wasn't realistic. After all, Ling Qingxue worked in the city. She had to drive dozens of kilometers every day. Xiao Ruofei's heart would ache, therefore, Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Wife, I don't expect you to come over every day, but since you've already told Dad, can you come over to accompany me more often in the future? Even if it's 2 or 3 days a week." Ling Qingxue giggled and said, "That depends on your performance." Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Don't worry, I'll show you right now." After that, Xiao Ruofei turned over and pressed Ling Qingxue under his body. A pair of devilish hands skillfully reached into her clothes. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but scream. Then, she said while panting, "Hey! Bad guy. I didn't say I wanted you to show me this." Xiao Ruofei didn't give Ling Qingxue a chance to speak. His hot lips quickly sealed Ling Qingxue's cherry lips. Ling Qingxue quickly responded to Xiao Ruofei enthusiastically. After surviving a disaster, she needed Xiao Ruofei's nourishment more than ever. This was also the reason why she, who was shy, suddenly had the courage to take the initiative to tell her father that she was staying at Xiao Ruofei's house. Xiao Ruofei's state was actually similar. After leaving the army, it was his first time killing someone. Moreover, he ran back and forth for dozens of kilometers in the dark. In the end, he used an incredible method to easily take Liang Haiming's life. Although he had long been used to killing, tonight's bloodshed still made him more excited than before. Therefore, the two of them quickly started a fierce battle on the bed. They released their passion to their heart's content, and at the same time unknowingly released some of their dark and negative emotions. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei was woken up by the ringing of his phone after a night of intense sex. In a daze, he reached out and gently pushed Ling Qingxue's tender arm away. He grabbed the phone on the bedside table and turned it off without even looking at it. Xiao Ruofei couldn't remember how many rounds he and Ling Qingxue had had last night. He only knew that it was already dawn when the two of them fell asleep. Even someone as strong as Xiao Ruofei felt a little sore in his waist and knees. Last night, Ling Qingxue was also different from her usual shyness when it came to sex. She took the initiative to ask for it many times. The two of them even tried all the moves that Ling Qingxue was too embarrassed to do in the past. During the craziest time, Ling Qingxue actually took the initiative to straddle Xiao Ruofei and moaned. Last night's craziness was evident. Xiao Ruofei tilted her head to look at Ling Qingxue. She was still sleeping soundly with a faint smile on her quiet face. It seemed that after the crazy night last night, the trauma left in her heart by the kidnapping should have faded quite a bit. Xiao Ruofei reached out and hugged Ling Qingxue. He turned sideways and placed his leg on Ling Qingxue's astonishingly elastic long legs. His hands naturally climbed up Ling Qingxue's proud peaks and his body was tightly pressed against her soft and seductive body. From the moment he hung up the phone to the moment he hugged Ling Qingxue, Xiao Ruofei was in a half-awake state. After he changed into this comfortable position, he closed his eyes and prepared to go back to sleep. However, at this moment, the phone rang again. This time, Xiao Ruofei's sleepiness was completely chased away. He muttered a few words unhappily and grabbed the phone. Without looking at who was calling, he directly picked it up and said in an unfriendly tone, "Hello?" The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment before asking, "Chairman, am I disturbing your rest?" When Xiao Ruofei heard that it was Feng Jing calling, his tone softened a little and he asked, "Oh. So it's Manager Feng. What's the matter?" At this moment, Feng Jing was sitting in her office. She couldn't help but reveal a slightly speechless expression when she heard this. Then she smiled bitterly and said, "Chairman, aren't we going to Dongqing Village to discuss the land lease today? May I know what time you have arranged to meet with the villagers?" Xiao Ruofei suddenly slapped his forehead and revealed an awkward expression. After the series of events last night, coupled with the crazy fun he had with Ling Qingxue last night, he had actually forgotten about this matter. However, as the chairman of the company, he naturally couldn't show his cowardice in front of his subordinates. Otherwise, he would lose face, therefore, Xiao Ruofei quickly raised his wrist and looked at the time. Then he calmly said, "Oh. I have arranged to meet with Director Wan at 10:30. It's still early now. Let's meet downstairs at 10 o'clock sharp." "Okay, then I won't disturb you, Chairman." Feng Jing immediately hung up. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't even have an appointment with Ruan Fugui. However, after attending the completion of the comprehensive building last time and witnessing Xiao Ruofei's strength again, Ruan Fugui had repeatedly expressed his goodwill to Xiao Ruofei. In addition, Wu Liqian had already personally informed the town, so Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried about not being able to make an appointment with him. Unless Ruan Fugui happened to be on a long trip and wasn't at home. It shouldn't be that easy, right? Xiao Ruofei thought in his heart and didn't dare to delay any longer. After hanging up with Feng Jing, he immediately called Ruan Fugui. His luck wasn't bad. Director Ruan didn't go anywhere today. He was in the village. When he heard that Xiao Ruofei wanted to come over to discuss renting more land, Ruan Fugui was quite enthusiastic. He quickly said that he was at the village committee and would be waiting for him at any time. Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan farm brought a lot of rent to the village every year. It also provided a lot of jobs for the village. These were all Ruan Fugui's achievements. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Xiao Ruofei was the village's god of wealth. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had a good relationship with the county leaders. Naturally, Ruan Fugui was very concerned about Xiao Ruofei's matters. In fact, after hanging up the phone, Ruan Fugui was thinking about how to get on Xiao Ruofei's good side. He would give some discounts on the rent. In addition, although most of the land around the farm was wasteland, it was still divided into good and bad. As the village director, he knew the situation of the land like the back of his hand. After meeting in a while, he might take the initiative to recommend some relatively fertile land to Xiao Ruofei. Of course, Xiao Ruofei himself didn't care whether the land was fertile or barren. With the secret weapon of the Ring 2 space, why would he be afraid of barren land? Xiao Ruofei cared more about the planning of the entire farm. This time, the land to be rented must be connected to the farm. This would make it easier to manage the farm. After calling Ruan Fugui, Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't go back to sleep. It was already 9 o'clock. After washing up a little, it was time to leave for Dongqing village. Xiao Ruofei lovingly looked at Ling Xianxia on the bed. Then, he quietly got up, put on his clothes, and went to the bathroom to wash up. However, it was obvious that Ling Xianxia was also affected by the ringtone. When Xiao Ruofei finished washing up and came out, he found that Ling Xianxia was already sitting on the bed and putting on her clothes. When Ling Xianxia saw Xiao Ruofei, she couldn't help but think of the embarrassing scene of her taking the initiative to ask for love last night. She couldn't help but blush slightly. "Ruofei, do you have something to do outside?" Ling Xianxia asked with a red face. Xiao Ruofei sat down on the bed. He hugged Ling Xianxia and said softly, "Did I wake you up? You should sleep a little more. I have something to do in the village in the morning. I'll be back soon to accompany you." Ling Xianxia shook her head slightly and said, "I have something to do at the company. I have to go back." Staying at Xiao Ruofei's place last night was already a big breakthrough for Ling Xianxia. If she didn't show up at the company for the whole day, she couldn't imagine what her father would think. Anyway, just thinking about it made her blush. Even though she still felt very tired, she still insisted on going back. "Can your body take it?" Xiao Ruofei asked with concern. Ling Xianxia blushed and rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei. She said, "I'm fine." As she spoke, she got out of bed. As soon as she stood up, she felt her legs go soft and her body couldn't help but sway. Xiao Ruofei quickly held her and said, "You're still saying you're fine? Don't go anywhere today. I'll call Uncle Ling and tell him that you're a little unwell. You can rest here for a day before going back." "No." Ling Xianxia said quickly, "My dad will definitely think the wrong way. If he thinks that way, isn't it in line with the truth of the matter?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smirk. "Stop talking. It's all your fault." Ling Xianxia said coquettishly as she pinched Xiao Ruofei hard. Xiao Ruofei cried out in pain, "Ouch. Honey, be gentle. How can you blame me? I remember that you took the initiative too. Stop talking." Ling Xianxia rushed over and covered Xiao Ruofei's mouth. Then, she said unreasonably, "I don't care. I'm leaving in a while. Aren't you a magic doctor? You must have a way, right?" Xiao Ruofei's sneaky eyes swept over Ling Xianxia's graceful body. He laughed and said, "Honey, I heard that drunk people can endure the discomfort and drink another glass the next morning. Then, the symptoms will be much better. This is called soul-returning wine. Do you think that if we do morning exercises together, we can? Don't even think about it. Ling Xianxia was so scared that her face turned pale. She said quickly, don't touch me again today. Otherwise, I really can't even walk. Xiao Ruofei was obviously teasing Ling Xianxia. He couldn't help but laugh. In Xiao Ruofei's eyes, Ling Xianxia's reaction indirectly proved how brave he was in that area. As a man, of course, this was something that made him feel very accomplished. I'm just kidding. Look at how scared you are. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said with a smile, let me get you a cup of hot water. Then, you can eat something. You should be able to recover a lot of your strength. After that, Xiao Ruofei stood up and walked to the side. He poured half a cup of warm water from the water dispenser. At this time, his back was facing Ling Xianxia. His broad back had completely blocked Ling Xianxia's line of sight. So, he secretly took out a small bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution from the space and mixed it with the warm water. Although the petal solution was diluted and not much was added, it was definitely very helpful for recovering Ling Xianxia's strength. Xiao Ruofei walked over and handed the cup to Ling Xianxia. He said, drink some water first. I'll go downstairs to the kitchen and cook some noodles for you. Ling Xianxia took the cup and held it with both hands. Feeling the warmth from her palms, her eyes were filled with sweetness. She said, you can just find some biscuits and bread. You don't have to cook noodles. It's too troublesome. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, what's so troublesome about cooking noodles? Besides, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Xianxia, after drinking some water, lie down on the bed and rest for a while. I'll come up and call you when the noodles are ready. Okay. Ling Xianxia smiled sweetly and said, thank you, Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei reached out and messed up Ling Xianxia's hair. He looked at Ling Xianxia with doting eyes and said, silly girl. You don't have to thank me. After that, Xiao Ruofei left the bedroom and went downstairs. Soon, Xiao Ruofei finished cooking 2 bowls of noodles. In each bowl, he added a poached egg and some cabbage that he had stored in the space. These cabbages were harvested from the vegetables that he had planted in the space. Anyway, they wouldn't go bad no matter how long they were stored in the space, so it was very convenient for Xiao Ruofei to use them whenever he wanted. Before Xiao Ruofei went upstairs to call her, Ling Xianxia came downstairs dressed neatly. It smells so good. Ling Xianxia stood on the stairs and smelled the fragrance. The fierce battle last night had consumed a lot of energy. She had been hungry for a long time. Now that she saw the steaming hot noodles, the fragrant poached egg, and the green cabbage, she couldn't help but feel hungry. You're up. Come and eat while it's hot. Xiao Ruofei took off his apron with a smile and hung it behind the kitchen door. He said, eat more. Last night consumed a lot of energy. Ling Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei again. However, she didn't bicker with Xiao Ruofei. After sitting down, she picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Xiao Ruofei also felt a little hungry. Seeing this, he also sat down opposite Ling Xianxia with a smile and ate the noodles in big mouthfuls. After the two of them finished eating, Xiao Ruofei thought about it and called Lei Hu. He asked him to drive the company's Mercedes-Benz to the villa. Lei Hu soon arrived at the villa. Brother Xia, the car is here. Do you have any other orders? Lei Hu asked. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Huzi, I'll have to trouble you to send my girlfriend back to the city. Lei Hu had already noticed the beauty beside Xiao Ruofei. Hearing this, he quickly said, so it's sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello. Ling Xianxia's beautiful face was slightly red as she greeted Lei Hu. Then, she whispered to Xiao Ruofei, Ruofei, you don't have to send me back. I can go back by myself. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, my 2 cars aren't suitable for you to drive. The off-road vehicle is too big. Besides, a delicate beauty like you can't drive a pickup truck back to the company, right? Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. The image of Ling Xianxia driving a pickup truck was simply too beautiful. Then, he continued, the company has been using this Mercedes-Benz a lot recently, so I'll just ask Lei Hu to send you back. Ling Xianxia didn't insist anymore. She said to Lei Hu, then I'll have to trouble you. Hey. It's no trouble at all. Lei Hu laughed and said, it's my honor to be your driver. Brother Xia, don't worry. I will definitely send sister-in-law there safely. Xia Ruofei nodded and patted Lei Hu's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, Huzi. After sending Ling Qingxue to the car, Xia Ruofei saw that it was about time, so he drove the pickup truck to the small plaza in front of the multipurpose building. Feng Jing had already gone downstairs. When she saw Xia Ruofei driving the pickup truck over, she couldn't help but be stunned. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Manager Feng, I asked Huzi to drive my girlfriend back in the company's car. I'll have to trouble you a little. Feng Jing also came back to her senses. She smiled sweetly and said, it's rare to see the chairman personally being a driver. It doesn't matter what car I drive. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Feng Jing couldn't help but say in her heart, it turns out that the chairman already has a girlfriend. It seems that Xianxia has no chance. Then she thought of Xia Ruofei's unhappy tone when he picked up the phone. She couldn't help but guess, could it be that the chairman was having sex with his girlfriend and was interrupted by me? Otherwise, why would he be so angry? Thinking of this, Feng Jing couldn't help but blush. She quickly got rid of these messy thoughts from her mind. She opened the door of the front passenger seat and got in the car. It was definitely not suitable for her to sit in the back seat. If she did, Xia Ruofei would really become her driver. She still had a sense of propriety. Xia Ruofei laughed, put the car in gear, and drove away from Taoyuan Farm. He went straight to Dongqing Village. The farm was originally within the boundaries of Dongqing Village. It was only a few kilometers away from the village committee. The car soon arrived at the village committee's small building. Wan Fugue was already waiting in front of the building. This time, the deputy mayor, Wu Gang, didn't come, but Wan Fugue was more enthusiastic than last time. Before the car stopped, he came forward to open the door for Xia Ruofei. Boss Xia. Welcome, welcome. Wan Fugue said warmly. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook hands with Wan Fugue. He introduced, Director Wan, let me introduce you. This is our Taoyuan company's general manager, Madame Feng Jing. Manager Feng, nice to meet you. Wan Fugue quickly greeted. Facing such a delicate and beautiful young woman, Wan Fugue couldn't help but rub his hands on his clothes a few times. He hesitated if he should shake hands with her. On the other hand, Feng Jing graciously took the initiative to reach out her hand and gently shook Wan Fugue's hand. She then smiled and said, Director Wan, our company's headquarters is in Dongqing Village. In the future, we will be interacting frequently. I hope Director Wan can take care of me. You're too polite. Wan Fugue quickly said, Manager Feng, you're too polite. We're taking care of each other and benefiting each other. After the greetings, Xia Ruofei said, Director Wan, this time we're here to talk about the land lease. Our Taoyuan company is expanding, and the existing land is restricting the company's development. Therefore, we want to expand the farm to the north and south. We need your village's support. Wan Fugue laughed and said, Boss Xia, you're too serious. If you're willing to rent those undeveloped lands, it's also a good thing for our village. Let's not stand outside. Let's sit inside and talk. I've already asked my wife to prepare lunch. We'll eat at my house later. Haha. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, coincidentally, I have a few bottles of good wine in my car. Let's have a few drinks at noon. End of chapter 406. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.